Good evening, South Florida. I'm Magdala Luisa in for JC Birch.
I'm Sanella Subovic, and we do begin with chaos at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. Less than 25 minutes ago, we noticed something come up behind President Trump, someone, and start whispering into his ear. You see those images right there from inside of the ballroom of the Washington Hilton Hotel. And then just seconds later, you can see Secret Service agents rush in from the right side of your screen, start to whisk everyone away, among them Vice President J.D. Vance. The Associated Press reporter inside reports that people were saying, quote, out of the way, out of the way. At the same time, agents first cover President Trump, get him to the ground, and then out of what they feared was get him out of harm's way. The White House just releasing a statement saying both the president and vice president are fine this evening. Some guests were told ducked under tables, but the most of the crowded room rushed to the exit at the head table, agents with long guns, their eyes peeled. At this moment, all we know is that there was some, quote, unspecified threat. We will keep following the events out of Washington and have more for you coming up on later editions of Local 10 News and, of course, on local10.com.
But we now do have some video of the moment where the president was rushed off the stage. Let us watch that now.
You know what occurs to me as we're watching this as well? We just said Erica Kirk was in this room.
She was.
She was in this room.
There are reports.
As well.
There are reports that she was seen crying as she was leaving the room as well. People who did see her there made that. Note. Obviously, this had to be very, very traumatic.
We have Caitlin Collins on the line for some more insight. Caitlin Collins, we're listening. What's happening?
Hey guys, obviously, I mean, this is a total state of chaos right now in the ballroom, and we're seated maybe 50 feet from the stage where the president was up there, the First Lady Melania Trump.
We have to stay here for now.
Security is telling us that everything's okay. The shooter, there was a shooter? 1 second, guys. I'm literally, what happened?
We're trying to identify it now.
Where was the shooter?
somewhere out there.
In the lobby? In the lobby? Yeah. All right, control. All right, guys. I just want you to know this is not verified. We're just listening to what's happening right now. But we have security around us, and it's Secret Service because there's a lot of members of the administration here. The Secretary of Education is seated right next to me, and her security just said, confirmed that there was a shooter in the lobby. It's not clear where. Obviously, it's a very big hotel. In the lobby of the Hilton, they said he is confirmed dead. We don't know anything more than that, but I can tell you we had just sat down to dinner. The president. And the First Lady, Caroline Levitt, were all on stage, including the Vice President, J.D. Vance. So obviously a lot of security here. And, you know, at the beginning of the dinner, everyone's just kind of seated having their meal. And within moments, armed Secret Service is running in with massive guns. I mean, maybe dozens. And a silence just went over the room as they ran in. Everyone ducked, got on the floor. People were underneath tables. No one knew what was going on. And for a second, the president actually was not evacuated off stage. I looked, he was sitting still right there. A Secret Service was coming in down the hallway. And so we didn't know at first, but then we heard from our own security that they heard shots fired. And now we do have Secret Service telling us, obviously I want to know this is only one Secret Service member, but a member of security is here telling us that there is a shooter who is confirmed dead. And now we are kind of basically locked inside the ballroom. But basically they were saying everyone's okay. They have not identified the shooter yet, but obviously it shows you this was not some kind of false threat, that obviously something had happened and they rushed the entire administration off stage. A few members are still in the audience because, as you guys know, someone from the administration is kind of seated at each table inside. I'm actually sitting next to Secretary McMahon, the Secretary of Education. And so that was what happened. I mean, I've never seen anything like this in my life. And I want you guys.
We've taken this country and we were a laughingstock for years, and now we're the hottest country anywhere in the world. We've changed this country, and there are a lot of people that are not happy about that. So I think that's the answer, Peter.
And for Catherine Butler, your team for a while rethought outdoor events.
Yeah.
Do you think that you now need to rethink
No.
indoor?
Well, but then you just don't do events. No, I can't do that. I have to. It is what it is. We have to do it. The room was very. Very, very secure. You know, he charged from 50 yards away, so he was very far away from the room.
And what did you think when you saw the video of how fast he was running?
He was moving. He was really moving. And the The reaction time was great. Boy, those guys, they had their guns drawn literally by the time he was there. They were shooting.
That's right.
I thought they were very impressive. I thought they were very impressive. And if I didn't, I'd let you know, you know. I'm not going to be, I would not stand for that. No, I thought they were very impressive.
Thank you, President Trump, and thank you for updating us on the
Thank you.
suspect earlier. Were you aware of any threats? Were your team aware of any threats beforehand? And do you believe you were the target of this tonight?
I guess. I mean, these people they're crazy. They're crazy. And, you know, you never know. He was very far away from me. He had to get resources sitting at tables.
From this?
Well, you never know. Now, we'll be able to tell you that.
People really hate Donald Trump. They want him unalived. This is his third assassination attempt. You know, I know this man, Donald Trump, I know he's embarrassed by this. It is embarrassing, you know, to have people try to kill you 3 times. Like, people hate this guy, obviously. What does it feel like to be the most hated president ever? It's not a good thing. It's embarrassing. It is embarrassing to be the most hated president ever. So obviously, it must be something he's not doing right. I don't know. Maybe it's the arrogance. I don't know, man. I don't know. But people love President Obama. I'm not talking about his policies or anything like that. I'm just saying him as a person. People love President Obama.
No, I mean, he was a guy who looked pretty evil when he was down. You know, they had him down. He was fighting hard. He was in my opinion, a sick person. Who would do that but a sick person? But I think you're going to find everything about him. No reason to talk about it now. But tomorrow at this time, long before this time, you're going to know a lot of things about him. They seem to think he was a lone wolf, and I feel that too.
Are you concerned about U.S. Secret Service protection ability? We saw several of the detainees take minutes to be escorted out the room.
No, they acted very quickly. No, I was very impressed by Secret Service. I mean, I'm the one, and Mark Wayne, you would agree with that, I think. I'm the one that would complain. You don't have to complain for me. I would be complaining. I'd be up here right now saying they didn't do their job. Well, believe me, because, you know,
And to be honest, this goes back to what I've been saying and what I have always said. Just because you're angry with someone, it doesn't give you the reason or a right to put your hands on them or want or try to harm them. That's what crazy people do, like this assassin. Crazy guy, out of his mind. You know, he gets angry with Donald Trump, someone he sees on television and doesn't know personally, and he gets angry at him. And he goes and tries to kill him because he's a crazy guy.
It's my life, and I want to live because I want to make this country great. That's why I want to live. But when you're impactful, they go after you. When you're not impactful, they leave you alone. Okay, a couple of more. Go ahead.
That's a lie. You're trying to save face, man. That's not true. The reason why they coming at you like this because they hate you. That's why. That's why they're coming at you like this because they hate you, not because of whatever reason you say. Let me back that up a little bit. But it's because they hate you. That's why.
Impactful, they leave you alone.
He
I want to live. But when you're impactful, they go after you. When you
said, so if you're impactful, they go after you. No, when they hate you, that's when they go after you, not because you're so impactful. Let's not lie.
you're not impactful, they leave you alone. Okay, a couple of more. Go ahead, please.
Is there any indication that this shooting could have been linked to war in Iran?
I don't think so, but you never know. We're going to know a lot. We have the best people in the world working on it, and we're going to know a lot. Please.
Mr. President, there's a lot. There's you, as well as some of us who have covered Butler, experienced another horrific day 2 years ago.
Yeah.
What felt similar? You know, you had the First Lady with you today. What felt different? And you have another 2+ years in office. Are you concerned about something like this happening?
Well, I can't be concerned. I can only get great people. They did the job, in my opinion, a much better job than Butler. Butler had one weak spot that we all know about. Somebody should have been up there. But even Butler, we had our sniper on our side within 4.2 seconds from a distance of about 400 yards, one shot, and he was gone. And if he didn't do it now, you know, he's David. His name was David. I say, hello, David, every time I see him. David, I like you very much, David. But think of that. Now, if he doesn't hit him,
yeah, because
he hit him right between the eyes from 400 yards without any notice. Nope.
Wow. Good shot.
Nobody knew. He heard a sound. He looked over, and there was actually a tree that was somewhat in his way. You know the story very well. And he aimed, he fired.
We have got to the point where literally anybody can build a fully working app without knowing how to code. This is Base 44. This is a first look at the current industry-leading AI app builder. And you wouldn't believe the kind of apps that people are creating. Smart nutrition apps, inventory trackers, onboarding tools, you name it. And if the only thing stopping me from making the app is the idea, why not build an app that gives me endless app ideas? So let's make it. Pro tip, I draft
covered. Tonight they had everything covered very quickly. And he was fast. He was running full blast, and they got him before they got any further. I was very far away. You know, he hadn't anywhere close to breach the doors of the ballroom. The ballroom was sealed, and everybody in there. That's why once those doors opened, they didn't want to do tonight. If the doors weren't opened, we could have probably done it tonight. But I think we're much better off rescheduling. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, for you and perhaps law enforcement as well, what is the level of confidence that this was a lone actor, and has the suspect made any?
God damn, man, this is insane. I'm so sorry. I can't help but laugh. Donald Trump got 9 lives. He's like a cat. He has 9 lives.
These statements to police while in custody.
Yeah, I think it's just it's not my profession. We have great professionals up here and outside that have been working with us. My impression is he was a lone wolf, whack job. These are crazy people. And they have to be dealt with. We had that in the second attempt, as you know, and he's spending life in prison.
Yeah. Oh, the second attempt. The second time someone tried to kill me.
Because if you let him out, they'll probably, if he serves 10 years or 15 years, you let him out, he'll probably try it again with somebody else. They're sick people. We have a lot of sick people. But you're going to know, I think very shortly, you're going to know, Todd.
Yeah, but the question is, why does all of these sick people want to kill you? Why do they hate you so much? Why? What are you doing to make these folks hate you like this?
A lot about him. You're going to know a lot about him. Yeah, a couple of more. Yeah, please, go ahead.
Are you concerned about political violence? This could be politically motivated.
All violence. I'm concerned about everything. Look, but I can't be so concerned that you can't function. No, I'm here. It's a dangerous profession. You know, I tell the story, race car drivers, I think it's very dangerous. So if you take 1% and
What? Sound like he said race card drivers. Race card. That's what it sounds like. You know how people be doing these slip of the tongue, substituting words and all of this malapropisms. That's what it sounds like.
then take. So, you know, I tell the story, race car drivers, I think it's very dangerous.
So
So
you say race card.
you take 1%
Race
and then
card.
take about 10% of 1%, just to break it down very easily.
Maybe he had a old slip of the tongue. Race car. I don't know. Maybe he had a slip of the tongue.
They die. So much less than 1%, 10% of 1%. I think bull riding is very dangerous. If you take about the same 10% of 1%, much less than 1%. But if you take presidents, it's 5.8%. And about 8% are shot at. So nobody.
Yeah, no different than Ronald Reagan. Ronald Reagan, someone tried to assassinate him. And why is that? Because he was hated. Just like this guy is hated. You know, they have people that hate these people, I guess, for good reasons, I guess. I don't know why.
Told me this was such a dangerous profession. If Marco would have told me, maybe I wouldn't have run. Maybe I would have said, I'll take a pass. No, it's a dangerous profession, but I don't view it that way. Look, I'm here to do a job. As part of the job, it is a dangerous. I can't imagine that there's any profession that's more dangerous. But I love the country, and I'm very proud. I'm very proud of the job we've done. You see what's happened. We have a great country. We've got, I think, the most successful, the hottest country anywhere in the world. This happened over a period of just a year, and we're going to do great things. But with that,
Yeah, of course, you're doing such a great job. Such a great job. Even when you're not doing a great job, you're still going to say, I'm doing a great job, blah, 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 blah.
that come risks. There's no question about it. Yeah.
To that end, I mean, there's been so much political violence, not just aimed at yourself, but at other members of Congress, state house speakers, you name it. Is that just the cost of doing business to do politics in America anymore?
Yeah. Well,
What does that say about our
elsewhere
country?
too? Yeah, we're not the only country. You look at this great violence with all countries. I was talking to somebody from another country today, and they have numerous assassinations of political figures all over the world. You look at South America, it's like some of the numbers are just horrific. It's dangerous stuff, whether it's here or someplace else. No country is immune. No country. Good question.
At this point?
Well, probably if I decided to just not do much, if I let everybody rip us off and take advantage of us. Look, we're leading the world in trade now. We're leading the world in the military. We're the greatest military in the world. I rebuilt it in my first term, and now we use it because we have no choice. We can't let.
He keeps saying that over and over. I built the military in my first term. Maybe we need to fact check that.
As an example, Iran, we can't let them get a nuclear weapon. Everything will be peanuts compared to that if they ever were given a nuclear weapon, and they'd use it too. Mark.
To be honest with you, when you really think about it, the United States, we have a big, big budget on our military, more than any other country in the whole world. We have always maintained our military. So what is this guy talking about? He makes it seem like when I came in office, I did such great for the military. We rebuilt it. We always kept up the military. We always had the biggest budget for our military, more than any other country in the world. The hell is this guy talking about?
When I were talking about it today, they would use it without even hesitation. We can't do that. It was a shame. I said, oh boy, look at the numbers. We just broke 50,000 in the Dow. We just broke 7,000 in the S&P. They said we couldn't do it in 7 years, in 5 years, 4 years. They were saying maybe in 5 or 6 years. And we did it in 1 year. And I called everybody together. I called all of these people and others, and I said, we have to take a little journey. I say to do this. We just had the great number. We just broke 50,000. Wasn't supposed.
And the reason why, Donald Trump, you went into Iran and got this operation going on because you thought you could just go in there and bully those people and they would submit to your will, but they are not. Now what you're going to do? You thought it was going to be easy, huh?
Supposed to happen during my term wasn't reachable. Did it in 1 year, and I said, we're going to have to make a journey to Iran. They're going to have a nuclear weapon if we don't do it. We had the B-2 bombers take them out. I terminated in the first term the Obama agreement, the Iran nuclear agreement, which was a disaster. That was a road to a nuclear weapon. They would have used it. They would have used it 100%. So, you know, when you do things like that, you become a target. If I wasn't doing that, I guess I'd be a lot less of a target. But I'm honored to be.
No, stop lying. Stop trying to make a false narrative. Stop trying to mislead. The reason why people are assassinating you is for no other reason than they hate you. They hate you as a person. They don't like you. They do not like your arrogance. And whatever other reasons they have, they hate you. They don't like you being the president of the United States. They don't want you as a president, okay?
Okay, one more question. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, President Trump. Thank you, President Trump. Do you know how the gun was brought into the hotel? And also, how does this event impact you as the leader of our country? Do you think it will change your
I
leadership?
like not to think about it. I lead a pretty normal life, considering, you know, it's a dangerous life. I think I'm.
So my question is, how does someone even get within the perimeter of the proximity of the president of the United States? That's something I don't understand. I thought, you know, the Secret Service had like a big perimeter around the president and nobody could penetrate it. That's what I thought. I guess not.
I think I handle it as well as it can be handled. I think a lot of other people, you know, you read stories where they become basket cases. To be honest with you, I'm not a basket case. I really take it as it is.
Well, I don't know about that. I mean, you might not be a basket case, but you are a narcissist. You are a narcissist.
I do it for the country. I'm not doing it for any other reason. I have a first lady who's doing a terrific job. She loves the country. And
that's the thing that most people don't understand about Donald Trump. He's a narcissist. This guy is a narcissist. That's it.
She recognizes it better than anybody. She's told me numerous times. She said, you are in a dangerous job. But that goes along with her, too. I mean, it's dangerous for her, too. We sat there tonight. We heard that noise, and it was either a tray or a bullet. I was hoping it was a tray, but it wasn't. And again, we had some very brave people doing a great job, so we're very proud of them and happy with them. I just want to thank everybody. They will be able to give you all that information as to the names and everything else. I think we released the names already. Most of you would have it, but his name.
I'm so sorry. Oh man, I'm not trying to be unempathetic or anything at all, but this guy, the president, Donald Trump, he's at shame. He's shame right now. He's shamefaced. Look at him. Like he's shame. He's shame that nobody likes him. Nobody loves him the way he wants them to love him. You know, they want him unalive. They are trying to assassinate him. And it's sad. It's embarrassing. He has to get on camera in front of the whole world and show his face.
We appreciate it. I see so many tuxedos and beautiful dresses. It was a little different evening than we thought, but we're going to do it again. And we have a great chairman who we're so proud of. And we have to make it better. We'll make it safer, I guess, right? But we're going to make it even better. Okay, thank you very much.
Impactful this was. Can we hear from her about?
Well, honey, would you want to say something?
You know, and it's the thing that gets me about people like this, Donald Trump, with these narcissistic personality types. When something really extreme happens like this, they still don't get that wake-up call like, hey, maybe I should slow down and calm down a little bit. Maybe I shouldn't be so abrasive. Maybe I shouldn't be so aggressively arrogant. Maybe I should tone down on the narcissism a little bit so people won't hate me as much and try to kill me every year.
Right.
Millions of people across the globe, in fact, are watching you. You demonstrated courageous leadership, and thank God you're alive. All of us are alive today. What is the message that you want to give to the world that this should change? What corrective measures can we take from here on?
Well, all you can do, look, I don't care how many people you have, how good they are. They can be the greatest people. You have the greatest security in history. If you have a whack job who's got a brain, but it's a little bit distorted or a lot distorted, they can make trouble. I would say, Pete, right? You know, they can make trouble.
Yeah, but in the same sense, you are a nutcase. Donald Trump, you are a narcissist and you are the commander-in-chief of the United States Armed Forces. You blow up people. You kill people. You don't do it physically yourself, but you give the order and people are dead. So you kill people too. You are a psychopath.
You know, some of these people are of genius level IQ and they're nuts. So trouble. So you do absolutely the best. You get the best. We have the best people. Well, look, it was proven tonight. He started running from 50 yards, and he was fast. He was like a blur on tape. He was moving. They turned. It was very impressive the way they got him.
He's not lying about that. When I seen that guy on, when I saw him on tape running. He was like a cat. Like he got past those guards so fast. He was like the speed of light. He was moving so fast.
Because a lot of people would be looking and saying, you know, it's like a weird feeling, and they would let him get through, but they didn't let him get through. They drew those guns so fast. They looked like Matt Dillon. They looked like somebody that knew what they were doing. And what do we do? But it comes with the territory. And if you want to do a great job, I really believe that. And you take a look at what's happened to some of our greatest presidents.
Well, while I am live, I think I'm going to go to these Houston police stories that have happened. A lot of crazy stuff have been happening in Houston lately with these police officers, 3 of them.
And it doesn't happen to people that...
Last year, I launched my holiday sales site late, and I left like $15K on the table. I was not making that mistake again. This year, I got gems.
In Iran, I don't know if that had anything to do with it. I really don't think so, based on what we know. But we're going to continue to do a great job. That's all I can do. Thank you very much. I'll see you tomorrow. Thank you. But incredibly acted upon by Secret Service and law enforcement. And this was an event dedicated to freedom of speech that was supposed to bring together members of both parties with members of the press. And in a certain way it did, because the fact that they just unified, I saw a room that was just totally unified. It was in one way, very beautiful, a very beautiful thing to see. A man charged a security checkpoint armed with multiple weapons. And he was taken down by some very brave members of Secret Service, and they acted very quickly and have just released, for purposes of transparency, clarity, I've ordered it to be put out. You probably have it by now, put out on Truth and put out on many other platforms. A tape showing the violence of this thug that attacked our Constitution, and also showing how quickly Secret Service and law enforcement acted on our country's behalf. Really did a great job. One officer was shot, but saved by the fact that he was wearing obviously a very good bulletproof vest. He was shot from very close distance with a very powerful gun. And the vest did the job. I just spoke to the officer and he's doing great. He's in great shape. He is has very high spirits, and we told him we love him and respect him. And he's a very proud guy. He's very proud of what he does, Secret Service agent. And we looked at all of the conditions that took place tonight. And I will say, you know, it's not a particularly secure building. And I didn't want to say this, but this is why we have to have all of the attributes of what we're planning at the White House. It's actually a larger room, and it's much more secure. It's drone proof, it's bulletproof glass. We need the ballroom. That's why Secret Service, that's why the military are demanding it. They've wanted the ballroom for 150 years for lots of different reasons, but today's a little bit different because today we need levels of security that probably nobody's ever seen before. But everyone owes a tremendous debt of gratitude to the courage of law enforcement, the law enforcement, and working with the DC police, and just spoke with the mayor. And when we're finished, the police chief is going to take over and discuss it also from their viewpoint. But they also performed exactly as they were supposed to. And you see the attacker in different positions, but you also see the attacker totally subdued and under control. Because, you know, this is not the first time in the past couple of years that our republic has been attacked by a would-be assassin who sought to kill. In Butler, Pennsylvania, less than 2 years ago, you all know that story. And in Palm Beach, Florida, a few months after that, we came close. We really had, again, we had some great work done by law enforcement. But in light of this evening's events, I ask that all Americans recommit with their hearts and resolving our difference peacefully. We have to resolve our differences. I will say, you had Republicans, Democrats, independents, conservatives, liberals, and progressives. Those words are interchangeable, perhaps, but maybe they're not. But yet everybody in that room, big crowd, record-setting crowd. There was a record-setting group of people. And there was a tremendous amount of love and coming together. I watched.
Yeah. The reason why they came together is because they are all government officials. So I'm not surprised about that.
And I was very, very impressed by that. But First Lady and I were taken very well care of, very quickly rushed off the stage.
The Democrat and Republican Party reminds me of the Bloods and the Crips. It's like a gang. It's like a gang to me. And to be honest with you, I'm a person that has never voted in my entire life. And I can vote. I can vote, but I just never did it because I feel like politicians play people like they're suckers, because when they're running for office, they make so many promises. But when they get in office, they don't do what they promised.
Vice President J.D. Vance, who's here, was likewise beautifully done. He was just saying how quickly everybody acted, law enforcement, Secret Service in particular in this case, but law enforcement. Marco had the same thing. Pete was there. Pete didn't want any help. He didn't want anybody to help him. He doesn't want anybody to help him, but he did get something new. And I think you also said that it was very impressive. So with that, I'd like to ask Todd Blanche to come up.
Yeah, they get scared when people come with them guns. They get scared. They need protection. Oh, CIA. I mean, not CIA. Secret Service, help me, protect me.
Say a few words and tell you it's already underway. The man has been captured. They're going to his apartment. I guess he lives in California. And he's a sick person, a very sick person. And we don't want things like this to happen. I think it's very important that I say, though, and I told the representatives of the evening, they did such a beautiful job with such a beautiful evening. And again, they're talking about free speech in our Constitution. That's what it's all about, not just White House correspondence. It was really based on free speech in our Constitution. But I said very importantly that we'll do it again within the next 30 days, and we'll make it bigger and better and even nicer. So I just want to thank everybody that was involved. I also want to thank the press, the media. You've been very responsible in your coverage. I will say I've been seeing what's been out. You've been very responsible. So Todd Blanche, I'd like to say a few words, and then we're going to have cash. And then you're going to go on. We can ask, I guess we can take a couple of questions. I want to thank the First Lady that was a rather traumatic experience for her. There's a lot of action taking place up there very quickly. But again, the response time was really incredible. And we're going to reschedule. We're going to do it again. We're not going to let anybody take over our society. We're not going to cancel things out because we can't do that. We wanted to stay tonight. I will tell you, I fought like hell to stay. But it was protocol. They said, please, sir, because they didn't know there was a lot of action going on, and they didn't know could there be probably a lone shooter, but we'll find out. We'll find out very quickly. They have it very well under control. So I want to thank everybody very much. And Todd Blanche, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Tonight you saw the very worst and the very best of this country. You saw the very worst by the actions of that coward that the president just talked about. But you also saw the very best because you saw law enforcement do exactly what they're supposed to do. And you'll see the videos come out, I expect, very shortly, and you'll see law enforcement do exactly what we want them to do. And so
Anyway, that's enough on that. I want to talk about the HPD officers. A lot has been going on in Houston as of late. These Houston police officers, they have gotten totally out of control. Totally out of control.
Breaking from overnight, a Houston police lieutenant is now out of jail after investigators say that he tried to meet a minor for sex.
And we're getting our first look at that officer since his arrest. ABC 13's Kelvin Henry joining us now live from downtown Houston with that side of the story. Kelvin, good morning.
But let me tell you what scares me. And this is why I just try to just stay out of trouble and just try to stay at home if I can. If I don't have a reason to go anywhere or be out, just stay home with my family because it's too much going on. Like, the world is getting more crazier and dangerous. People don't give a damn about each other. The way people talk to each other, it's just getting crazy out here.
To you.
And good morning to you guys. And Noah appeared in court overnight where there was some explosive details that were laid out. And according to a source that's close to the investigation, they tell ABC 13 that he had things like Pop-Tarts and even condoms on him when he was arrested. Now, take a look at your screen where you'll see Noah on your screen right now. And according to investigators, Noah was taken into custody where he was on the way to that girl's home, according to investigators. Now, it turns out the whole thing was an undercover sting. In a statement, HPD said they were notified of the investigation involving one of their employees. It continued on to say that Noah has been relieved of his duties and is no longer an HPD employee. Noah sat in court with his arms folded and had his head down for most of the time during his court appearance. Now that he's out of jail, he has been ordered to stay away from parks, schools, and can't have contact with anyone under 17 years old. Now, investigators spoke.
And he has the nerves to have his arms folded. If I was the judge, I would have said, can you unfold your arms? Can you be more respectful and not have this disrespectful body language by folding up your arms? No, he get a pass because he's a police officer.
About the responsibility of law enforcement officers that they have to both uphold the law and follow the law as well.
Lieutenant now No is somebody that violated the public's trust. And he should have known better. Whatever your rank is within law enforcement, you're required to really uphold the law and make sure that you're doing everything you can to ensure you follow the rules.
Now, according to HPD, he was assigned to their Hobby Airport division and was with the department for 22 years. Reporting live in downtown, Kelvin Henry, ABC 13 Eyewitness News.
Bear with me 1 second.
Houston police officer Ashley Gonzalez has been fired.
The police chief dismissed her earlier this afternoon. Now, this all unfolded after she posted a racist rant online that disturbed the community and the department.
Yeah, so this is the HPD officer, former officer, that is. She's been fired because she's so fucking stupid. Excuse my French, but I have to say that because it's so disgusting. I mean, she can't even hold in her racism. She's just so stupid. You know, why get online and do that? You're so dumb. You should not have done that. You know, you couldn't hold your racism in, could you? You just had to get online and make a damn fool of yourself, and you got fired. You couldn't resign like most of you crooked ass cops do. You resign before you can get fired, so you can go get a job at another agency. Yeah, it's another agency here in Texas, not too far from Houston. It was a story on this. The news channel did a story on this. I think it's called Coffee, Texas, if I'm not mistaken. Coffee, Texas. The city police station for Coffee, Texas was a hub for corrupt cops that have been fired in the past. Look it up.
Department. Megan Reyna is live outside police headquarters with what the chief is saying about this decision. Megan.
Well, Police Chief Noe Diaz says that her behavior was entirely unacceptable, that it has no place in this community, let alone the department. Now, many people were wondering, why wasn't she fired immediately? Well, police here did have to give her due process. They had to follow state law by fully investigating. In most cases, an internal investigation takes weeks, sometimes months. This one was fast-tracked to take just days. This all started when Gonzalez posted on Instagram a video of her using a racial slur more than 20 times. At one point, she said she, quote, hated Black people. Gonzalez was then relieved of duty on Monday and is now fired.
Yeah, and this what gets me and makes me want to goddamn vomit. It disgusts me. You people that just back the police officers blindly. You see how they are. They're just people like you and I. They're no different, man. They're no different. But what scares me is that we have these type of people policing over us. They shouldn't be policing over anybody. Racist ass cop out there policing people and just being a racist and hateful.
But this doesn't mean she is stripped of her Texas peace officer license. We spoke with retired Houston Police Captain Greg Freeman. He says the Texas Commission on Law Enforcement would have that authority.
Without a criminal conviction or something of that type of nature, she'll still have a state certification. But I suspect that there will be a huge outcry to certain political entities within Austin to look at this very closely, because is there a possibility she could be hired by another agency? Absolutely, there could be. What agency would do that? I don't know.
Yeah, in my opinion, she shouldn't be hired by any other agency because she's unfit to be an officer. She's unfit. She's a racist, for one. And number two, she's mentally unstable. She's mentally unstable because she couldn't hold back herself from getting online and displaying her racism and her hate to the whole world. She's stupid in that regard. She's stupid.
Gonzalez can also appeal her firing, but Freeman told me he believes this case is cut and dry, that he's confident HPD did everything to make sure if she did appeal, it would be unsuccessful. But the calls for action aren't over from activists. Of course, they wanted her fired, but just this afternoon, the Houston chapter of the NAACP released a statement asking that the police chief here release all of her arrest records. Coming up at 6, we'll have more on the
Yeah, and that's why I never believed in this whole black and brown thing. You know how they try to combine Hispanics and Black people together, like, oh, Hispanics and Black people love each other so much, and it's not true. That's the politics they play to get votes. It's not true, you know? And the question I have is, why does she focus her racism and hate towards Black people? Why does she hate Black people so much? There's a lot of different other people to hate. Why do you hate Black people so much? I don't know. Kind of strange.
The reaction to this arrest. Reporting live downtown, Megan Reyna, KHOU 11 News.
And happening right now, a Houston police officer charged with shooting his wife in the face overnight is set to.
Yeah, now this is a 2-year-old story. This is not recent like the last story. But I just found it interesting is because he's an HPD officer, and it shows even further how out of control this department has gotten. So out of control. They behave like thugs. Really, they really behave like thugs. Thugs with badges and guns. And they're quick to say, oh, what are you afraid of? What are you worried about? You and your aggressive arrogance and your badge and your gun.
Appear before a judge at any moment.
Just a few hours ago, HPD gave us our first look at Ghalib Chaudhry by tweeting his mugshot. Maria Aguilera.
Anyway, let me correct myself. I want to say it right because it's a new term that I made up. I call it aggressively arrogant. Aggressively arrogant. That's a person that is aggressively arrogant, that intimidates people by their aggressive arrogance. That's what the police does. They do that. Aggressively arrogant.
Is live at the courthouse in downtown Houston with new information about the case. Maria?
Len, Mia, what we do know is that officer has been relieved of duty. He had only been with HPD for 2 years, and he is expected tonight to be here in court for his first court appearance. And since the shooting happened less than 24 hours ago, we know now that the former HPD officer is 31-year-old Ghalib Wahid Chaudhry. He has been charged.
I don't know. This guy looks like an East Indian to me. Weird. What did he do? Arrest. What is it? HPD officer fired after shooting wife in face during argument. What a fucking emotional guy, man. Like, you get angry and you shoot somebody in the face. Can't control your emotions. Sucker.
Charged with felony aggravated assault of a family member causing serious bodily injury. According to HPD Chief Troy Finner, around midnight while Chaudhry was off duty, he shot his wife in the face.
So let me tell you what happened to me the other night. The other night, I went to the store to get something, right? So I go to the store and I see this big scene with police officers and fire trucks and ambulance. We have police vehicles crashed in the middle of the highway. I recorded it. I went live for 3 minutes just to document it because I had to leave, but it's getting out of hand here in Houston, Texas. It's getting crazy. I recorded it. I went live. You can check it out on my channel and see.
An argument. It happened at the Westerly Apartments off Clay Road in West Houston. Investigators say he may have used a rifle, which Chief Finner says the department doesn't issue, but he could have purchased himself. Earlier today, as he gave updates on the case, Chief Finner wanted to assure the public that there's accountability within the department.
We all took an oath of office to serve and protect. But we're human as.
Oh, he said, we're human. We all took an oath to serve and protect. Man, it's just cliche crap you're talking. It's so cliche. Yeah, we do our best and we go out there and we put our lives on the line and la, 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 la. It's so cliche. I have heard it before, man. You're not fooling me with this game.
Well, and this hurts, okay? It hurts all of us. And I'm not going to indict him right now. I want to respect his due, but what we know now, it hurts.
Chaudhry's wife underwent surgery today, and we're told her injuries are not believed to be life-threatening. Now, at tonight's court appearance, a judge will decide on bond, and Chaudhry is expected to be back in court on Wednesday. Meanwhile,
So she was shot in the face, but she luckily survived. She got surgery done on her face, but she's going to be, disfigured, maimed. That's unfortunate.
Finner says his charges could be enhanced as the investigation continues. In downtown Houston, Maria Aguilera, KHOU 11 News.
The message from the community was pretty clear this morning when protesters took in front of HPD headquarters here around 8 a.m. They were calling for the termination of HPD officer Ashley Gonzalez. And just about 15 minutes ago, Houston police confirmed her termination with a statement. We do want to read that out for you real quick, just to make sure we get all of that wording correct. But again, Houston police just posting the statement. It says the Houston Police Department has terminated the employment of
of Ashley Gonzalez. As of today, she is no.
In my opinion, I don't know the name of this black lady that's always in Texas with this cowboy hat on, but she should run for president. This lady has a lot of spunk. She should run for president.
No longer an employee of the department. HPD holds every officer to the highest standards of integrity and conduct and will not waver in upholding these expectations. After discovering the incident, Ashley Gonzalez was immediately relieved of duty in compliance with state civil service laws. An investigation was conducted as fast as legally possible. Now, this is a quote from Chief Noe Diaz. It says the behavior exhibited by Ashley Gonzalez was abhorrent, disgusting, and entirely unacceptable. He continues to say it is deeply disturbing and has no place in law enforcement or in our community. Now, again, this is after a viral video that appeared to show Officer Gonzalez.
And look at that, her chief is a black man, or probably was a black man. I don't know if this guy's still the chief or not. Maybe, I'm not sure. But he's her chief, but she hates black people. That's so irrational. It's so illogical. It's so stupid. That's why I always say that racism is so irrational and illogical. You hate black people, you're a racist, but yet you have to serve and take orders from a black police chief. You work for him, basically.
Is repeatedly using racial slurs. And while HPD did have her on administrative leave earlier today, we do know that is no longer the.
And you know what kills me is that you give this idiot here, this female here, this little female here that couldn't do anything to anybody physically without the help of men. You give this idiot right here a badge and a gun, and they go out on the streets and terrorize people. I don't even know what to say about that. You know, it goes to show that the power is in that badge, which is the police department, and that gun, which is a tool that's used to kill. Without that, they're nothing. So I don't have any respect for them, because I know that, you know, without this badge and gun, you wouldn't be behaving this way. You wouldn't be behaving this way. You wouldn't be aggressively arrogant. You wouldn't be so abrasive. You wouldn't be none of those things. You would just be nothing and insecure, because that's who you really are inside. You're just insecure because I know you're insecure, because that's how insecure people behave.
Case this morning, we heard from both Quanell X and Dr. Candace Matthews, who organized the protests outside of HPD headquarters.
Okay, so Angie, let's talk about the community. I mean, when this video went viral initially off the top, talk about the community reaction and the pushback from that.
Right, so we saw several protesters here earlier this morning, like I said.
And what I suspect is this lady, this police officer, she's the type of person, you know, she loves to be racist against black people so she can get in close proximity of white people. Yeah, that's what I suspect here. That's the type of racist she is. That's what I suspect.
We saw a couple of them kind of sharing the same sentiment that they wanted her to be terminated. There was kind of a question as to whether she would be able to resign or if she was going to be fired by Houston police. So when protesters gathered, they wanted to make sure that she would be terminated, which we now know is the case.
All right. Angie, thank you.
Now know is the case.
Look at this lady right here. I don't know her name. Unfortunately, it's sad I don't know her name. I've been seeing her on these news channels for years now. Don't know her name. She always has on this cowboy hat, you know, and I think she should run for president. Give it a shot. You never know.
All right. Angie, thank you so much for that. We'll continue to follow it up. And I know other community members as well has wanted to make sure that she will never be able to be a police officer in any other department in the state. We'll see if her being fired actually leads to that here. The state also takes action. Angie, thank you so much.
New disturbing details in the allegations against the Houston police lieutenant Kwok V.
Yeah. What I think should happen is I think she should not be able to be a police officer ever in life. And yeah, that's it. She shouldn't be policing over anyone. Not with that attitude. You know?
Yet No is charged with online solicitation of a minor. Investigators say he sent sexually explicit.
Now, this is a recent charge or whatever. This is lately. This is some late stuff right here. And it just goes to show that as a police officer, he can't control his lust. He can't control himself. He can't control himself. You know, you see so many people online getting busted, getting arrested, and that doesn't stop him because the lust controls him. And he's a police officer, a lieutenant, ex-HPD lieutenant charged in online sting. You are a fucking idiot. You know, they have a show on now on A&E. They're pulling IP addresses and all kind of stuff. The feds are in on this. They know what y'all are doing. You can't get away with it. They don't want you looking at child. I'm not even going to say it. They don't want you looking at those images. They don't want it. It's wrong. You know?
Images to an undercover detective who was posing as a 15-year-old online and was arrested after he thought he was meeting up with the teen. Megan Reyna joins us live tonight after obtaining a copy of the search warrant, which lays out evidence in the case. Megan.
Well, that's.
And that goes to show that a person can be smart and have a high IQ, but they can have no common sense at all, just dumb as a damn box of rocks. You go out there and try to have sex with children and get caught, and you're a police lieutenant. So stupid. So stupid. You're highly educated. You probably have a high IQ, but you don't have enough common sense to know not to get online and try to mess with children. You are an idiot.
Search warrant says that alleges that the Houston lieutenant thought that he was talking with a 15-year-old starting on April 1st online. Turns out it was an investigator with the Precinct 1 Constable's office. We want to warn you, some of these details are disturbing.
Oh shit, Precinct 1. Precinct 1, the constables. That was Precinct 1 that just had that accident that I documented the other night. It's a big story. Yeah, they had a wreck. They were chasing some juveniles in a stolen vehicle, and a HPD cruiser and a constable's Precinct 1 cruiser collided, and it was an accident, but it said that the officers are going to be okay. And I was there on the scene, and I seen something that I never seen before. When those police officers were being transported in the ambulance, they were being escorted by a police vehicle with its lights on. I never seen that before. Never seen that before. Never.
Now, the warrant states when the detective told Quoc Viet No that they were only 15, he responded, quote, "Can you handle someone older than you?" The warrant states they then started sending text messages. And he started.
So, you know what the first thing goes off in my mind? If he's doing this type of stuff online, who has he abused in the past? You know, who is he actively abusing? That's what you got to think about. You know, this is disgusting. You know, like I can't even get graphic with it, but man, I don't want to. It's just disgusting, man. You know, which goes to show, and I'll say it again, just because a person is a police officer and you're so highly educated, you have an high IQ on paper, right? But you don't have common sense, dumb as a box of rocks. You know, to be honest with you, that's what my grandmother used to say about my cousin. Oh yeah, she graduated from LSU with a master's degree. She lives in Virginia. She runs the VA hospital. She's so educated. She's so smart. But she don't have good common sense. Dumb as a damn box of rocks.
Started asking about her sexual history and if she has met up with guys from a chat before. Investigators allege No started to groom the apparent teen and even said, quote, "If you get pregnant by me, then I will marry you." He promised her a lavish lifestyle, according to the documents, despite being married himself. On April 17th, they say he drove to what he thought was her home. Inside his vehicle were Pop-Tarts, donuts, and condoms. He was then taken into custody with the help of Houston police. No has been relieved of duty by HPD. He was working at the division at Hobby Airport and has since
See, what had happened was, like they say, what had happened was that sexual deviancy demon came over. It got over on him, and he just had to, he couldn't control himself. He had to go to that location and get busted. His lust. He lost out because of the lust. His lust overtook him.
Bonded out of jail. Now, earlier I spoke with this attorney who told me that this was a setup and that this was entrapment. We'll have more on what the attorney had to say and more on these allegations coming up tonight at 6. Reporting live, Megan Reyna, KHOU 11 News.
So much to learn there. Thanks so much, Megan. All right, now to
My name is Sergeant Thomas Findia with the Houston Police Department's Vehicle Crimes Division's Crash Reconstruction Unit. Good morning, everybody. We're out here today at the 10225 block of Bissonnette at the Reserve at Westwood. Tonight at approximately 9:20, a Hispanic family was leaving their apartment and trying to load into their vehicle. At around the same time, the security guard that's protecting this complex was doing his patrol. The family had a 1-year-old, almost 2-year-old boy with them. And while they were loading into the car, the kid was able to slip away from the mother and darted out into the roadway of the parking lot. The security guard unfortunately made contact with that boy, and he felt the contact, stopped, got out. The father of the boy and the security guard immediately called 911 and began rendering aid. After a moment of rendering aid, they both made the decision to just go ahead and try to transport the child to the hospital. So they put the child into the security guard's vehicle, and they began coming to the front of the complex. At the same time, HFD arrived and they began performing aid to the child and transported the child to Memorial Hermann, where unfortunately tonight, it's sad to report that the child succumbed to the injuries. The family is with the child right now. They're not on the scene here. The security guard did remain on the scene, has been cooperating with the investigators out here, both from our crash investigation team and our recon team that has been out here. He has been evaluated by our DWI investigators, found not to have any intoxicants in his system, and at this point in time is not facing charges tonight. But
sad story. Sad story.
We are in the initial stage of this investigation, so we have to complete the investigation before we know fully if the security guard would be facing any charges. But the preliminary investigation just shows tonight that this is a terrible accident. Any questions?
A North Carolina woman has been arrested. This is after threatening to, quote, kill as many Jews as possible at a Houston synagogue. A local teenager also accused. Fox 26's Angie Rodriguez reports from Southwest Houston, where the alleged attack was planned.
This is the Congregation Beth Israel's Houston campus, located at Schlenker School on the city's southwest side. And though they haven't confirmed any closing for Thursday, they did post on social media that they were closed on Wednesday because of some threats that were made and reported to Houston police. HPD confirmed that a 16-year-old at Alief ISD was arrested and charged with conspiracy to commit capital murder. 18-year-old Angelina Hahn Hicks is facing 2 counts of felony conspiracy in Davidson County in North Carolina for the same scheme. And FBI Houston says another teen has been identified in the plot. According to court documents, Hicks is accused of plotting to commit an act of murder and commit assault with a deadly weapon with intent to kill or inflicting serious injury. This after, according to North Carolina District Attorney Gary Frank, she allegedly planned an attack for April 21st, 2028, in which she would have attempted to drive through Beth Israel's Houston campus.
It looks like because she was playing some fantasy game on the internet, and I'll reiterate, a fantasy game, but it was dark and she shouldn't have been doing it.
Parents obviously have a lot of anxiety about these issues, as do all of us who have been living with the heightened threat of anti-Semitism for the last few years. And I think we feel good, though, that our preparation is working, that, we faced a potential crisis. We knew how to respond. We engaged with law enforcement as we always should. And, we were able to make the decisions that need to be made.
Now, that 16-year-old at Alief ISD is arrested and charged with conspiracy to commit capital murder. We know as well Angelina is facing 2 felony counts for conspiracy out of Davidson County in North Carolina. She's due back in Davidson County District Court in North Carolina on May 12th, and she's currently being held on a $10 million bond. We'll keep you updated on Fox Local. In Southwest Houston, Angie Rodriguez, Fox 26 News.
And another breaking news event out of Louisiana. Let's take you out here to this from Baton Rouge, I believe, as we cover it all here on Live Now from Fox, a live event, an update from there.
As well, out of another area that I'm very familiar with, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, somebody was shooting up a mall. Shooting in the mall. I wonder what's going to happen with that. In Louisiana, they have passed a law. They don't allow people to get, I think, probation or parole or something like that. No, I think parole. You can't get parole. So when you go in there, you can't get paroled out. You do all of your time.
Today is a very bad day for Baton Rouge. Our community is hurting, and our hearts are with the victims and their...
Oh, whatever, man. BRPD is a crooked ass police department. Probably about the most crookedest one that I know of, because of the area that I'm from and the areas that I'm familiar with as far as local governments are concerned. BRPD, you're so corrupt. You had a area where you was torturing people. It's called the Brave Cave. I've spoken on this in the past. It's called the Brave Cave, and those officers that was operating that Brave Cave, which was a torture chamber, I guess. They were indicted in federal court.
Families. We are praying for everyone impacted by this senseless act of violence. At this time, there are a total of 6 victims. Tragically, one person has lost their life and another remains in critical condition. I want everyone to know that the response to this event saved lives. Today, we saw the very best of our law enforcement officers, first responders, and emergency personnel. At approximately 1:22 p.m., shots were fired at the Mall of Louisiana. A Baton Rouge police officer was already patrolling the mall at the time and was able to respond immediately. Within minutes, a massive response from the Baton Rouge Police Department, EMS, the East Baton Rouge Sheriff's Office, Baton Rouge Fire Department, and State Police was underway. Their rapid action saved lives, and we are incredibly grateful for their courage and commitment to protecting our community. Almost immediately, law enforcement officials were able to begin identifying the suspects using security camera footage and other investigative tools. Within hours, multiple suspects were identified, apprehended, or are now in custody. That kind of swift action sends a clear message: violence like this will not be tolerated in Baton Rouge. I will continue to coordinate with our district attorney to make sure these individuals are prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. I want to again thank BRPD, EMS, the Sheriff's Office, Fire Department, and all of our law enforcement partners for working together so quickly and effectively during a chaotic and dangerous situation. We will continue to support the victims, their families, and everyone affected as this investigation moves forward. Chief Morse.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to start by saying that the incident that transpired today is completely unacceptable. And I echo the mayor's sentiments with prayers to the family who lost a loved one. And
Louisiana is one place you do not want to commit a serious crime, because you do not want to go to LSP Angola. You do not want to go there. They call it the farm. the farm. Oh yeah. It's like modern day slavery, like modern day slavery.
Others that are in the hospital still. At this time, the investigation is still very active, and our detectives will be working all through the night to get us even more answers that we'll be able to release tomorrow in another news conference. The mayor kind of laid out the facts. We had a Baton Rouge police officer that is assigned to the mall that was on scene when the shots rang out at 1:22 this afternoon, immediately responded and ran towards that gunfire. There was also a deputy with East Baton Rouge Sheriff's Office in the parking lot of the mall at the time and immediately also responded. Within minutes, we had dozens of law enforcement officials from all across the area responding to the scene. I have to give thanks to the East Baton Rouge Sheriff's Office, Louisiana State Police, St. George Fire and EMS personnel, the ATF, FBI, HSI, the fire department, and emergency medical services of East Baton Rouge Parish. Our investigators learned a total of 6 victims, one of which unfortunately succumbed to their injuries. We're not going to be sharing any information tonight about those victims so that the families are able to adequately notify next of kin. I want to stress that this was not a random act. This was a disagreement, a fight between 2 different groups of people that we are still trying to unravel. And unfortunately, innocent victims got caught in the crossfire. We're going to continue to ask the public to share any information with us. Videos, pictures, we've had a tremendous response. We need to have those keep coming in because we know that there are still more suspects out there.
Play solo. After work. World of War.
In no way is this investigation over. And we do believe that there's more people involved. So please send us in all of the videos that you have. Continue to call Crime Stoppers at 344-STOP. You can remain anonymous and you never know what tip could break it. Thank you very much. I'm going to bring up the Director of EMS, Chris Landry.
Thank you. I want to echo those same thoughts and prayers for the victims from today's act of violence. But I also want to put out the message of reassurance to the citizens that your public safety sector practices.
The amount of times that I will always and forever say that I f***ing hate. Oh my God, I f***ing hate. Like, I hate y'all. Like, you, like, I don't oh, we were slaves this and that. I don't give a like, for a f***ing reason you guys were f***ing slaves. You guys don't know anything better than steal. Like, oh my f***ing God. Like, I was literally eating food with my friend. So I had my f***ing wallet next to me, like my whole purse. And those, like, that little small ass.
You know what's so sad about this video? What's so sad about this stupid person right here is that this is what she has been taught. Her parents have taught her this. So sad. And she can't think for herself as an adult and say, hey, maybe I wasn't taught right. Maybe I should rethink this.
Decided not to steal my wallet. Oh my God. I would have grabbed my heel and like, what the f*** out of that ass. No homo or nothing. Y'all don't know how good.
And to be honest, you know the reason why she feels so comfortable doing what she said she was doing, hitting somebody with a shoe, is because she's a police officer. So she doesn't have to be held accountable. She can break the law because she's a cop. And I have a right to break the law because I have a badge, right?
It felt to say like out loud. Like, goddamn. Like, oh my God. I felt like I was back in the Marine Corps. Like, I kid you not. I don't know what came over me. I grabbed that by the neck and I was like, come here, you. And oh my God, like, I felt like the world just stopped. Like, it was just peace. Like, I don't know. And then he was just like even I in my head, I was like, damn, bitch, that pasaste, because I called him a.
Yeah, sometimes in life you got to learn how to hold your tongue. not to talk so much and let everybody know what you're thinking or how you really feel, because it can cost you your job, your livelihood. That's what lets me know that you're not that smart of a person, because if you were as smart as I am, you would know that.
Well, everybody has goals in life. Hers was to be racist and unemployed. Here's the irony. If the cop would have just done racist stuff, perfectly employable, according to the standards of today's police departments. Saying racist stuff, well, you got to go. We have to let you go. It's too much. Put it up full mass. We have the background. Ashley Guns.
Exactly. That's my point. You can be racist, but you don't have to let everybody know it. Be a covert racist. Don't be an overt racist. Covert racist. Wait. I said that wrong. I think I did. Wait. Covert racist is secret. Overt racist is open. Yeah, be a covert racist and keep your job. Don't be an overt racist and lose your job and get on the internet and act a fool and just let everybody know. So stupid.
Gonzalez, Houston police officer, has been relieved of duty after a video circulating on social media allegedly shows him making offensive racist remarks. That's according to the police department. Gonzalez had logged more than 1,600 hours of coursework for the police academy and other law enforcement organizations, according to documents pulled by KPRC2's Bryce Newberry. Gonzalez was sworn in 2024, beginning of the year, and assigned to.
Yeah, and this lady, she looks pretty young. She don't look like she even 30 years old yet. You know? Oh, man, this is really, really crazy.
The South Gessner Patrol Division. Gonzalez was identified as the speaker in a video of a racist rant that has gone viral on Facebook.
But what I would like to say is somebody, maybe a father, an uncle, a big brother, or someone with some wisdom should have told her, just because you're a police officer, don't let your head get too big. Don't get too puffed up in your pride and do something stupid. Because that's what people do. They get so arrogant. They get so puffed up in their pride. And they think that they can do anything they want. And they fuck up and make this kind of mistake. And they pay the price. And then it's too late when they realize, oh, I shouldn't have did that. And yeah, because you have paid a big price for your dumb mistake, for not being wise. For not being wise. You know, that's something you have to learn in life. Just because, you know, you may be in a certain position, don't get too prideful, because you're going to mess up. Your pride is going to make you stumble.
But Gonzalez is sitting in her car, can be heard using racial slurs, making offensive remarks, targeting Black people. She also expressed hostility toward people of color and makes comments referencing slavery, racial discrimination, and stereotypes. We're going to get into some of this specific.
Okay. Obviously, this lady is not educated on history. So my question to her would be, how do you feel about the Spaniards enslaving the indigenous people of, I guess, Mexico? It's called Mexico now, but well, it was called the Aztec Empire. How do you feel about that? What ignorant response would you give? Some stupid response. She probably would take the side of the Spaniards just because they're European or something. She probably would take the side of the Spaniards. Like, yeah, they should have did it. They should have enslaved the Aztecs. Just stupid. Just so stupid, these people. So irrational, so illogical. Nothing they say makes sense. Doesn't make sense because, let me give you an example. If she wanted to just point the finger at Black people and say, Black people are the cause of all of this, blah, 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 blah. This is why I hate them and I am racist against them. You can say the same thing about someone else in another ethnic or racial group. You can say the same thing because everybody does good, everybody does bad.
Specifics. But obviously, an individual who has a gun and a license to kill should not be biased, racist, prejudice, etc., because they are supposed to serve the public good. Now,
yeah, that's true. That's goes back to what I've been saying. That's what's so scary about it, because you have a person out there with this type of mentality, policing over people, you know, aggressively arrogant, you know, like it's scary.
let's not act naive. This person just happens to be a special kind of stupid. But usually racist individuals conceal it enough to where they don't do racist rants. They just do racist stuff on the job. All right. If you heard.
Yes, exactly. And what he means by that is they show their racism through their actions. And that gives them plausible deniability because they're not openly saying it, but you can clearly see that they are racist by the things that they do, by their actions. So that's why they're able to get away with it, because of that plausible deniability.
She said, I felt like I was back where? At the Marine Corps, which would indicate, based on her, proclamation, she was racist there. It seemed to be probably in an atmosphere of racism. Okay. And she also talked about how good it made her feel to be actively, openly, publicly racist once again.
And that's the horrible thing about systemic racism. You know, if these type of people were not in government, it wouldn't even be a problem because it's just, you know, a way they feel. But they take that attitude and they have and work government jobs, and it becomes systemic racism.
Why? Why would someone want to lose reputation, credibility, and money in order to just say racist things against a group of people? But typically,
because she's a racist and she has so much hate in her heart, and she's an idiot. She's an idiot because she has to get online and tell everyone how racist she is and put herself in a position to get fired like she did. That's why she's an idiot.
they have a lot of self-hate in them, typically. All right. But it's unrecognized. Now, Ms. Gonzalez, once again, was a cop.
You know something, and that's something I've been saying for a while. I even spoke with that about my wife. I said people always love to call white people out and talk about how racist white people are, but nobody talks about the racism in Mexicans, man. Like nobody says anything about that. Like Mexicans can be really racist. I mean, I guess I don't know. I guess all people can be racist, but I have seen a lot of racism amongst Mexicans. I'm not even gonna lie to you. I'm just being honest with you.
So her cases, any case that she investigated, has to now be investigated too, because her personal bias or racism could be at play. Any case she testified.
And furthermore, if you think I'm lying, if you think I'm just speaking out of turn, they have a system in the California gangs. Oh God, don't commit a crime in California and go to prison in California. It's a whole gang system out there. The Mexican gangs, they have the most numbers, and they hate the black gangs, and they kill each other. They hate each other. They're racist. It's crazy. It's crazy. They and it goes back to this whole black and brown thing that they were trying to push. It's not like that. It's really not like that.
You must open the books. This is to the district attorney. This is the way to right the wrong, because there's no way an individual who has expressed such.
And this guy here, he has tried to push that agenda. I have heard that black and brown, you should come together and all that, trying to push that and manipulate people when it's not even a reality. Trying to make it seem like Mexicans and Hispanics and black people just love each other and get along so good when that's not even the case. Right here in Houston, Texas is a word that I learned, and I said, oh, it's called nepotism. I learned that word like 2 years ago. And I said, oh, that's what Hispanics do when I see them at these local McDonald's, and it's all Hispanics working there. A Hispanic get a job at a McDonald's as a manager, and they hire all Hispanics, nobody else. That's nepotism. That's nepotism. And that's not fair, because a lot of those employees, well, not a lot, but some of those employees in there are old people, like old women and stuff. Like, you shouldn't be that old working at McDonald's. That's a young person's job. That's a job for a teenager that's still in school. I have even worked at McDonald's. My wife have worked at McDonald's. That was like our first job when we were kids. You know, everybody have worked at McDonald's. It's a job for kids.
defiance of protocol should have a standard or even a wink and a nod. Yeah, we caught you here. We're sure you didn't do anything else racist on the job. We're not going to look. She doesn't deserve that. And the people she may have victimized deserve the opportunity to be set free. Gonzalez was identified as a speaker, obviously. In one portion of the video, she describes confronting someone she claims attempted to steal her wallet. Quote, y'all don't know how good it felt to say, and then she blurts out the racial slur. Oh my God.
I know, because in your racist mind, black people are just purse snatchers. They always want to steal people's purse, right? Sure. I never seen one do that.
God, I felt like I was back in the Marine Corps.
Not saying that they don't do that, but I'm just saying it's something that's not common like that. It's something you wouldn't, see if you would go out or something. Like, you don't see people snatching purses and shit like that. That's a stereotype. That's a stereotype, and these women that love to clutch their purse, that's a microaggression. It's racist. What you're trying to say, somebody's trying to steal your purse? Based on what? Based on what? Just because they're black, they're going to steal your purse? Makes a lot of sense, right? Pretty irrational, pretty illogical.
End quote. The speaker says in the video, the USMC has confirmed Gonzalez did serve in the Marine Corps from 2019 to 2023.
Now that's interesting. She served in the Marine Corps. My cousin served in the Marine Corps. He served 6 years in the Marine Corps. He got pictures and stuff. When he came back, and when he first went, he had a little time off, and he showed us the pictures of him in Japan and whatnot. And then for a little while, he worked for the Virginia State Police. Now he works for the FBI up there in Virginia. He was in the Marine Corps for 6 years or whatever. But anyway, just wanted to give you a little information on that. I have 7 members in my family that have served in the military, including my father. He was in the Army. But anyway, the Marine Corps, I heard that it was a lot of racism in the Marine Corps. That's what I heard. I don't know how true it is, but that's what I heard. So seeing that this racist lady comes from the Marine Corps and it's, I guess, somewhat of a covert racist environment, I'm not surprised by her being a racist.
Attaining the rank of Corporal E3. She has been relieved of duty pending an investigation, an HPD source confirmed Tuesday morning. In a statement, Douglas Griffith, the president of the Houston Police Officers Union, said that they are extremely disturbed by the video and emphasized that it does not condone or tolerate racist behavior amongst its members. The Houston Police Department prides itself as being one of the most diverse police departments in the nation, Griffith said. He added that the union believes HPD will take appropriate action regarding the video in an effort to maintain public confidence. Well said. Very rarely do I compliment a police union in their statement. They are typically never on the side of the public, and at least this police union president is talking about public confidence needing to be.
Well, in all honesty, how can they be on the side of a fool? How can they be on the side of a damn idiot that gets online and show everybody that they're racist and they're a police officer? I mean, you're a police officer and you're a racist. You're not just a regular civilian. You're not just a citizen. You're a police officer. It wouldn't be a big deal if it was just any old Joe getting online being racist. Who gives a damn? No, you police people, you have a badge and a gun. You have authority. You can't do this. So why would they be on her side? Let her be on her own side and be a fool by herself. I'm pretty sure that's their viewpoint and standpoint.
Maintained more so than a racist cop as a member. KPRC Bryce Newberry contacted the Harris County District Attorney's Office. A representative said officials are not taking any action related to the situation.
Yeah, Harris County. And speaking of Harris County, do you know we have one of the biggest jails in the whole world? Did you know that? Harris County, we have one of the biggest jails in the whole world, I believe. Do your research on it.
At this time, the DA's office provided the following statement, quote, without discussing this specific case, I can confirm There is a process in place to notify prosecutors, defense attorneys, and the courts when a police officer has been disciplined or terminated for conduct that would tend to impeach their credibility. That's called a cop-out and feckless leadership because the DA can investigate these things themselves.
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Shauna Kalafi with some breaking news out of Washington, D.C.
So let's see what this lady has to say about this. Is this Fox News? So let's hear her viewpoint.
This is a live look at the scene right now as a member of the U.S. Park Police was shot tonight in southeast Washington, D.C. Officials say that officer was transported to a hospital in critical condition. We also have this posted on X by FBI Director Kash Patel saying he is praying for the Park Police officer shot in Washington, D.C. He says the FBI is actively supporting this investigation alongside our law enforcement partners and will bring those responsible to justice.
You want me to tell you something? You know why everybody going crazy in the world and we have all this violence going on is because it's for the way you talk to each other. You don't care about each other. Look at the disrespectful way, we treat each other. It's so disrespectful, this new talk people got, all this slip of the tongue, it's a malapropism. That's what it is. When you substitute a word for a similar sounding word to be funny. That's what it is. And people do this to mock people. And it's just so toxic the way people act nowadays. I'm not going to even go too deep into it, but I'll just say it's very, very toxic the way people are nowadays.
We will provide updates as we are able. Please keep the officer and their family in your prayers. We also have this from Attorney General Pam Bondi saying, I've spoken to Mayor Bowser and Police Chief Carroll and was briefed on the shooting.
And I'll give you a prime example on that. Now, I went to McDonald's the other day, right? And as my order was being taken, this young lady was like intentionally mispronouncing words, I guess to confuse me and have me, in derision, saying, huh? What did you say? But I know what she was doing. I know she was intentionally stumbling over her words to, I guess, to mock me or something. I don't know, or to be funny. It seems like that's the type of culture and environment that they have in their establishment. But, the point is they do that stuff on purpose. They say words on purpose and stuff, stumbling over the tongue, like all kind of stupid shit people do nowadays that I try not to fall into because I don't like being a follower. I don't like doing what everybody else do. I like to think for myself.
The FBI, DEA, ATF, U.S. Marshals, and all of our partner agencies will assist Metro Police Department in any way that we can.
And I'll give you an example what a malapropism is. Okay. President George Bush said this. He said, we cannot let the enemies hold us hostile. Now, he did this as an honest mistake. It was a slip of the tongue, but it was a malapropism. He said, we cannot let the enemy hold us hostile. But what he meant to say is, we cannot let the enemy hold us hostage. You see that? He substituted a word for a similar sounding word, and it was funny. But people do that intentionally to mock you. But when George Bush, the president, did it, it was an honest slip of the tongue because he does that type of shit all the time. That's why people used to make fun and have highlights of George Bush doing that type of stuff. But that's what a malapropism is. That's it. Very, very simple. And why people play like they don't see people doing this nowadays, like you don't even do it yourself, like we're just so stupid, like we don't know what's going on, we don't know what they're doing, and the person, or rather the people that do that kind of stuff, they think they're so wise and so clever, like, yeah, I'm playing them and they don't know about it, I'm mocking them, I'm doing a malapropism, I'm substituting the word for a similar sounding word to be funny. just like an idiot did today at an establishment that I was at. She said, yeah, just go right there through the desk. I said, okay, I see what you're doing. You meant through the doors, right? So you're substituting go through the door for go through the desk to be funny. Ha, 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 ha. Oh, you're so smart because you can substitute a word. Oh, God, it means so much. It means so much. It means so much. And another thing people do nowadays that's so stupid, it's so much of stuff, sometimes you got to write this stuff down. I think I have a lot of it written down already. But they feign ignorance. They play stupid like they can't hear. Like, huh? I didn't hear you. Oh, so you mean to tell me that we are in this close proximity of one another and you can't hear me? Because you want to have me in derision. You want to have me looking like a fool in front of everybody because you're trying to shame me so I can look stupid and be, huh? What you said? Like, and repeat myself and all of that. Well, they the ones that say, but repeat yourself. You have to repeat yourself because they play like they can't hear, taking the dumb approach. It's a toxic behavior. And you wonder why the world is so violent because the way you look at the way you treat each other. Look at the way you treat each other. Look at the way you talk and communicate with each other. Toxic communication is just so disrespectful. So disrespectful. Another thing people do too. They love to mislead you. You'll ask them just a simple question and they will intentionally mislead you. That's another thing people do. Have you noticed that? See how toxic that is? And you wonder why people are going crazy.
Please pray for the officer's recovery.
Good evening. About 7:30 p.m. this evening, members of the U.S. Park Police were traveling in the 5000 block of Queen Stroll Place Southeast during an ongoing law enforcement investigation. At this time, as they were traveling in that street, officers were ambushed by at least 2 gunmen at that location. During the gunfire, officer was struck, continued traveling up the road where he pulled over, where first aid was rendered at that time.
I'm sorry, excuse me. Like I said, I have a lot of this stuff written down and it's smart to have, all of these words and terms all in one. It's kind of like a book almost, but I've covered a lot of this stuff on my channel already. What do we have here? Misleading, rude rhetorics, intellectual bully, intellectual snob, subliminal, plausible deniability, gold, outwit, move the goalpost. I covered that already, but the stuff that I have to cover, to talk about these toxic behaviors that people do is so much. Blame shifting, scapegoat, abrasive attitude. That's a big one right there. That's a big one. Contrived behavior, shifty, insidious, dismissive, disregard, brush someone off, stonewalling, snide, snarky, sneer, disrespectful body language, malapropism, spoonerisms, oppositional defiant disorder, basic human decency, rude rhetoric, just stuff like that. Stuff like that I like to talk about and get into passive aggressive behavior. All of that, man. That's how people behave nowadays. So toxic. And you wonder why. You wonder why everybody killing each other.
He was then transported to the hospital by the U.S. Park Police Aviation Unit, where he's receiving treatment for non-life-threatening injuries. At this time, the U.S. Park Police are, and along with our partners at Metropolitan Police Department, this is a collaborative investigation, a joint investigation along with all of our federal partners who've offered support during this. We are seeking 2 suspects, 2 black males. One was wearing a white hoodie with blue jeans. The other was wearing all black with white stripe down the sleeve and down the pant leg.
Can we ask a question?
Yes, sir.
Was the officer in that white vest right over there somewhere outside?
Yes, he was.
And what was the U.S. Park Police? What were they doing in this neighborhood?
It was an ongoing Park Police investigation. Well, we're not going to go into the specifics of the type of investigation, but it was a U.S. Park Police investigation.
And the two suspects, how did they get away? Did they run? Were they in a getaway car?
We're not going to get into too much of the specifics at the time of that investigation.
Shouldn't we know so people know what to look for?
And we're going to work with MPD on various releases, what we're going to put out to the public. That'll be coming shortly.
Chief Carroll put it out?
Metropolitan Police, we'll work with them to release it.
I saw a camera very close to the scene. Was this captured on camera? What happened?
At this time, yes, it was captured on camera, yes.
And were they just in the car going down the street? Were they outside the car when they were ambushed? What exactly?
Well, the park police officers, they were in the car, traveling in the car, traversing on the street in the car.
And then these guys just out of nowhere started firing at them.
Yeah. Another thing I wanted to just talk about, how people act nowadays, so toxic, always trying to get under people's skin just to get a cheaper rise out of someone. Ooh, big deal. God, how sad can you be? You just go around antagonizing people, provoking people, trying to elicit some type of negative response. You want people to go in a rage so you can feel like, I control the way you respond to my bullshit. That's what you do. It's so dumb, man. It's so dumb. I don't fall for that. You can't do it to me. You can't get a rise out of me for the simple fact that, I'm a calm, stoic guy. And number two, I know the game you're playing because I study it. I know what you're trying to do and it's not going to work. But it's just a sick game you play and it's a dangerous game you play because what if you provoke the wrong person one day? Like y'all really need to stop doing this, going around provoking people and stuff. Seriously. You need to stop antagonizing folks.
Correct.
Was the car hit with gunfire as well?
We're not going to get into specifics of the investigation, but the officer was in the car and was struck, so yes.
More updates on how the officers doing, and also is it standard for officers to travel?
It was an ongoing investigation with the officer where they needed to be in an unmarked police vehicle. And for the investigation, yes.
Why does the U.S. Park Police have jurisdiction over here?
We have jurisdiction in all of Washington, D.C.
Like, people are wondering, like, federal, why wasn't MPD do the investigation? Why does U.S. Park Police do the investigation and not D.C. police officers who have a better understanding, some say, of the neighborhoods?
Got it.
One more question.
More about the
Non-life-threatening injuries right now.
He was transported in critical condition, though? Because it was put out on Twitter that the officer was transported to the hospital in critical condition.
That was not put out by either of these police.
Yeah, I can't speak to that. Okay.
Last question. We're going to kick it for update from DC Police, and we can ask further questions.
Just to make sure we have it right. The shooting happens on Queens Road, and they took the officer here, and the officer was taken out another from here.
The officer traveled up this direction, up here to this area, and then transported by helicopter.
Did he actually drive himself?
We're not going to get into specifics of that too much.
But he was taken helicopter
From this area. They went to a landing zone where a helicopter could land, yes.
How many officers were in the car?
Okay, yes. Good job.
Chief Carroll?
Sure. Good afternoon, Jeff Carroll, Interim Chief of Police at Metropolitan Police Department. So as Chief Breck said, when the call came out, MPD members were alerted to the call coming out about the Park Police officer being shot. Air officers responded to the area to help canvass. MPD detectives are now taking a lead in cooperation and coordination with the U.S. Park Police into the shooting investigation here. As you mentioned, there are two suspects that we're looking for. We are asking the public if anyone was in the area and saw the shooting happen, or they may have image or video related to that, to contact the Metropolitan Police Department at 202-727-9099. With that being said, if you have any additional questions, I can try to help.
Carroll, suppose the two suspects are watching this right now. What do you say to them?
What I say to them, this is an example of unnecessary gun violence in our city. There's no reason that anybody, a police officer or not a police officer, should be shot just for being out here driving through the neighborhood. At this point in time, as the chief said, what we do know is the officer was
Yeah, no one should do that. No one should hurt anyone just because they don't have a good feeling about something or they angry or anything. You shouldn't hit people just because you're angry. You shouldn't harm anybody because you're angry. But at the same time, sir, we have to not look at this like it's black and white because that's not a good way to think. We got to look at this from all sides of the equation. Why do people hate police officers so much? What are you doing to make people hate you so much? That's what I would ask myself. Okay, what am I doing to make people hate me so much? It must be something I'm doing. What am I doing? Why don't you take some self accountability? That's what that's called.
Target inside the vehicle, albeit not a marked police car. And that doesn't matter if it's a police officer or just a regular citizen driving inside the community. No one deserves that. And any unnecessary gunfire, illegal guns are not acceptable in this community. Yeah, without getting into too much of the specifics, as Chief Brecht said, Park Police was conducting an investigation from an earlier incident that happened on U.S. Park Police jurisdiction. We do have some indications we believe potentially they did know he was a police officer, but that'll all be part of the ongoing investigation as relates to the actual shooting incident. No.
And it was a rifle that was used, is that correct?
The exact weapon, we can't say for sure. There are shell cases on the scene that we'll be able to get that information from, but at this point, we don't have the exact weapon, what it was.
We have video of U.S. Park Police officers searching dumpsters and going up to the apartment building over there, trying to speak to people. Are you looking for people, or do you believe that the suspects are in one of these buildings around here? And what were they looking for in the dumpster?
Sure. So obviously we'd be looking for any sort of evidence that from the incident that occurred, right? If someone was to flee from the area, if they were to throw away firearms or other evidence that might help us identify, as we talked about. So that's what they're looking for. Obviously, MP detectives are now on the scene with Park Police. So asking people for video, asking people if they saw what's happening. That's the kind of information that we need to help bring closure to this case.
Were the Park Police officers able to return any fire before they sped away to this area?
No, there's no indication, no law enforcement returned fire in this case.
Where was the officer? Arms, legs?
My understanding is he was hit in the upper body portion. The exact location I don't have. The footage itself, it's hard to say at this point. We're still kind of running down some leads on that.
Begin here at 5 o'clock with that police officer on the wrong side of the law tonight. Thanks for joining us. I'm Bill Biasa.
And I'm Lauren Freeman. We first brought you the story last night at 6. Now the Harris County District Attorney's Office and the police union are speaking out about that indictment. Channel 2's Brittany Jeffers is following the story for us from downtown Houston. She's live with the story. Brittany?
Yeah, we've learned that the Civil Rights Division of the District Attorney's Office is handling this case, and we learned a lot from prosecutors this afternoon. We're also hearing from the Houston Police Officers Union president, and he is calling this indictment questionable. Houston police officer Shane Prevett indicted on a felony charge of aggravated assault, accused of causing these injuries back in 2017. Prosecutors with the Civil Rights Division and causing these injuries back in 2017.
Look at that. Look what he did to this guy's face. Closed his eye up. Like, what did he do to him? Slamming him on the ground or something? Just because I can do it, let me do it. Just because I'm wicked and evil. Wow.
17. Prosecutors with the Civil Rights Division in the Harris County DA's office say this stems from Prevett's arrest of Dwayne Walker on a controlled substance charge.
So on November 14th of 2017, during the course of an arrest, Officer Prevett kneed a gentleman who was being arrested in the face, causing a blown out orbital.
Houston Police Officers Union President Joe Gamal.
Damn, I don't know how I didn't see that as soon as I seen how swole his eye was. Yep. A broken orbital bone. Yep. I know that because I watch a lot of boxing. Yep. That guy got a broken orbital bone. So he's going to have surgery. He probably has a detached retina. So he's fucked up. He's fucked up. I hope they pay for that. So if he don't get that fixed, so he done got maimed, or he have gotten maimed rather, just because an evil ass cop want to just beat somebody up. So now his eye socket is broken. And he's messed up for life.
Aldi claims that Walker was resisting arrest and attempting to flee.
The knee strikes that Officer Prevett utilized to gain control of the suspect are approved and trained by the Houston Police Department. They are acceptable within department procedures, training protocols, and guidelines.
Gamaldi called the indictment questionable and says this document shows that HPD exonerated Prevett of use of force in the case in July of 2018.
There's a rigorous and thorough investigation, including body camera video, was done by the Houston Police Department and the Independent Police Oversight Board, IPOB, and they found no wrongdoing from Officer Prevett. None.
However, in March, Walker wrote this letter from jail asking for an address to HPD's Internal Affairs Division to ask about what he describes as excessive use of force. Prosecutor Michael Harrison says that the Civil Rights Division received this case several months after the initial incident.
This case came to us through IAD, Internal Affairs of HPD. The process with the Civil Rights Division is a case comes to us, and then it's our duty to present the case to a grand jury. That happened yesterday, and they made the decision to return an indictment.
I did reach out to Walker's attorney for comment, but we've not heard back. In the meantime, Houston Police Chief Art Acevedo says that Officer Prevet has been relieved of duty pending this investigation. And something else that we want to note that was brought up several times today was possible body cam video in this case. Hasn't been released yet, but we're going to have more on this coming up at 6 o'clock.
Yeah, because they don't want you to see it because it's going to show the truth. That's why they're withholding the body camera footage.
Reporting live, I'm Brittany Jeffers, KPRC, Channel 2 News.
We begin late tonight with that Houston police officer accused of breaking the law. Julissa Diaz now off the job.
It is a drastic development for an officer who just 2 years.
I just find this amazing that people think that just because a person is in a badge and a uniform, that means that they are so righteous and they just so good and they do so good. I just don't get it. They're no different than anyone else. No different. You know, you get played like a sucker. Like, yeah, I put all my trust in them, but yet they're committing crimes like any old other criminal. You get made a fool of.
Ago was commended for her hard work on the force.
We were the first to tell you about this story with a breaking news push alert just before 6 o'clock this evening. Our Keith Garvin is joining us live at the county courthouse with more on this tonight. Keith?
Bill Dominique, Julissa Diaz joined HPD in 2006. Her arrest this morning was in stark contrast to her career, in which she was recognized as a good officer and where she also served as a school task force officer working with students up until a few months ago.
Oh, yeah. And I just wanted to add that some of these police officers, they have laid back jobs. They just sit back at the hospital and don't do nothing but collect the check. Easy job. Easy job. They don't want to be out there on the streets dodging bullets. They're just sitting back in the hospital or some building in the city collecting a check. And that's what she was doing. She was sitting back in the school building collecting a check. Easy job. That's it. Simple.
37-year-old Julissa Diaz has gone from HPD officer to former officer accused of tampering with evidence related to narcotics. A source tells Channel 2 News a SWAT team arrested the 11-year veteran who lives in the city of South Houston during her overnight shift Thursday morning.
I'm shocked because I think police should be, they should be able to.
Hold on, you live in South Houston. So where you live? Sunnyside, South Park? Like where you live at?
I understand it. You know, they should do what they were trying to do and uphold the law.
And Diaz was no ordinary officer. According to the Houston Police Officers Union, she was recognized as Patrol Officer of the Month in 2015 for apprehending 2 major drug dealers during a routine traffic stop. Her commendation said Diaz has always demonstrated a passion for making a difference and her dedication to duty. According to our source, Diaz worked the night shift at HPD's Clear Lake station. She was arrested by SWAT officers after a lengthy investigation by HPD's Narcotics Division. In response, Chief Art Acevedo said in a statement, Ms. Diaz's betrayal of the public trust and oath of office is inconsistent with the dedication of the men and women of the Houston Police Department.
Yeah, I know this. I'm familiar with this guy right here. I believe he was the police chief in Austin, Texas, before he became the police chief in Houston, Texas.
And their tireless, honorable service. While we cannot overstate our depth of disappointment, we take solace in the fact the investigation that led to Ms. Diaz's arrest was conducted by men and women of the HPD, the same organization and co-workers she betrayed. And Diaz's next court appearance is scheduled here next Monday at 9 a.m. Reporting live from downtown Houston, Keith Garvin, KPRC, Channel 2 News.
Right now at 6:30, we are following breaking news. Tonight, we have just learned that these two Houston police officers are facing charges and have been relieved of duty. The officers were charged in two separate incidents. One officer was charged with domestic violence.
The other, who has been with the department for almost 30 years, was arrested for drinking and driving. ABC 13's Nick Notario is live from outside HP.
That's a common thing amongst police officers. Domestic violence and DWIs, and I'll tell you the reason why. And I don't know why I know this, probably because I studied psychology. But the reason why they do DWIs and domestic violence is because those are the crimes that they feel like they can get away with. They feel like they can beat up their wife because, hey, it's in our home, it's behind closed doors, and if I just make her shut her mouth and not call 911, I can get away with it. DWIs, hey, as long as I don't get pulled over, I can make it home. That's it. They feel like they can get away with it.
The headquarters with what we have learned so far and the information we're working to learn at this hour.
One of the HPD officers was set to appear in court just moments ago, but we learned that they called his name, read it in the courtroom, but he was not there because just moments before the hearing, he posted bond, so he did not have to appear. Now, he's not the only one that we're monitoring. We're also trying to get more details about.
Yeah, I'm very familiar with this area right here. Just by this little sign right here. He's on Dallas Street. That's where he is, on Dallas Street. This might be Main Street right here. The rail. Yep. Yeah, it got to be Main Street because it's going this way. Yep. That's Main Street where the light rail runs. And they had a McDonald's right on side of this HPD, but it's closed down now.
An HPD sergeant who is also have been relieved of duty after being charged with DWI.
The two HPD members facing charges tonight are Stephen Childers and Stephen Martinez. Both were arrested yesterday on different charges. HPD says Childers was arrested for DWI at the end of his shift. We aren't sure what vehicle Childers was driving. Childers is a sergeant who worked in the Clear Lake Division. He's been with HPD for 27 years. Martinez, the other officer.
Hold on a minute. DWI at the end of his shift. So that means he was drinking on the job. So we got a drunk cop out there policing over people. Man, how the hell does this happen? How does this happen? How does our government allow this to happen? This shouldn't be happening. You know, it shouldn't be happening.
Was off duty, police say, when he was arrested on an assault charge. Court documents accuse Martinez of hitting and elbowing his girlfriend while she tried to prevent him from leaving and wouldn't give him keys. Both of the charges are.
That's a lie. You have to lie and say that to justify putting his hands on a female. Oh, she didn't want me to leave. She didn't want to give me the keys, so I elbowed her like I'm in a damn cage fight, like you're John Jones throwing elbows. Idiot. Why don't you do that to a man? Because you couldn't beat a man. You're just a little fat guy. You're overweight, and you can't beat anybody. That's why you hit on women. Just a sad, sad man. Sad man. Disgusting.
Misdemeanors. We try to get more information from HPD about their arrest. However, the agency says because they've been relieved of duties pending an internal investigation, they can't say anything else. HPD did say that it holds its officers to the highest standards and will take appropriate action up to and including termination.
Prosecutors asked for Martinez's bond to be set at $15,000. It was set ultimately at $5,000, which he posted, and he's no longer in jail tonight. As for Childers, he's not in jail either. He was able to post bond. Both men are due back in court next month. We reached out to the police union. A spokesperson told us that they're still trying to get more information since the two were just arrested yesterday. Live downtown, Nick Notario, ABC 13 Eyewitness News.
A warning tonight about a scam that could have people thinking they're about to be arrested. Fox 26's Leslie Delaspore explains.
One man says he wants to get the word out to protect others after someone called his wife's phone pretending to be a member of the Precinct 4 constable's office, even giving a name and badge number.
And the caller on the other end identified himself as Deputy Miller, very authoritarian. He said that Carolyn, you missed a grand jury appearance on April 1st. And in November 2025, you received a summons to appear, which you signed for at your home. And according to his statement, he said that he had Carolyn's signature and that the warrant was out for her arrest.
Now, the impersonator told the couple to go to a specific Precinct 4 station and take care of the warrant. However, the couple called Precinct 4 only to find out while the
constables, they are the ones that give you subpoenas and restraining orders and all that kind of stuff. You can go to the court, I think the court or something like that, and get your marriage certificate. I know they deal with that. Yep, big agencies out here. So many agencies. You have 5 precincts in the constables here in Harris County. You have 5 precincts. And you have HPD. Then you have Harris County Sheriff's Department. Like, so many police agencies.
deputy's name was real, the badge number was fake. But there was one other thing that made this couple's ears perk up.
Told the guy that, Carolyn only had 1% battery left on her phone and we needed to call him back immediately. And he refused. He said, this conversation is between me and Carolyn. And he told me to basically stay out of the call, stay out of the way.
We didn't really know the extent of how she was emotionally having a hard time in school until after.
Now to a police pursuit in North Houston overnight that ended in 3 separate crashes.
Yeah, this is the one. I was there live. I was there when this happened. It's on my YouTube channel. If you go to the live section, there's a little 3-minute video. I documented it. Yep, I seen it. I saw it. Saw it.
Really something. Look at this dramatic video. It shows one of those crashes involving a Houston police vehicle colliding with a Precinct 1 constable's vehicle.
It happened at the intersection of Westmount Houston Road and the North Freeway Feeder Road. Orko Manna is live there now with what led up to all of this and what damage has been left behind. Orko.
Well, that's just a prime example of how can I say, unorganized they are, because they should know from their radios what cruiser is going, what direction, and all that kind of stuff. How can you have that type of collision just endangering the public? Y'all don't give a fuck when y'all are out here in these police cars going 100 miles per hour behind one little car with some teenagers in it, a stolen car. Who cares about teenagers in a stolen vehicle? They're probably going to ditch it tomorrow, the next day anyway. You don't have to endanger the public like this. You endangered yourself. You had an accident. Like, this is so uncalled for. I was watching, what's that show called? Live PD or something. I don't know. Some show on A&E. And this lady, they were after someone and she crashed her cruiser and the cruiser caught on fire. It burned down. It burned up. And she passed away. And, I felt bad about it and everything. But at the same time, I thought, this probably was the same police officer being aggressively arrogant to people, being a narcissist. And now everybody got to cry for her, which nobody likes to see that happen to anyone. I'm just saying the irony of it. Now everybody has to cry for this person, this police officer. But yeah, when they're out there, they're being aggressively arrogant towards the public. You know how they do people. I used to think, yeah, they only do this to poor people. Not anymore. They have got so out of control and so arrogant and so prideful and so big-headed and so aggressively arrogant. They do it to everybody now. They do it to everybody. Even in like states like Arkansas, where you might have a population of only white people. So guess what the police officers do? They need somebody to oppress locally, so they go fuck with them. They go arrest the poor white people in Arkansas. They police them and arrest them. And, like, they need somebody to oppress. They need somebody to take to jail.
Houston police say this all started when they were chasing a robbery suspect that was inside an allegedly vehicle. And we're told that 3 crashes happened, as you mentioned. That surveillance video shows that a constable's vehicle and an HPD vehicle.
Yep, I have it on my YouTube channel. Don't mean to be redundant. But anyway, I can tell you where this was at, man. It's I-45 and Mount Houston Road. I'm familiar with this area. It's a Sonic right there on the corner. And across the street from there, it's a Shell station. Yeah.
Rammed into each other. This broken pole here is all that's left behind of that aftermath. Again, you can see that here. After the constable's vehicle knocked it down, we're told the officers involved only have minor injuries, but with all the damage, we wanted to look into HPD's pursuit policy. Surveillance video shows the moment a Houston police car and a Harris County Precinct 1 constable's vehicle crashed into each other in North Houston overnight. The constable's vehicle seen flying into the air, rotating and knocking down a pole at the intersection of West Mount Houston Road and the North Freeway Feeder Road.
All the officers were transported to.
So I'm just wondering, do you believe in karma? Is there such thing as karma, right? I don't know. Is that a real thing? That's just something made up? I don't know if it is a real thing. Maybe this police officer got a little karma. I don't know, man. I think the world got away at punishing people that just do evil. I don't know, man. I just feel like when you do evil, like bad things happen to you. Like evil just follow you. It's like what they say, right? That old saying, when you do good, good follow you. I guess when you do evil, evil follow you too. You just bad things happen to you. You have bad luck, I guess. I don't know.
The Memorial Hermann and the Medical Center. All of them were in stable condition with minor injuries, some possible broken bones.
HPD says this was the
shit. I remember I spoke with that guy. I spoke with him when I pulled in the gas station. He told me, go to another gas station. But I didn't go to another gas station. As long as I stayed out of the taped area, I was fine. And I recorded that vehicle right there. That's all messed up and crashed and wrecked up. I recorded that very vehicle, unfortunately, with my phone that doesn't have so great of a camera. It's my everyday phone. I didn't have my iPhone or my Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra. So the video quality sucks. So I've been saying to myself, I need to start carrying my phones with a better camera on them with me more.
Second crash that took place during a police pursuit of juvenile robbery suspects who were allegedly.
Because another thing you can see on this channel, if you go in the shorts section, I recorded a video. I was in a grocery store, and this security guard, man, you can tell he's from the hood. Like he's from the hood in Houston. He was acting a fool, cussing with that crazy guy out there, and said he was going to go get his gun, which he did. I don't know why him as a security guard doesn't keep his gun on him at all time. I had my gun with me. Yeah, I conceal carry. Texas passed the law. It's a constitutional carry here. But anyway, so things be happening in Houston all the time. And, I've recorded on my phone with the camera that's not so good. And, I don't want to do that anymore. I need to start carrying around my iPhone because stuff happens so much out here.
In a stolen car. The first crash happened just after midnight when allegedly in a crash that took place during
some possible broken bones.
HPD says this was the second crash that took place during a police pursuit of juvenile robbery suspects who were allegedly in a stolen car. The first crash happened just after midnight when an HPD squad car chasing the stolen car rolled over on West Little York Road just off I-45. More officers were called in. And then the second crash unfolded. The constable's vehicle damaged and the HPD car landing near a stoplight.
We believe the suspect vehicle then wrecked itself later further down the roadway here.
In the day, crews were seen working on that stoplight and the broken pole remains on the ground. The destruction left behind, putting a spotlight on HPD's pursuit policy, which was last updated in September 2023. It states that an officer may engage in a pursuit if the need to immediately apprehend the suspect outweighs the risk of harm to the officer or the public.
Cavell Hall Trouble says, I think so. Google says 1313 what?
By engaging in the pursuit. And when looking at officer responsibilities, it states they shall reduce speed at all intersections and should proceed past a stop signal.
Now, I have this video that I'm about to mention. I have it in a saved playlist. I have a BRPD, which is Baton Rouge, Louisiana Police Department. BRPD, Baton Rouge Police Department in the state of Louisiana, rather. This idiot, he was on a high pursuit whatever you call it, a high-speed chase, whatever, right? Playing on his phone, trying to text somebody or something. I'm like, wow. And he had an accident and they allowed him to keep his job. And then he went and did something else. I can't remember what he did. I think he committed maybe a sex crime, maybe. I don't know. I can find the video, or you can look it up yourself. It's not hard to find.
Signal or sign only after slowing as necessary for safe operation, which may require stopping to ensure the intersection is safe and clear. Now, I asked HPD if this pursuit followed protocol. They would not comment specifically about that, but they told me that they've been very transparent about their policy, adding that every pursuit is reviewed by a pursuit review board. We also asked HPD for stats, for data on how many HPD pursuits have led to a crash. We're still waiting for those answers. Reporting live from North Houston tonight, Orko Manna, KHOU 11 News.
We know you'll let us know if and when they get back to you. Orko, thank you.
I'm investigative reporter Jeremy Rogowski. This investigation started with a tip from a KHEO 11 viewer just like you. The tipster said, hey, you have to check out this small town called Coffee City, Texas. It's hiring a ton of cops, and word has it, a lot of them have troubled pasts. So we pulled on that thread, requested a lot of records, and dug in deep. That took a while, and that journalistic journey led us to discover even more problems at this department. And in the end, our investigation got results. Just 2 weeks after our first story aired, the city council took swift and serious action. It fired the police chief and shut down the entire police force.
New tonight, a tiny Texas town of about 250 people has 50 sworn police officers on the force.
We're talking about Coffee City. That's up in Henderson County, some 3 hours north of Houston. They have one cop for every 5.
So here it is right here. Have anyone ever heard of this story right here about the corruption in Coffee City, Texas, which is not too far from Houston, Texas? But you said Cavell Hall Trouble said attempts made on Obama. Bush had one. Okay, I didn't know that. I didn't know that. So I guess they hated Obama too.
Residents. And what's more, Jeremy Rogowski discovered many of those officers have a history of problems wearing the badge.
On the banks of Lake Palestine, some 3 hours north of Houston, this dot on the map has quite a reputation among those who drive through.
They're everywhere. Literally everywhere.
They run back and forth, back and forth.
A lot of officers policing a very small number of people.
Only 249 people, says the sign on the edge of town. And when you add up all the full-time cops and reserve.
That's amazing. That's ridiculous. Why would you have 50 police officers for a population of 249? How does that even make sense?
50 officers. Good Lord, that's crazy.
There's such a people, says the sign on the edge of town. And when you add up all the full-time cops and reserves.
50 officers. Good Lord, that's crazy. It's such a small town. Why do we need so many? Makes no sense. Why you need that many officers?
Coffee City hauled in $1 million in court fines last year for more than 5,000 violations officers wrote, the most in the state for a town its size.
But this isn't a story about a
Bingo. And if you're smart, I guess you'll catch on and understand what's going on here. So what they're doing is they have so many police officers in the department, so they need to pay these people. So they're writing so many tickets and being corrupt to accommodate the police officers' payroll. That's what they're doing. It's corruption. And, you know, these people should be in jail for doing this shit. You know, put them in jail. Put them in jail.
small town writing a bunch of tickets. You see, Coffee City is a magnet for troubled cops.
How do we know? KHEU 11 Investigates obtained personnel records from other police agencies and found more than half of Coffee City officers had been suspended, demoted, terminated, or dishonorably discharged from their previous jobs. A dozen were even
Wow. So you know they're corrupt. They're hiring police officers that have been dishonorably discharged from their previous job. Wow. So it's just a gang of corrupt cops. Come on to Coffee City, Texas, and be corrupt with the rest of us. Oh man.
Criminally charged.
I was astounded to think that they've been hired by another agency.
Greg Freeman is a Sam Houston State criminal justice professor and retired Houston police captain.
I've never seen anything like that in my professional career, and I've seen a lot.
Their prior discipline ranges from excessive force to public drunkenness, untruthfulness, and association with known criminals. Criminal charges include DWI, theft, aggravated assault, family violence, and endangering a child.
If you knowingly are hiring an officer that has a very troubled past and history and has no business to be wearing a uniform, and it's a very, very precarious slope that city is engaging in by hiring.
This is the man who hired them. Chief John J. Portillo quadrupled the department's size since he took the job 2 years ago. He says to provide 24/7 coverage for the town.
Why would you hire so many people with all these red flags?
And that's it. A bunch of corrupt people get together and run a local government. See it all the time. That's it. And the things I wonder about or think about, I think, like, who's supposed to hold the corrupt cops accountable if the higher ups are just as corrupt as they are? They all are corrupt. Nobody wants to be held accountable.
Flags.
There's more to just what's on paper. And that's where I rely on my captain and my background investigators to go in and dig and say, hey, what's the truth behind this?
The chief says criminal charges were often dismissed, dishonorable discharges overturned.
No, you don't do that. You make sure that they have a bad background and that they are a corrupt cop, and that is the qualification to be a police officer in Coffee, Texas. You just got to be a former corrupt cop and have been fired from your previous employment. You can join us. That's what they are, a team of.
He claims most applicants hired got on the wrong side of agency politics.
If you go back to the totality of a lot of these officers' stuff, I would say 75%, or not more, they're being retaliated against from their agency.
Retaliate?
Mm-hmm.
Why would you take a chance, Chief?
Stop. Don't believe that crap. He's lying. You see, that's how they are able to, how can I say, go on being corrupt and stay in power, so to speak, by protecting each other. That's how. See how he's protecting the corrupt cops? Oh, they're not really like that. Yeah, right. Yeah, right. We know the game you're playing. We know.
I try to look at the good in everybody, and I believe everybody deserves an opportunity.
You give a lot of opportunities.
Yes, we do. Yes, we do.
The opportunity to wear a badge allows his officers to work extra jobs, which can mean real money, $50 an hour or more.
I mean, let's not hide it from anybody. They're making probably about 80 to 100,000 a year doing that.
And I asked Portillo directly, does he get a cut of his officers' extra job wages? Twice during our interview, the chief said no. The only money he makes from extra jobs is from the ones he works himself. And that takes us from Coffee City to Houston and what's coming up tomorrow night at 10.
Right now.
That's Chief Portillo caught on camera cussing out an elected Harris County constable. Portillo was working security for a Southeast Houston apartment complex nearly 200 miles away from Coffee City. More on that video and what else we learned about Chief Portillo's past as our investigation continues tomorrow at 10. Len and me.
Jeremy Rogowski, fascinating report there.
We'll see you tomorrow for more. Thank you.
Coffee City, Texas, a small town of about 250 people and 50 police officers on the force.
Our investigative team dug through records and found half of those officers had been suspended, demoted, or fired from previous jobs, some even criminally charged.
And Jeremy Rogowski discovered the man who hired them can have a short fuse when dealing with others who wear the badge here in Harris County.
Coffee City's police chief routinely works an extra job 200 miles away at this Houston apartment complex.
Man, this guy's making a killing. He's the police chief of Coffee, so he's probably making over 100K. He's probably making maybe 150 from that job, and no telling how much he's making from this side job in Houston, Texas.
And on this day, watch how John J. Portillo behaves.
I'm about to call Garcia and tell him he's going to be next election.
It's an expletive-filled rant launched at the elected constable of Harris County Precinct 2, Jerry Garcia.
I'll call Garcia right now. Tell his his chain of command is.
Portillo wanted Precinct 2 to file charges on a man he says assaulted him at the complex. It was just one of many requests the constable says kept coming in from off-duty Coffee City cops.
Which at first was, no big deal. We help anybody and everybody. But then we noticed that it was becoming a pattern.
Yeah, I just want to highlight something. Even though all of these police officers may be from different agencies, the thing that they do share in common is that they all have a police card from the state of Texas, from Austin, Texas. I forgot what you call that card. I forgot what you call that little card. Forgot. Maybe I'll look it up or something. It's a little card they have. I can't remember the name of it. But it's a card that all police officers have through the state.
Pattern.
That pattern, the constable says, was draining resources. So Garcia reached out to the Harris County District Attorney's Office.
And we were advised to tell Chief Portillo that he had to file the charges.
But when deputies did just that, Portillo left a nasty voicemail.
And your captains, lieutenants, or whoever those numbnuts are that you have working for you, tell them.
You see how arrogant this guy is? Now, this is the type of guy, if he were to have an encounter with you, he would be aggressively arrogant. And, when a person like this is behaving that way, they're trying to intimidate you. His head is puffed up. He's the police chief of a corrupt town, so he thinks nobody can touch him. So stupid and disrespectful. He doesn't even have respect for his fellow police officers. Like, what do you think you're going to accomplish by cussing out police officers in their jurisdiction? You are so stupid. Because you hate to lose. That's what it is. You're mad because that guy didn't arrest the guy that you said assaulted you. You hate to lose. You couldn't just take a loss and take it on the chin and say, well, I'll just let it go. I can't get my way this time. I'll let it go. No, not you.
Your guy's not help us out.
It saddened me. It upset me to hear that. This isn't something small. This is pretty upsetting.
What upset the constable even more, the response his agency got back after alerting Coffee City's mayor. I don't see very much there that warrants any disciplinary action from the city, the mayor wrote. The officers are contracted by the property for off-duty police.
Look at that. Even the mayor is corrupt. See, this is how they maintain by protecting each other, covering for one another, for having each other's back. That's how.
Protection?
Because it's like this. If the mayor isn't gonna chastise or reprimand the police officers, who else going to do it? Where else can you go get justice from? I don't know. What are you going to do? You're going to file a federal case? I don't know. What are you going to do?
You may want to reach out to them with any complaints.
Didn't think that it merited any disciplinary action against him. It's crazy.
Greg Freeman is a Sam Houston State criminal justice professor and retired Houston police captain.
Basically, you're enabling bad behavior now. And that's exactly what the mayor has done.
So what does Chief?
Yeah, that did happen. They did get deactivated. Yep.
Chief Portillo have to say for himself?
I was amped up. And I apologize.
And to be honest with you, I'm glad they were deactivated. Because that's what you have to do sometimes to these little small corrupt police departments in these little small towns that nobody really goes to, that they think that they could just do whatever they want. Sometimes the state has to step in and say, hey, you cannot have a police department. Just let the sheriff's office, the state police or somebody, they'll patrol this area. They'll police this area, but you cannot have this police department. And that's what happened to Coffee City PD.
To my city council, at city council.
Did you apologize to Constable Garcia?
No, I haven't had a chance. I haven't talked to him.
The cussing incident happened 6
No, he's not gonna apologize to anyone, and that's so sad. That's the thing I don't understand about people like this with this personality type, because they are a child. You know, they're narcissistic, and a person with the narcissistic personality disorder, they are like a big child. He's a grown man, but he just can't humble himself down and apologize. I mean, they even taught you that in school. Like when I was in school, I might have a fight with a kid or something, and then after that, man, y'all shake hands, y'all hug. You know, like just arrogant, aggressively arrogant. He wouldn't dare apologize to no one, even when he's in the wrong, because that's who he is. And by him being a law enforcement officer, oh God, he really can abuse people. He really can be a maniac cop.
months ago.
Is that the real John J. Portillo that people are seeing in this video?
No, I don't just go off the handle.
Well, you did hear.
Yeah, because I got socked in the face. I was mad. I was red, and I was upset because they wouldn't, help me file the charges.
It's not the only example we found that calls into question Portillo's character and integrity. In his application to become Coffee City's chief, he never listed this.
And it all makes sense to me. It makes perfect sense to me why some of these police officers do the things that they do. And I look at it like, wow, you're really doing this? You're really committing crimes? You're really violating your policy? You just don't give a damn, huh? Somebody's backing you. Your superiors are allowing you to do this. Your superiors are allowing you to do this. So this is why you're so comfortable with violating and breaking the law and doing things you're not supposed to do, because you know that you have backing from your higher ups.
A DWI charge out of Florida in which he failed to appear in court.
Why wouldn't you disclose that, Chief?
Didn't disclose it. It was over 10 years ago.
They discovered it over 10 years ago. Oh, but you make sure you want to know everybody's background and everything. You want to run everybody's ID and know everything, right? But you don't want to be honest and forthcoming with your employer. You don't want to tell them that you had a whatever DUI. I don't know what some charge he had in Florida that you just said, but this guy's out of control. He's committing crimes in multiple states. He's in Florida committing crimes. God, how stupid can you be? Like, everybody knows that when you go to another state, because you don't live there, right? You don't probably have any family members there. Be on your P's and Q's. Don't do nothing stupid at all, and allow yourself to go to jail, because who's going to be there for you?
You had an active warrant.
Huh? That was disposed of.
No, it wasn't. Court records show the day after our interview, Portillo hired a Florida defense attorney who filed a not guilty plea in the case.
From the look.
So he hired a lawyer to plead not guilty on his behalf because he doesn't live in Florida. He lives in Texas, and never went to court. Never went back to court and just said, oh, that's it. That's it. I paid for a lawyer. That's it. So stupid the way these people think. You just think that just because you pay for a lawyer and have them go plead not guilty, that you don't through the whole court process until it is resolved. That's what you really think, don't you? Like, man, these people are not smart as you think they are. They fucking stupid. So stupid. They got poor decision making. They make stupid ass choices, Maybe they need to listen to someone like me that actually has wisdom, knowledge, and understanding.
So that you weren't being truthful on the application to which you hold the job this day. Chief?
Yeah, I understand. But that's not what it is. I'm not being truthful.
Look at this dumbass. He's such a dumb. He can't even give a intelligent response because he knows he's guilty. He knows he's in the wrong, but he's a stupid person. He doesn't know how to speak. He doesn't know how to articulate himself properly, and make people understand what he's trying to convey to them. He can't even give an intelligent response. Like, man, say something. Say something. Explain yourself.
You forgot?
I put down everything that was in my mind when I filled out my application to the best of my knowledge.
Well, that same job application states there are criminal consequences for lying on a government document. Len and Mia?
Okay, so there's more to this investigation tomorrow night.
Yeah, that's true. You can't lie on a government document, you know. Let me help you out because I don't want you to get a felony. So if you have a misdemeanor charge or something like that, and you go to court and they give you this paper for a lawyer, right? To say that you're indigent or not. Don't lie on the government form, okay? Be honest with it. Don't lie. You know, don't turn a misdemeanor into a felony. You know, don't lie on government documents. Don't do it. Don't do it.
Tomorrow we reveal how some Coffee City officers were working full-time right here in Harris County and how the chief suspended that division after we started asking questions.
We'll see that tomorrow night. Thank you, Jeremy.
See you then.
Very interesting.
A KHOE11 investigation leads to changes at a Texas police department.
This week, we've showed you how the town of Coffee City, 3 hours north of Houston, is a magnet for cops with troubling backgrounds.
Now, the chief is temporarily shutting down a division that works here in Harris County after Jeremy Rogowski questioned.
So is this little town off of Interstate 45? That looks like the route. It looks like Interstate 45. Wait, 287. 287. Which way 287 goes from Houston? 7. It might cut through College Station, I think, and then goes through Waco, then up through Fort Worth, and through Amarillo, and on up. I don't know. Maybe it's off of 287. Maybe it's off of Interstate 45. But you know, I have been up Interstate I-45 so many times. I have never seen this little town off I-45. Never heard of it until this.
Whether it's legal.
Coffee City, Texas, a dot on the map with barely 250 residents, has a police force of 50 officers, 5 times the number of cops than any other Texas town its size.
You said Newcastle United today. I don't know. Do you tell me? Tell me what happened.
And that's not the only thing unusual or odd.
Turns out there are a half dozen full-time Coffee City police officers who don't even work in Coffee City, Texas. Instead, they work from home more than 3 hours and nearly 200 miles away in Houston.
It's hard to believe that that is happening.
Greg Freeman is the Sam Houston State Criminal Justice Professor.
What the hell is that? So how can you work for a department 3 hours away? How can you be a cop 300 miles away? Your jurisdiction is 3 hours away, 200 miles away, rather. I don't understand that. Like, somebody have to let me know what's going on. It's just corruption.
Professor.
I've never seen anything like that. There are 100 questions that come to my mind.
Who are these officers? This internal email shows they're part of a warrant division. It reads, there is no need to go to Coffee City because you will be spending 95% of your time on the phone, calling people who have outstanding warrants and collecting failure to appear fines. And because it's a full-time position, there's an added perk.
It gives them the ability to go work an extra job.
Coffee City Chief John J. Portillo concedes they're on the books as full-time because state law.
So what it is they want to live in Houston, Texas, because, you know, this is the big city. Everything's here, you know, everything's here. It's a big city. They want to live here, but they want to have a job in Coffee City 3 hours away and be corrupt. Have another job. Have 2 jobs. Like the chief, he has another job. They're just milking it.
Only allows full-time cops to work extra security jobs. At this Houston apartment complex, some Coffee City warrant officers do just that and make more than $50 an hour.
They work 2-3 days a week, 4 days a week.
But is it all above board? The warrant division is a performance-based division, and officers' pay is based on the failure to appears they collect.
They're basically bounty hunters in a way.
Freeman says that amounts to a commission for collecting fines.
It doesn't make any sense. From an ethical perspective, it just screams questions about the legitimacy of what they're doing.
That's because state law requires full-time peace officers to get paid at least at the federal minimum wage. But again, at the Coffee City Warrant Division,
The court gives them $150 for
Someone just said only worthless criminals hate the police. Well, I'm not a criminal, I'm not worthless, and I don't hate the police. You know, it seems like any time someone calls the police out for their bad behavior, you know, people get to talking like this. You know.
each warrant that they clear.
So they don't earn a salary apart from that $150
No, sir. No, sir.
a head.
Correct. Correct.
Okay.
And this guy in the chat, you see how foolish he's being? You know, he's saying, support the police officers. God bless them. But look what this guy is doing. You support this? Do you support this police officer? You know, this is so stupid. So stupid.
Is that legal?
Oh, I believe so.
2 days after our interview, Coffee City PD changed course, sending out this email to warrant detectives that said, due to unforeseen difficulties, the program has been suspended until such time as I can make sure that we are in compliance with labor laws.
So whose job is it to police the police? The Department of Public Safety enforces any extra job violations. The Texas Commission on Law Enforcement, or TCOL, has the power to suspend or revoke a peace officer's license. That agency confirms to us it does open investigation into the Coffee City Police Department.
That interview raising a lot of eyebrows, Jeremy. Thank you.
Sure.
New developments tonight in the KHOU 11 investigation of the Coffee City Police.
50 officers on the force, and more than half of those officers have tainted past. Now, Jeremy Rogowski reports the Coffee City Council has suspended the chief of police.
Chief John J. Portillo is off the job for 30 days.
So this guy is talking about God bless the police, support the police and whatnot, even when the police are doing wrong. So if I go to my playlist and I play these videos with police officers being sexual deviants, committing sex crimes, what you going to say about that? Are you going to be a fool and say, support the police, support the police? Like, man, like, it's just stupid. It doesn't make sense to talk like that when I'm playing this type of video. God, man, like just stop. You're reaching.
The Coffee City Council voted to suspend him pending an independent investigation into what we found. KHEO 11 Investigates revealed how Portillo routinely hired officers who had been suspended, demoted, terminated, or dishonorably discharged from their previous law enforcement jobs for a wide range of misconduct or even criminal charges.
Call Garcia right now. Tell his train of commanders.
We also reported on a profanity-filled rant the chief launched at a Harris County constable while he was working an extra security job in Houston. And we uncovered how Portillo failed to list on his job application this.
No, I am not a Democrat, nor am I a Republican. I have never voted in my whole life. And I've said this earlier in this video. The reason why I don't vote is because politicians, when they're running for office, they make so many promises, they lie and lead you on, because when they get elected, they don't pretty much do the things that they say they were going to do. And I don't want to get played for a sucker and waste my time and go vote for someone that's lying and playing me for a fool, because that's what politicians do. You go run down there and vote for someone that's lying to you.
Active DWI case out of Florida in which he failed to appear in court.
From the looks of it, you weren't being truthful on the application to which you hold the job this day. Chief,
Yeah, I understand. I mean, but that's not what it is. I'm not being truthful.
you forgot?
I put down everything that was in my mind when I filled out my application to the bank.
So this is the response I would have gave. I would have asked, how am I not being truthful? That's what I would have did. How am I not being truthful? He choked up. He didn't know what to say because, you know, he doesn't have that type of skill. He's just an idiot with a badge on.
That's my knowledge.
Our investigation also revealed how Coffee City warrant officers didn't even work in Coffee City. They stayed home in Houston, spending their time on the phone, calling people with outstanding traffic warrants and collecting failure to appear fines. After we questioned Portillo about the program,
Is that legal?
I believe so.
The chief suspended the warrant division.
So this guy said, I believe so. He believed. He wasn't quite sure if what he was doing was legal or not. Really smart guy, really smart guy. He doesn't check and verify if something is legal before he does it. He's a smart guy, and I hope you know that I'm being sarcastic right now, which means that I mean the opposite of what I am saying. I mean the total opposite. He's not a smart guy.
At hold of Portillo on the phone, the chief declined to comment about the suspension. And that's not the only shakeup in the Coffee City ranks. Sergeant Cody Welch resigned from the department. We don't know why. Welch also declined to comment. Jeremy Rogowski, KHOU 11 investigates.
KHOU 11 investigates uncovered questionable hiring practices in a small town police department with 50 officers for 250 people. Last night, we told you how the police chief was suspended for 30 days.
Tonight, there is new reaction from the mayor of Coffee City.
Bear with me 1 second. I want to show you this video, which gives you a visual. Hold on. It's playing on. It just gives you a visual understanding of what I was talking about with these malapropism. And this is a silly little video, but I think it's so funny. Just bear with me. I'm about to pull it up. Here we go. Should be there. There we go.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Particularly grotty with feather tonight.
I beg your pardon.
I said particularly grotty weather tonight.
Oh, yes.
I say that sweater looks a little risky.
Pardon?
I say I better have a little whiskey.
Oh. I thought you said something about my jumper.
No, that's very nice.
Oh, thank you.
Mustn't get hiccups or they'll fall out.
What did you say?
I just had the cricket score. They're all out. Now, who's this silly ass with an ugly daughter?
I beg your pardon.
I say, would you kindly pass the jug of water? Thanks awfully, you dozy fish face.
What?
I say, thanks awfully cozy, this place.
You don't mind my saying so. You seem to be saying things. I don't know what you say you're saying, if you see what I mean.
Ah, well, that's moustache, you see. It tends to muffle my voice somewhat. The wife loves it, otherwise I'd shave it off and drown it in the sink.
Otherwise you'd what?
I shave off, I'm sounding indistinct. Yes. You're nice little girl.
And this is the type of way people like to talk and communicate nowadays, I guess, to mock people and antagonize people, right? But what they don't know is that this type of communication has been around for years and years and years. They're just new to it. You know, they don't even really know what it is. They don't even really know the technical terms of it. They just see other people doing it and say, oh, let me do that too. Let me do that too. But what these people are doing are called spoonerisms. Spoonerisms.
Do you drop them for a friend? I said, have you dropped in on your friend?
Oh, no, he's my boss. He's an accountant.
Oh, well, that accounts for it, yeah. I think, my name is Collinson, by the way. I sell long hooters to alligators. You what? I sell computers and calculators. So this is your secretary, what?
Yes. We're working late at the office.
Mm-hmm. Going back for a squeeze and a cuddle?
Yes, going back to VATs in a muddle.
I'm sorry for screaming into the mic. I didn't know I had it unmuted. I thought I had the microphone muted. Every time I watch this video, it makes me laugh.
She is my new secretary. I had to sack the last one.
She ignored your advances.
Yes, she was a bore at dances. Yeah.
I suppose this one's a right little goer.
Yes, she does write a little slower, but I don't worry at all.
I can see her sword, yes. She's one of the Mad with Desire Brigade.
Strange that you should realize that.
What?
Her dad's with the Fire Brigade. I want to look up your skirt and down your dress. I want to look up Lord Burton's down your dress.
I think that's somewhere in my drawers.
Oh, that sounds like an invitation. If I were you, I'd lurch through those doors and get her back to the office.
Yes, I'll search through her drawers and get her a bag of toffees.
Funny sort of chap.
Yes, but let's talk about you. You'll never drown with those water wings.
I beg your pardon.
I say you ought to wear brown with those sort of things.
It's not really your moustache. You're actually saying those things, aren't you?
Well, just trying to drum up a bit of trade, that's all.
What sort of trade?
I sell deaf aids.
Pardon?
Oh, good.
Hold on, let me read this comment right here.
Have you heard of such a thing as a spoonerism? Say what?
A spoonerism is a play on words in which consonants and vowels are.
Yeah, anyway. Anyway, somebody said, what do you think auditors filming in the post office or in a public sidewalk? You got people getting triggered. I don't have anybody doing anything. And to be honest with you, if those people are allowing another person, a stranger, to get them triggered, that's on them. That's why you have to have emotional intelligence. You can't let a stranger get under your skin. You can't let a stranger get a rise out of you. So it's stupid, you know? I mean, it's not good to antagonize people. I get it. But at the same time, you can't let that antagonizer, that provocateur get under your skin. You have to learn how to ignore people like that. You know, you have to learn how to ignore people like that. What you're a big adult and you let people bother you like that, you're going to go your whole life and be bothered by a provocateur and get triggered and let them get under your skin. Hey, oh my God, that's a tough one there.
Jumbled, causing great delight to those within earshot. Like when you say you have very bad manners.
But anyway, I'm going to rewind this video just a little bit. This guy here, he's talking about spoonerisms. You know, the silly talk, the stupid talk people do nowadays to mock people. They don't know what it is. They just do it because they see other people doing it.
Have you heard of such a thing as a spoonerism? Say what? A spoonerism is a play on words in which consonants and vowels are jumbled, causing great delight to those within earshot. Like when you say you have very bad manners, but what comes out is you have very mad manners. And who popularized it? He was the Gerstpfei, the first guy who meant to say it is customary to kiss the bride, but said it is customary to cuss the bride. Oh man, he didn't know he'd said it until later. In a minute, I will tell you more of the origins of the spoonerism and of the culprit responsible. But first, here are some spoonerisms surrounded by slips and quips written down by smiling parents and school teachers. And so we present history according to according to kids. I hope you laugh half as hard as I did the first time I heard these. Ancient Egypt was inhabited by mummies, and they all wrote in hydraulics. Hydraulics. They lived in the Sahara Desert and traveled by Camelot. Didn't know that. Without the Greeks, we wouldn't have history. They had myths. A myth is a female moth. Julius Caesar extinguished himself on the battlefields of Gaul. Dying, he gasped out, "Tee Brutus." Rome was invaded by the Bulgarians. Christopher Columbus discovered America while cursing about the Atlantic Ocean. The Pilgrims crossed the ocean in hardships. Some truth to that. This was called the Pilgrim Progress. Tarzan is a short name one little guy wrote for the American flag. Its full name is the Tarzan Stripes.
So instead of the Stars and Stripes, the Tarzan Stripes. Okay, I get it. And you people that do this, you think you're so smart, like, oh God, like it's not that big of a deal. You're not that smart. You're not that smart, all right? You're not that smart. You're really dumb because you think you're so smart.
The Declaration of Independence says that all men are cremated equal. Traveling by stagecoach in the Old West was dangerous.
So you seen that spoonerism? Instead of the Declaration of Independence, the Declaration of Independence. It's a spoonerism. You know, these idiots don't know anything. They don't know what this stuff is. They don't know the technical terms. They just see other people doing it and they doing it. And they do it because why? They stupid. They are dumb. You know, just follow what other people do. Why don't you really learn something and think for yourself? Why don't you do that instead of trying to follow other people? Anyway.
Dangerous because you had a good chance of being stopped by bandits and being robed and plungered. Plungered, I like that. Thomas Edison invented the indecent lamp, a little boy wrote. Louis Pasteur discovered a cure for rabies. Rabies. During World War I, President Woodrow Wilson urged the people to stay in neutral. Then Franklin Roosevelt went over there and put a stop to Hitler in his bunk. World War II made people so sad, this boy wrote, that it brought on the Great Depression. Then the New Deal tried to make sure that the stock market will never happen again. The two greatest marshals of the Old West were Wyatt Earp and Wild Bill Hickok. Yeehaw!
Oh, that was a good spoonerism. So instead of Wyatt Earp, Wyatt Burp. It's so funny. Oh, you have me in derision. Oh, you're mocking me. Oh, it was a spoonerism. You're so smart. Oh, you're so smart. You are so smart.
Kids. William Archibald Spooner wasn't the first to wix up his merds, but by the time he died in 1930, he was famous for.
Oh, so instead of mix up his words, mix up his words. I get it. Just silly little stupid talk. It's a spoonerism. And it's also malapropisms. Malapropisms are more simpler than spoonerisms because, you know, a malapropism, you're just substituting a word for a similar sounding word to be funny.
For his blunders. Instead of, "Pardon me, madam, this pew is occupied. Can I show you to another seat?" He said, "Pardon me, padam, this pie is occupied. Can I sew you to another sheet?" Reading about him, I thought to myself, oh man, I have made my share of mistakes too. Well, haven't we all? But will they define us? How will people remember us? Thankfully, Spooner's students remembered him for other things. He was an ordained deacon in the Church of England and chaplain to Archbishop Archibald Tate. He served at New College, Oxford for more than 60 years, teaching history and religion.
The initial letters of words as we speak. Like instead of saying bunny rabbit, it might come out as runny babbit.
I totally get that. The word spoonerism was named after an absent-minded Oxford professor who was known to mix up his own words. He's certainly not alone, of course, which brings us to see, there we go. To today's stat chat.
Are you watching somewhere?
No, I think because I'm trying not to mix my words up, and I'm doing it.
Bullshit. You're not trying to not mix your words up. You're doing it intentionally to, I guess, be funny and to mock people. You're doing it intentionally. You're doing it intentionally.
Right now,
you really relate to.
And to be honest, this is a 3-year-old video. This is old stuff. People been doing this, and people so late to the party. Like, yeah, spoonerism. Like, people been doing this stuff, man. Y'all so late to the party.
This topic.
I relate to this topic.
Spoonerism.
I didn't know this. When you said this, I went,
what is that?
I feel seen. I feel heard. I do this every day. So I mix up plot twist. I have to say it like that. And I can't say it on air because when I say it out loud, it's not appropriate.
You guys can
I also mess up hand sanitizer. I say sand sanitizer.
Wait, what?
I say sand.
So sand sanitizer instead of hand sanitizer. Oh, and you see people that do this kind of stuff. You see the little smile, little smirk. They think they're being so funny, so manipulative. They think they have you in derision. Well, they may have some of you in derision. They don't have me in derision because I know about this. You know?
Sanitizer all the time. I'm like, can I get some sand sanitizer?
These are definitely daily things.
Yes, all the time.
I just mix up different things. Like it's never the same. Like my nephew is eating a cookie. I said, oh my God, he's such a cute lookie coaster. And I was like, Cookie Monster. And every time it happens, the person I'm talking to kind of just stops. And then we just
because you don't realize it until someone else.
It's like the wiring goes all over the place or something.
Well, someone who cannot relate to this is
cannot
perfect.
relate. I mean, y'all know I always speak wonderfully. Just kidding.
Yeah, nothing's wrong with, talking this way amongst yourselves in your private time, but just out in public is so toxic and stupid. It's so stupid, in my opinion. And you wonder why everybody hates each other and shooting up places. Look at the way you communicate. Look at the way you communicate. You mock people. You mock people with spoonerisms.
I've never heard the name spoonerism.
Yes.
My mind just goes to something else when I think of that word. I don't understand why that relates to this specific situation. But
you sound very angry about this.
No,
you
I'm not going to
you
be
sound mad about
passionate.
this.
I'm not going to express passion on this because Steph got upset that I was not thrilled about today's topic, and I just don't relate. I don't know. So sorry.
Yeah, this is so childish. Grown people acting like children, just being stupid. Just being stupid. So stupid. This is so stupid, in my opinion. This is not a way to communicate. It's so toxic. It's just, I don't like it.
Said you have to be involved in all the dad chats. I said, well, okay.
Of course. Brooke feels some kind of way. I'm sorry, Brooke, that
I'm
you
not
can't,
trying to
you're
be
not
that.
involved.
She doesn't have
you
this
speak
issue.
so well and perfect.
No,
yes,
I'm
all the
kidding.
time.
I'm just kidding, of course. But I've definitely done this before. It's just not something I can recall specifically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Well, Seth, it's
Spoonerism
just
day.
you and I. All right.
Chat that.
Chat that. All right.
Chat
Coming
that.
up after the break, we'll take a latest look at your Friday forecast from meteorologist Laser Brooke.
So these videos here, they are going to talk about the malapropisms. Malapropisms are slightly different from spoonerisms. Malapropisms are more simpler than spoonerisms, because malapropisms, all you do is just substitute one word for a similar sounding word to be funny. Just one word. Not like a whole change of a sentence like a spoonerism does.
Listen to the blabbing brook. Listen.
So this is a spoonerism right here. Listen to the blabbing brook instead of babbling. See, they substituted a word. These are the two words they substituted to be funny. Big deal. Big deal. Such a big deal. And people that do this, they think they're so smart and so clever and so cunning. Like, ooh, I'm being manipulative. I'm tricking you. I have you in derision. Like, just stop. It's not that big of a deal.
Listen to the blabbing brook.
Love you in every way. If you have the courage to name the day.
He was a man of great stature.
Whatever I say.
So this is the spoonerism here. He was a man of great stature instead of here, stature. This is the right word right here. See, they have them at the they have it at the bottom right here. They tell you the name of the person that did the slip of the tongue, or the spoonerism rather. They tell you the name and they tell you the word that they meant to say. He was a man of great stature instead of he was a man of great stature. You get it? You get it? It's a big deal, right?
You take on big trouble and have to pay. It's all.
We cannot let terrorists and rogue nations hold this nation hostile or hold our allies hostile. This nation hostile or.
Well, I was talking about this spoonerism earlier because this was the one that was fresh in my memory or in my mind. This is the one that George Bush said by mistake. We cannot let the terrorists and rogue nations hold this nation hostile or hold our allies hostile. He meant to say hostage. This is the word right here that he meant to say, hostage. But it was a slip of the tongue. He said hostile instead. You know, it was a honest, genuine slip of the tongue. But people do this intentionally to mock and provoke and antagonize and just to be an idiot.
Hold our allies hostile.
Your ambition, is that right? To abseil across the English Channel. It's to abseil across the English Channel.
Well, I had to go back and catch that one myself. Your ambition is that right is to abseil across the English Channel. Abseil instead of sail. Okay. I get it. Nah, it's not so great of a malapropism. I don't know what you would have said. What word would you would have substituted here for sail? I don't know. Snail. I don't know. Whatever. Any old dumbass word you use, right?
And he, Mike Tyson, will have only channel vision.
Look at this malapropism. And he, Mike Tyson, will have only channel vision. Ha 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 ha. Channel vision, right? When it's tunnel vision, tunnel vision. Oh, Frank Bruno. That was Mike Tyson's opponent. So he said that Mike Tyson has tunnel vision. No, channel vision instead of tunnel vision. I'm messing up. I'm having an old slip of the tongue. But I think you understand what I'm talking about, though. You know, I mean, we're not stupid, right?
You say that you love her.
I am mindful not only of preserving executive powers for myself, but for predecessors as well.
You can raise a good family. You have to make love.
This is unparalleled in the state's history.
Now look at this one here. Now look at this. This is unparalleled in the state's history. Instead of saying unparalleled, unparalleled. That's the word substitution. I substituted a word for a similar sounding word to be funny. Big deal, big deal, big deal. Oh, it's such a big deal. Oh, God. Oh, it makes me so smart. Oh, you're so smart. You don't even read nothing. You don't even read a book, but you're so smart because you can do this stupid ass shit. So disgusting, man.
When they went back, it's so in there.
Be sure and put some of those neutrons on it.
Someone's asking a question. She said, I have always thought Bush was the worst president to date. Orange Man might be replacing him. I don't know. I never really thought about that. George Bush, I think he meant well, but he did make a lot of bad decisions, and we shouldn't have went into Iraq because they were not the ones that were the cause of the 9/11. So why go mess with them?
It is beyond my apprehension. It is.
Oh, look at this malapropism here. And this is the top 10 famous malapropisms. It is beyond my apprehension instead of comprehension. Instead of saying it is beyond my comprehension, the malapropism is the substitution of the word. It is beyond my apprehension. Ooh, big deal. I substituted a word. Oh, man, such a big deal.
Very well.
Yeah, you did a good job. You did a great job.
It's beyond my apprehension.
Yeah, we don't know what you're doing. You know, it's a real clandestine thing you're doing there when you do this type of stuff. We don't know anything about it, you know? We're so naive.
The law I signed today directs new funds to the task of collecting vital intelligence on where.
Look, here we go. George W. Bush having a slip of the tongue again. What he said. Mass production instead of mass destruction. Did George Bush really say that? I can't believe that. I have the law I signed today directs new funds to the task of collecting vital intelligence on weapons of mass production instead of weapons of mass destruction. See, it has it right there at the bottom. George W. Bush is the person that said it. He had a slip of the tongue and he meant to say mass destruction instead of mass production. That's it. It's really not that big of a deal. You know, I just don't understand, though. I'm just trying to highlight how stupid this is and how stupid these people are that think they're smart when they do this stuff. You know, like how does that make you smart just because you can do this? It's easy to do. It's nothing.
Weapons of mass production.
When they went back, it's so in there.
What is the meaning of the word malapropism? As a noun, the unintentional misuse of a word by confusion with one that sounds similar.
See, and look how simple this is. The unintentional misuse of a word by confusion with one that sounds similar. But people do it intentional nowadays, just to be funny, just to mock. And it's not even that big of a deal. They don't even know the definition of this stuff. They don't know what they're doing. They just see other people do it and they just do it. It's so sad. It shows you that they can't think for themselves. You know, whatever they see other people do, they do. So sad.
And that sounds similar. Malapropism is spelled M-A-L-A-P-R-O-P-I-S-M. Malapropism.
HPV vaccination was for men too. I didn't know. I'm too old. If you're under 45, you're not.
Made with real milk and cream.
But it tastes unreal.
Natural bliss, unexplainably blissful.
In a dog-eat-dog world, it's time to nip something in the butt. There's a linguistic phenomenon that's spreading like wildflowers. In this video, let's investigate eggcorns, the misheard versions of terms that ride roughshod over the originals. Some may pass you by without you battering an eyelid. You take them completely for granted. Others will make you want to curl up in the feeble position and cry, cease and desist. So let's see which ones pass mustard and which are just damp squids. Without further ado, it's time for another Rob Words. Okay, I can see you're chomping at the bit, so I won't leave you on tender hooks any longer. Let's get down to brass tacks. What exactly is an eggcorn? Well, let me show you, because I just used a whole load of them. So what do all these terms and phrases have in common? Well, they're wrong. The phrase isn't dog-eat-dog world, it's dog-eat-dog world. And you don't nip something in the butt, not if you want to avoid a lawsuit. You nip it in the bud. And it's the fetal position, not the feeble position. But nevertheless, these are all things that people actually say. They're close to the original sayings. In fact, they make their own sort of sense, but they're not quite right. They are eggcorns. The term eggcorn, meaning these quirky mishearings, was first coined by a group of linguists back only a couple of decades ago. And there's a charming story behind why they called them that. So basically what happened is, well, actually, why don't I let one of them explain it?
I'm sorry, how the name arose is what you're asking?
That's esteemed Professor Mark Lieberman from the University of Pennsylvania, who is pretty much the eggcorn king. Google eggcorns and his name soon comes up. So I asked him if he wouldn't mind joining us to tell us what happened, and he said yes. It all started back in 2004.
Another linguist named Chris Potts sent me email about a case in which a woman had written egg space corns, meaning acorn. She was concerned about the fact that acorns had fallen on her car because she had parked it under an oak tree. When we looked into it, we discovered that there were many other people who had made a similar inference, so to speak. And for at least certain people from certain dialect regions of the US, acorn and eggcorn are actually basically homophonous. They're basically pronounced the same way.
Professor Lieberman and his fellow linguists felt they stumbled across something as yet undefined, a phenomenon that didn't fit within the definitions of other linguistic mix-ups. This wasn't a straightforward mishearing. Eggcorn sort of made sense. I mean, it does look like an egg, and it is a corn or a seed. So the question was, with this new brand of oral accident, what to call it?
So Jeff Pullum, a week later, said, well, look, if there's no suitable word, then we should just make it eponymous. That is, take the example.
And 20 police officers accused of having sex on duty will not be returning to the force. In separate decisions, arbitrators upheld the indefinite suspensions of Rebecca Martinez and Emin Fondren.
As our Dylan Collier reports in this Defenders Update, even though the pair denies the allegations of sexual misconduct, the evidence too strong to overcome.
I mean, you do those kinds of things on duty and you take your chances.
SAPD Chief William McManus said the arbitrators got it right, upholding in March the termination of Rebecca Martinez and this month the termination of Emin Fondren. The East Side.
So I would like to know, do you support police officers when they're doing this type of stuff? Do you support them making fools of themselves? Look what they're doing.
Patrol officers fired in 2016, months after Fondren's then wife provided investigators 160 pages of racy text messages that exposed not only their affair, but also how the officers conspired to have sex while on duty, carrying out the plan, according to SAPD, in this Home Depot parking lot and at this home belonging to Martinez's friend, repeatedly disabling the GPS units on their vehicles to conceal their whereabouts.
There was a very, very thorough and detailed investigation into this. The facts played out to where there was at least a preponderance of evidence that occurred.
Martinez described the message.
I wonder how this Hispanic lady, I wonder how her family feels about this. Let me fix my volume. Hold on 1 second. I think that's good. I wonder how I wonder how her family feels about this. I wonder if her family disowned her. I wonder if they said, oh, you got with a black guy. You're out of the family. I don't know, man. I don't know. I have heard stories about that. That's why I'm saying that. I have heard stories. Yeah.
Messages as fantasy talk and sexting, telling Internal Affairs she did have sex with Fondren at the home, but before their shifts began. Records, however, showed that the morning in question, Martinez waited almost 20 minutes to respond to a call for a disturbance with a knife.
There are certain things that we just can't tolerate.
I'm so sorry, man. This is funny as fuck to me. She can't even do her job because she's too busy having sex. What a dumb.
An attorney representing both officers did not respond to a call for comment today. Fondren and Martinez could appeal the arbitrator's decision to state district court. SAPD says they've received no kind of notification about whether either officer plans to do so. Live downtown, Dylan Collier, KSAT 12 News.
Wow.
A female Denver police officer accused of having sex on the job. She is getting her job back, along with 4 years in back pay.
And number 7's Jennifer Kovaleski broke the story and it's in the studio. And of course, taxpayers are the ones on the hook for all that money.
Yeah, Teresa and Shannon, we're talking hundreds of thousands of dollars. Now, at the center of this case, allegations of sex on the job in a patrol car with another married Denver officer.
Look at this lady's face. If you can read body language, you can just tell she's disgusted, like, oh, having sex in a car, and there are police officers. You can just tell the disdain on her face. You can just tell the disdain. Look at it. Look at that.
A former Denver police officer says she should not have been fired. Patrol officer Stephanie Southard made headlines for all the wrong reasons.
Hold on a minute. Oh, I remember this story here. This is going to blow your mind. Watch what happens. Watch the outcome in this case here.
It's back in 2014. Off the job, accused of Stephanie Southard made headlines. Former Denver police officer says she should not have been fired. Patrol officer Stephanie Southard made headlines for all the wrong reasons back in 2014. Off the job, accused of having sex with another officer in a patrol car while on duty. Now, 4 years later, thanks to this 21-page court order, she won her job back. Not only can she wear a Denver badge again, the city and Denver taxpayers owe her 4 years of back pay and benefits, or upwards of $200,000. Now, back in 2014, the city fired Southard for having sex on duty approximately 25 to 30 times with another Denver cop who also happened to be married. Officer Nathan Sanchez resigned back then after admitting to it. Southard, on the other hand, always...
Oh, man, the microphone wasn't muted. Anyway, yeah, that's the thing about these type of jobs. These police department, law enforcement jobs and hospital jobs, they're always cheating on their husbands and wives, always cheating on their spouse. Yep, that's a common thing.
Maintained the affair never took place at work, and she fought back, appealing at every chance she could. She took it all the way to a judicial review, where a Denver District Court judge just ruled in her favor. As for the Denver Department of Safety's take on this, a spokesperson says the agency is waiting to meet with the city attorney's office next week. When we asked exactly how much back pay Southard is owed, the city told us they are still working that out. But some of the costs could be offset by any earnings Southard's made from another employer during the court battle. In Denver, Jennifer Kovaleski, Denver 7.
Do you, Haley A. Bennett, swear first that to give the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Have you been having a relationship with Sergeant Rogers? That's the first question.
Fine.
Sexual relationship. Have y'all at any point in time been engaged in a sexual relationship?
Yes.
Okay. One of the issues with this case is...
You know, what amazes me about this is that people look at this lady, they would look at this lady in this uniform and this badge and this hat, and they would actually worship her. They probably would kiss her boots when she's no different than anyone else. I just don't get it. I just don't get it. How stupid can you be? I don't understand it. It's just stupid. Just give all your trust to somebody because they have a uniform and a badge on. Wow.
You're in a relationship with your supervisor. You now have been promoted, and the allegation is your purpose was that. You wanted this relationship to facilitate that advancement. Is there any truth to that?
I would have aimed higher. If that answers your question, if that was...
So, I mean, I'll take that as a no, but I need you to say
no.
So
no.
Your relationship with Sergeant Rogers was not an intent
to
boost your career.
The investigator then asked Bennett about that congrats text message.
Looking at messages alone from the outside looking in and then talking to them, their understanding of looks like it worked was, hey, this is what your plan was. You wanted to be promoted, and whether that was your intent to start with, it worked. He fought for you to be the corporal because of y'all's relationship. Whether that was your intent or not, do you believe he went that step to fight for you because of the relationship?
Absolutely not.
Bennett initially denied she did any of this on the clock.
So specific sex acts, whether it's intercourse or a sexual act, was take hugging and kissing out of it. How many times would y'all meet, whether it's your residence, hotels, his residence, wherever the case may be, for an act of sexual intercourse or any other sexual act? About how many times?
15, 20.
Would these all occur? At any of these times, would y'all meet while working at all? Any time while you were on duty or while he was on duty?
We were on duty? No, there was...
Either one of you?
It was one time.
One time. Y'all were both on duty?
You know, what's so sad about this is that man that was having this relationship with this woman, the other officer, the other South Carolina state trooper, he was having sex with her in the vehicles. He has no respect for her. He's having sex with her in a vehicle. Yeah, that's what she does. She lets people have sex with her in cars and stuff like a slut. And goes back to what I've been saying, what kills me that I don't get. Maybe somebody need to help me understand that. Like, help me understand that way of thinking. Why do you worship these people? And that's what I'm going to say, worship. I have to start saying worship now. I can't say you look up to them, you worship them. Yeah, you worship them. You really would kiss their boots. You really would shine their boots with your tongue. Why do you think of them that way? Why do you look at them like they're just so good, you know? And when they're no different than you and I, they're no different than anyone else. They're just people. So why do you worship them?
No.
He was on duty?
Was not me.
An hour into the interview, Bennett changed her answer.
And you recall pretty specifically that, to your recollection, none of these occurred while you were actively on the clock on duty. Because each time I've asked you so far, your recollection is you were off, and other than one or two occasions, he was also off. I mean, it's your time I don't want to talk to him and he give me a different
And let me just add, South Carolina has a disgusting law as it pertains to firearms. And I know about this law from watching Live PD, and I couldn't believe it. And I couldn't believe it. I really couldn't believe when I looked up the law and found out that it's not a misdemeanor. It's actually a felony. It's a felony in the state of South Carolina if you ride around in your vehicle with your gun not in a locked compartment, like a gun lock box like I have, like those, or a locked glove compartment or something like that. If you don't have your gun in that and it's just out, you're going to get a felony if you get busted in the state of South Carolina. What sense does that make? That is so stupid. You have so many different gun laws all throughout the states, so many different gun laws, and we have one constitution, one Second Amendment, but we have so many different regulations and gun laws from multiple states. It doesn't make any sense to me.
Explanation that, oh no, she was on duty. That's why I'm giving you that opportunity, because I want to hear from you.
I'm going to say probably, yeah, both of us on duty at one day.
And may I just add, and you'll be thinking, yeah, I'm in the South, I'm in South Carolina. You'll be coming from you may come from maybe Arkansas or any other southern state. And, because the South, we got good gun laws. Like Texas, we got great gun laws, So you get to thinking, well, yeah, it's just another southern state. I'm going to go to South Carolina and do like I do in Texas and Louisiana and Mississippi and whatnot and get a felony. 3 years just for having your legal gun not in the locked compartment in your vehicle. 3 years, felony. And that's why I always say, the way this system is set up, it's always a law to contradict another law. It's just like what I was speaking of the other day. Yeah, you do have a First Amendment right to stand on the corner and, do whatever you want to do, but you can't disturb the peace. You can't disturb the peace.
Probably.
One of the ones that occurred.
I think office.
Even with those admissions, the patrol never turned this case over to SLED to determine if this misuse of state time and resources violated the law. What was your initial reaction when you first saw the details of this case?
No different than anybody else. This was in some ways very shocking behavior in the workplace.
SCDPS director.
Well, and when you have presidents in office like Donald Trump that believe that, police officers can do no wrong, this is what you're going to have, because he's not going to use Kash Patel to send in the FBI to investigate these people. So this is how this happens. The president loves police. In his eyes, they do no wrong, so he's not going to allow the feds or send the feds to investigate this agency.
Robert Woods signed off on the Rogers-Bennett disciplinary action. The internal affairs investigation also revealed during the on-duty sex romps, Rogers admitted he left his entire troop, including his own troopers, unprotected.
It's fair to say in those encounters, you were not available for duty, not there able to immediately respond if the case.
Not like at a split second, no, sir.
So
but I would be able to respond, but not like in a split second.
Do you see that as an abuse or a misuse of taxpayer resources here?
Well,
and to be honest with you, the way I think, all of the wrongdoing and corruption that we have in government nowadays, I don't think the people from the era, that founded the Constitution, like those people, I don't think they would have stood for this. I think they would have bowed arms. Don't they have that in the Constitution that you can bow arms and whatever and protest your government? I don't know. You can bow arms if your government is just being a tyrant and being cruel to you.
I think there's no question about the fact that it's a clear policy violation. Does it? And of course, the policy are in place to ensure that we remain accountable to the taxpayers, that we're using our resources appropriately. So yes, that is the case. Does it rise to the level of criminality? No. Is it a serious policy violation that needs to be dealt with in a serious fashion? Yes, and it was.
The patrol.
So somebody said from Chicago, we need common sense. Gun reform, common sense gun reform. Illinois, They have some messed up gun laws there, really bad gun laws. But you can pass through the state of Illinois, any state with a firearm. You can pass through as long as you have the gun in a lockbox. It has to be unloaded. The ammunition has to be in a lockbox, and it has to be as far as away from you as possible. And you can travel through the state of Illinois. Like, you know, if you have to go to Wisconsin or any neighboring state like Indiana or Illinois, you can travel through there. But you have to do it like that. It's a constitutional right. You have to travel with your firearm, but you have to travel with it locked up.
Patrol disciplined Rogers and Bennett, sustaining every allegation of improper conduct against them. The agency found they violated these policies: conduct unbecoming a state employee, misuse of work time, and willful violation of rules, regulations, policy, or procedures. Rogers got an $11,000 pay cut, demoted to Master Trooper, and permanently reassigned to Troop 4, covering Lancaster and Chesterfield counties. The patrol stripped Bennett of her corporal promotion and moved her to Troop 1, covering Kershaw and Lee counties. The agency closed the investigation, and Rogers and Bennett went back to the streets. But not all law enforcers caught getting their on-duty sex kicks in South Carolina this year were that lucky.
In Georgetown County, a deputy was fired and arrested after authorities say he engaged in sexual activity inside of a patrol car.
The Georgetown County Sheriff's Office charged Deputy Cody Christopher Bailey with misconduct in office in February. That same month, SLED charged.
So I have a question. Would you view this as sexual deviancy? I mean, it's not like they're doing anything to a child or they're not, you know, raping anyone. It's consensual sex, but, you know, look what they're doing. You know, this is so unprofessional. I don't know. Is it sexual deviancy? It's borderline. If not, it's not good. It's disgusting. It's not professional.
McCormick Town Police Officer Matthew Dillon Yon with misconduct in office, accused of having on-duty consensual sex with a woman. Just 2 months ago, SLED charged Casey Police Officer Michael Joseph Timo with the same misconduct charge, accusing him of having on-duty consensual sex with a woman. All of those prosecutions are still pending today.
The issue of criminality never was raised. It was never considered. It was never considered to be a criminal matter. But this involved two co-workers who engaged in consensual.
Midterms can't come soon enough. So what gang are you a part of? I call the Democrats the Crips and the Republicans the Blood, because the red and the blue dynamic. What's up with the red and blue dynamic? In boxing, you got the red versus the blue corner. You got red versus blue always. What's up with that dynamic?
Sex in the workplace. Is that objectionable? Yes. Is that inappropriate? Yes. Is that improper? Yes. Are those violation of policies? Absolutely. Is it criminal? That was never a part of our consideration, and we don't believe it was criminal.
Do you think?
You said you vote blue all the way. Well, nowadays, most people are running away from the Democratic Party. They can't stomach the Democratic Party because of their policies. You know, this is not the same Democratic Party of, let's just say, during Bill Clinton. You know, the Democratic Party has just gotten horrible with these policies they have. That's why you see a lot of people flocking to the Republican Party, even though they're not any better. It's just, you know, I guess the Republicans, I guess, are not as illogical as the Democrats, I'll say. I don't know. That's not as bad. How about that? I'll put it like that. The Republicans are not as bad as the Democrats, even though they still are bad. You know, I don't vote for any of them. I'm not a Democrat or Republican. I never voted in my whole life, and I probably never will.
This may be a case where an outside agency should have come in and reviewed, and then maybe an outside prosecutor to make sure that there.
So what's up with the state's attorney general? I don't know how South Carolina runs their state, but I know in Louisiana, the attorney general for the state of Louisiana, they are not under the authority of the governor of the state of Louisiana. They are independent. So the attorney general can investigate this. And the attorney general of South Carolina, that is, can investigate if they want to. But if they don't want to, they don't have to. I mean, who knows? Hey, they're in my same party, so I'm not going to investigate them. You see, that's why I don't like this Democrat Republican thing. I don't like it. You know, they fight amongst themselves while other people don't, get the things that they need done. They're too busy going amongst themselves. I really would hope that they could just come together, come together.
There was no criminality here.
Well, no, because we're confident that there wasn't. Let me, if I may, just draw this comparison. Let's take the sexual component out of this. These were just two coworkers who said, "Listen, we're going to go watch a football game, and we're going to take a couple hours of work time." And they're using state resources. They're streaming on their computers. Do we have misuse of work time? Yes. Do we have misuse of state resources? Yes. Would that be considered a criminal matter? No. Should it be dealt with in order to maintain accountability to the taxpayers with our own disciplinary system? Absolutely.
Coming up.
The best way to stay out of this room is you gotta be more careful with the girls, young ladies you messing with.
The story of a cop who got away with this before until his luck finally ran out. When Internal Affairs continues after this.
So we're going to do a Shiloh Church where we actually met to do sexual stuff.
The odds of getting caught back here were
Slim to none. Only because this is a church. There's only one way in and out, and I think only people come down here on Sunday.
This woman knew what she was doing wasn't the right thing to do.
Turning around to where I parked whenever I would meet him.
Especially in the driveway of a place like this. We recorded this interview with her in 2023. She agreed to show her face and publish her name then. But when we told her we were ready to publish this investigation in her interview a few days ago, she asked that we blur her face and not say her name.
And these are just pictures of the deputy himself. So in this one, it's that one.
Just weeks before this interview, she was at work when Chris Moore, a Marlboro County Sheriff's deputy, rolled through the drive-thru.
Where he got hired on with the Marlboro County Sheriff's Department, and he's shaking hands with the sheriff.
With a few minutes of flirting and a Snapchat handle swap later, she and the deputy struck up an extramarital love affair. She says they met.
So where did this take place? Mississippi somewhere? I know it's a lot of black folks in Mississippi. It's a lot of local governments that are run by black people in Mississippi, because who else is going to run it? They are the population. So of course they're going to work in City Hall and the courthouse and whatever.
All over Marlboro County, some of those meetups got physical and happened while Moore was on the clock.
How did I know he was on duty? He arrived in his patrol car, and so whenever he would get out, like he would.
Okay, I get it. Okay, so another story from the state of South Carolina. Okay, all right, I get it. It's a lot of black folks in the South in general, though. A lot. If you want to know where black folks are, go to the South. Go to Mississippi.
Would cut his car off, but he would bring his radio with him and put it on either the trunk of his car or the hood of my car. That way he was able to hear if they had a call for him to go to. And at that time he was in his full uniform. And then whenever we would actually like do sexual intercourse, he would take off his vest if he had it on, and then he would unbuckle his duty weapon from his side.
She says she fell in love with the deputy, confided in him about the trouble in her own.
You're a damn liar. You didn't fall in love with that guy, because if you really did love the man, you wouldn't be doing what you're doing right now. You used him up, You used him up. Now you're doing this. That's what you did, the sex was nothing to you. It's nothing to her. That was a part of her usury. She used this guy up. That's what I think.
Own marriage, and the two grew close. So close, she says, she and Moore talked about moving her in at one point. But there was one detail the woman says Corporal Moore didn't tell her. He was a married man with a family. Were you mad at that point?
I was, well, not necessarily mad.
Well, what do you think, you idiot? Like, what's wrong with these stupid females, man? The guy is having sex with you in a car. What do you think? You think he cares about you? You think he loves you? He doesn't even have enough decency to take you to a motel or a hotel. He's having sex with you in a car. You're so stupid. Man, I be wondering to myself. I wonder to myself sometimes, how are people this stupid? How can I see this, but they don't see it? Am I that smart?
And I was like disappointed. I got close to him. Like he knows things about me that most people don't. Like I opened up to him and I thought we really and truly were going to make a relationship out of whatever we had going on.
The woman says she eventually learned the deputy was playing her. Score.
Well, I think the Democrats have got that gerrymander situation in the state of Virginia settled. So I believe that they are going to get a lot of seats in November. So, hey, it is what it is, man. That's how it works. The Democrats, they have their way for a time. The Republicans have their way for a time. It just goes back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. You know, which why I think it doesn't make sense. I don't think it's a good system like that, because if they just come together and come to a common ground and decide what's best for both parties, we can have a better long-term situation instead of just a temporary thing, you know, like, well, the Republicans, they're going to run it this way for 4 years. Then the Democrats, they're going to come in 4 years later and change everything. Then a Republican going to come in and change. They just keep getting changed, the policies. That's why I don't think it makes sense.
She went after more, and her husband found out what happened. She then reported the deputy to his bosses in October 2023.
All right, Chris, have a seat in that chair right there for me.
I hate this chair right here.
Well,
That complaint turned into a state investigation of misconduct in office.
who are you in a relationship with? Are you married?
Yes.
Okay. So do you have a relationship on the side?
I have a friend I talk to.
You see how his arms are folded? You see the posture? You see that? Yeah. Just that body language tells you that something's bothering him.
My friend I talk, we haven't talked in a couple of weeks, 1 week or so, 2 weeks somewhere.
Okay.
SLED agents questioned Moore for an hour and a half. SLED redacted each reference to the woman's identity from both the video recording and the written documents we obtained under the Freedom of Information Act.
We got really close, like really close.
Yeah, Freedom of Information Act, acronym FOIA. So it's okay for the news channel to go in and get a FOIA, but when just an average person goes in, it's a big deal. Oh, it's a big deal. Oh, God, we don't have a right to go get a FOIA. It's a law. God, man, we have a lot of idiots in the world today.
What's happening with me? Y'all only been talking about a month or two, you know?
She didn't know I was married.
So you had no intention? Long-term relationship, okay.
No.
Moore admitted to the affair.
Have we had sex or something? Yes. We had. I mean, I'm not denying that.
When did y'all, do you remember when y'all first had sex?
Yeah, this is a dumb ass person right here. This dude right here that just told on himself. He's so stupid. See, in his mind, he thinks that if I tell the truth, it's going to be okay. Maybe I'm not going to get fired. When you just confessed on camera, it's not going to do you any good. It's not going to benefit you by telling on yourself. The best thing you can do is keep quiet and just be quiet. You're being interrogated, basically. You're being interrogated. No different than anyone else being interrogated that should be quiet and ask for a lawyer. You know, that's what tells me you're not a smart person, because you don't know that. But you have a badge on. You got a gun. You're a sheriff officer. You know, people worship you, but you're stupid, though.
It was in my truck. She came to Marion. We went to a lake where I fish at.
Moore told agents most of the encounters happened in his personal truck.
All right, so y'all met on Bigfoot Road? Were you working?
I was.
Okay. So you were in your, what kind of patrol car you drive? I didn't see that.
My truck.
Charger.
Of all the times and places Moore told SLED they met, he never mentioned that rendezvous in the church driveway on the outskirts of town.
Out of all the times y'all have had sexual relations, whether it be oral or penetration, the only time you've ever had any sex.
And to be honest, this same type of female in another situation, she would lie and say that this guy raped her. She would lie, but she can't lie because it's too much evidence that it was a relationship and that the sex was consensual. But she will be the same person sitting there lying, saying, "Oh, he raped me, he raped me, whatever. He sexually assaulted me." Yeah, right. Who would want to rape you? God, who would want to rape you? God damn. You're desperate for somebody to have sex with you.
Sexual relationships with this woman has been one time when you were working, correct?
Yes.
And she provides you oral sex then.
Yes.
And that was on Bigfoot Road.
The SLED interview also revealed this wasn't Moore's first time under a SLED investigation over allegations of his sexual activities with women who were not his wife.
Do you have any knowledge of any other previous allegations made against you as far as sexual relations are concerned?
So the other day, my first situation back in Dillon, and I'm glad you said that, back in.
What a dumb. The lady that's interviewing him, all she's doing is setting him up so he can never be a police officer again. She's just getting him to spill the beans and tell on his little stupid self. I just find people like this so stupid that sit down and actually tell on themselves. You tell on yourself. You can even have a conversation with the lady and not reveal anything. You can have a conversation and a dialogue and not reveal everything. Ask for stupid rhetorical questions. How about you do that? You're communicating, you all having a dialogue, but you're asking stupid rhetorical questions. You're asking questions. You're not answering questions. How about that? See that? That's why I study psychology.
Dylan, first time I ever sat in this room right here about that. It's nothing against you. I really just hate this room.
And that's understandable.
I really just hate this room. And I'm a big baby. I really hate this room.
Moore was a Dillon County deputy at that time in 2019. Dillon County Sheriff Jamie Hamilton could not tell us exactly what Moore was accused of back then and could not produce any personnel records from Moore's employee file documenting it. But we do know Moore was never charged with a crime from that Dillon County SLED investigation.
This was just me and her having fun. Doggone, she's not gonna know all this. She didn't know I was married. I knew she was married, but whatever the case may be. So apparently she went snooping and found that I was married, or somebody told her I was married, because you can't find it. I'm not on Facebook. I don't do that.
And that's when Moore says his side love flipped out and the woman and her husband went after him.
When does the messages first start between you and her?
The day after his SLED interview, the Marlboro County Sheriff fired Deputy Moore under the grounds of misconduct of a sheriff's office policy. Moore admitted to engaging in sexual activity while in uniform and on duty, and the sheriff fired him on the spot. The termination papers noted Moore was fired amid a criminal investigation. SLED later closed its investigation, and agents asked Will Rogers, the elected county prosecutor at the time, whether he charged the deputy. Rogers told SLED no, because he felt that the case had been dealt with administratively. What do you think was the proper punishment in that scenario?
For him not to be a police officer anymore. And that's what I thought would have been dealt with through administrative channels.
But it didn't quite work out that way. 3 months after Marlboro County Sheriff Larry McNeil fired Deputy Moore.
Hey everyone, it's Richland County Sheriff Leon Lott.
Chris Moore went to work for one of the largest sheriff's departments in the state. Sheriff Leon Lott even promoted Moore 3 months after he hired him. But just 2 months ago, Moore's own department charged him with misconduct in office, using his badge to gain a personal relationship. Investigators say Moore got a woman's phone number on a traffic stop. They found inappropriate
I
photo.
like that. Using a badge to get a relationship. Yeah. You know why? Because without that badge, they couldn't get a female. They couldn't get a woman. They don't know how to talk to women without that badge.
One of which was him smoking marijuana, and texts showed Moore attempted to trade drugs for sex. Lott's PR unit sent Columbia media outlets and Queen City News a statement, only telling
Mr. Robert Spann was also fired this week. Most of the surveillance video is too graphic to show. He's accused of having consensual sexual relationship with a Kroger employee while he was working special duty at the grocery store.
That was caught on video, not once, twice, 3 times, but multiple times.
Even though he was at special duty, Bryant contends he still needs to follow the policies and expected behavior of a Columbus police officer.
He wore the Columbus Division of Police uniform during these incidents.
These officers had their chiefs hearing on Monday and Tuesday. On Tuesday, I contacted Columbus Police to confirm the officers had been fired. It wasn't until Friday that Chief Bryant responded.
Why did it take so long for confirmation?
For confirmation that they were fired? I don't know. I can't answer that, Lacey. I know when it was brought to my attention that you were asking about the situation, we said, let's give her the answer she wants.
And now both of the officers have the option to appeal the firing. No word yet on if they'll do so. Reporting live, Lacey.
So did I miss something here? Let me get this straight. So 2 different officers had sex with 1 female Kroger employee? Yuck. Disgusting.
Press 10 TV News.
And I'm Andy Sirota. 3 Harris County Sheriff's deputies are off the job this morning. They've been fired from District 3.
The 3 deputies are accused of having sex in their patrol cars while they were on the clock. Local 2's Courtney Gilmore has the latest now on the allegation.
Yeah. Yeah, this is funny. You know, this is funny, you know. Police officers having sex on the job in their vehicles is so funny. And I know it's redundancy, but I will say it again because I have to say it again because it's so important. And this is what many people do. You worship the police. You just worship them. You just love to shine their boots with your tongue and, you know, spit shine their boots with your tongue. You know, you just worship people because you're just an idiot. You know, you're so gullible. You're so credulous. You know, you're so credulous, meaning you're so quick to believe anything. You're just so quick to trust people because you're naive and gullible. But look what they are doing. They are no different than anyone else. That's what you have to understand and stop being so gullible and being manipulated by the police. Yeah, they're being manipulative. They're manipulating you because you think that, oh, they're so good, but they're not.
Well, according to the sheriff's office, the 3 male deputies, the woman who was involved in the affair and her husband, all work in different departments, but in the same circle. So it was only a matter of time before this affair went from being a top secret to top of the news headlines. 3 Harris County District 3 sheriff's deputies will not be coming back to this office in Northeast Harris County. A sheriff's spokesman.
Somebody must have had to go look that word up. They was like, oh, what that mean? Credulous. Let me go look that up. It just means when you're so quick to believe something, you just believe something so quick. You're just so trusting. And that's what it means, credulous. Or you can say gullible. It's just a sophisticated way to say that someone is gullible, credulous.
Confirms that Robert Johnson, Michael Medina, and Adam Wright are gone. All were terminated for improper conduct that involved consensual sex in the deputies' patrol cars. The woman involved with the 3 deputies works with the Citizens Police Academy, which is a group separate from the sheriff's office. Her husband, officials say, is a volunteer with the sheriff's office. The sheriff's spokesperson issued a statement saying the 3 deputies were asked to submit to counseling when it was believed they were involved in an extramarital affair outside of work. But when it was...
And we have people always love to say, support the police, support the police. Do you support them when they're doing this? Like, why are you trying to convince people to think the way you think? You're trying to make people think, yeah, like you think. Yeah, just support the police no matter what. Just support them no matter what. You want people to be stupid and gullible, right? You want people to be manipulated. You just want people to be manipulated.
Learned that the activities took place during work hours, they were fired. Well, the woman involved in the investigation has been reassigned in her department after these allegations surfaced. Reporting downtown, Courtney Gilmore, KPRC, Local 2.
District 3 covers the northeast side of Harris County, including Wallaceville Road.
For you at 5 o'clock, a Cedar Hill police officer arrested a woman for DWI, but now he's the one actually in trouble with the law, accused of soliciting that same woman for sex. Andrea Lucia, our understanding is based on your looks.
Whoa, Now, this is a little more extreme. This is disgusting. This is not just police having sex in a vehicle. No, he's trying to have sex, or I guess had sex. I guess we'll see, with a civilian, someone he pulled over. Wow, a police stop. Oh, hey, I won't write you a ticket. Just do this. Like, what a creep. What a creep.
Is this is part of a pattern that the I-teams found this officer specifically is being investigated for?
Yeah, Doug, Donald Mercer is now a former police officer with the Cedar Hill Police Department here, having resigned after the department started investigating allegations that he solicited not just this woman, but others too. In this case, the Texas Rangers found enough evidence to charge Mercer with official oppression. Records show he pulled over the 27-year-old woman in August, performed a field sobriety test, then placed her handcuffed in the back of his patrol car. At one point, while reaching across.
Hell no, man. I didn't know this was a black dude. Oh, man, you know better. You know you can't do nothing. You can't do nothing, man. You know they're going to come down on you. You should have known that.
To grab a seatbelt, video allegedly shows the victim kisses the left side of his neck. The report says Mercer then turns his head toward the victim and kisses her. Investigators allege on the way to jail, Mercer pulled over, turned off all his vehicle lights and his body camera, then asked the woman, "Do you still have to throw up or pee?" Investigators say this is when he let her out of the car and, quote, the victim stated he asked her for oral sex, which she refused. When they returned to the car, video captures her whimpering and passing out several times due to her intoxication. Investigators say Mercer and the victim exchanged text messages over the next month, with the victim in one case writing, "You had the nerve to ask me to perform oral sex. You pulled over in the middle of nowhere to get me to do so. You know I can report you?" At Cedar Hill.
So let's see if he took the bait. Obviously, it's a setup. She's trying to get him to communicate through text messages so she can have the, what they say, receipts. She can have the confirmation. She can have the proof. I wonder if he fell for that like a dumbass, like a dumb idiot. Yeah, let me go ahead and text so she can have the proof.
Says Mercer was under investigation in a separate incident when the complaint in this case came through. They say he resigned 4 days later. This morning, he turned himself into the Ellis County Jail on that charge of official oppression. This afternoon, his attorney released a statement saying, quote, "It is very early in this process. We are currently conducting our own thorough investigation into the allegations."
You know, it seems like the only time that a police officer can be held accountable for his crimes is when they do something extreme. Why don't they do something when they do something minor? Why don't they hold them accountable when they do minor offenses? Because don't you think the minor offenses is what leads up to major offenses? Because they think in their mind, they get this what they do. They get puffed up. They get prideful. They get away with the small things and they get prideful. And then that's what leads them to do bigger things. It's because of the pride. And they've been getting away with stuff.
Until then, we would ask the public not to rush to judgment. Officer Mercer served this community and has devoted his life to helping others. Doug?
Well, what do we know regarding this other incident you talked about with Mercer and what he was investigated for with that one?
Yeah, that involved a report of domestic violence that Mercer responded to. He confessed as part of the internal investigation here that he returned to the scene later that same night and told the victim that he wanted to have sex with her. He also told investigators.
Wow, this is some simp type stuff right here. This is like some real sucker simp type stuff, like desperate. That's what this is. Like, I can't believe this. I can almost bust out laughing even saying it. So let me get this straight. This guy returned to a domestic violence victim's home to have sex with her, to ask her to have sex with him, rather. I don't have any words for that. I don't know what to say. It's sad, though. It's sad. Like, that's a simp move. So desperate.
Here, that he had on at least a couple occasions given his phone number out to women that he had pulled over. We do actually have video of him being questioned as part of the internal investigation. We're going to be sharing that tonight at 10.
We'll look forward to seeing you at 10 o'clock tonight. Andrea Lucia, thanks very much.
Officer fired. A longtime member of the Providence Police Force is forced off the job over stunning allegations when he was supposed to be serving and protecting the public. The now former officer admits he was actually having sex on the job. Eyewitness News reporter Steve Nielsen is live now at the Public Safety Complex headquarters with the Providence Mobile Newsroom.
Officer Kazanjian will not be formally or criminally charged for what happened last May, but officials called his actions outrageous and despicable. Terminated. It took 8 months, but Officer Koch Kazanjian is fired after admitting to having sex on the job.
His behavior was so both outrageous and despicable that we moved for termination.
Thursday, Public Safety Commissioner Stephen Perry, the city's attorney, and Chief Hugh Clements announced Kazanjian's career is over.
This egregious, outrageous behavior certainly wasn't taken well by many at the time that it happened, and neither is it now.
Police say it happened in the capital city last May. A 19-year-old woman came to the hospital saying she was sexually assaulted. Although no rape charges will be filed, police say Kazanjian did have sex with her.
Unfortunately, it was a real poor decision that ended an officer's career.
According to documents from the hearing committee, the officer was called to a scene where the 19-year-old was fighting with her boyfriend. Police say he drove the woman back to her home where drug paraphernalia was on display. Kazanjian told officers the woman wanted to have sex.
He claims she offered sexual favors to him, to which he responded in his own words, okay, that's your thrill, no problem.
The committee voted to terminate him. Now, we've tried to get in contact with Kazanjian. So far, we've gotten no response from him. And for the last 8 months, he has been on paid suspension. Now, coming up at 6, we'll tell you about the city's efforts to try to stop him from receiving a pension. Reporting live at the Providence Mobile Newsroom, Steve Nielsen, Eyewitness News.
And a New Mexico State police officer has been caught in a compromising position. Security cameras set up to catch vandals captured the officer in full uniform having sex with a woman on the hood of a car. The incident took place at a county-owned ranch in Santa Fe. The officer has been placed on leave during an internal investigation, but it's not clear if he will face disciplinary action.
You have the right to remain horizontal. All
Unfortunately,
right.
we can't show you the complete photo.
No, we can't. Look for it on Cinemax.
Whoa. What's that? I just built a budgeting app in Base 44.
Guys, you just built an app.
A Port St. Lucie police officer has been fired for having sex while on duty. Officer Charles Green was let go after an internal affairs investigation revealed that he had sex with a woman that he met last October during a burglary call. The woman's husband, who's currently behind bars at the St. Lucie County Jail, reported the incident.
A grand jury has indicted 2 more former officers of the disbanded Coffee City Police Department.
Yeah, the latest charges are for alleged misconduct in Harris County before they were hired in Coffee City. Jeremy Rogowski has the latest development in his exclusive investigation.
Investigators say this latest case highlights the problem of so-called wandering officers. Cops who get fired from one agency get hired by another, only to get fired there and somehow get hired yet again.
Hearing from a community as they call for action to be taken against these deputies who were caught on video assaulting this woman. We'll have more on that again after a quick 2-minute break.
The police are beating a homeless person. That's what you are watching right now. A homeless person. That's sad. That's so sad. And look who's covering this. Fox News. What you hear them always say on these big Fox News channels, oh, we support the police, we back the blue, playing politics. Oh, we support the police, we back the blue. But look what your local Fox News channel's doing. They're recording this for the world to see. And good. And to be honest, I keep saying it, and to be honest, but I could have taken this guy down by myself. All I would have did is just maybe hit him with a single leg, a double leg takedown or something. I don't know. But it's just funny how you have three people. They don't know how to take somebody into custody. They have to beat on the person instead of just wrestle him down and put the hands behind the back and put the cuffs on. They have to punch on the guy because they don't know what the fuck they're doing.
Gonzalez only put the to expeditiously do the right thing. We witnessed a black woman being beat, being brutalized, being stumped, being to the letter. However, we say to Ed Gonzalez right here.
Oh, come on, man.
Because she's been diagnosed with schizophrenia as well as bipolar disorder, has been in and out of hospitals.
Oh my God. And this is a crazy lady. Where is this? Is this Houston, Texas? It's a lot of fucking crazy ass homeless people running around out of their mind. They don't know what's going on. Why would you beat them up? Why would you beat up a crazy person that's on the streets? God, man, how cruel can you be? How cruel can you be? But we got people that want to worship these type of people like an idiot. So stupid, so stupid. And this is a woman they're doing this to, a female. Do you really think you have to beat up a homeless woman like this that has mental issues? How cruel can you be?
So we are hearing from some community leaders who are also out calling for action that needs to be taken against these deputies. Let's listen into this press conference that just took place.
The failure of Sheriff Ed Gonzalez to expeditiously do the right.
Expeditiously, meaning quickly, right? Do it quickly, expeditiously. Golly, boy, I know a lot of words. I'm not even gonna lie. My vocabulary is expanded. But anyway, yeah, I don't see anything that this homeless lady is doing that's a threat. I don't see anything. If anything, she's trying to protect herself from being punched in the face. I don't see anything she's doing that's threatening.
We witnessed a black woman being beat, being brutalized, being stumped, being kicked, being kneed, being punched by all men right here at this very spot. A homeless black woman was attacked by Harris County Sheriff's deputies, and they beat that woman like she was wanted for murder. They beat that woman like she had shot some cop and she was fleeing arrest. What they did to that black woman is against, one, the law, it's against the crime of humanity, and it's against malehood and manhood, period. What man in his right mind?
See, and that's the thing. When you got a team behind you, when you have lawyers that will actually take your case, you have something to work with. Because a lot of times, why you think you see these First Amendment auditors, they go file their own cases in federal court because nobody is willing to take their case because it's not worth any money, probably. I'm not going to say all, but it just depends. Certain things a lawyer is not willing to take your case on.
With any degree of decency would beat a woman like that. Any citizen of Harris County that was caught on video beating a dog like that would be locked up and under the jail. It is a disgrace.
Hey man, you're right about that. You're so right about that. You can't even beat a damn dog like that. And I see these people in the park with their little dogs. Oh, they love the dog so much. It seems like they love dogs than they love humans to me. And that's pretty sick. You know, it seems like they love their dog more than they love a human being. You know, there's so many homeless people walking around. They treat them like shit. They don't feed them. They don't give them change. You can't even give them $1 or $2. You just hate them. You have disdain and contempt for them. But you love that stupid dog of yours, huh? You have it all in your house, doo-dooing all over the place, pissing all over the carpet, kissing it in the mouth. God knows whatever else you're letting that dog do to you.
Ed Gonzalez only put them on administrative leave. We say to Ed Gonzalez, administrative leave is not going to work in this case. They should be fired, and your investigation should be turned over to the Harris County District Attorney's Office, who should be doing a simultaneously joint investigation with your office, and those officers should be indicted. But you think you're getting away with it because she's a homeless black woman, and you believe nobody cares.
Yep, that's it, man. You hit the nail right on the head. They always oppress and abuse poor people because they think that they think that they are not even going to try to fight back, you know, in court or get a lawyer. They think that they're not even going to try to do that, let alone actually have a lawyer or a team or somebody behind them that's willing to help them. That's why they feel so comfortable in abusing poor people.
What you did to that black woman is a crime. What the sheriff's department did to that black woman is a crime, and those deputies should be locked up. And I must say this, to watch a black cop out here with those cops, and he too was beating that black sister along with those other non-black cops.
Yeah, man. And that type of situation like that, these cops, they get in these jobs and they have peer pressure. They feel like they have to be corrupt like their fellow police officers, or they are not really one of them or whatever. You know, like, you're not really one of us. You're not really with the blue because you're not corrupt like us. You know, you don't do what we do. You don't lie like we lie. You know, you don't cover for us. You know, all that. They have peer pressure into going along with the corrupt.
I say to the black sheriff's deputy that did that, you are no good, low down, dirty dog to let them do that to our sister, and you take part in it and didn't try to stop it, but you was beating it yourself also. It's a disgrace.
I know, and that's what I don't get. What's so hard about doing this? Hey, stop. Let's do this the right way. Let me do it. Hey, stop. What's so hard about that? He doesn't have it in him to do that because he doesn't want his fellow police officers to feel like he's not really one of them. And that's what it is. You know, it's so easy to stop these people from doing that. It's so easy for another police officer to say, hey, stop. It's so easy, but they don't have it in them to do that. You know, so easy to stop it. I mean, what do you have to lose? What do you have to lose? A job, a paycheck? Y'all don't make that much of money. Especially with inflation nowadays, $100,000 a year is not shit. Let me be honest with you. Let me tell you, you know, a long time ago, you know, I used to, you know, when I was a kid or whatever, a different time, but I used to think, oh, God, $100,000 a year. What a dream job. Yeah, until you really get it and you realize that it's not a whole lot of money, especially in today's time and after taxes and all this shit. $100,000 ain't shit nowadays. $100,000 a year, you're just living comfortable. That's it. That's it. You're a couple $1,000s away from being below the poverty line.
It's a crime what they did to this homeless black woman. They should be fired, not on administrative leave, but fired, and they should be indicted for violating her constitutional rights. Dr. Candace Matthews.
Constitutional rights, man. These cops do not care about constitutional rights. Obviously, they don't care about that. They don't care. They like, fuck your rights. Fuck your constitutional rights. To hell with your First Amendment right.
Dr. Candace Matthews. I am the statewide Harris County Accountability Chair for the Texas Coalition of Black Democrats.
She's a Democrat, a black Democrat. Oh, I'm so surprised. The black lady, she's a Democrat. I don't know why so many black people vote Democrat. I mean, what do they do for y'all? What do you get out of it? You know, what do you get out of it? But this lady here, I kind of like her with the cowboy hat. She got a lot of spunk. I think she should run for president. I think so. Because, you know, people that's charismatic, they can win public office. It's not all about your political background and your background and, you know, some of that stuff can be irrelevant. But if you have a lot of charisma, that can get you elected.
And to piggyback off my brother, Cornell X, when I saw that video, I saw a black woman being beaten, being hit, being disrespected. The black woman is the least protected species at this point. And
What I will say is the way they're treating this lady because she's homeless, they are being dehumanizing. They're not treating her like she's a human being. You know, they're humanizing this lady, you know, like, and that's so sad. And that's something I can never do. I can never come to the point where I look at people as not human, you know, like dehumanize people. Like there's so many homeless people out here in Houston, Texas. I help them. I'm nice to them. I buy them stuff. I give them money. It's just like the other day. I was going in the store and it's this guy, he sits outside of the store all the time. You know, he's a nice guy. He says hi to me or whatever. So, you know, I just offered to buy him anything he wanted out of the store one day. Whatever you want. I don't care what it is. What you want, man. And I bought him a beer. You know, I bought him a beer. That's what he wanted. I said, I don't care if you want a beer. I'll get you a beer. I'll get you energy drink, Powerade, soda, whatever you want.
based on that video, it showed exactly how evident that is. I am a black woman. And for me to see another fellow sister to be beaten by men barbarically is unacceptable. It is inhumane and it is against the Constitution. So I did have a conversation with Sheriff Ed Gonzalez and
Yep, and that's the whole thing. It's against the Constitution, and all citizens of this country have a constitutional right. We have laws. That's it. Protected under law.
did express my concern. We are following this to the letter. However, those sheriffs need to be fired because that is unacceptable. That is beyond excessive use of force. They particularly did this to this woman out of anger. That is the problem. And we, the Texas Coalition of Black Democrats, Harris County, do not uphold any type of excessive use of force or any type of beating done to a black woman or any woman of any caliber.
And I'll tell you something. I'll tell you how people like to gaslight when they see people like this speaking boldly. They like to gaslight and like say that these people are like radical and all, like they lie on them, you know. It's like they can't stand to see a black person speak boldly. But Donald Trump, he can say whatever the hell he wants to say. But soon as a black person speaks boldly without fear and mean what they say, they radical. Oh, they're radical. You're a radical Democrat.
Thank you.
We'll take your questions. We really don't know. But one thing we do know, the video has gone viral all over the world. The video is going all over the country, the United States, and celebrities are sharing the video and speaking out against this crime themselves. Even those in Hollywood, in the music industry, and
I don't know. Maybe I'm just cut from a different cloth, or maybe I'm just from a different era. But this is cowardly, man. It's cowardly to beat up on people that you know you can beat. That's cowardly. Like, we didn't do that. Not in my era. Not where I'm from. Like, that's just something I don't believe in. Like, it's a cowardly thing to beat up on somebody that's smaller than you, or somebody vulnerable, or somebody that you know you can beat. It's just a cowardly thing to do. And all of these police officers are cowards doing this to a homeless female. That's cowardly. You know, it's disgusting.
and actresses have commented about this case. Sheriff Ed Gonzalez, you think putting them on administrative leave is sufficient to calm the anger and the concerns and the fears of the community, you're dead wrong, sir. Those cops should be fired. If your department captured anyone beating a dog like they beat that sister right here at this very spot, they would be in jail. You cannot tell me police officers.
I have to agree with this guy. He's making a great point. You can't even beat an animal like that. You can't even beat a dog like that.
Punching, kicking, kneeing, and they all swinging at the same time, beating the hell out that black woman. That they're not supposed to be fired and indicted for assault and violating her constitutional rights. If you
know, my question is, do the police officers not know that they're not supposed to do this type of stuff? Do they not know this? Like, how stupid can they be? Like, what's going on here? I'm trying to figure out what's going on in their mind. Like, you know you're not supposed to do this, but you do it anyway. I don't know. I guess I just think different. I guess I just follow the law and do the right thing and not do things that I'm not supposed to do. I guess it's easy for me. It's easy for me to understand. I don't see how they do stuff that they clearly know that they're not supposed to do, because the way they do it, it seems like, oh, I didn't know I wasn't supposed to beat the shit out of people like they're a dog. I didn't know I couldn't dehumanize people. I didn't know that. Sorry. Can I keep my job? Can I continue to be a police officer? No.
caught on tape, any one of us caught on video beating a dog like that, we'd be in jail. They have her in a mental health facility. They're refusing to release her name to the public, but we are demanding that Sheriff Ed Gonzalez release the names of all of the deputies caught on video attacking and beating that black woman right here at this very spot. We don't want you protecting them. And right now, Ed Gonzalez, your office and your department is protecting them. Release their names to the public.
At a citizen review board use of force training for precinct 1 through 6 Harris County constables. And this happened on the same day. And I was just speaking of this. So again, we have to do better. Period. Accountability has to be had, because accountability breeds responsibility. And it's our responsibility as citizens to ensure that justice has to be done.
Nothing is being done fast enough at all.
She was not on medication and she did not know what was happening to her. Thank you.
And I also want to add this. Having a mental breakdown, get the proper medical care. You don't.
Oh, I'm glad they said this. I just remember. Yeah, it's so many people running around in Houston. I'm not even being funny about this. It's not a joke. It probably seems that I'm being funny or facetious or something like that, but I'm not. People are in Houston running around with hospital clothes on, crazy. Yeah. Yes. Go to the hospitals. You'll see them. I guess they just put them out of the hospital. Then they just hang around the hospital and just walk around there out of their mind. But they're homeless in hospital clothes. They're mental patients. And they're walking around. They don't give a damn about the homeless. They don't care about people with mental issues. They don't care.
Go and punching them in the face, kicking them in the stomach, and doing all of these egregious acts. That's not what you're supposed to do. That's not protocol. So we need accountability to be had, and we need accountability to be done.
That concludes our press conference. Thank you, sir.
I guess somebody went and look up another word. Oh, let me see what facetious mean. God damn. I surprise myself sometimes. I'll be like, damn, man, I know a lot of words. I have an expanded vocabulary. Man, I done messed this thing up. Come on now.
Play solo, after work, at your own pace. No stress.
Hearing from a community as they call for action to be
I'm messing up. I'm hitting the button. You know what that is? That's on the light rail. That's on a train platform, beating that guy with a baton like that. Let me go back to that. It's no reason to do that to the guy, though. You know, hitting somebody with a baton, man, that's a serious thing. I have a baton. I think this is like my third baton. I have had plenty of them. I've had ones that are like, I think 30 inches long. I have had ones that are like 21, 22 inches long, you know, really short one, medium sized one, really long. And I have had a lot of batons. And let me tell you, it's when you hit somebody with one of those, it's no joke. And if you decide to use that against somebody, you better know what you're doing. You better be justified in what you're doing. It better be 2-3 people trying to harm you, because against one person, that's not justified. Because when you hit somebody with a baton, you're going to break bones. And the way this police officer is hitting this guy with that baton, which is really uncalled for, he's just reckless hitting it, just beating him with the baton, just breaking bones. Bam, bam, bam. Dude is just laying there. He ain't even doing nothing. Not even doing anything. Look, he's not even doing anything. He just hit him. Not even. And look, I would not be surprised if this is one of these homeless people that smoke that street drug, Kush, they call it, smoking that shit, just hanging around on the streets, all around on the platforms. They be everywhere, man. They be everywhere. I know Houston like the back of my hand. You know, I know every inch of this city. But anyway, he's probably beating on one of them. For what? For no reason. I don't see any reason why he can't just grab that guy and put him in handcuffs. You know, because like I said, and I'll say it again, when you hit somebody with a baton, it's a serious thing. It's not something to be taken lightly. Oh, you know who that is? That's Metro Police. Yeah, Metro Police. They are the police for the trains and the buses. So that's what they do. I think they can actually pull you over and write you a ticket if you're, you know, like on the bus line or the train line. I think they can do that. They can do that. Yep. So this is a Metro Rail platform. And the guy is sleeping. So that's why I said he's probably homeless, because I see this stuff all the time. They just lay down and sleep anywhere.
They had dealt with him a couple of times earlier that morning, asking him to leave the platform, and he was combative.
He hit me so hard, he knocked me to the ground. So the first couple of licks,
Yeah, that was horrible. Like the way he was beating that guy, he was hitting the guy until he got tired of hitting him. Like, I'm gonna beat you until I'm tired. I'm just gonna beat you until I can't beat you no more. Like, it was like almost something like, I don't know, like something out of a movie or something, like unreal. Like, beating the man until he can't beat him anymore. It shows the anger in these police officers. So angry.
knocked me to the ground, and
He was combative, and he was combative.
So I guess she's the head. Well, she has the stars. She's the head of the Metro Police, the Metro Transit Authority. So she's even saying that the guy wasn't combative, because a lot of these homeless people, they're not combative. They're just laying around, being homeless, asking for money, smoking street drugs. That's it. Most of them are harmless. You know, it's no reason to beat on him like that.
he hit me so hard, he knocked me to the
Damn,
ground.
dude, that's a human
So the
being.
first couple of licks, he knocked me to the ground, and he just standing over me, just going, making some noise.
Oh my God, am I that good? Am I that good? See, I don't watch these videos prior. I like to watch them live. But he said that the guy was going like, you know, as he was beating on him, confirming what I had said, that, you know, he was trying to beat the guy till he got tired of beating him. Like, I'm just going to beat you till I can't beat you no more. I'm going to beat you till I'm tired. You get what I'm saying? You know, I have heard people talk about stuff like that, like, yeah, I'm gonna get this person and put them on the ground and get on top of their chest and just beat them till I get tired of beating them, like that type of time.
What went through my mind was surprise that the response was to this gentleman had gone that far.
Man, I don't care what position I'm in. I don't care if, if I was the police chief or whatever. You can't condone something like this. I'm just speaking from the way I feel and the way I am personally. I wouldn't condone something like this, because if I condone something like that, it shows my personality and character, how horrible of a person I am by condoning something like this. So the lady is doing right by speaking against this, because you can't condone this type of bad behavior,
When you think about Charlotte County, Florida, perhaps the first thing that comes to mind is affordable coastal living. But in 2024, our YouTube channel embarked on a mission to show you the side of Charlotte County, Florida that no one had ever seen. Literally entire shanty towns and communities of people living clandestinely in wooded areas that covered hundreds of acres in the South Sarasota.
I just said that word, clandestine. Clandestine, that means done secretly. Clandestine, done secretly.
Sarasota and Charlotte County region. This series on Charlotte County alone reached over 2 million views on our YouTube channel. And the only thing more shocking than the living conditions of the homeless in these camps is the stories of abuse by the Charlotte County Sheriff's Office.
Everyone's telling the same exact story, despite who they are, where they come from, whatever. So there's got to be some kind of truth to it.
Apparently there was a trespass, but I never saw an actual trespass, anything. And I'm pretty sure when you get a trespass, you have to sign a document. They never presented me a paper. They showed me one of their phones that took a picture of a piece of the paper with our names on it. And some random person paid my entire bail, like the whole $500.
Somebody bailed you out.
Yeah, and I don't know who they were.
And at the time, we thought that the only thing we really could do was give the homeless people a voice and to vent their frustrations about some of the abuses that they were facing in their community. Most people in Charlotte County, Florida couldn't imagine that in the tree line behind their neighborhoods were hundreds of encampments of people, many of whom were disabled and elderly, living clandestinely.
Yeah, you have that bad in Florida. People living like this want to be homeless in a tropical area. I guess, man. I guess. Not a life to live. Not a life to live.
In the woods, and on top of that, being harassed, threatened, and practically being unlawfully detained by law enforcement under investigation methods that are illegal. But lately, the abuses from law enforcement on the homeless and other agencies has started to unravel. See, at the time when we first started to cover these stories, it was nothing but word of mouth. Stories of crooked cops. These officers were literally taking the homeless hostage and forcing them to divulge information on the whereabouts of other individuals under the threat of arrest.
You know what they mean by divulge information? That means share information. That's all that means, divulge.
Or harm. Many of these individuals had mental health crises and other personal issues that forced them to seek seclusion in a homeless camp so they could work out their personal issues. These aren't exactly criminals. We ran into people that were elderly, disabled, mentally impaired, individuals who were just going through a rough time. These individuals will then find themselves in a homeless camp being forced to do things against their will under the threat of law enforcement. These officers would find a homeless camp in the middle of the woods in a large compound,
and they would surround this homeless camp, which was an artery leading into other trails where hundreds of homeless camps existed. Some of these areas are hundreds of acres large. On arriving to these places, they would tell the homeless people that they were all being arrested for trespassing. Many times, the officers would also threaten the people, putting
The FDLE investigates those cases in Lakeland. 2 police officers in South Florida are facing charges after investigators say they beat a homeless man. Lorenzo Orfila and Rafael Otano facing charges now for that crime. Investigators say it happened back in December. They say the 2 took the man from outside a shopping center, cuffed him, and drove him to a remote area miles away where they say he was beaten and left unconscious.
Excessive force and abuse of power will always undermine the fundamental.
Another cowardly act by some punk ass cop, just a punk, handcuffing a homeless person and taking them to a secluded area and beating them. Oh God, you're really tough. You're such a tough guy. Yeah, you're so tough. You can tell he's a coward. Yeah, you couldn't fight someone and win a fight fairly. You have to do this kind of stuff, like what a coward. What a coward. Kind of psychopathic too.
Goals of good policing in any community, anywhere.
The officer's body-worn cameras were not activated at the time. A third person is also facing charges for witness tampering. Investigators say they paid $1,300 to.
I believe that body cameras that police officers wear, particularly, they should always run, always record, and they should not be able to mute the audio. They shouldn't be able to press a button and mute it and turn it off or mute. They do that all the time. I don't think they should be able to do that.
That homeless man to recant his original statement about the beating. It's not clear if or how this third person is connected to those officers.
Police sergeant with the Department of Homeless Services is being charged in the beating of a homeless man. The U.S. attorney says video shows Cordell Fitz punching the man while he's on the ground at the Bellevue Men's Shelter in Manhattan and repeatedly kicking and stomping on the victim's head. Skaters say it started when the man and Fitz exchanged words in March of 2017. Fitz put his hand on the man and the man tried to punch him. Officers struggled to subdue the man. Fitz is charged with excessive force and filing a false police report to cover it up. The video was just released. There is no information on the condition of the man.
A local police chief finds himself on the other side of the law, locked up in Florida. According to police reports from Key West, Chad McCardle told police he was attacked and stabbed multiple times, but investigators say he gave conflicting information. They found no stab wounds on him, and when they checked the security video from the bar where he said all this went down, they found no evidence confirming that story. What they did find was a homeless man who said McCardle attacked him in an alley for no reason. McCardle was arrested on a misdemeanor count of battery. Chad McCardle is the police chief in Boston Heights.
New at 5:30. For the first time, the Gastonia homeless Army veteran whose arrest sparked controversy over police force got to view that body camera video of his arrest. Since his fall arrest, Joshua Rohr's story has garnered national attention. Earlier this month, WCNC Charlotte petitioned a judge to order Gastonia police to release all video of this arrest, but our petition was denied. WCNC Charlotte's Brandon Goldner spoke to Rohr shortly, though, after Rohr saw the video.
Joshua Rohr says what he saw in that body camera footage that he viewed for the first time inside the courthouse should be viewed by the entire public.
I'm just at a loss for words right now. I really don't know what to say. They lied. They lied.
Rohr says after watching the nearly 2 hours of body camera video, what stood out is when a Gastonia police officer used his stun gun on his service dog, Sunshine. The officer said Sunshine bit his boot.
He said, "Oh, she bit me, she bit me." and she was 6 feet away from him. And he proceeded to tase her from behind, walking away.
Sunshine later died after running away from the area. WCNC Charlotte petitioned a judge to release the body camera video to the public, but it was denied. Rohr says everyone should be allowed to view it.
In honor of all veterans in front of the Gaston County Courthouse. They're not honoring veterans right now.
We asked Gastonia Police to comment regarding what Rohr says he saw in the video. The department says an internal investigation is still underway on the 2 officers involved in Rohr's arrest. Rohr's next court date will be April 21st next year at the Gaston County Courthouse. Brandon Goldner, WCNC Charlotte.
Next here tonight, a federal lawsuit has now been filed against the city of St. Petersburg Police Department. It alleges that police officers there used unnecessary force during their arrest of a homeless man.
I-Team investigator Adam Wolster obtained the video from the time of this incident, and he was at the courthouse today when lawyers filed that lawsuit.
And just to be clear here tonight, you may find some of this video difficult to watch.
The lawsuit alleges that the 2 officers were trying to teach the homeless man a lesson, and they took him to jail for a crime that normally would only warrant a ticket.
Alberto, what are you doing?
Oh, I fell asleep. This is St. Petersburg Police body camera footage from June 8, 2023. Heriberto Sanchez Mayan was spotted by an officer sleeping in a vacant lot.
Do you see this sign right here? Can you read what?
No, I didn't see it.
What's that say?
No, that's a
Do you know what it's? Okay, so you know that you're not supposed to be here.
So I like these kind of videos right here. The reason why I like these type of videos, well, what she just did particularly, is because I get to highlight the behavior of police officers. You know, you see how condescending she was talking to that guy, pointing to the sign and saying, "Can you read this?" and whatnot, just, you know, being condescending, treating the guy like he's just a total idiot. I don't know. I mean, maybe he is a total idiot, but you don't have to mistreat him. You don't have to mistreat the guy. Let's rewind that part. Actually, let's rewind it.
Sleeping in a vacant lot.
Do you see this sign right here? Can you read what?
No, I didn't see it.
What's that say?
No, that's a
Do you know what it's? Okay, so you know that you're not supposed to be here.
Record shows Sanchez Mayan, who was homeless and had a history of alcoholism, received multiple previous citations.
You want to have me ticket?
No, you're going to take the ride today.
What?
I've decided that you're going to actually go to jail today.
Oh,
I have
no,
far
dude.
too many problems with you.
Rather than be given a ticket to appear, which is the custom and the practice and what should have been done, he was illegally arrested. And for the sole purpose of teaching him a lesson.
You get tickets all the time. You don't care. You don't change your ways.
I think after a certain amount, this should be a felony. After a certain amount. After a certain amount of age crime, it should be a felony.
They belly chained this man so he couldn't protect himself or move his hands and arms. And they took him for.
You hear this idiot here with his bald head? I think after so many times, this should be a felony. You're not a lawmaker, man. Like, who the hell are you to just decide? Like, what's going on here? You know, you just want the law to be what you want it to be because you're so cruel. But, oh, God, when something happens to you, you want folks to have mercy on you, but you don't have mercy on anyone else.
Ride.
A year in jail would probably settle it.
What's that?
A year in jail might settle it.
Yeah, maybe. It's debatable.
During the ride, Sanchez Mayan falls out of the seat. Sanchez Mayan's attorneys allege what happened was not an accident.
And during that ride, the officer deliberately stopped short.
Well, obviously, the police officer, judging by what he said, he already had sharp patience by saying you knew he had sharp patience with the guy by what he said when he said, oh, they shouldn't be able to do this so many times. This should be a felony after so many times. You know, the little stupid misdemeanor, drinking in public, I guess. I mean, which is nothing. You know, you want to act like this guy is just a hardened criminal and he's just a horrible person because he's a drunk and he's homeless and sleeping outside. But he's just such a horrible person. He's such a hard criminal. That's what you want it to be. That's what you want it to be. But you already had you was already upset with this guy. That's why you hit on the brakes like that. You're sick of him.
Throwing Mr. Sanchez Mayan into the bulkhead where he fractured and broke his neck.
Sanchez Mayan's attorneys say the van driver didn't stop or offer assistance before he arrived at the jail several minutes later.
Is that conscious? Come on, Roberto. Roberto, wake up.
Once again, this is a human being. This is a human being. He's doing this to a human being. He's dehumanizing this guy. So he has already broken this guy's neck. I don't know if he's paralyzed or not. Like I said, I don't watch these videos prior, so I don't know if he's paralyzed. But if he is, now he's dragging him, making it worse. You know, when you get a neck injury, you're not supposed to be moved, especially not like this. You're dragging the man. You the one that should be in jail. You the one that should be in jail. Why you want everybody else to be in jail, you know, and make it seem like everyone is just a hardened criminal? You are the one that should be in jail about what you're doing to this man.
Roberto, wake up. Wake up. Wake up. Wake up.
They literally pulled him out by his ankles.
My question is, why didn't they secure him in that, whatever that is, paddy wagon? Why wasn't he properly secured? Because they don't care. So my advice to you people out there that happen to get arrested and are put in these type of paddy wagons, just lay on the floor. Just lay on the floor. Just lay on the floor. And get as close to the door as you can. That way, if they hit on the brakes, you are already in the back, so you don't have to be thrust to the back, so to speak. Because I have seen this type of thing happen to a guy, and he was paralyzed. He was taken to jail on the funny style for little or nothing. And some police officer that was transporting him hit on brakes, and he broke his neck too, and he got paralyzed.
Where his head could be seen bopping on the floor, then bopping on the door, then bopping on the bumper, then ultimately bopping on the pavement.
Sanchez Mayan is now paralyzed, lost both legs, and lives in a nursing home.
See, I said that. Paralyzed. He is paralyzed. So by breaking the guy's neck, he paralyzed him. Now the guy is all messed up. See, man, these people just harm people. Look what they do, man. Look what they do. This guy is like this forever, and nobody gives a damn. Nobody cares. This is a human being.
That is his sentence now for simply sleeping in a public lot. They sure taught him a lesson.
We reached out to the St. Petersburg Police Department, and a spokesperson released a statement saying, in part, the St. Petersburg Police Department denies the claims and trust in the judicial process. I'm My Team investigator Adam Walser, taking action for you.
Bartow police arrested a paramedic accused of punching an elderly man they were taking to the hospital. Investigators say Matthew Mullins had his knee on the 67-year-old chest before he hit him for being uncooperative. Police had been...
Damn, you're not even safe from the paramedics. Even they're angry as hell. 67-year-old man.
Searching for Mullins since last Tuesday to charge him with felony battery. He finally turned himself in today.
Good afternoon. I'm Christopher Cook, a lieutenant assigned to the media office. Thank you for being here. Please silence your phones. I want to provide some brief remarks real quick and kind of provide an overview of what we're going to do. We're going to watch portions of the digital evidence consisting of body-worn camera footage and also dash camera footage from the primary officer. At the conclusion of this viewing of the digital evidence, Police Chief Will Johnson will provide brief remarks pertaining to this incident. I would
Thanks for joining us from Fox 43 News at 5. I'm Amy Lutz. A former Lancaster City police officer has been found guilty on multiple charges, on multiple counts for raping and sexually assaulting teenage girls during the 1990s. Fox 43's Matt Kleinitz was in the courtroom for the verdict and joins us outside the Lancaster County Courthouse now with the latest. Matt.
Amy, after 4 hours of deliberations, the jury found 55-year-old Andrew Selby guilty of 7 counts of rape and sexual assault. Much of the courtroom was in tears as the jury read out the verdict to the former police officer. The assaults occurred in the late 1990s while Selby was working at the Lancaster City Police Department. The girls were between 12 and 16 years old at the time of the assaults. During the trial, one of the victims testified that she met Officer Selby after she was raped by another man in 1997. Selby would then go on to rape her a few days after meeting her when he took her to his apartment. Prosecutors say that Selby abused his power to assault his victims and told the jury that they had the opportunity to hold him accountable for his actions. The defense, meanwhile, said that the case lacked concrete evidence and also stated that one of the victims agreed to having sex with him. In total, 9 people came forward to accuse Selby of rape after he was arrested last year. Now, after the verdict, the judge set the bail for Selby at $1.5 million before he was taken into custody. The sentencing date has yet to be announced, and within the past few minutes here, the Lancaster County District Attorney's Office did send out a press release about the verdict here. I'm going to read out part of the sentence from the District Attorney, Heather Adams. She wrote that we hope that this verdict brings peace to all the victims and that this contributes to a path of healing for each and every one of them. Amy?
All right, Matt Kleinitz, appreciate that update. Thanks so much.
Good evening, and thanks for staying up with us. I'm Richard Ransom.
And I'm Pepper Baker. We begin tonight with a now former Hernando, Mississippi school resource officer busted and charged with sexual battery and rape.
His name is Hosey Porter, officially resigned and turned himself in today after the disturbing allegations were made against him last week.
ABC 24's Lauren Turman is here with us with what she's learned about the case. Now, Lauren, first, the concern is that he was a school resource officer, so were any students hurt in this?
Well, at this time, Richard and Pepper, I can tell you that no students were involved in this, but the DeSoto County District Attorney, Matthew Barton, did say limited information at this time. He didn't disclose much besides that, though. And today, much of the nature of these allegations did come to light. But he praised local law enforcement for their swift action after hearing the accusation. And a sexual assault expert I spoke with said these kinds of incidents are happening way too often. A Hernando school resource officer arrested Monday after turning himself in, charged with sexual battery and rape.
The complaint was made by an adult. There were no children that were harmed or victimized. There's no reason at this point to believe that there was.
DeSoto County District Attorney Matthew Barton held a press conference Monday afternoon saying that law enforcement acted quickly after an allegation came against ex-officer Hosey Porter last week.
Hernando Police Department acted immediately to relieve him of duties. He has since officially resigned. The event took place sometime last week. Disclosure was made immediately.
Porter resigned and, according to Barton, is in custody as of Monday. He says the DeSoto County School District is aware of the situation, and in a statement, the district said they have given their full cooperation to investigators. Hernando Mayor Chip Johnson also issued a statement saying, in part, "This is a situation that I have never encountered, and it is deeply disturbing to me, the police department, and to the citizens of Hernando." Deborah Clubb with the Memphis Area Women's Council helps support women facing sexual assault in the workplace. She says incidents surrounding sexual assault and rape involving colleagues happen too often.
That sadly is not unusual either for people in uniform, whether that's the military or serving law enforcement officers, to be involved in intimate partner violence, which often includes sexual assault.
Yeah, she's not lying about that. I have videos on people in the military being raped and sexual assaulted and all this stuff. Like, it's crazy. You can't trust anybody. You can't trust anybody just because they have on a uniform. It's pretty stupid to me to think that way. It's just ridiculous.
Without consent. Sadly, that's way too often, day in and day out.
And Barton said a court date had not been set for Porter. As for what's next in the case, it will go to a grand jury for review to decide on the final formal charges. If it proceeds, it will go to circuit court. And as with any other case in this process, he will have the option of going to trial or pleading guilty. The case is being investigated by the Mississippi Bureau of Investigation. Richard?
We began with new details surrounding the arrest of an Oklahoma City police officer.
He was booked into jail over the weekend. News 4's Spencer Humphrey is here with what else the officer is accused of and the eerie similarity this case has involving another officer. Spencer.
Yeah, and a warning beforehand, guys. The allegations we're going to discuss involve sexual assault and relationship violence and are disturbing. Police say it all started with an argument between that officer and the victim while they were driving, just like it allegedly did the last time a different OKC officer was arrested on similar charges just a few months ago. For the second time in less than 6 months, Oklahoma City police have arrested one of their own on suspicion of rape. This time, it's 23-year-old Officer Shamar Kitchens. The arrest report doesn't say much, only that officers went to his Surrey Hills home early Saturday morning after getting a domestic call.
When we made contact with the victim, it was determined she was involved in a domestic with someone that she was in a romantic relationship with. He had physically and sexually assaulted her at some point earlier that morning.
Officer Valerie Littlejohn says a woman reported Kitchens sexually assaulted and threatened her with a gun while the two were driving home from an area near Southwest 15th and Mustang Road in Canadian County, but within OKC city limits. We wanted to take a look at the arrest affidavit for more details, but the Canadian County District Attorney's Office has not formally filed any charges as of Monday.
It's a very serious incident. We're going to do a thorough investigation, and once we gather everything, we will present it to the district attorney's office, who will ultimately decide whether charges are filed.
We did get a hold of a request for an emergency protective order filed by that woman on Monday, shedding a bit more light on what allegedly happened. In the request, she says Kitchens took her phone from her, quote, because he saw me texting men on my phone. She claims another passenger in the car witnessed Kitchens drag her to the floor. She wrote, after they dropped that passenger off, Kitchens continuously punched me in the head and face and dragged me by my hair, and that he raped me in the back seat, then held a gun to my head. She said he told her if she told anyone what happened, he'd kill her, their child, and himself.
The victim did have visible injuries to her person, and so it was determined that the male suspect who...
That tells me that he tried to instill fear in that lady. That's the aggressive, I call it the aggressively arrogant, trying to put fear in people. That's what his personality type is.
Was an officer would be arrested for domestic violence and other sexual assault charges and some firearms charges as well.
Kitchens was booked into the Canadian County Jail on a $66,000 bond. He bonded out within a day. The allegations eerily similar to some made against a different OKC CPD officer earlier this year. In July, we reported McLean County authorities arrested OKC Sergeant Ryan Stark for kidnapping, rape, assault, and other charges. Again, in that case, the victim was a woman Stark was romantically involved with. She claimed she and Stark got in an argument in the car, and when they got home, Stark took her cell phone and ran over her foot with his patrol car before he then choked her, squeezed her, spat in her face, and spat gum in her hair. She also claimed Stark held a gun to her head, threatened to kill her, and then raped her. We asked police, with these cases in mind, if Oklahoma City citizens can. We asked police, with these.
Look at this. This is the face of a psychopath. But most people look at this guy because, you know, he has this little image on his jacket, a badge. Oh, God. They just worship him. But what he's doing, he's committing crimes.
These cases in mind, if Oklahoma City citizens can really still trust their officers.
Officers are humans. Things happen, you know, where people, you know, break the law or make decisions. They are afforded the right to due process just like everyone else. Again, regardless if they're an officer or not, we take these incidents very seriously and we investigate them thoroughly.
Again, important to note, as of now, the DA still has not formally filed charges against Kitchens. That said, OKC police tell us he is on administrative leave and likely will remain on leave until he has his day in court.
Santa Rosa police arrested a man for sexual assault, and tonight they say they believe there may be more victims. Police say the man lured his victim into a vehicle where he raped her. He was arrested on Thursday and ordered by a judge to be held without bail. They say Rohnert Park police detectives are now investigating a similar incident, possibly by the same suspect, and are asking anyone with information to come forward. A Belmont police officer who has since been fired is facing rape and false imprisonment charges. 35-year-old Felipe Gomez was sworn into the police force in December. He was arrested this week by Redwood City Police, but tonight the district attorney says Gomez is out on bail. KTVU has learned the alleged victim in the case had a domestic violence restraining order granted against Gomez. We did reach out to the Belmont Police Department for a comment, but have not heard back. The San Mateo County DA declined further comment as Gomez has since posted bail. Francisco Police and the Sheriff's Department held its annual Denim Day ceremony in solidarity with sexual assault survivors. Denim Day dates back to 1998 court case in Italy when a rape conviction was overturned because the victim was wearing tight jeans. It was a decision that sparked global outrage and led to the day's establishment. This afternoon, city leaders honored individuals who work with survivors in prosecution efforts. Sheriff Paul Miyamoto also spoke about prevention efforts, protecting survivors, and holding suspects accountable.
We have to constantly try to break that cycle, and the only way we can do it is with the support of the community, with the support of all of us that are involved in making sure people are held accountable and that we change that narrative in terms of what people's perceptions are or the excuses that they make for people's behaviors.
Thank you. And some people who were honored today include workers who process the rape kits, officers who work in the Special Victims Unit, and victims' right advocates.
Newly released dash cam video shows what began as a routine traffic stop in Oklahoma City, but it's one that prosecutors say ended with an Oklahoma State trooper raping a woman he had pulled over. Court records allege Trooper Jarquez Evans turned off his body camera and microphone during the stop, ordered the woman to a second location under threat of arrest, and sexually assaulted her. We are going to break down the video and the digital and forensic evidence with a criminal defense attorney right now. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. All right, we definitely wanted to bring you this story clearly. And one of the reasons that we can do that is because of the support that we get from our sponsor, Morgan & Morgan, America's largest personal injury law firm, a firm with over 1,000 attorneys who have recovered, get this, $25 billion for more than 500,000 clients. Think about that. In the past few months alone, a client in Florida received $12 million when insurance offered just $350,000. Out in Pennsylvania, another client was awarded $26 million. That is 40 times. You can click. Oklahoma State trooper now charged with rape. Now, a fair warning here before I get any further into this one. I'm just going to tell you right now, this is incredibly disturbing if these allegations are true. Okay. So the footage shows then trooper Jarquez Evans pulling over a woman for an expired tag out in Oklahoma City in January of last year. Now, we've chosen not to identify her, but you see him search her, place her in his patrol car, and search her vehicle. But according to court documents, about 18 minutes in, Evans allegedly turned off his body-worn microphone and camera. And court documents allege he then told the woman to meet him at another location or she would go to jail. And it was there that he allegedly, and he is accused of, sexually assaulting her. Now, we're going to break down this newly released video, the disturbing affidavit, how DNA evidence from the trooper's own uniform apparently led to his arrest. You wonder how on earth could this happen if it's true. So I want to walk through the allegations from the very beginning. It is January 26, 2025. A woman is pulled over by Trooper Evans, and the reason is there's an expired tag. So for the first several minutes, it kind of looks pretty standard, pretty procedural. Evans has her step out, empties her pockets onto his car hood. Then he has her sit in his cruiser while he searches her SUV. And while in his car, she makes some calls, and we can hear some of what she says.
29 high. Why should he get pulled over? The out-of-date tag. Oh my God, what car are you in? The new Suburban. I don't think I'm going to jail, but I don't know.
Then the official record stops. Evans, according to a lawsuit that was filed by the victim, switched off his body mic and dash cam audio. According to that lawsuit, Evans allegedly never wrote a ticket. Instead, he is accused of giving her a choice, either meet him at a secondary location or go to jail. And under that alleged threat, she reportedly complies. And at this new location, the suit alleges that Evans got into her car, unzipped his uniform, and sexually assaulted her. And afterward, he simply left. No report was apparently ever filed for that stop. But you know what? It was the woman who reported it. The investigation that followed wasn't just about her word. You had OSBI forensic testing on Evans' uniform pants, and guess what they found? Apparently a semen stain. DNA identified Evans as the main contributor. Investigators also found a text that he allegedly sent his ex-wife the next morning saying he'd, quote, done something bad with a woman he pulled over. So Evans was arrested. He was fired. He was charged with rape and forcible sodomy. The victim also filed a civil lawsuit against him and named the OHP as well, claiming they ignored red flags in his past. So you're basically making a claim that he shouldn't have been hired. This is negligent hiring. This is negligent supervision, right? That's the main allegation. Now, here's the thing. The key dash cam video of the traffic stops beginning, that has been released. This is the footage of those final recorded moments before the audio cuts out and the alleged assault began. So we want to go through it. And right away, we see Evans pull over the Chevrolet Suburban. He exits his vehicle. He approaches the driver's side. He has the woman step out of her vehicle. He immediately begins a pat down, empties her pockets, placing her phone, her keys, other personal items on the hood of his patrol car. And then he guides her to the front passenger seat of his cruiser. He leaves her there, goes back to search her Suburban. Evans is out of frame, seemingly searching the vehicle. And meanwhile, she's in his car. And that is when, according to the lawsuit's timeline, she makes those phone calls. It is from there we see a second trooper arrive and appear to aid in the search of this car. Now, the stop continues, and at one point, she gets out of the car to speak with the officers, and more than 20 minutes into the traffic stop, the second trooper leaves. That's when everything changes, because Evans seemingly continues talking to the woman. And according to the lawsuit that she filed, this is when Evans manually deactivated his body-worn microphone and the in-car camera audio. That is what she's accusing him of. That's an allegation. The video may continue from certain angles, but the official audio record, that ends. In this silent video, we see him seemingly walk her back to her Suburban. He returns to his drive.
From what I have noticed, it seems like the hiring quality or critique or whatever is not that high to become a police officer. It seems like they just hire anybody. They're putting your life in danger. They are putting your life in danger by hiring these people that are not qualified. Yep. Look what happened. Look at this. This is a prime example. They're putting these people out on the streets, giving them badges and guns that are not fit to police anybody.
Driver's seat. Both vehicles sit for a moment, and then they drive away in the same direction. The dash cam from Evans' cruiser shows him driving kind of a short distance and then pulling over again. And the video shows his parked cruiser with no other vehicle in frame. There's no audio. So his car sits unmoving for seemingly about 12 minutes. And this, according to the affidavit, is the period when he allegedly met the victim at that secondary location and assaulted her. And then finally, the video appears to show Evans starting his car and driving away. The traffic stop from the system's perspective is over. There is no citation that was ever generated. There was no arrest report that was filed. Okay, so to help us try to understand the implications of this case, I'm joined now by criminal defense attorney John Day. John, thank you so much for taking the time. I want to start with the video itself because we see this traffic stop. By all accounts, it looks procedural, and then the audio cuts off for a specific moment. So from a legal standpoint, if this is true, how significant is that act? A trooper allegedly manually turning off his recorded equipment during an active stop. Let's start there.
Right. Well, thanks for having me. So, the old saying is the video doesn't lie, but in this case, it's the absence of the video that doesn't lie either. Why would a police officer have any reason to do any basically editing in the field? I mean, that certainly raises suspicions right off the bat. It's not supposed to happen. You're not supposed to be selectively recording what you're doing as an officer wearing a body-worn camera. So legally, it certainly raises the idea of consciousness of guilt right from the start.
Yeah, unless there was some sort of safety issue.
That's a good point. Good point.
You can claim there's a malfunction, which I don't believe either is happening here. I will say the lawsuit that we're talking about here, this lawsuit claims this wasn't just an isolated act by Trooper Evans, but a failure of the Oklahoma Highway Patrol.
K-12 brings learning to your doorstep. Public schools powered by K-12 offer flexible.
A Norfolk police officer was arrested and charged following a sexual assault investigation. Detectives say on October 9th, a woman reported to police that she'd been sexually assaulted on Military Highway by an officer while he was working. Now, following that investigation, 44-year-old Herman Martin was arrested. Martin was taken to Norfolk City Jail and released on bond. The Norfolk Police Department has placed Martin on administrative duty pending the outcome of the investigation.
A former Puyallup police officer in training who was fired last year after being arrested for rape pleaded not guilty to a separate rape case in 2016 over in Connecticut. 32-year-old Nyamki Amichia was arrested Friday afternoon by Puyallup police officers. He's accused of home invasion, sexual assault, kidnapping, unlawful restraint, and impersonation of a police officer. A judge ordered he be held on $2 million bail as he awaits extradition to Connecticut.
More breaking news to get to tonight. A Spokane police officer arrested and charged with raping a victim of a crime he was investigating is again a free man tonight, released from jail over the weekend without having to post bond. Officer Nathan Nash was arrested Friday on second-degree rape charges and spent one night in jail. As of tonight, Nash is still on the force, and it's up to him to show up to his first court date tomorrow. 4 News Now reporter Taylor Graham in studio tonight with an in-depth timeline of the developments that led up to this point.
Well, 4 News Now first broke this story October 24th, a month ago yesterday, when we learned an officer was under investigation for sexual misconduct. Our station was told the name of that officer and that he was accused of sexually assaulting a woman who was the victim of domestic violence. But Spokane police would not confirm his identity for us until 5 days later, when the department announced Officer Nathan Nash was placed on administrative leave, that he was the officer accused, and that the Spokane County Sheriff's Office was investigating. A few days after that, on November 1st, Nash's attorney released a statement saying his client denied the allegations. That brings us to last Friday, just after 5 p.m. Nash was arrested on charges of second-degree rape and official misconduct, then booked into the Spokane County Jail. He spent one night in there, just over 24 hours before a Superior Court commissioner signed off on his release Saturday evening. So what changed? What evidence came back that led to Nash's arrest and criminal charges? That's what we tried to get today, but no court paperwork was available. We do know that the accuser, I should say, went to the hospital where they collected evidence through a rape kit, and that they were looking through Nash's phone and computer as part of their investigation. I spoke with Nash's attorney today. He says, once again, his client denies the allegations and that he was released because he was found to be of no danger to the community and a low flight risk. I asked Nash's attorney if there is any DNA evidence linking his client to the crime. He said there's none he's aware of. Nash will face a judge for the first time since these allegations came to light tomorrow afternoon at 3:30. Court documents will be filed by then, and we should have a lot more information. We'll be in the courtroom getting you updates as soon as we possibly can. Nia?
Now to this, a former West Salem Springs police officer was in jail tonight accused of raping a woman while he was on duty. Now, detention records show Cody Cackley arrested Wednesday morning. The probable cause report says a woman that was cut off from the Cherokee Casino asked Cackley to give her a ride home. The report says Cackley noted that the woman was visibly intoxicated and then took her home in his patrol car and followed her into the home where the report says he raped her. The report goes on to state that body camera footage showed Cackley referring to the woman as, quote, wasted and drunk. He also asked on multiple occasions if she had, quote, passed out. Now, the report also states Cackley turned off his body cam at various points throughout his time at the casino, and it was off during the time that he was driving the woman home. Now, Cackley resigned from his position as a police officer during questioning.
This game, you're not ready for it.
An Albuquerque police officer is on suspension after he was arrested, accused of sexually assaulting a woman while on duty at the Sunport. Let's get to News 13's Ariana Kraft. Investigators say APD officer Johnny Garcia raped a female employee at the Sunport after luring her into a closet. According to the criminal complaint on February 12th, Garcia, who's stationed at the airport, called the employee into a closet near the baggage area. She told APD investigators Garcia kissed and groped her. She says when she tried to resist, he forced her to perform oral sex on him. The Rape Crisis Center says women are often vulnerable to people with power over them.
We do see, that a lot of times it derives from a power and control standpoint. When we have a point of authority involved with someone who is trying to follow that authority.
Garcia, seen here getting an award from the city last summer for helping a woman with car trouble, claims the worker led him to the closet and everything was consensual. After she reported the incident to APD in March, a judge granted her a restraining order to keep Garcia away from her. But APD says he called and texted other Sunport workers trying to discredit and intimidate the woman. Online court records show Garcia didn't have to spend any time in jail yesterday after his arrest, that he was booked and released right away. APD says they launched an internal investigation in March right after the woman came forward, and Garcia was put on paid leave at the time. He was suspended without pay starting today. APD declined to do an interview for this story. Back to you. Okay, Ariana. According to online court records, Garcia had a DWI back in 2004. He was also taken to court by the mother of his baby in 2016 in order to pay child support.
A 19-year-old woman forever changed after she says a traffic stop turned horrific.
It's very sad that it's police officers that did this. I don't know. They're supposed to protect and serve, right?
Anna is present at Brooklyn Supreme Court to face the former NYPD officers, 37-year-old Eddie Martins and 32-year-old Richard Hall, who she says brutally took turns raping her after she was taken into custody for possession of drugs September 15th. Anna stopped to speak to us before heading inside, past chanting supporters to face the men accused of assaulting her and then dropping her off blocks away from the 60th precinct.
I really appreciate the support. Just imagine it was your child.
Prosecutors say DNA evidence collected from the victim at Maimonides Hospital connected Officer Martins and Hall to the crime. They were indicted on nearly 50 charges, including kidnapping and rape. The defense argues that DNA evidence can't prove what happened inside that NYPD van wasn't consensual. Anna's lawyer is concerned the prosecution may motion to use social media photos to discredit the victim.
They have no defense to this case, so they're trying to attack and shame her and destroy her character, destroy her reputation.
Both officers, Martins and Hall, quit their jobs with the department before facing an NYPD departmental hearing that could have resulted in their firing. The defense did not speak to the press today. The next court date is April 5th. Anna says she will be present then and for every court date thereafter. At Brooklyn Supreme Court, Magdalena Dara, CBS 2 News.
And tonight, the suspects remain free on bail. The victim's attorney has filed a notice of claim with the city controller's office, asking for $50 million in damages.
A Portsmouth police officer charged with rape and abduction. And tonight we're learning the alleged victim is a minor. Thank you for joining us on 13 News Now at 6. I'm Janet Roach.
And I'm David Allen. Tonight, the officer's family is telling us this is completely out of character for him. 13 News Now reporter Allie Weatherton picks up the story.
Cleishon Cox's family members are standing by his side.
I don't even have a inch of belief, like that he did something like this, man. Like I say, it's just hard.
Cox is charged with raping and abducting a 17-year-old girl while on duty as a Portsmouth police officer.
This is way out of his character, Anybody, I could tell you, anybody that knows him is goofy, joking. This was always his dream, man. Like, I can't express that enough.
Court documents say Cox followed the girl home, then told her to drop off a friend who was with her. The paperwork says Cox told the girl to follow him and leave her phone and keys in her car. That's when he allegedly ordered her into his vehicle, drove her to another area, and raped her.
It's not that into proving innocent. We have to prove this, and I really think he's innocent. I don't think he did this at all. This is not him.
His aunt says he's not only a police officer, but a local pastor in the area. The family says they hope to figure out what happened.
I don't know, we just got to wait it out and think and pray.
I asked Cox if he wanted to share his side of the story from inside the jail, but he declined. His next court date is tomorrow morning. In Portsmouth, Allie Weatherton, 13 News Now.
When we went to the Hays County DA's office to look through the James Palermo criminal case file, we found a stack of other dash camera video. Turns out when his bosses started in.
This is so funny. I don't understand people like this that don't know how to talk to women. They don't know how to seduce women. Like these police officers. They have to put fear in women to get women. They don't know how to seduce women and talk to a woman. Don't you want the woman to genuinely like you? I thought that was the whole concept. That's what I always thought. I guess I'm wrong about that. I mean, hey, ever since a teenager talking to girls all the way up to an adult, like, don't you want the female to genuinely like you? Why you want to force and like be intimidating? It's just backwards.
Investigating his prior policing conduct, they found a pattern they could have caught long before.
On the ground. Dude, will you take me? On the ground. On the ground. You can't take me.
When Corporal James Palermo walked through the doors of the San Marcos Police Department in July 2013, he didn't know it then, but his own department had dug up months of his dash camera recordings.
James, as a part of this, what we've been doing is we've been pulling all your pending cases at the Hays County District Attorney's Office.
That's San Marcos Police Commander Penny Dunn. She led the investigation into Palermo after the Alexis Alpha arrest. The arrest where Palermo threw the woman down on the ground on her face. Dunn reviewed 176 of Palermo's pending criminal cases.
As we've been going through those cases, you know what we have found? You like to file resisting arrest. And you file it really inordinately more than any other officer in this police department. And we find that a lot of these people get hurt. And the ones that do are the ones that push your buttons, that set off a trigger.
This interrogation video shows Palermo mostly sat and listened as she pointed out what she called a pattern of hitting people with charges they never committed.
How do you explain that?
As far as the resisting arrest charges, as we talked about here, during the arrest process, they attempt to get away from me, flee, move away from me. That's where I felt it.
That's James Palermo's penal code. That's not the state of Texas penal code.
When I read it, I believe that force, whether it's force against me or force trying to get away from me, using some action to get away from me, that's what I believe is the case. I wrote that, that's the way I would write it in my narratives. It would be approved by the supervisors that way. Even when it got to the DA's office, I didn't hear any feedback from them saying, DA guys, we talked. I didn't hear any feedback. Okay, well, this is kind of this or that, or you know what, that doesn't really fit or whatever. I know there was no feedback saying. I read the.
So this isn't your fault. This is someone else's fault.
That my perception was the force. When it just says force, I believe.
It doesn't just say force. It says force against a peace officer. You misread obstruction. You misread interfering, and you misread resisting arrest. You are a 13-year veteran police officer of the rank of corporal, which is many times an acting supervisor in this police department. And you don't understand the basic elements of 3 statutes in our penal code. James, what I said is you're not going to deflect anything away from you. You are fully responsible. And even though you do not want to be accountable for your actions, and you have not wanted to be accountable in the past for your actions, this is a situation that you're going to be held accountable.
James Palermo was ultimately charged with aggravated assault by a public servant in the Alexis Alpha case, but he was never charged with a crime in any of those other dash camera video stops. Now, Palermo made a deal with the Hays County DA's office. He would exchange his police license for time on probation, but he would never spend a day behind bars. We wrote Palermo a letter asking him for an interview, but he never wrote us back.
A former Windcrest police officer is out on bond following an arrest for tampering with evidence. Texas DPS arrested Sean Sonnen Cortez on a warrant yesterday. The charge dates back to an investigation that began May 2023. Court documents allege that while on duty, Sonnen Cortez sexually assaulted a woman who had been arrested. Documents state the officer then began reaching out to the woman on social media. He's accused of deleting those apps before investigators could seize his phone. Records show the suspect was let go from the Windcrest police back in March. The alleged sexual assault remains under investigation.
Milwaukee police officer is suspended tonight, accused of sexually assaulting a woman while on the job. 12 News reporter Nick Bohr is live in the woman's neighborhood. And Nick, you talked with the woman today.
Well, I did, Kathy, and she told me she's not doing well. The 19-year-old woman says police were called to her neighborhood here near 15th and Center to settle a fight between neighbors. But as things settled down, she says things took a sinister turn. The young woman is telling investigators a 42-year-old male officer cornered her in a room where they were alone and sexually assaulted her. She also claims he choked her while doing it. The alleged victim told 12 News she is recovering at home and planned to meet with the Milwaukee County District Attorney's Office Wednesday afternoon. The DA's office tells us they are interviewing several people. The officer has not been arrested but has been removed from his job.
Charles Brown said, "We are a sick country." Explain. Let me know. I want to hear your thoughts. Share your thoughts with us. How are we a sick country? Let me know.
At least for now. The Milwaukee Police Department spokesperson Annie Schwartz issued a statement reading in part, "We began our investigation as soon as we learned of an allegation of inappropriate conduct by the officer. The member has been suspended from his duties as a police officer. The investigation is continuing." By department policy, that officer suspension is with pay. The Milwaukee County District Attorney's Office is telling 12 News that they conducted several interviews today and that a decision on charges could come as early as tomorrow. Live at 15th and Center, Nick Bohr, WISN 12 News.
Well, a deadly police shootout in Bella Cynwyd ends with a wanted man shot and killed after investigators say he opened fire on officers. CBS Philadelphia's Ross DiMattei has more from Lower Merion Township on how the confrontation unfolded and how the neighbors feel about it.
It's scary, very scary.
With guns drawn, Lower Merion police systematically secured the Edge Hill Court Apartments in Bala Cynwyd Wednesday after getting into a shootout with a suspect just feet from the front door.
He fired a gun in this neighborhood, which could have gone in anybody's window, or that's what upset me.
Just before 4 a.m., Lower Merion police say they were on patrol along Old Lancaster Road when they spotted a vehicle belonging to 38-year-old Francis Collier. As officers approached, police say Collier opened fire at them. Officers returned fire, hitting Collier. He was pronounced dead at the scene.
It's unfortunate how it ended, but it's a good thing that kind of individual is now not loose in the neighborhood.
Investigators say Collier was wanted by the Pennsylvania Attorney General's office on charges including rape of a child. Just yesterday, CBS News Philadelphia reported he was also facing charges of involuntary sexual intercourse with a child, incest of a minor, endangering the welfare of children, and indecent assault.
There's a lot of kids, and they're outside all the time. So that if he lived here and he was a sexual predator and we didn't know that, that's upsetting.
Collier was also a part-time police officer in Mortonboro, Delaware County. In a statement, the Morton PD said he was placed on unpaid leave in December after being contacted about the investigation and resigned days later. The department says no criminal allegations were made against him during his tenure there, and it is cooperating with investigators.
I think a police officer, given their jobs that they're supposed to do, should be, when faced with such charges, be held without bail.
Morton PD also said that the crimes Collier was being investigated for allegedly took place many years ago when he was a teenager. Lower Merion police here have told residents there is no threat to the public. In Bala Cynwyd, Ross DiMattei, CBS News Philadelphia.
New tonight from the NBC5 investigative team, a federal agent in Chicago has now been ordered held in jail as a serial sex offender.
Prosecutors claim he used his badge and his gun to assault suburban sex workers. Investigative reporter Chuck Gowdy tonight is on the story. Chuck.
Stephen Allison, Customs and Border Protection Officer Luis Uribe is locked up at the Metro Correctional Center in the Loop, held tonight without bond after a federal judge determined Uribe is a danger to the community. But tonight, there remain questions about why Uribe was allowed to remain on the job with U.S. Homeland Security, even after suburban police had linked him to a series of sex attacks. Tonight, we've learned new details about Customs and Border Protection Officer Luis Uribe, a U.S. Marine Corps veteran with overseas tours, according to his attorney, married and a father of 4 children. But this paints a different picture of 44-year-old Uribe, a photo taken by suburban prostitutes, according to the FBI, who said that Uribe raped them in Schaumburg and Naperville motels, using his gun and badge to carry out the attacks. Family of the federal lawman in court for this afternoon's bond hearing, declining to discuss charges that in 2022, Uribe raped and robbed 4 Chinese sex workers. Prosecutors tonight say he is suspected of attacking many more women who did not report the violent attacks to police. And tonight, we've confirmed from authorities here in Schaumburg that they did investigate an attack in 2022, had a photo of the suspect, a federal officer, but say because the victim moved to an unknown location, they only turned over evidence to the Customs and Border Protection Inspector General. In court today, it was revealed that the government allowed Uribe to remain on the job with pay even after learning of the police evidence, although he was put on desk duty, relieved of his gun. In court records, the U.S. attorney states that while at a Naperville hotel, Uribe forced his way into the room, brandished a gun and a badge, and identified himself as police. He then demanded money and raped a woman. Tonight, police here in Naperville tell NBC Chicago that the crimes Mr. Uribe is alleged to have committed in Naperville are disturbing, but that they have no record these incidents were reported to the department. As such, they say the Naperville Police Department was not involved in the investigation. Tonight, District Judge Carrie Holub Hotelling ruled that Uribe be held without bond for crimes that could result in a life sentence. In addition to Uribe's relatives in court today, there were fellow Customs and Border Protection agents. They were there to have Uribe sign separation papers terminating him from the government. Uribe said he wouldn't sign without his union representative at his side. So as of right now, he is still employed as a federal lawman while charged as a federal lawbreaker. He has a long fight ahead of him.
Yeah. Such disturbing allegations against him, and I know there's more to come in this case, but thank you for digging into that and finding out more about what happened in Naperville and the other jurisdictions.
Not the end of it.
Yeah. All
Chuck
right.
Gotti. Thank you very much, Chuck.
New at 6, the ABC 7 News I-Team reveals new details about the Belmont police officer recently arrested for rape. It is not his first arrest. Good evening, I'm Ama Dates.
And I'm Dan Ashley. The I-Team has learned that the Belmont police officer arrested for rape last week had an arrest for domestic violence several years ago before he became an officer.
And that's raising questions whether he should have been hired at the Belmont PD in the first place.
ABC 7 News I-Team reporter Dan Noyes is here with an investigation you will see only on 7. Dan.
Well, Dan and Ama, I have new information on his previous arrest and his immigration status. I've confirmed Felipe Gomes is not a U.S. citizen, but has a work permit, so he is allowed to serve as a police officer in this state under a recent law signed by Governor Gavin Newsom.
Really exciting time for us. And
just 4 months ago, Belmont Police Chief Ken Stanquist presented his new recruits, including 35-year-old Felipe Carlo Gomes.
He was in the Brazilian Air Force, part of the Air Force Police. He was a full-time police soldier and left that position when he moved to the United States. He enjoyed attending church when he's not working.
Last week, Redwood City Police arrested Gomes at the Belmont Police Headquarters on Penal Code 261A1. Rape of someone who was incapable of giving legal consent due to a mental disorder. Before he hired Gomes, the I-Team has learned that Chief Stenquist received phone calls from the San Mateo County Sheriff's Office and East Palo Alto Police warning him that both agencies had rejected Gomes because of his domestic violence arrest in 2017.
When a department head calls you and says something's wrong, take a closer look, or don't hire someone, you should take a closer look.
Court records show that Gomes and his wife were on vacation from their home in Brazil at this Ramada Inn in Kissimmee, Florida. The charging affidavit says they'd been married a year when Gomes spotted texts on his wife's cell phone from an ex-boyfriend and that he struck her repeatedly in the face and stomach. An officer wrote that he observed a large bruise that covered most of his wife's left cheek and scratches to her right cheek. The records say Gomes accused her of hitting and scratching him first, so the state attorney charged both of them with battery domestic violence before dropping the charges a month later. Belmont Chief Stenquist defended hiring Gomes, emailing me, past law enforcement contact that does not result in charges are not disqualifying in of itself under policies or applicable law.
In these special victim domestic violence cases, they're often the charges are dropped. They're dropped because the victims have a change of heart. Any number of reasons.
Former San Francisco police commander and head of recruitment, Rich Correa, tells me the incident should be disqualifying, even though the case was dropped.
You don't want someone who, in a family setting, violence is a place they can escalate to. You want just the opposite. You want natural de-escalators.
Law enforcement sources also tell me Felipe Gomes is not a U.S. citizen. SB 960, sponsored by former State Senator Nancy Skinner, allows immigrants to be officers if they have a green card, visa, or permanent residency. Gomes is here on a work permit.
You must be a person who's legally authorized to work. So you have that legal paperwork. And then in California, if this bill passes, you would be able to be a sworn officer.
Governor Gavin Newsom signed the bill in September 2022. Rich Correa tells me a newly arrived immigrant has lots to learn about our system of justice and civil.
That's just amazing. So Gavin Newsom, he just allows people who are not citizens to become police officers and police over our citizens.
Rights.
So you better make sure that you are hiring people that get the many nuances of the role of a police officer. There's no one else, as far as I know, in our entire society that carries a gun and has the authority to shoot you under certain circumstances.
Several other states have similar laws to ours, but in many cases, local police departments still require an officer to be a U.S. citizen. By the way, Gomes has been fired. I reached him here and his wife in Brazil. Neither wanted to comment for the story. Redwood City Police are supposed to be sending the Gomes case to the San Mateo DA's office by this coming Friday. So we'll find out more at that
You'll
point.
follow up there. So in addition to some of these red flags, these warnings, you can be a police officer in this state and not be a U.S. citizen.
It was a surprise to
Yeah, I
me,
didn't
and
know that.
I had no idea until I started to research the story, and that is the case.
That's interesting.
But it's interesting. Some states, though, that have the same rule, the local departments refuse to follow it, and they require their members to be citizens. So even though the state may have the law, the local departments sometimes don't follow.
Oh, did not know it. Thank you, Dan, very much.
And you can get in touch with the ABC7 News I-Team by going to abc7news.com/I-Team.
Well, now at 11, a Marion police officer is in jail charged with rape and abduction.
The Marion County Sheriff's Office and Marion County Prosecutor announced those charges today. 10 TV's Carly Dion shares what we know about the case.
The charges filed against Marion police officer Brendan Dameron stem from an alleged sexual assault incident on Wednesday. The Marion County Sheriff's Office arrested the 24-year-old officer Thursday night. Marion County Municipal Court documents state this stems from an off-duty incident at a private home. Those documents state Dameron went to the victim's house and forced himself on her, despite being told no. The victim was able to get away from Dameron, but court documents state Dameron followed her and forced himself on her a second time. The Marion County Sheriff's Office posted a video to its Facebook page with the sheriff and county prosecutor about the arrest.
My office is separate from and independent of the City of Marion Police Department, and we will be the lead investigators in this matter.
Dameron faces charges including 2 counts of rape and 1 count of abduction.
Police officers have to obey the law just like anyone else. And when they don't, I will hold them accountable.
City of Marion Police Chief Jay McDonald says Dameron has been placed on administrative leave from the department, and they're conducting an internal affairs investigation. Dameron is being held at the Morrow County Jail on a $250,000 bond. At the Marion County Sheriff's Office, Carly Dion, 10 TV News.
And now former LAPD officer is being held without bail, accused of raping a child under the age of 14. Diego Jose Miranda Lopez was arrested yesterday. Police say the alleged rape happened before Lopez joined the force, and he resigned after being confronted with these allegations. Lopez had worked at the North Hollywood station. Police say he had been on the force for less than a year. The district attorney is expected to review the case on Monday.
Hello, I'm Mark Brown. Get more great ABC7 content by clicking the subscribe button for our YouTube channel and download the ABC7 Los Angeles streaming app on Fire TV, Android TV, Apple TV, and Roku to watch on your TV.
A Maryland Heights police officer is accused of trying to lure an underage girl online into sex acts with him, but he was actually chatting with an undercover Missouri Highway Patrol trooper. According to court documents, 56-year-old Greg Ortlip admitted this isn't the first time he's done this. We're told the 23-year veteran of the Maryland Heights Police Department resigned from the force. Ortlip also worked part-time at Rankin Jordan Pediatric Hospital.
Thank you. Time now 5:17. A former Prairie View police officer now inside the Harris County Jail accused of abusing his authority during what investigators say was a sexually charged traffic stop.
KPRC2 News reporter Ricky Munoz is live outside the jail. Ricky, what can you tell us about these allegations?
Let me tell you that reading these court documents and you go into detail, things get pretty creepy. But that police officer, former police officer, is being held right here at the Harris County Jail. Now, police say this wasn't a normal traffic stop. It's something that crossed the line. Now, court documents show that 67-year-old Scott Mills was charged with official oppression. We found this black SUV with generic police lettering outside Scott Mills's home. It appeared to be the same vehicle mentioned in court documents related to an incident in June of 2024 near Ella and Rankin in the Greens Point area. Court records show a woman told police Mills was driving next to her, rolled down his window, commented her on her driving, and told her to pull over into a Family Dollar parking lot. According to court documents, when he approached her, he told her, quote, "You're lucky I pulled you over and not a white cop." The woman told investigators he then commented on her eyelashes, even touching one, made sexual comments, and told her he would only let her go if she took down his number. She called police after this incident. Investigators later connected Mills to the SUV using license plate reading cameras. Mills, not most recently.
Like I've said before, these police officers, they don't know how to talk to women. They don't know how to seduce a woman. They have to do this. They have to bully women into getting phone numbers and whatnot. It's so sad. It's so disgusting. You can tell that these guys are simps.
Had been working as a reserve deputy in San Jacinto County and was let go 2 weeks ago once they learned about the investigation. Now back out here live, Mills is being held right here at this Harris County jail. Now, I did call the Grand Prairie Police Department to ask if he quit or he got fired. I'm still waiting to hear back. And as soon as I do, I'll make sure I bring that to you on air and online on click2houston.com. But for now, reporting in downtown Houston, I'm Ricky Munoz, KPRC 2 News.
All right. Thank you, Ricky. Time now is up.
And good evening, New Mexico. It was his job to serve and protect, but instead, a police officer is in one of our jails tonight. Joe Lucero Gonzalez reportedly tried to get teens to have sex with him in his patrol car while on duty. And there's even more. Cassie Foote has been digging into these new court documents for us. So, Cassie. See, what all have you learned?
21-year-old Joe Lucero Gonzalez is a new police officer. Documents state he joined the Santa Rosa PD this past March, and all this alleged criminal activity happened between May and August. Police say he communicated with 4 teens over Snapchat and Facebook, sending them photos of his genitals and asking for explicit photos in return. Police say he also asked the girls to have sex with him. Police said the girls told them Lucero Gonzalez wanted to have sex with them in his patrol vehicle while he was on duty. They thought that was strange. But investigators say he actually did have sex with one of the girls, a 15-year-old. He allegedly met up with her in the middle of the night while on duty. Police also say he was very persistent with these young girls. The victims reported Lucero Gonzalez would follow them around in his patrol vehicle, continuously asking them to meet up.
So do we know what Lucero Gonzalez told police when they started to ask him questions about all of this?
Well, first he denied using social media to communicate with the girls in a sexual way, but then he admitted it, saying the conversations were a bad judgment call. The officer interviewing Lucero Gonzalez also asked if he knew the girls were underage. He says he did know. Officer Lucero Gonzalez is facing several charges, including rape and using an electronic device to solicit a child. He's expected in court tomorrow. We did reach out to Santa Rosa PD for a statement, but have not received one yet.
All right, well, we'll keep pushing for that. Cassie, thanks for the update there. You know, this isn't the only case that we're following involving a police officer accused of trying to have sex with a young girl. We told you about former APD officer Josh De Leon back in May. He's still in jail, accused of grooming a mentally unstable 13-year-old girl. Police say he tried to form a sexual relationship with her after he met the teen while responding to a call when she attempted suicide. He allegedly then asked and discussed meeting up with her 34 times in 6 days. Police say he did all of this on department time. De Leon is facing several charges, including child solicitation. His plea hearing, however, is scheduled for November 14th, and we'll be following the outcome of that.
These thugs just don't care. They just have no care in the world. They just don't. They do this stuff while they're on their job and everything. They just don't care. Just a bunch of thugs.
West Dallas police sergeant is arrested and charged with having and viewing child pornography. 73-year-old Robert Reynolds is facing 4 charges of possession of child porn. A warrant for the result of 3 cyber tips of child sexual assault material originated at Reynolds' home in his internet service. According to the criminal complaint, Reynolds told investigators that he habitually viewed child pornography, and as long as he stops viewing it, then it is no harm, no foul.
Still developing tonight at 6 o'clock, an abuse of the badge. That's how investigators are describing an alleged act by an Arcola police officer.
Hold on. He said I'm not doing it anymore, so no harm, no foul. Like, God, see what I'm saying? These type of people, they don't want to be held accountable. They think they can do anything and not have to suffer the consequences. That's their mentality.
Sir, Hector Aaron Ruiz accused of pulling a woman over for a traffic stop and then coercing her into a sexual act.
It's a story we've been following for you all day, and tonight we have this important update. Investigators believe there could be more victims.
Ruiz, an officer with the Arcola Police Department in Fort Bend County, so he's being held in Richmond.
Channel 2 investigator Robert Arnold joining us live from there with the serious accusations against that officer. Robert?
The Texas Rangers are now leading this investigation. Prosecutors say that's because this began with a traffic stop in Brazoria County, but continued on into Fort Bend County.
This is a horrible abuse of power, and we take it very seriously.
With Arcola police officer Hector Aaron Ruiz now in jail, prosecutors want to know if what he is accused of doing is an isolated incident.
We believe that there is a strong possibility that there are other victims out there who may have suffered at the hands of Officer Ruiz.
Ruiz is accused of coercing a woman into a sex act during a traffic stop. He is charged with sexual assault and official oppression. Ruiz has only been an officer for less than 2 years. That time spent as first a reserve officer, then a full-time night shift patrol officer with Arcola.
There's an active criminal investigation, and so we're cooperating with the DA's office, with the Texas Rangers, and all the agencies that's involved.
That's about all Police Chief Michael Ellison could say because of the ongoing investigation. He did add, however, that Ruiz has now been suspended without pay. We stopped by a home listed for Ruiz, but there was no answer. Prosecutor Therese Buse says Ruiz was arrested quickly for fear the accusations uncovered a pattern of conduct.
We wanted to stop his ability to be on the streets and have access to any other potential victims.
Ruiz remains in the Fort Bend County Jail, and prosecutors say he did give a statement, and in their words, he admitted to portions of the allegations. Reporting live from the Fort Bend County Jail, Robert Arnold, KPRC, Channel 2 News.
Thank you, Robert.
That breaking news out of Miami-Dade, an officer arrested on serious charges accused of molesting children.
He faced a judge this morning. We want to get out to NBC6 anchor Chris Hush, who has more on the case for us. And Chris, Miami-Dade's interim police director had some really tough words about this investigation.
Right, Stephanie Daniels, that's what we're talking about here. She says that she's appalled at the findings and the arrest of this 40-year-old officer, again, just arrested last evening for this very disturbing case. Daniel Ramos Aviles now being held in jail this morning with no bond.
Right, so, sir, no contact with any of the alleged victims whose initials are AR, DT, or NG. No contact with these alleged victims either directly, these children, I should say. No contact with them either directly, indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, or through third parties. No contact with the victims through social media or other electronic means. And you must stay at least 500 feet away from the victims.
So Officer Ramos Aviles was silent as the judge that you just heard there read through his charges in this disturbing case. He was arrested less than 24 hours ago, just last night, at the Miami-Dade Police Department's Special Victims Bureau in Doral. According to the arrest report, which is limited in detail, he's charged with sexual battery on a minor, lewd and lascivious molestation of a child under 12 years old, along with lewd and lascivious exhibition on a child under 16 years old. From bond court, we know that the suspect faces 7 counts and that there are 3 victims who were known to him, but he did not come in contact with them through his job, all of them minors, again, as we said. Meanwhile, interim Miami-Dade Police Director Stephanie Daniels released this statement on the case today, saying the privilege to be a law enforcement officer means the oath we took and the badge we wear represents integrity, trust, and the honor to be the protectors and peacekeepers of our community. I am appalled to know that as a result of an investigation, detectives from our Special Victims Bureau arrested a member of this agency. The Miami-Dade Police Department will not tolerate this behavior, and as is customary, along with lewd and lascivious exhibition on a child under 16 years old. From bond court, we know that the suspect faces 7 counts and that there are 3 victims who were known to him, but he did not come in contact with them through his job. All of them minors, again, as we said. Meanwhile, interim Miami-Dade Police Director Stephanie Daniels released this statement on the case today, saying the privilege to be a law enforcement officer means the oath we took and the badge we wear represents integrity, trust, and the honor to be the protectors and peacekeepers of our community. I am appalled to know that as a result of an investigation, detectives from our Special Victims Bureau arrested a member of this agency. The Miami-Dade Police Department will not tolerate this behavior, and as is customary, the department will assist and cooperate with the judicial process. We have requested a copy of the warrant on this suspect. We're still waiting to get that and dig into this case. There are a lot of details here. We'll have much more later on today on NBC6. For now, I'm Chris Hush for Live outside of TGK Correctional Facility. NBC6 News, back to you.
Never sue the other driver after a car accident. There's a better way to get paid a way bigger check without having to go to court or pay expensive upfront.
Good evening from the investigative unit. It happened again. A former high-ranking corrections officer at Elaine Hunt Correctional Center was arrested this morning.
It was the second arrest this week, this time a major accused of having sex with an inmate and giving birth to his twins. Bess Casterly's in the newsroom with this unfolding investigation.
Michael, Sylvia, Frances Smith turned herself into the Iberville Sheriff's Office this morning with her attorney after a warrant for her arrest was issued 1 week ago.
Achieving the high rank of major in the Department of Corrections is considered a big deal, just one step below assistant warden. 38-year-old Frances Smith was a major at Elaine Hunt Correctional Center until she was forced to resign 6 months ago under unfavorable circumstances.
The whole institution knows about this ongoing thing going on with this particular officer.
Rumors swirled.
She has had 2 babies by this inmate. 2 twins.
And were confirmed Thursday morning when she was arrested for malfeasance in office, specifically for sexual conduct with an inmate.
We were first tipped off about this situation in September of last year. Back then, I had emailed DOC asking about Frances Smith, and instead of an answer, we were invited to tour Elaine.
I know where that building is. That's in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, off of St. Ferdinand Street. Yep, I know exactly where that is.
Hunt. Since then, we've learned that not only was DOC fully aware of it, Smith had actually resigned from Elaine Hunt just 3 days before I sent the email.
You won't see it firsthand.
This former Elaine Hunt employee who wanted to remain anonymous spoke to us last fall, shortly after Smith resigned.
So does this guy really think he's anonymous with that voice he has? His voice is so distinct.
How did you know that this officer and this inmate were?
I've seen it.
You've seen it personally?
Yes, I've seen it.
She told us, even though everyone at Hunt knew about the
Yeah, it's hard to hide that voice, man. You sound kind of, I don't want to say it, but I think you get the point.
relationship, nothing was done.
As an employee, you don't want to lose your job. You don't want to lose your benefits. You don't want to get fired. You don't want to resign. So I'm going to stay hush mouth and just see it. It's none of my business.
She also said it wasn't the first inmate Smith had sexual relations with.
Before she was messing with inmate, and I saw them fumbling around, messing around in the office myself. And that's what I reported to Warden White and Warden Manny.
And the inmate who allegedly fathered Smith's twins was transferred to Angola after their births.
Ooh. So he went to a worse prison. Wow. He went to a worse prison. You have people in Angola that's trying to get to the prison that he was in. Because it's so bad in Angola. It's horrible. They call it the farm. And what's up with this lady? Why can't she go find someone in the free world to be her boyfriend or husband or whatever? Why is she preying on inmates? What's up with that? What's going on in her mind?
Where he's serving a life sentence for murder.
Now, Smith is at least the fifth Elaine Hunt employee to be arrested in the last month. Earlier this week, Lieutenant Paula LeBlanc was arrested.
So you mean to tell me she had children for a guy that was in prison for murder and had life in prison. What a dumb ass. And she had a good job too. She probably worked there a long time. She was the major. That was her rank. She was the major at the Elaine Hunt prison in Louisiana. That's 2 steps away from warden. Goes back to what I always say, just because you have a uniform on doesn't mean that they're very, very smart, because they're not. They do stupid stuff like this.
Accused of failing to report that an inmate had a cell phone. And in February, 3 arrests. Nurse Kenesha Burrell and Sergeant Christiana Harden were accused of communicating.
It's a lot of stories like this. You have these stupid ass black females like this. They always sneaking some shit in the prison for an inmate or having sex with some inmate. It's always going on.
Getting with inmates through social media and not telling their supervisors. DeShiver Hawkins was also charged with malfeasance, but we still have no details on what she's accused of doing. For the investigative unit,
probably was trying to sneak in a cell phone, because they make a lot of money by sneaking in those cell phones to those inmates, because, you know, what we pay for cell phones is not what inmates pay for cell phones. You can take a $40 phone that we may, like a $40 phone that we'll buy off the streets. That same phone in the prison can be probably $400 or so.
Casserly, WBRZ News 2.
We're going to get right to it. Tonight, a Metro police officer is facing multiple felony charges, accused of recording sex with women without their knowledge.
The court documents in the case detail how another officer found a flash drive that had these recordings on them, and this flash drive was in a patrol car. Now, Metro Police have recommended the officer, who is facing voyeurism charges, be fired.
Marina Silva spent the day looking through the charges against him and learned he was actually investigating illegal massage parlors at the time of the alleged crimes.
This 18-page court document details what investigators found on that flash drive. Officer Shane Decker was a part of an investigation into massage parlors that were allegedly offering sexual services. These court documents allege Officer Shane Decker was also recording himself having sexual intercourse with other women. Those women told investigators they did not consent to being recorded. The investigation started in September. Records explain videos discovered on that flash drive raised concerns, and the officer who found it took the drive to a special investigation unit. In September, when 13 News broke the story of the investigation into Officer Decker, IMPD said they were aware of allegations against him, and he was placed on administrative duty with no law enforcement power. The probable cause filed Friday against Decker alleges the flash drive had 5 recordings of women and sexual intercourse. The women told investigator they did not know Decker had recorded them, and they would not have consented. Decker also allegedly recorded himself receiving sexual services at multiple massage businesses. Documents say police discovered searches for massage parlors on Decker's phone. At the time, he was part of an IMPD investigation into illegal massage parlors. Investigators are not allowed to engage in sex with workers after the proposition portion of the investigation. In at least one video, court records say Decker is on duty and asks the woman to listen for his radio number in case he gets a call. I reached out to Decker's attorneys. They said they would not comment on the charges. Friday afternoon, Shane Decker did surrender himself to investigators here at the Marion County Jail. Reporting in Indianapolis, Marina Silva, 13 News.
IMPD Chief Chris Bailey responding to this news today by releasing a statement saying, in part, quote, "The allegations uncovered in this investigation represent a clear violation of public trust and are completely unacceptable. This behavior has no place in our society." Meantime, Decker is expected to be in court.
Yeah, you say that. It's so easy to say that, and it sounds so good to say that. But why don't you stop this from happening? It shouldn't be happening. We can absolutely stop this, but you choose not to do it.
Tuesday.
New from our investigative team, an assistant police chief temporarily serving as the primary chief appeared in court to have his criminal past removed from his record. And as our investigative reporter Rob LaPro reports, the case involves a guilty plea of sex with a minor, something that could bar him from honoring his pledge to the badge.
No comment at all at this moment.
So you don't want to comment on the charges or the case itself?
Well, for the case and charges, I paid for that 27 years ago. I paid my debt to society, and I won't be done with it.
On a typical Tuesday at the Avoyelles District Court, it was anything but that for this assistant police chief serving the town of Mooresville. In February, Mooresville announced the then chief, Nick Ducote, was resigning from.
I know where Mooresville is, Mooresville, Louisiana. That's in Avoyelles Parish. It's in Avoyelles Parish, and then after Avoyelles Parish, you got Rapides Parish. That's Alexandria, Louisiana. That's in Rapides Parish. Alexandria. I keep saying Alexander. It's Alexandria. Alexandria, Louisiana is in Rapides Parish. And Marksville, Louisiana, and Mooresville, Louisiana, and Bunkie, Louisiana is in Avoyelles Parish. And you got Opelousas, Louisiana, that's in St. Landry Parish.
His position, and that Assistant Chief Craig Lee would step in to fill the gap while they search for a new acting chief. But Chief Craig Lee has a past on the other side of the badge. Back in January 19.
And this is a small little town, Mooresville. It's right by Marksville. It's a small little town. It probably has a population of, 300-400 maybe. I don't know. It's not that many people in Mooresville. It's not that many people. So I see how this guy was able to slip through the cracks, I guess. They probably didn't do a extensive background check. Because I know exactly where Mooresville, Louisiana is. Exactly. They grow a lot of soybean and stuff like that there.
1998, Lee pled guilty to having sex with a minor. He was 26 at the time. And what are those charges?
I'll let you get the court records on it.
So do you think that they're serious at all?
No, I don't think so.
And you see how dumb this guy is, this police officer? He don't know how to respond to questions and deal with stuff like this. He would actually tell on himself. He would actually tell on himself. I don't understand what he's doing. It doesn't make sense.
Court records KLB obtained show he was supposed to serve 3 years in prison, but that was lowered to 2 years of supervised probation. A majority of his case is still sealed, but the docket history shows the crime was eventually expunged from his record, but later challenged by the Louisiana Bureau of Investigation. Tuesday morning, Lee appeared in district court to fight back, but backing down the state lawyers in the courtroom, pulling his expungement request. Do you have any plans to bring the expulsion case?
This is funny, man. This is sick. So we got a sex offender that's fighting to hold on to his police job.
Case again?
Yes,
to expel the cases?
Yes, I do.
Were you aware that LSP were coming?
No, I wasn't.
Before our cameras began rolling, we questioned Lee on if those charges affected his duties as an officer of the law. He told us he could run checks on license plates, but could not access criminal records or perform background checks. Our sources close to the matter confirmed that claim. But when our cameras were turned on him, do those charges affect your public duties?
So I thought that Mooresville, Louisiana had a population of around 400, but it actually has 773 residents. So double of what I guessed, but it's really not that many people in Mooresville. I wonder what's the size of their police department. So they have 773 people there in Mooresville. I wonder how many police they have, because we saw in the video about the Coffee, Texas Police Department with 249 people with 50 people in their police department.
No comment.
No comment on how they affect your duties?
No comment at all.
We headed to Moorville Town Hall to question Mayor Beryl Holmes on the decision to appoint Lee as interim chief. We could not get her on camera, but she responded saying she was.
Oh, yeah, because she's an idiot. She doesn't know what's going on. She thinks, oh, yeah, he's been a cop for a while. He's doing a good job. Let's make him the chief. And she doesn't know what's going on. She doesn't even know the guy's background.
Aware of the case in itself, but would not comment past that, deferring us to Avoyles District Attorney Charles Riddle. Riddle tells us Mayor Holmes was aware of the charges against Lee, but she had no intentions of ever promoting him to a permanent role as acting police chief. What do you expect of the town when this eventually becomes public?
I don't know. We're going to talk about that whenever I get back. Appreciate it. Thank you.
In Avoyles, Rob LaPearl, KALB.
Right now, Craig Lee is still on the force as both Moorville's interim acting chief and assistant chief. We'll keep you posted as his case develops.
Hey, babe.
Hey.
What is that?
Begin with breaking news in Fayetteville. Tonight, Fayetteville police arrest one of their own.
That officer is facing some very serious charges. It's Officer Jacob Jones. He is facing 6 misdemeanor sexual battery charges and was taken into custody today. CBS 17's Greg Funderburg is covering this live at the Fayetteville Police Department with this story. And Greg, the interim chief did address this case tonight. What did he have to say about it?
Well, Rod, Officer Jones is now facing several charges, as you just said. And when it comes to these charges, he's also being held here at the Cumberland County Detention Center. And right now, the interim chief did tell us that all of these charges stem from an incident while he was on the clock. Officer Jacob Jones, a 24-year-old hired in November 2022 with the Fayetteville Police Department, now faces 6 counts of misdemeanor sexual battery.
The actions of this officer is not representative of the dedicated and honorable men and women of the Fayetteville Police Department.
Interim Chief Christopher Joyce says the charges stem from an encounter on May 13th while Officer Jones was assisting with a call regarding a wanted person along the Bragg Boulevard corridor. He says Jones made inappropriate contact with a female who worked in that area during a review of surveillance footage.
It was during this interaction that Jacob Jones inappropriately touched the employee multiple times.
The warrants say Jones was rubbing the victim's back, lowered his right hand to touch the victim's bottom, rubbed the inside thigh of the victim, among other advances.
This incident was brought to our attention on June 10th, 2025, and Officer Jones was immediately placed on administrative leave.
After the complaint was filed, the department's Office of Professional Standards initiated an internal investigation, which led to a separate criminal probe by the Special Victims Unit. As a result, detectives established probable cause and secured an arrest warrant. And right now, the investigation is still ongoing. And when it comes to this case, he is still being held here at the Cumberland County Detention Facility on a $25,000 secured bond. And also, he was served with a consideration dismissal from the Fayetteville Police Department. Reporting live in Fayetteville, Greg Funderburg, CBS 17 News.
All right, Greg, thank you so much.
Breaking news. That breaking news, a New Roads police officer has been arrested, accused of sex crimes with a child. Just in the last hour, Sheriff Renee Thibodeau tells us that Officer Ked.
I know what this is. This is in Point Capee Parish, Louisiana, right next to St. Landry Parish. It's in between St. Landry Parish and West Baton Rouge Parish. I know exactly where this is.
Adrian Williams was arrested late tonight. He faces a number of charges, including first-degree rape of a victim under 13 and first-degree rape armed with a dangerous weapon. There's no word tonight on his status with the New Roads Police Department. We are told this is an ongoing investigation.
New information tonight on the Reservoir police officer arrested for statutory rape in Smith County this week. 12 News Cameron Smith talked with the Smith County Sheriff and learned more details.
Smith County Sheriff Joel Houston says it was about 48 hours from the time the victim's father called the sheriff's department until they arrested Reservoir Police Officer Rodney Jernigan. Jernigan lives in Raleigh, and he was arrested at a home near his residence. He was not with the victim.
We received a complaint from a parent that was concerned about his 13-year-old daughter possibly being in an inappropriate relationship with an adult male who we later learned was 26 years of age.
The parent wanted something done right away.
He was livid. I mean, as any father or parent would, they wanted something to happen immediately. And unfortunately, you know, we have to get all of our evidence in a row and make sure we have a solid case.
According to Houston, multiple search warrants were done on numerous electronic devices during the investigation, including recovering several cell phones and a laptop computer.
We're going to look at all the evidence and make a determination if anyone else is involved as far as any other victims.
Houston is disheartened by what's taken place.
I mean, it makes me furious. Whether he's an officer or not, it's a tough case to deal with. I do not envy this father's position at all. You know, this is something that he and the daughter will have to, the mother as well, have to live with the rest of their lives.
Houston says it's in the judge's hands, but for this type of crime, Jernigan could be looking anywhere from a minimum of 10 years to a maximum of 30. Jernigan will have his initial court appearance Thursday morning at 8 in Smith County Justice Court. The bond will be set by Judge Hewlin West. Once the sheriff's office completes their investigation, they'll turn it over to the district attorney, and Jernigan will stand before a grand jury in late October. Reporting in Raleigh, Cameron Smith, 12 News.
A Camden County police officer is charged with sexually assaulting a juvenile. Authorities say a 15-year-old girl gave birth to his child. That officer allegedly had sex with the girl for more than a year. Good evening, everyone. I'm Jessica Dean.
And I'm Yuki Washington. Eyewitness News New Jersey reporter Cleve Bryan is in Camden tonight with more information. Cleve.
Yuki, the Camden Metro Police Department has suspended Detective Rafael Martinez Jr. without pay. Now, authorities say he was having sex with this 15-year-old who they're protecting her identity for about a year, but none of this came to light until they had a baby.
Okay. I'm just stunned about the whole thing.
Neighbors of Camden County Metro Police Detective Rafael Martinez Jr. say based on recent police activity on their block, they knew something unusual was going on, but they didn't know what until now. He was arrested on September 12th and charged with sexual assault against a minor. Martinez has been an officer in Camden since 2010 and is the son of an officer. According to documents provided by the Camden County Prosecutor's Office, 32-year-old Martinez impregnated a 15-year-old girl. In August, she delivered the baby at Cooper Hospital, where authorities say he admitted to fathering the child and signed the birth certificate. He allegedly had sex with the girl at his house in Gloucester Township over the...
What an idiot. Actually signed the birth certificate. I don't know what to say about these stupid ass people. I don't know. I'll just keep calling them stupid, because they are stupid. I don't know what else to say about them. And what's wrong with this guy here that he thinks that he can actually have a relationship with a child? Like, yeah, you're gonna succeed in that. Good idea. I'm being sarcastic.
Period of about a year.
I had no idea. Like, he's been my neighbor for about 2 or 3 years now.
Brian Trimarca says he doesn't know Martinez personally, but he would never expect the policeman down the street to father a baby with a 15-year-old.
Definitely not from an officer. He's supposed to uphold the law, not break it like that. Especially, I have 3 daughters myself, so that's I'm just stunned about the whole thing.
No answer at Martinez's door. Authorities say he was released from custody after an initial court appearance.
My neighbor across the street said that he saw him taken out in cuffs.
Jordan Mangano says Martinez always seemed friendly, but the allegations are disturbing.
It doesn't look good that, he's with a 15-year-old. It's surprising, but I try to not get into anyone else's business.
Now, investigators say that Martinez provided a DNA sample that confirms he is the baby's father. He's scheduled to be in court again on October 25th. Live in Camden, Cleve Bryan, CBS 3 Eyewitness News.
Thank you, Cleve.
Imagine being able to build an app with your name on it just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44, a complete AI creation platform.
Former police officer in Mount Laurel, New Jersey, has pleaded guilty to hacking social media accounts of multiple women to obtain and then publicly post their nude photos. Investigators say Aaron Taylor hacked into the email accounts of 5,000 students while they attended Rowan College of Burlington County. Under an agreement with prosecutors, Taylor faces a possible 12 years in state prison when he is sentenced in September.
Boy, that's just sick.
Parents from Mercer County are facing serious charges tonight regarding child sexual abuse. Detectives on this case are outraged as the accused mom and dad have been in law enforcement a combined nearly 40 years. Action News reporter Brianna Smith now with more on the disturbing allegations.
Residents we spoke to say they're stunned and sickened by the allegations. They say they never thought this law enforcement couple who has served the community for decades could do something like this behind closed doors. A viewer sent us this photo of several New Jersey state troopers at Brian and Elizabeth DiBiase's home in Hamilton Township before they were arrested on Wednesday. The state attorney general says the husband and wife, both in law enforcement, are charged in connection with creating, producing, and distributing images of child sexual abuse.
When you hear something like this, it's kind of sickening and painful to hear.
Records show 39-year-old Brian has worked with the Hamilton Township Police Department for 21 years, while 42-year-old Elizabeth has been employed by the Mercer County Sheriff's Office for 18 years.
You trust law enforcement for everything, for help. It's hard to tell who's good and who's bad because you don't know.
The AG says on Tuesday, investigators received a tip that Brian allegedly distributed multiple files online showing nude images of his wife in the presence of children. He's also accused of mentioning children being present while he and his wife had sex.
People look like normal people, and sometimes they're monsters underneath. And that's scary.
The Hamilton Township mayor and police chief said in a statement, quote, Hamilton Township has zero tolerance for crimes of this nature. We remain fully committed to upholding the highest standards of integrity and accountability within our community and our police department. The Mercer County Sheriff said, quote, as the Mercer County Sheriff and a community leader, know that I have zero tolerance for alleged immoral acts in our community and within our ranks. Like many employers, we cannot control how people behave outside of the workplace and at home.
I have to have every faith that our justice system is going to handle this and do what's right.
Both suspects are in the Monmouth County Jail, and the sheriff says Elizabeth is suspended without pay during the investigation. In Hamilton Township, Brianna Smith, Channel 6 Action News.
A Raleigh man faces several disturbing charges after a trespassing investigation in eastern Wake County. Investigators say a deputy arrested a 25-year-old man last night and allege he had some kind of relationship with a juvenile. Jermaine Collins is charged with 6 counts of second-degree sex exploitation of a minor, cyber stalking, and misdemeanor stalking.
A South Fulton police officer has found himself on the wrong side of the law, accused of raping a domestic violence victim. And to make matters worse, investigators say she called police for help. That's where we begin tonight at 10. Thanks for joining us. I'm Courtney Bryant.
And I'm Ross Spencer. The interim public safety managing director spoke earlier today. Fox 5's Christopher King is live at South Fulton Police headquarters tonight with more. Christopher?
Russ, Courtney, his job is to protect and serve, but South Fulton police say one of their officers did the exact opposite.
Patrol Officer Michael Sheely Cochran was booked into the Fulton County Jail.
South Fulton police officer Michael Sheely Cochran took an oath, but on Wednesday, his own department accused him of violating that oath. Police say Cochran raped a woman while he was on duty.
It's sad that it happens, particularly in policing, where people look to you for trust. People look for you for the type of protection that you're going to give them.
Dr. Cedric Alexander is the interim public safety managing director for South Fulton Police. Dr. Alexander says Cochran responded to a domestic violence call early last Saturday morning. He says Cochran spoke with a 28-year-old woman.
Once he arrived to the scene, we believe that it was at that point that he turned off his own body camera.
Alexander says Cochran learned the woman had warrants in DeKalb County. Alexander says Cochran handcuffed the woman, put her in his car, and drove off.
He took her to an undisclosed location where the sexual assault took place.
The interim managing director says Cochran then took the woman to the DeKalb County Jail.
She later reported that she had been sexually assaulted by the officer.
Alexander says his department combed the evidence, which included video from inside the officer's car.
It gave the appearance that a sexual assault actually did take place.
Cochran initially was placed on administrative leave. On Wednesday, South Fulton police arrested Cochran.
The fact of the matter is that he violated Georgia state law as a law enforcement officer. Being in that supervisory role, responsible for her care, he in total violation.
South Fulton police fired Cochran. Right now, he's at the Fulton County Jail. He's charged with sexual assault by a person with supervisory or disciplinary authority and violation of his oath of office. We're live at the South Fulton Police Department headquarters. Christopher King, Fox 5 News.
Such a terrible betrayal. Christopher, thanks.
Corruption in the justice system is punishing me for protecting my children.
A Colorado cop is accused of raping his daughter, but it's the girl's mother who had to report to jail. It's all connected back to a reunification therapist and what the mom says is a corruption in the system. We're breaking it down with Colorado attorney Eric Faddis. Welcome to Sidebar presented by Law and Crime. I'm Elizabeth Miller. A retired police officer in the Denver area is accused of raping his own daughter for years, starting when she was just 5 years old. He's also accused of sexually assaulting his ex-wife's 2 daughters, whom he adopted. Michael Hawkins is free on bond right now after being charged with 6 felony counts of sexually assaulting a child and 1 misdemeanor count for child abuse. According to court documents, that child abuse count is connected to an alleged assault that occurred in Costa Rica while the family was on vacation in 2018. Hawkins allegedly held his eldest son underwater while he blacked out. The boy, now an adult, told police he believes the assault was connected to him catching his father allegedly molesting one of his sisters. Rachel Pickrell Hawkins currently has custody of the couple's youngest sons, ages 10 and 13. She told the Denver Gazette that they had been living in a domestic violence shelter, but Hawkins is fighting to get sole custody of the 2 boys, and the family has been ordered to participate in a reunification therapy program. The therapy is supposed to help repair the children's relationship with their father. But Pickrell Hawkins claims that the so-called therapy is actual psychological manipulation and coercion. She refused to allow the boys to participate anymore, which resulted in her being held in contempt of court. The judge ordered her to report to jail for several weekends in a row as punishment. Pickrell Hawkins has been documenting her experience on TikTok. She posted this video before she reported to the county jail for the
Supreme Court has delivered a monumental victory for the Constitution, the separation of powers, and the rule of law in striking down the excessive use of nationwide injunctions to interfere with the normal functioning of the executive branch. The Supreme Court has stopped the presidency itself. That's what they've done. And really, it's been an amazing period of time this last hour. There are people elated all over the country. I've seen such happiness and spirit. Sometimes you don't see that, but this case is very important. I was elected on a historic mandate, but in recent months, we've seen a handful of radical left judges effectively try to overrule the rightful powers of the president to stop the American people from getting the policies that they voted for in record numbers. It was a grave threat to democracy, frankly, and instead of merely ruling on the immediate cases before them, these judges have attempted to dictate the law. Well, thank you very much. That was very unexpected, but incredibly acted upon by Secret Service and law enforcement. And this was an event dedicated to freedom of speech that was supposed to bring together members of both parties with members of the press. And in a certain way it did, because the fact that they just unified, I saw a room that was just totally unified. It was in one way a very beautiful thing to see. A man charged a security checkpoint armed with multiple weapons, and he was taken down by some very brave members of Secret Service, and they acted very quickly and have just released, for purposes of transparency, clarity, I've ordered it to be put out. You probably have it by now, put out on Truth and put out on many other platforms. A tape showing the violence of this thug that attacked our Constitution, and also showing how quickly Secret Service and law enforcement acted on our country's behalf. Really did a great job. One officer was shot, but saved by the fact that he was wearing obviously a very good bulletproof vest. He was shot from very close distance with a very powerful gun, and the vest did the job. I just spoke to the officer, and he's doing great. He's great shape. He is has very high spirits, and we told him we love him and respect him, and he's a very proud guy. He's very proud of what he does, Secret Service agent. And we looked at all of the conditions that took place tonight, and I will say, you know, it's not a particularly secure building. And I didn't want to say this, but this is why we have to have all of the attributes of what we're playing at the White House. It's actually a larger room, and it's much more secure. It's drone proof, it's bulletproof glass. We need the ballroom. That's why Secret Service, that's why the military are demanding it. They've wanted the ballroom for 150 years for lots of different reasons, but today's a little bit different, because today we need levels of security that probably nobody's ever seen before. But everyone owes a tremendous debt of gratitude to the courage of law enforcement, the law enforcement, and working with the DC police, and just spoke with the mayor. And when we're finished, the police chief is going to take over and discuss it also from their viewpoint. But they also performed exactly as they were supposed to. And you see the attacker in different positions, but you also see the attacker totally subdued and under control. So as you know, this is not the first time in the past couple of years that our republic has been attacked by a would-be assassin who sought to kill. In Butler, Pennsylvania, less than 2 years ago, you all know that story. And in Palm Beach, Florida, a few months after that, we came close. We really had, again, we had some great work done by law enforcement. But in light of this evening's events, I ask that all Americans recommit with their hearts in resolving our difference peacefully. We have to resolve our differences. I will say, you had Republicans, Democrats, independents, conservatives, liberals, and progressives. Those words are interchangeable, perhaps, but maybe they're not. But yet everybody in that room, big crowd, record-setting crowd. There was a record-setting group of people. And there was a tremendous amount of love and coming together. I watched, and I was very, very impressed by that. But First Lady and I were taken very well care of, very quickly rushed off the stage. Vice President J.D. Vance, who's here, was likewise beautifully done. He was just saying how quickly everybody acted, law enforcement, Secret Service in particular in this case, but law enforcement. Marco had the same thing. Pete was there. Pete didn't want any help. He didn't want anybody to help him. He doesn't want anybody to help him, but he did get some, didn't you? And I think you also said that it was very impressive. So with that, I'd like to ask Todd Blanche to come up, say a few words, and tell you it's already underway. The man has been captured. They're going to his apartment. I guess he lives in California, and he's a sick person, a very sick person. And we don't want things like this to happen. I think it's very important that I say, though, and told the representatives of the evening, they did such a beautiful job with such a beautiful evening. And again, they're talking about free speech in our Constitution. That's what it's all about, not just White House correspondence. It was really based on free speech in our Constitution. But I said very importantly that we'll do it again within the next 30 days, and we'll make it bigger and better and even nicer. So I just want to thank everybody that was involved. I also want to thank the press, the media. You've been very responsible in your coverage. I will say I've been seeing what's been out. You've been very responsible. So Todd Blanche, I'd like to say a few words, and then we're going to have cash. And then you're going to go on. We can ask, I guess we can take a couple of questions. I want to thank the First Lady that was a rather traumatic experience for her. There was a lot of action taking place up there very quickly. But again, the response time was really incredible. And we're going to reschedule. We're going to do it again. We're not going to let anybody take over our society. We're not going to cancel things out because we can't do that. We wanted to say tonight, I will tell you, I fought like hell this day. But it was protocol. They said, please, sir, because they didn't know there was a lot of action going on, and they didn't know, could there be probably a lone shooter, but we'll find out. We'll find out very quickly. They have it very well under control. So I want to thank everybody very much. And Todd Blanche, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Tonight you saw the very worst and the very best of this country. You saw the very worst by the actions of that coward that the president just talked about. But you also saw the very best because you saw law enforcement do exactly what they're supposed to do. And you'll see the videos come out, I expect, very shortly, and you'll see law enforcement do exactly what we want them to do. And so I echo what President Trump just said, that we are extraordinarily grateful and appreciative of the men and women of law enforcement that did their jobs tonight, including one who was injured. This investigation is ongoing. I expect you will see charges filed shortly. The charges should be self-evident given the conduct, but as you'll hear, there will be multiple charges surrounding the shooting, around the possession of firearms, and anything else that we can get on this guy. The investigation is obviously ongoing and just started. There is federal law enforcement already working on search warrants and doing their job, and I don't want to get ahead of them and don't want to get ahead of the work that they're doing even as we speak. Director Patel and I were just on the crime scene a short while ago, and everybody in this room should rest assured that the Metropolitan Police Department, the FBI, Secret Service, everybody's on the scene doing their job. I know that the police chief is going to give an update from the scene as soon as we're finished here, and I obviously will lead the details of what they have learned to him. But in the meantime, I just want to thank everybody in this room for the courage, and I want to thank President Trump for his words, and I promise you, justice will be served. Thank you, Dr. Patel.
Thank you, General. Thank you, Mr. President. The president's absolutely right. You saw the best resolve of American law enforcement because you, Mr. President, inspire them 24/7, 365. You give them the resources that they need, and they know that you have their back. And that is a changing dynamic in this country. And that's why you saw brave Secret Service agents respond immediately, swiftly, subdue and take down the suspect and safeguard the lives of thousands of individuals at that hotel. Thanks to our interagency partnership with the Department of Homeland Security and the Metropolitan Police Department, the FBI was rapidly deployed onto the scene, took over the evidence response unit, is examining all the ballistics that were found on scene to include the long gun and the shell casings. We are conducting witness interviews as we speak. You will hear from our team on the scene there with the mayor and the head of the FBI field division there. But please know what the Attorney General has just said rings no truer. You saw the very best of America tonight. The very best unite us at a time of uncertainty because we have leadership here with the president and the vice president that backs law enforcement. And the men and women that I shook their hands on the scene today could not have been prouder to show up on scene. And as the Attorney General said, make no mistake, we are conducting witness interviews. If you have any information whatsoever related to this event, 1-800-CALL-FBI, 1-800-CALL-FBI. No piece of information is too small. No piece of information is inadequate. We will evaluate it all. We will also be conducting interviews of those that were there. And if any of those individuals have information, please come forward to law enforcement or the FBI or the Metropolitan Police Department. We will be examining this individual's background thoroughly. That process has already started. And we are going to ensure that he was either a lone wolf actor or anyone else that was responsible. We will analyze all evidence immediately to make sure that we safeguard this country. Mr. President, Mr. Vice President, thank you for your leadership. Attorney General, Homeland Secretary Merlin, thank you for your partnership in law enforcement.
Thank you. Okay, we'll do a couple and then we go to the chair. Madam Chairman. Oh, I just want to say you did a fantastic job. What a beautiful evening, and we're going to reschedule. And after that, it's very tough for her to ask a killer question, right? But you have done a fantastic job. Please.
Mr. President, I appreciate it. As you mentioned, it all happened so quickly. Yeah. And I wonder, especially because unfortunately you have experience with these sorts of threats, in that moment when you realized there was a threat and service agents were telling us to get down, can you describe what was going through your mind, how you were feeling in that moment?
That's a very good question, actually. It was, it's always shocking when something like this happens. Happened to me a little bit, and that never changes. The fact we were sitting right next to each other, First Lady on my right, and I heard a noise and sort of thought it was a tray. I thought it was a tray going down. I've heard that many times, and it was a pretty loud noise. And it was from quite far away. He hadn't breached the area at all. They really got him. But so it was quite far away, but it was a gun. And some people really understood that pretty quickly. Other people didn't. I was watching to see what was happening. Probably should have gone down even faster. Melania was very cognizant, I think, of what happened. I think she knew immediately what happened. She was saying, that's a bad noise. And we were whisked away along with other people, but we were really whisked away. And again, the performance of the Secret Service and the police, all of the law enforcement, I thought was really good. So it was very quick. There wasn't a lot of time to be thinking because it was a matter of seconds before we were out the door and gone into an area. We very much, and you wanted to too, we very much wanted to continue it because I don't like to let these sick people, these thugs, these horrible, horrible people change the fabric of our life, change the course of what we do. So we held out. You were there. We held out right till the end, but they didn't want to take a chance. And I understand it was protocol. But we're going to be doing one hopefully within the next 30 days or sooner. And I am ready, willing, and able. And I was all set to really rip it. And I said to my people, this would be the most inappropriate speech ever made if I said one. So I'll have to save it. I don't know if I could ever be as rough as I was going to be tonight. I think I'm going to be probably very nice. I'll be very boring the next time, but we're going to have a great event. And you did a fantastic job. Thank you very much. Peter, go ahead.
Thank you, President Trump. There's a report in the New York Post that this assailant assembled his weapon somewhere on site at the hotel. What do you think about that? And I ask respectfully, Why do you think this keeps happening to you?
Well, you know, I've studied assassinations, and I must tell you, the most impactful people, the people that do the most, you take a look at the people, Abraham Lincoln, I mean, you go through the people that have gone through this where they got them. But the people that do the most, the people that make.
Craig's next task was to set up his side hustle, an online store that sells custom painted rocks.
I've set up.
The reason why people are constantly trying to kill Donald Trump is very, very simple. It's because they hate him.
The biggest impact, they're the ones that they go after. They don't go after the ones that don't do much because they like it that way. And when you look at the people that have either, whether it was an attempt or a successful attempt, they're very impactful people. Just take a look at the names there, the big names. And I hate to say I'm honored by that, but I've done a lot. We've done a lot. We've taken this country, and we were a laughing stock for years, and now we're the hottest country anywhere in the world. We've changed this country, and there are a lot of people that are not happy about that. So I think that's the answer, Peter.
And after Butler, your team for a while rethought outdoor events.
Yeah.
Do you think that you now need to rethink
No.
indoor?
Well, but then you just don't do events. No, I can't do that. I have to. It is what it is. We have to do it. The room was very, very secure. You know, he charged from 50 yards away, so he was very far away from the room.
And what do you think when you saw the video of how fast he was running?
He was moving. He was really moving. And the reaction time was great. Boy, those guys, they had their guns drawn literally by the time he was there. They were shooting. That's right. I thought they were very impressive. And if I didn't, I'd let you know. You know, I mean, I would not stand for that. No, I thought they were very impressive.
Thank you, President Trump, and thank you for updating us on the suspect earlier. Were you aware of any threats? Was your team aware of any threats beforehand? And do you believe you were the target of this tonight?
I guess. I mean, these people they're crazy. They're crazy. And, you know, you never know. He was very far away from me. He had to go through a lot. You know, we had resources all over. We had resources sitting at tables, literally in disguise, sitting maybe at your table, who knows? But we had people all over the room, so he had a long way to go. That was really a first line of defense, and they got him. And they really, you know, they acted incredibly. No, there was no notification. We had no idea. Go ahead.
Do you have any political motivations from this?
Well, you never know. Now, we'll be able to tell you that maybe by tomorrow or the next day. You know, he's in custody, and they're asking him a lot of questions. I guess they're going over, Todd, and they're already at his apartment. He lives in California. Yes, sir. And they're over there, so they'll be able to tell you. Thank you, Caitlin.
President Trump, did the suspect say anything, or was he wearing anything that would allege some type of motive here?
No, I mean, he was a guy who looked pretty evil when he was down. You know, they had him down. He was fighting hard. He was in my opinion, a sick person. Who would do that but a sick person? But I think you're going to find everything about him. No reason to talk about it now. But tomorrow at this time, long before this time, you're going to know a lot of things about him. They seem to think he was a lone wolf, and I feel that too.
Are you concerned about U.S. Secret Service protection ability? We saw several of the detailees take minutes to be escorted out of the room.
No, they acted very quickly. No, I was very impressed by Secret Service. I mean, I'm the one, and Mark Wayne, you would agree with that, I think. I'm the one that would complain. You don't have to complain for me. I would be complaining. I'd be up here right now saying they didn't do their job. Oh, believe me, because, you know, it's my life. And I want to live because I want to make this country great. That's why I want to live. But when you're impactful, they go after you. When you're not impactful, they leave you alone. Okay, a couple of more. Go ahead, please.
Is there any indication that this shooting could have been linked to the war in Iran?
I don't think so, but you never know. We're going to know a lot. Well, we have the best people in the world working on it, and we're going to know a lot. Please.
Mr. President, there's a lot. There's you, as well as some of us who have covered Butler, experienced another horrific day 2 years ago.
Yeah.
what felt similar? You know, you had the first lady with you today. What felt different? And you have another 2+ years in office. Are you concerned about something like this happening?
Well, I can't be concerned. I can only get great people. They did the job, in my opinion, a much better job than Butler. Butler had one weak spot that we all know about. Somebody should have been up there. But even Butler, we had our sniper on our side within 4.2 seconds from a distance of about 400 yards, one shot, and he was gone. And if he didn't do it now, you know, he's David. His name was David. I say, hello, David, every time I see him. David, I like you very much, David. But think of that. Now, if he doesn't hit him, and he hit him right between the eyes from 400 yards without any notice, nobody knew. He heard a sound. He looked over, and there was actually a tree that was somewhat in his way. You know the story very well. And he aimed, he fired. And if he didn't do that, beyond me, you would have had a lot more people killed. We lost one great person and 2 people very badly hurt. They're okay now. But no, that was so. In a sense, you know, it was pretty amazing the job they did. But they did have that one weak spot. As you know, they should have had that covered. Tonight they had everything covered very quickly, and he was fast. He was running full blast, and they got him before they got any further. I was very far away. You know, he hadn't anywhere close to breach the doors of the ballroom. The ballroom was sealed, and everybody in there. That's why once those doors opened, they didn't want to do tonight. If the doors weren't opened, we could have probably done it tonight. But I think we're much better off rescheduling. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, for you and perhaps law enforcement as well, what is the level of confidence that this was a lone actor? And has the suspect made any statements to police while in custody?
Yeah, I think it's just it's not my profession. We have great professionals up here and outside that have been working with us. My impression is he was a lone wolf, whack job. These are crazy people. These are crazy people, and they have to be dealt with. We had that in the second attempt, as you know, and he's spending life in prison because if you let him out, they'll probably, you know, if he serves 10 years or 15 years, you let him out, he'll probably try it again with somebody else. They're sick people. We have a lot of sick people, but you're going to know, I think very shortly, you're going to know, Todd, a lot about him. You're going to know a lot about him. Yeah, a couple of more. Yeah, please, go ahead.
Are you concerned about political violence? This could be politically motivated.
All violence. I'm concerned about everything. Look, but I can't be so concerned that you can't function. No, I'm here. It's a dangerous profession. You know, I tell the story, race car drivers, I think it's very dangerous. So you take 1% and then take about 10% of 1%, just to break it down very easily, they die. So much less than 1%, 10% of 1%. I think bull riding is very dangerous. If you take about the same 10% of 1%, much less than 1%. But if you take presidents, it's 5.8%, and about 8% are shot at. So
what if you could make a song using only your voice? Let's start with the drums. I'm gonna hit drums and click cover.
nobody told me this was such a dangerous profession. If Marco would have told me, maybe I wouldn't have run. Maybe I would have said, I'll take a pass. No, it's a dangerous profession, but I don't view it that way. Look, I'm here to do a job. As part of the job, it is a dangerous, I can't imagine that there's any profession that's more dangerous, but I love the country and I'm very proud. I'm very proud of the job we've done. You see we have a great country. We've got, I think, the most successful, the hottest country anywhere in the world. This happened over a period of just a year, and we're going to do great things. But with that come risks. There's no question about it. Yeah.
To that end, I mean, there's been so much political violence, not just aimed at yourself, but at other members of Congress, state house speakers, you name it. Is that just the cost of doing business to do politics in America anymore?
Yeah. Well,
what does that say about our country?
Yeah, we're not the only country. You look at this great violence with all countries. I was talking to somebody from another country today, and they have numerous assassinations of political figures. all over the world. You look at South America, it's like some of the numbers are just horrific. It's dangerous stuff, whether it's here or someplace else. No country is immune. No country. Good question.
At this point?
Well, probably if I decided to just not do much, if I let everybody rip us off and take advantage of us. Look, we're leading the world in trade now. We're leading the world in the military. We're the greatest military in the world. I rebuilt it in my first term, and now we use it because we have no choice. We can't let, as an example, Iran, we can't let them get a nuclear weapon. Everything will be peanuts compared to that if they ever were given a nuclear weapon, and they'd use it too. Marco and I were talking about it today. They would use it without even hesitation. We can't do that. It was a shame. I said, oh boy, look at the numbers. We just broke 50,000 in the Dow. We just broke 7,000 in the S&P. They said we couldn't do it in 7 years, in 5 years, 4 years. They were saying maybe in 5 or 6 years. And we did it in 1 year. And I called everybody together. I called all of these people and others. And I said, we have to take a little journey. I say to do this. We just had the great number. We just broke 50,000. Wasn't supposed to happen during my term. Wasn't reachable. Did it in 1 year. And I said, we're going to have to make a journey to Iran. They're going to have a nuclear weapon if we don't do it. We had the B-2 bombers take them out. I terminated in the first term the Obama agreement, the Iran nuclear agreement, which was a disaster. That was a road to a nuclear weapon. They would have used it. They would have used it 100%. So, when you do things like that, you become a target. If I wasn't doing that, I guess I'd be a lot less of a target. But I'm honored to be. Okay, one more question. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, President Trump. Did you know how the gun was brought into the hotel? And also, how does this event impact you as the leader of our country? Do you think it will change your
I
leadership?
like not to think about it. I lead a pretty normal life, considering it's a dangerous life. I think I handle it as well as it can be handled. I think a lot of other people, you read stories where they become basket cases. To be honest with you, I'm not a basket case. I really take it as it is. I do it for the country. I'm not doing it for any other reason. I have a first lady who's doing a terrific job. She loves the country, and she recognizes it better than anybody. She's told me numerous times. She said, you are in a dangerous job, but that goes along with her too. I mean, it's dangerous for her too. We sat there tonight, we heard that noise, and it was either a tray or a bullet. I was hoping it was a tray, but it wasn't. And again, we had some very brave people doing a great job, so we're very proud of them and happy with them. I just want to thank everybody. They will be able to give you all that information as to the names and everything else. I think we released the names already. Most of you would have it, but his name. We appreciate it. I see so many tuxedos and beautiful dresses. It was a little different evening than we thought, but we're going to do it again, and we have a great chairman who we're so proud of, and we have to make it better. We'll make it safer, I guess, right? But we're going to make it even better. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
About how impactful this was. Can we hear from her about?
Well, honey, would you want to say something? Huh? Right.
Many of the people across the globe, in fact, are watching you. You demonstrated courageous leadership, and thank God you're alive. All of us are alive today. What is the message that you want to give to the world that this should change? What corrective measures can we take from here on?
Well, all you can do, look, I don't care how many people you have, how good they are. They can be the greatest people. You have the greatest security in history. If you have a whack job who's got a brain, but it's a little bit distorted or a lot distorted, they can make trouble. I would say, Pete, right? They can make trouble. Some of these people are of genius level IQ, and they're nuts. So it can be trouble. So you do absolutely the best. You get the best. We have the best people. Well, look, it was proven tonight. He started running from 50 yards, and he was fast. He was like a blur on tape. He was moving. It was very impressive the way they got him, because a lot of people would be looking and saying, it's like a weird feeling, and they would let him get through, but they didn't let him get through. They drew those guns so fast. They look like Matt Dillon. They look like somebody that knew what they were doing, and we really do. But it comes with the territory. And if you want to do a great job, I really believe that. And you take a look at what's happened to some of our greatest presidents, and it doesn't happen to people that don't do anything. And it's not going to deter me from winning the war in Iran. I don't know if that had anything to do with it. I really don't think so, based on what we know. But we're going to continue to do a great job. That's all I can do. Thank you very much. We'll see you tomorrow. Thank you. Thank you.
Secret Service agents who had taken part in securing the president tonight. If I can just quote what he said, "We saw exactly what our brave men and women do each and every day to protect our protectees." I believe we have Alan Fisher standing by for us. Alan, so just talk us through some of the highlights of what we heard here. We are now starting to get a few more details about the gunman himself.
A very unusual night here at the White House. We don't often get the president stepping from an assassination attempt, which is what it appears like on the face of it at the moment, into the briefing room to give the media an update with everyone in their finest clothes with, as he said, evening dresses and tuxedos. The president made it clear that he wanted to continue in the event, but the Secret Service wouldn't allow it. They weren't sure that this was a lone gunman. They weren't sure that the hall was completely secured, and therefore they urged him to return to the White House, which he did. What it appears is that this heavily armed man raced towards a Secret Service checkpoint, and you can see that on the grainy video on the left-hand side of your screen. He was stopped in his tracks by Secret Service. He was not shot by Secret Service. They took him to the ground. They arrested him. Now, clearly shots were fired. That's what was heard in the hall. A number of people started scrambling under tables. We had the incredible moment of Secret Service agents rushing onto the stage, speaking to the president. The president seemed quite taken aback by the news. He himself initially had thought a tray had been dropped or it was gunfire. Well, it was gunfire. And the Secret Service agents spirited him out of the hall along with the First Lady and other members of the cabinet. And on the stage of the White House Correspondents' Dinner, we saw Secret Service agents armed with guns standing, looking out over the hall in case there was another threat. Behind the scenes, Donald Trump, as I say, was keen to see the event continue, but Secret Service insisted that he return here to the White House, which he did. He said that he didn't believe that the building was very secure. We're hearing from the police just in the last few minutes that the man who carried the guns was in fact a guest at the hotel. He comes from California. That we got from the president. And he says he must have been slightly deranged to do what he did. This is the third time that someone has tried to kill Donald Trump, the third time that they've failed because of the smart, clever work, fast work by the Secret Service. And Donald Trump is back here in the White House tonight to be able to tell the tale.
Absolutely remarkable series of events, Alan. We also heard from the U.S. Attorney for Washington, Jeanine Pirro. She said the suspect would now face 2 counts for using a firearm during crime of violence and assault on federal officers using a dangerous weapon. But as you said, that remarkable detail that we got from security officials a little earlier, that this man, this California man that we know, was actually a guest at this hotel. That's going to raise a lot of questions.
The security around these events is normally incredibly tight. Security around the president is normally incredibly tight. And there will be inquiries. How did this happen? Why was this allowed to happen? Were there any failings in the system? Could this have been foreseen? But that is all for another day. At the moment, they're trying to piece together exactly what happened in those frantic few minutes in the Washington Hilton this evening. This Hilton Hotel, believe it or not, was the scene of an assassination attempt on Ronald Reagan by John Hinckley. And here we have, 40, 50 years later, a similar attempt on the life of a sitting president. That attempt by John Hinckley led to a radical overhaul of the way the Secret Service guarded the president. This may well be another occasion where that happens now. Donald Trump says he wants the White House Correspondents' Dinner to go ahead. he hopes to host it or hopes to be there at some point within the next month. That seems to be the idea of the White House Correspondents Association as well. It's interesting to point out that in his first term, Donald Trump never attended this dinner. Obviously, there has been a tension between him and the media. He decided he would attend this year. He said he had a zinger of a speech ready to go, but his attitude changed slightly in the briefing room. He was very conciliatory towards the press, particularly to the president of the White House Correspondents Association for this year, Weijia Jiang, who works for her colleagues at CBS News. And he was perhaps a bit more understanding that sometimes the press do a difficult job as well. But the intention is that this event will be held in a month's time, but you can bet your bottom dollar that the security at the next event is going to be 10 times as strict as it was this evening.
No doubt, Alan. And for viewers who might be just joining us right now, Alan, tell us a bit more about what exactly the White House Correspondent Dinner is all about. As you said, this is the first time that Donald Trump has attended the dinner as president. In previous years, he's boycotted this event. There are a lot of prominent figures in the media, prominent figures from Washington, celebrities who attend this event. How I believe there were up to 2,000 people who were gathered in this one place to attend this dinner.
It's a big event.
Base 44 super agents. Careful, there's no going back. No setup. Just say hello. Every tool you already use.
And many people trace Donald Trump's determination to run for president back to when he was a guest for NBC before he even thought about running for president. He was roasted from the top table by the comedian Seth Meyers and then by then President Barack Obama. He quietly seethed as he was sitting at his table, and many people believe that stoked within him a fire to run for president. The White House Correspondents' Dinner represents all the White House correspondents. They host an annual dinner every year, as you say, about 2,000 people there. Tables are very expensive, but the money raised goes to providing scholarships for young people, those involved in journalism. It also acts as an awards night for those who are represented by the White House correspondents. So it really is a gala evening, and it tends to break off afterwards into numerous after parties. It is known in Washington, D.C. as Nerd Prom, where the Oscars, people who work in journalism could never get into the Oscars. The line is that journalism is the Oscars for ugly people. Then they tend to break off and go and celebrate. But it raises a lot of money, it does a lot of good work, and the president is often the guest of honor at these events. It was a surprise when Donald Trump accepted the invitation. And certainly during the last couple of days, he's talked about how he had a great speech, how he was going to be quite combative towards the press, which we expected, how he was going to call them out on some home truths, how he was going to be direct with some of his criticism. He never got the chance to deliver the speech because of those grainy pictures we have seen of someone running towards a Secret Service checkpoint and being stopped by Secret Service. They say he wasn't shot, but clearly someone fired a weapon that resulted in a Secret Service agent being wounded. He, as you have said, is currently in hospital in relatively good spirits. The president says he's actually spoken to him. And then we have the sight of the president in a dinner jacket standing at the podium in the White House briefing room, giving a full briefing to the media, many of whom were standing and sitting in dinner jackets, evening dresses, and some people who even grabbed what they could just to get out the door as soon as they heard the news.
It's interesting, Alan, that we are raising this point about the security questions that will have to be asked now in the hours and days ahead. But Jeffrey Carroll, who's the interim chief of the Metropolitan Police Department, when he was speaking to journalists earlier, said the fact that the shots were fired does not mean this was a security failure, and that the checkpoint where the suspect was apprehended was there for a reason and it worked, which is an interesting take on how this panned out. What happens next, Alan? What exactly is going to be thought about at this point?
Well, remember, this is a hotel, and it's a working hotel, and that means there are people staying in the rooms who are not associated with the White House correspondents, who are not associated with the White House itself. They are going about the normal business in Washington, D.C. But there will be questions that someone with a shotgun and several knives was in the hotel in the first place. And that will put a huge question mark over this event being the venue for the White House Correspondents' Dinner in the future if the president is expected there. The fact that he was stopped by a security checkpoint is a plus, but the fact he even got as far as a security checkpoint will pose questions. Now, there'll be independent investigations ongoing. There'll be obviously an inquiry by the FBI where he encountered terrorism, may investigate it. There will be the local inquiry as well. Then there is the Secret Service who guard the president. How close did he get to the president? How much danger was he in? And then there'll be other inquiries as well. They'll all have to be overseen and they'll all report. Now, we suspect that Congress will want to know what happened. Where were the security failures? Anyone who gets within 50 yards, as the president says, with a shotgun and several knives and a handgun, then despite what the police say, that will be regarded as a security failure. So there'll be many inquiries ongoing. Hopefully someone will tie together all the leads. We expect there to be recommendations, as there inevitably is after an event like this. There was after Butler. Remember, that happened in Pennsylvania almost 2 years ago. There will be after this as well, with questions to be asked and answered, conclusions to be drawn, and very probably changes to be made.
Not letting my anger control me. And yes, I have had bumps in the road, but out of 3 years, only been to the hole an average of 2 times a year. And half of them was LOP offenses. They weren't major offenses. So I'm saying I think that I'm credible, or that I done enough to where I could be paroled to the next bit.
Okay.
Oh. Look how he's talking to the parole board. What does he think he's going to accomplish by talking to the parole board in this tone? You know what that tells me? Not a smart man, not a smart guy.
Okay, everybody, buckle up. Now, this is not a Connecticut parole hearing. It's certainly not Louisiana. It is Minnesota. And this is going to be everything that you would expect from the state of Minnesota. You see, this man, well, he was convicted for a murder, an attempted murder that he committed on January 29th of 1996. He also killed their dog.
And let me guess, you know that because you read the report, right? That's public information. It's publicly accessible to everyone, right? But I'll just watch your channel since you already done the work.
It wasn't enough. Now, he's going to sit here today and say, I am 155% innocent. His co-patriot, Jackie Doobie, who is like his, I don't know, drama teacher in elementary school.
And man, dude, I've been watching your channel, I don't know, for a couple years now. I don't know, maybe 3, I don't know. It's been a while now. I can't keep count, but you didn't used to talk like this, sir. Now you're talking like everyone else. Now you're doing the stupid stutter talk, stumbling over words, substituting words for similar sounding words to be funny, and you're not that great at it. So you really should just go back to speaking normal. Stop trying to appease these people and follow the crowd, man. Just speak normal.
Is gonna say he's an innocent boy. I was his teacher. He was so sweet. He never.
He all that bullshit, stumbling over words. Oh, pseudo stutter. That's what it's called. That's another term. Let me not forget about pseudo stuttering. Pseudo stuttering is when you intentionally stutter.
Could have committed this crime, and he's going to go on and talk about how, yes, I got sent to the hole twice each year for the past 3 years, and I have a horrible prison record, but it's everyone else's fault. And see what.
But I am going to compliment you there, buddy. That microphone does sound great. Sounds good. Must be using a color preamp, or maybe a warm amp, as it's called as well. I don't have an amp like that. I have an amp. It's a amp that's for clear audio. It's not a color or warm preamp like they call it, but I would like to have one.
You have to do is parole me, and then I will show you. I will show you that I can not get in trouble. Now, the outcome of this case is going to blow your mind, but yeah. Anyways, I'll unpack it with all the details at the end. For now, let's jump in.
Our records indicate that on January 29th,
Excuse me. And people that's slow learning, someone should really tell them and teach them not to get in trouble, because when you get in trouble, you know what the law system is going to tell you? That being the police and the courts, they're going to tell you that ignorance is no excuse of the law, or whatever they say. They tell you ignorance is no excuse. You should know the law. As if when they make new laws, they just get on the news or some broadcast and update everyone. Hey, these are the laws we just came out with. These are the new state laws we just passed. And they don't tell people that. You're supposed to figure it out on your own.
1996, Karen Allen Whitaker and a co-defendant entered a Minneapolis residence.
Yeah. And you know what else I like about these type of videos is that the parole board, the way they speak to the people that's up for parole, the people that's in prison, they speak to them so condescending and so disrespectful, and they how can I say, they taunt them, or you can say mock, or you can say antagonize, or you can say provoke. All of those words are synonyms with slightly different meanings, but you can use any one of those that you would like. But that's what they do, and I think that it's so uncalled for. The reason why it's uncalled for, because these people already are in prison. I guess if you just an evil person, that's what you do. But me, I just don't get it. I don't see any reason on inflicting any more pain on someone that's already suffering. I guess that's why I'm so different than you.
Demanded money, pointed their weapons at several people in the residence. One of the people in the residence, Bradley Rudibush, was shot and died at the scene. A family friend was also shot but survived. Whitaker and his co-defendant also shot the family.
How about that? I'm fair using a fair use. I'm using a video as fair use that someone else has already used as fair use, because these parole hearings, you can get them off the YouTube channel, and it gives you the report. It tells you everything in the PDF file, rather, I believe. Yeah, but these videos are publicly accessible to everyone.
Family dog before running out of the residence. On May 29th, 1996, Karen Allen Whitaker was sentenced to a life sentence for the crime of first-degree murder in Hennepin County.
And anyway, because I study psychology and I read people's body language, the gentleman here that's in this corner right here where my arrow is, or my little whatever you call it, you know, by him having his hands folded like that, head to the side with this look on his face, it's already a disrespectful pose. It's already a disrespectful body language. And obviously he doesn't know what he's doing because he's unlearned in psychology. He doesn't understand that he's not supposed to sit like this. He's up for parole in front of the parole board, because they are going to see it as disrespect.
District Court. Mr. Whitaker was also sentenced to 180 months for attempted first-degree murder and 6 additional counts of assault, second-degree, dangerous weapon, which are consecutive aggregated. Mr. Whitaker was previously reviewed.
Did this lady really just say aggregated instead of aggravated? See, that's a malapropism. She substituted a word for a similar sounding word to taunt this guy. The guy that's up for parole, she's taunting him, or you can say she's scoffing at him, or you can say she's mocking him, or you can also say she's bullying him. You can say that too.
By a commissioner and advisory panel and continued for a future review. Today's review.
And continue just pseudo stuttering to mock the guy. All of those, all of these people on the parole board, they do this type of stuff, and I think it's really disgusting. Well, I mean, you don't have to hear me keep pausing the video and saying it. You can just hear it for yourself.
review with the board represents his second review after serving approximately 30 years of incarceration. His minimum parole eligibility date on this first-degree murder sentence will occur on January 26th of 2026. Thank you. I turn this matter over to the board. Commissioner.
Good afternoon, Mr. Whitaker. How are you today?
All right.
I'd like to start off by asking you to.
And this guy here, he loves, maybe I should bring my microphone closer to my mouth. Hold on. And this guy here, the one that's speaking, I don't know his name, but I recognize his voice. He loves to pseudo stutter. He loves to stumble over his words so well to mock the inmate. And it's just so disgusting. And they always ask this question, how are you doing today? Well, I was about to drop the F-bomb, but how in the hell you think he's doing? He's in prison. You're asking this stupid question. It's kind of rhetorical. Obviously, he's not doing good. I mean, even if he says he's doing good, he's really not doing good because he's incarcerated. Don't ask stupid question like that. That's just crazy to me. How are you doing? How the hell you think he's doing? Stupid.
Tell the board what it is you'd like to see happen as a result of today's meeting.
Well, I would like to see parole to my second bid.
That felt like that was a malapropism. He said, tell the board what you would like to see instead of tell the board what you would like to say, because he's speaking, right? He's speaking. Tell us what you would like to say, because he is speaking. It's his turn to speak. But the guy to subliminally mock the inmate amongst his co-workers said, tell us what you would like to see today or whatever. You know, substitution of words to be funny and mock amongst the co-workers. And this lady here, her name is Jo Hart. Now, I'm just starting to see this lady here. I'm new on seeing her. I'm not too familiar with her, but from the few videos that I have seen of her as of recently, I can tell she's very, how can I say, it seems like she's dismissive in her videos. She doesn't really make eye contact. She just does stupid things. Even when the inmate is speaking, it's like she doesn't even recognize what they're saying. She's being dismissive and disregarding them, in my opinion. And I don't know. Let's just check out her body language and her behavior.
Of 33 years I have to do on that bit. It's 33 years, do 22 years. I'm 50 right now. I'll be 72 when I'm done with that bit. So I would like to be paroled to the second bit.
Can you describe
And with all honesty, it was asked of him, what would you like to see happen or whatever, or what would you like to see? Blah, 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 instead of saying, what would you like to say? Because it is his turn to speak. And he's telling them what he wants to see. So he's kind of have been set up in a sense, you know, he's kind of been set up, you know, to start talking like that and say, well, this is what I want to see happen. And then he started making a bunch of demands. See, he's been demanding the inmate.
talk about why you feel that the board should move you on to parole you to the consecutive sentences?
Yes, I think that since I've been here, I have changed a lot. First off, I would like to say that, and I know that you're not going to take this well, but I have to say it anyway, that I didn't do this crime and I'm still fighting it. So I've been down for a crime that I didn't commit. And you could see.
Well, that's a mistake right there about saying I didn't commit this crime. So now the parole board looks at it like you're not taking accountability.
See by my record that it hasn't been the greatest of records, that I have been in quite a few things. But I think that I have learned. If you read what the guards had said, the guards that wrote I'm respectful. I don't disrespect anyone. I try to keep my head down and do my time. I do it at the best of my abilities. I have done the key things. I have took critical thinking. I have took anger management. I have took
Yeah, and the way the guy says that he has taken critical thinking classes, he says it so nonchalant, like, yeah, I did the class. It doesn't seem like he actually learned anything from the critical thinking class, because critical thinking and psychology and philosophy and all these things are not going to do you any good unless you actually practice it, unless you actually apply it. Otherwise, you're just reading something.
I have took building character. I have took power of the people. I have been in the dog program where I had my own dog. And quite a few other accomplishments since I've been down. I don't get into fights like I used to. I think that I have changed. I came in with a third grade reading level. Now I'm at a college reading level. My comprehension is above the roof. And I just think that it's time. Like I say, I'll be 72 when that bid is over. I think that I have did enough on this bid to be paroled to my next outing.
So, and as you state, you maintain it in a sense, and I'm sure you understand that this board's role is not to relitigate or look at the evidence in the case. That is the role of the courts and the appellate system to address that. Ours is to make an assessment of somebody's readiness for parole, issues around public safety, and so forth. But one of the things that I think makes, in my view, and I would appreciate your thoughts, your help on this, as I think about where we sit and the question of parole, is the parole decision itself is a big one, because once we make that parole decision, you then move into all determinate sentences, right?
Yes.
And so it has got to be that I, speaking for myself, feel a level of utter comfort in parole, because no matter what, following that decision, you have a hard out. And so the question for me becomes, is this a person who is ready to be paroled? And I don't want to diminish anything that you have done, but we do still see some issues that come up. We do still see some of the perhaps outrage or indignation on your part. And again, I'm not suggesting.
And I can see that I don't want to say angry, but he's kind of agitated.
That if, with regard to where you sit, but nonetheless, what you demonstrate there is what we might expect in the community. And so I want to feel absolutely confident as I think about this, that a parole decision today is really sets in motion a process whereby you will walk out of prison.
Like I say, if you look at what the the psychiatrist said. She said, based on available information and current assessment, if Whitaker was to be released into the community within the next year, he is thought to be present with moderate risk of future violation, of future violence. The risk that any violence might be served is considered to be moderate, and the risk is a minimum violence is determined to be low. So she's saying if I got out right now, which I'm not asking to be let out right now, because like I say, that is a 33-year sentence. So that means I would still have 22 more years to do in prison. It's not like I'm asking to be paroled out to go home. I'm just asking to go to the next sentence, a 33-year sentence. Well, by her standard, if you would let me out this year, she's saying that it would be moderate, that I would do anything to come back. That's an assessment from the psychiatrist that you guys sent me to talk to. And then she said, if Whitaker was being considered for transfer to lower custody facility, current assessment did not indicate any significant mental health factors or indicate any immediate potential of violence that would preclude this transition. So she's saying that if it was up to her.
Well, can I help you out, sir? You really need to slow down on your reading. Yeah, you need to slow down on your reading.
That she could see me going to a lower facility, which I wouldn't do because, like I say, I still have 22 years to do. So by me having that 22 years, that means I would still be behind the wall for another 12 years.
He said, I have 20 years to do. I hope he knows that it's I. You can say if you want. I do it. But you have to know that the proper way to say it is I.
In that time, I could see myself staying out of trouble. As I say, these are some of the things that I went to the hole for. Well, on 855, officer who was working in Complex 4 Bubble observed Warner get something passed to him from cell 254, which was housed by Whitaker and Hickman. Warner then walks to lower C wing where he talks to an unknown PI on the phone. He then walks to the table at the end of lower C wing and places the object in his pocket. Well, he already went to one offender. His pocket. Warner is then paged to desk by Officer Anderson. On his way to desk, he goes to cell 152 and hands object to PI Ingram. Jamar notices Mullins of this, and Officer Mullen pulls Ingram aside and Pats searches him with negative results. So they Pat searched both of them and they got negative results, meaning they didn't find anything by them. A short time later, the officer.
Sir, what you have to understand is they're always going to take the side of the officer. The way you're looking right now is you're in the wrong because you're arguing with authority. That's what it looks like. And you don't understand that. You don't understand that. You just don't get it, do you?
Observed Ingram sitting at the first table in lower C wing. IP McCare, now that's the fourth person that he done dealt with. Now this is someone different, not the guy they say I supposedly gave something to. this is the guy they say he gave something to, that they searched both of them and they found nothing on them.
So
With this-
I just want to make sure I understand, like, what
I'm saying
the
that I
relevance
went
of
to
this.
the hole for this, and I got time they searched these guys, went in their pocket, found nothing on them, then they searched them again and found something, then came and got me and sent me to the hole for it when I was locked in my room. There are the things that I go to the hole for.
Would you mind if I ask a question? Why are you screaming like this? You see, this what I said. I don't want to call this guy angry, but I will say that he's agitated. I might have to call him angry at some point in this video.
It's not like I'm going to the hole for violent things. I'm going to the hole for other people's situations. That was an incident that I went through. I'm not going to the hole for violence. Only in the last 6 years, in the last 3 years, only had one altercation. I don't go to the hole for violence. If I get into it, I go to the hole for standing up or sticking up for myself. Well, I learned how to correct that behavior by giving myself a 10-second timeout. That's what I learned about myself. Instead of arguing or being frustrated, I will give myself a 10-second timeout. Then I will go back and approach the situation. I think that I have done enough and been out the way enough to be paroled to a 22-year sentence. It's like I say, it's not like you're paroling me to go home in any moderate time. I will still be behind the wall for another 12 years. Then I would go to a medium for the last 10 years. I would be 62 years old before I went to medium. Then before you would let me out, I would be 72 years old.
He has a lot of
I know
plans.
at
Oh,
the
he got
age
big
of
plans.
72, I could control myself.
Man, you got big plans, buddy. Big plans. You're gonna tell the parole board what to do. Oh, that's so funny. He's gonna tell the parole board what to do. You got big plans, my man. Big plans. But I kind of feel bad for this guy because I don't want to see anybody in prison like that, you know? I don't want to see that happen to anybody. It's a sad situation.
It's so easy to become a podcaster with Riverside. You just need a concept and a way to record it. First, go to Riverside.
So I just want to like address this here because I hear what you're saying. You cited that example. But there's also a discipline report for fighting and being in an unauthorized area. That was in May.
Yes, and like I just told you.
Okay, and so, abuse harassment in April, some threatening in June of 24.
And all of that was LOPs because if you would notice, I didn't get any SEG time for that. I got LOP, loss of privileges, meaning that they sent me back to the unit. They just sent me to the hole. They gave me LOP because they seen that. They say that, yeah, I got into it, but they say that they seen it from both ways and they seen how the situation was, how I got into it and what their side of the situation was. And they sent me back to the unit with LOP. No whole time, loss of privileges, where I couldn't come out for an hour a day.
Great.
So-
So I'm just trying, so, I get all that. I think what I'm hearing is that, you're saying, look, I've done enough to be paroled. I got 20 years left. So what difference does it make?
No, I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that if you see my old discipline record, I'm saying that in the last 3 years, I had one altercation. I haven't been in no fights. I haven't been in nothing that I'm doing massive hold time for. I think that I have changed. I think that
He said, I think that I have changed instead of knowing that he has changed. See the difference? And what else he said? He said, sound like he said, let me rewind it. I'm gonna rewind it. I'm going to rewind it.
capable
I'll correct
of
myself.
handling my massive hold time.
What he said.
I think that I have changed. I think that I'm capable of having. I'm saying that in the last 3 years, I had one altercation. I haven't been in no fights.
That part, that was a double negative. He said, I haven't been in no. He should have said, I haven't been in whatever. I haven't been in. He said, I haven't been in no. That's a double negative. So that means you actually did something. Two negatives is a positive.
I haven't been in no.
For example, and I do this myself, ain't got no. Ain't got no. That's a double negative. I do it myself, but people know what you mean by that when you say I ain't got no, but it is a double negative. But, people say that because I guess is their dialect or whatever, and their, what else is called? Dialect and accent. Yep. They don't even realize it. Ain't got no, but it is a double negative.
Nothing that I'm doing massive hold time for. I think that I have changed. I think that I'm capable of handling myself in better ways. And I think that with you paroling me to that time, then that gives me a incentive to even do more better, to stay out of the way and to stay out of trouble. Normally, within the
These people are looking at him like this guy's an idiot. He said, more better, more better, more better. I hope he knows that it's better. But he said, more better. It's okay to say more better if, hey, you can't help it and that's your accent and your dialect, but you have to know that you're wrong and the proper way to say that.
the last time I seen you, I would have been in the hole 10 or 15 times by now, because I would have let my anger control me. But what I'm saying now is that I'm not letting my anger control me. And yes, I have had bumps
You're angry.
in the road.
You're angry
but
now.
out of
You're
3
agitated. You
years,
have not conquered your
only
anger
been to
yet.
the hole an
You have
average
not conquered your
of
anger
2
yet.
times a year. And half of them was LOP offenses. They weren't major offenses. So I'm saying I think that I'm credible, or that I done enough to where I could be paroled to the next bit.
Okay.
Okay, whatever.
Can you talk at all just about your sense of how this crime might have affected the people who were left behind as a result of it?
Like I tell everybody, I feel sorry for their family. Their family went through something that was dramatic.
Dramatic. It was horrific. What are you talking
I,
about?
like I
Dramatic.
say, I
Dramatic.
didn't do the
Dramatic.
crime, but I
Dramatic or dramatic?
give my heart to their family, and I'm
Malapropism.
sorry that it
I'm
happened to
substituting
them.
words here.
You got to think
Substitute
there was a
words.
little girl involved in
Toxic,
that.
toxic people.
Well, she went through
Substitute
something
words like
dramatic
toxic people.
at that age. I can't understand or comprehend
Understand?
what
Comprehend.
what effect that had on her.
Hold on, let me change up my voice.
So yeah, okay. Now I'm switching up words and whatnot. Like they're toxic people, substituting words for similar sounding words to be funny. Isn't that something?
Her life. I hope that she still lived a productive life. That Bradley Rudebush's mother lost a son at that time. So I just lost my mother a few years ago. So I can only feel sorry and send out love and admiration for her, because I haven't lost a child, but I know how it is to lose a parent. And if she felt any way I felt about losing my mother, then I pity her. And
You
I
pity her,
apologize
man.
that it happened to them.
Man, he has a poor selection of words. I'm so sorry. I shouldn't laugh at this man. But he said, I pity her. Why wouldn't you say I have empathy for her? Yeah, I have remorse for her. I have empathy for her. I have remorse for her. But he said, I pity her. So you pity and look down on the people whose relative you unalived. Let me get that straight. That's crazy. He just said it. I didn't say it. He said it. I'll rewind it.
And I pray, I pity her.
I pity her.
And I apologize.
Why would you say pity? See, poor selection of words because he's stupid and he doesn't read the dictionary, so he doesn't have a expanded vocabulary like I have.
That it happened to them. And I pray every day
And I
that they
every
live
day,
a
every day I
productive
pray.
life,
Every day.
and that they can get over it. That they can't get over it, but at least they can get on with their life.
Get on with their lives. Get on with their
I
lives.
can't comprehend it because it happened to me. But like I say, when I was in what program was that? Building character and power of the people, I learned that even though I didn't do it, that I had to look at it on their side. And looking at it on their side, I don't think I could have moved on with it.
Why is that?
It would have been a hard thing.
Really?
And I cry at night because it just didn't affect them. It affected me too.
Oh, man.
So I cried for them and I cried for myself because it took my son away from me. Me and my son have
No, it took you
traumatic
away from
relationship.
your son, sir.
Because I wasn't there for him. So I could understand how his mother feels on
Right,
that
like
aspect.
it. Just like that.
Because she can't be there for her son. So I pray for them every night. And I wish that they can live their best lives. I'm not a religious person, but I'm very spiritual. And I believe and what comes around goes around.
Spiritual.
And I hope
I
that
believe in
they live a
Egyptology.
productive life and that they don't go through any more trauma like that. And if I could take that trauma away from them, I would. And like I told my case manager, I'm sorry that it happened to them.
Oh, you know.
So
Oh,
I appreciate that. And first, I just want to say I'm sorry for the loss of your mother, because that's a big change. One of the things that I noted was that, you know, when I think when you met, I think in December with the team at the facility, and these are my words, not anybody else's there, but you know, you came in kind of hot, right? Came in kind of
agitated.
maybe more aggressive or whatever.
Agitated.
What is that about?
Agitated.
I came in kind of hot because
He's
they said
agitated.
I was sitting in the hole for 30 days for something that I didn't do. And I keep on asking for questions. I sat in the hole for 30 days because they said that I was supposed to be involved into a smuggling charge where they were talking about taking my visits and taking my phone calls and stuff like that. And I had nothing to do with the charge.
So
And I was
everybody's
sitting
lying
there for
on
30
you.
days and no one's telling me anything. So yes, I'll admit that I came in hot, and I just feel like I'm always being held for something that I didn't do.
Always.
So that was the reason why I came in a little hot. But I never was disrespectful. I might have came in hot, but I never disrespected anyone. I never said anything wrong. I wasn't
Yeah,
cussing.
I'm not accusing you of any of that at all. It's striking to me. It's a bit striking to me though that there's a theme, right? That a pattern around. And again, in this particular instance, I don't know enough about it and to weigh in one way or another. But the theme being that that things happen to you, and that you're innocent of everything, and the things have happened to you. You're a victim in that sense, and that's not lost on me. And some of the things that you're talking about.
Well,
and yet I don't, as I said, I don't want to take away some of the things that you have done during your time.
can I ask you a question?
This is not my parole hearing, but is it a rhetorical question, I presume?
See,
Yes.
there we go. There we
let's
go.
say that
There we go. Here we go with rhetorical questions, something I always speak about. Yeah. So now do people understand? Now do you catch my drift?
you were in these situations.
Yeah, and I'm not going to get into that because I think we're not talking about me. We're talking about you, and we're talking about, the situation. You respond as you respond, and you answered the question. And so I
Yes.
appreciate it.
Yes, I was perturbed, but like I say, I never was disrespectful when I wasn't out of control. Yes, I am a passionate person. So I can't help sometimes that I'm one that you could say get into my feelings. When my feelings is hurt, then
You know what he means by that? He means that he doesn't have emotional intelligence. And these people are proving me right when they're talking about rhetorical questions and out of control people that don't have emotional intelligence. It proves me right all the time. I've been talking about this stuff. Now do you understand? Now do you understand? Damn, just late to the party, aren't you? You're just late to the party. You're that damn slow. I've been saying this stuff, but nobody wants to believe me. A lot of these people are stealing my words because I have an expanded vocabulary. I hear them. They're using my words. They're using my sayings. They're using my terms. They're copying off me.
I act upon it. But I learned how to control myself. Cause if it was a while back and I would have came in that room, I wouldn't have came like that. I would have came in cursing, disrespectful, and things like that. And I can't agree with you saying that I'm going with the blame situation. When things go,
I guess he thinks that he's in a position of power, that he's making some type of decisions. No, sir, you're not making any decisions. The parole board is making all of the decisions. Don't you get that? That's something you just don't get, do you?
wrong, yes, they're blamed, because if you can see, you got the charge saying that they dismissed me for that charge. I didn't get any time for that, but I sat in the hole for 30 days.
I said that I was not weighing in on that charge. I'm just talking about an overall general theme. So with that, I'm going to open it up to other board members for questions they have for Mr. Whitaker.
Mr. Whitaker,
Yes,
I noted that you have a directive for substance abuse treatment. Have you been able to get into a program yet?
no, that because they're saying that since I have a life bid, that I'm last on the totem pole.
Here we go with this lady, Miss Jo Earhart rather. You see how her tone is very patronizing. She's being very patronizing right now.
Have you applied?
Have you applied? Have you
Well,
applied? Have you
I
applied?
applied a long time ago.
Damn, you
and-
people disgust me. Why do you need to treat somebody like this that's already suffering in prison? You're just so heartless. You're just heartless, aren't you, Joe Earhart?
And they said that I was on the
What the
list.
hell, fuck your name
And
is?
every time I ask, they just say that I'm on a list. They say that I'm not, what word can I use? They say that I'm not really, they're not really worried about me since I have so much time. It's as needed. And they're saying since I have so much time, I'm not for the list.
Okay, well, I encourage you to continue to pursue to get in and get that part of your programming out of the way. The other question I have is, why do you think you would do better in Sing Sing? Are you referring to your discipline, or what aspect of your adjustment would be better in Sing Sing?
I refer to that as this. If you're not going to parole me to my next bid, then that means that all hope is lost, because then that
That's
parole
what
me
they
to that
like.
bid,
Where
I
they
won't
like.
get out till I'm 72
Right,
years old.
right, but it's
So that's
true.
security. That's hope.
You don't get it. He
But
doesn't understand that.
Then
He doesn't
if
get
I
it.
don't have any hope,
He doesn't
then I
understand
would
that.
rather be
He
somewhere
doesn't
where I can
understand
do
that.
my time, where I don't have to worry about getting in trouble for other people's situations. In Minnesota, in these correctional facilities, if like per se in the hole, they have it to where you can't buy soap in the hole. So they give you this generic 2-in-1 shampoo bath soap.
Okay, well, we'll just let that go then.
Okay, I
It
don't
must
care.
have just been a thought that you had that it might be different.
I'm just
But
saying that if I can't get paroled to my next bid, I would like to be sent out of Minnesota. That's all I was
He's making
saying.
demands.
What I'm wondering
And
is
he's
if
telling the
you
parole board what
thought
to
you
do.
could be paroled to your next sentences. Do you believe you could have a clean discipline record for 1 year, 2 years, 3 years? Do you think you could do that?
I could definitely have a clean discipline record because I have something to look forward to. I know that then I have to change my whole aspect. I won't think as a lifer. I won't be a lifer anymore. I would know that I have a chance to get out in 22 years. So therefore, I would change my
That was what I
eating.
was asking.
Yep, I would change my eating. I would change my thought process. I would.
Well, that
I
should be
would do
changed
more,
now, don't you think?
I would do more workouts.
I know I
would eat
have changed my
healthier.
eating.
Okay, so you would really plan for
Yes,
this.
because now I have a chance. I would plan to get out.
Yeah, I lost 12 pounds this past month. I've been dieting and exercising, and it works. The hardest part about losing weight is not the exercise, it's actually not eating the foods you want to eat. You can't eat all that stuff. You have to eat healthy. You can have, some junk food or whatever every now and then, maybe once or twice a week, but don't eat too much of it.
I would be planning to get out.
Okay, one more question. And you
Yes.
went through a lot of the programming that you've done, and that's all very good. But I don't recall whether you said you'd been to anger management.
Yes. Yes, I completed.
And I do a lot of live streams late night like this. I guess I don't know. I don't know. Maybe because I'm up late or whatever. But I wonder how long it's gonna take for one of these online creepy internet stalkers that like to stalk me online. I wonder how long is it gonna take for them to come to one of these late night live streams and take a picture, take a screenshot of me in a mask and glasses and say, "See, this is him. This is Tyrant Chronicles." Well, I really don't give a shit, to be honest with you, because you think I would be presenting myself like this if I gave a fuck? I don't allow you people to online bully me or whatever. I don't really care what you do, to be honest with you.
Anger management.
Yeah.
Do you feel that it helped you control your anger?
You know what helps me? It helped me, but what's helping me is I'm reading self-help books now on anger and on.
And once again, and I'll say it again, because I know about reading and I do read books and I read those books and I comprehend those books. You want to see a book right now? Here, I have a book right here. I'll grab it for you. But anyway, you can't only read the books. You have to actually practice it. You have to actually apply it in life, or you're just reading a book. You get what I'm saying? Like I do. You can clearly see that I practice what I have read and studied. You can clearly see it.
How not to be so emotional. That's one of my biggest problems.
Said it. Oh, I had to stop the video. He said that he's emotional. See, I'm a damn psychologist in a sense almost, but I'm not going to be that big-headed and prideful. I'm not going to say that because technically I'm not a psychologist because I'm not that on paper. But I will say and be humble and say that I am a student of psychology. I am a student of psychology. See, even he said that he's emotional because, like I said, he doesn't have emotional intelligence.
Is that I'm emotional. So I wear my emotions on my sleeve. So I'm trying to learn how not to wear my emotions on my sleeve.
Okay. Sometimes speaking softly helps too.
Yeah.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you.
Sometimes speaking softly helps.
Any other
Yeah.
questions for Mr. Whitaker?
Sure will.
I actually had a couple of questions for Mr. Whitaker, and actually one of them is kind of an offshoot of what
Rhetorical question.
Member Earhart had asked you. So you had said,
question.
and these are my words, I'm kind of paraphrasing it, but essentially the gist of it was, if you are granted parole, then you will be discipline free and you'll be able to do all of those things. Then you'll start, dieting different and exercising, that sort of stuff, but you'll remain discipline free once you are paroled. So as a board member, how would you take that as a board member? So it kind of sounds like, if I get what I want, then I'll do all of these things, versus demonstrating that I can do the things that are being asked of me, then being given what you ultimately want. Does that make sense? I'm just kind of curious what insight you have into that.
Then excuse
There's
me,
the book,
I was
right there.
I misspoke because
Daniel Goleman.
I tried
Emotional intelligence.
as
There
they
it is.
said to stay out of trouble.
Yes, I have the book
I
right
done
here.
tried it. That's why I only got in trouble. Out of 3 years, I only had 6 disciplines because I have been trying to stay out of trouble. It's not like I just sit here and say, well, if they don't give me what I want, then I'm not going to do it. No, I try to stay out of trouble. But like I say, it would give me more, how can I word it? Because sometimes I don't word it right. It would give me more incentive to do better.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Can you understand that?
Yeah, I can. I do understand. I may not 100% agree with you, but I do understand exactly what you're saying.
But this is prison, so I can never say that I would truly be segregation free. That would be a lie.
There it is.
Anything can happen at any time.
Emotional intelligence.
Fair enough. I guess one of my responses
what
to that
he
would be,
doesn't have.
we see several people come in here who have never done any seg time. So there's always an element of control. And so I just encourage you to focus on the things that you can control and not external factors. So, I don't want us to get into a big thing. I'm just telling you, we see lots of people who have no disciplinary record. So it is possible.
But they came in at a different time and a different age too.
Not
when I came into prison,
So he's been condescending to the inmate. He said, if there are people that have a record without having write-ups in prison, so it is possible. Obviously, he's stating the obvious, being condescending to the inmate, which is so damn cruel. So cruel.
Was my first thing when I came into prison, like I told him at the review, was seeing a guy chase a guy down the hall with a knife. That was that's not happening like that anymore. So it was a different time and a different place.
Okay, fair. And again, fair enough. I go back to like control the things that you can control. Like that's the end of the day, that's really all you can do.
And I appreciate you for that. Thank you.
All right. So the other question I have, so one of the notes that I put down, you donate money.
And I'm going to be honest, the inmate, I don't think he's intentionally trying to be loud and aggressive and disrespectful. I think he just can't help it. Honestly, I don't think he can help it, but I think if he gets out, I think he would have a good chance at doing right. Why not have a little sympathy and give him a second chance? Because some people just don't need to stay in prison all their lives. It's like once they become older and they have done 40 years and maybe they've learned, let them go. Let them go.
Money each month to St. Jude's.
Yes.
Talk to me about that.
Well, I do it because I owe this world. I owe this world a thing of kindness because I'm a spiritual person.
He keeps saying, I'm a spiritual person. I think he's being honest, though. I think this is just his natural personality and character. But I think he's being honest to the best of his ability.
And what you give in this world is what comes out. So if I give to them children and love, and I show love and kindness, then maybe love and kindness will come back to me. I don't do it for no one.
It sounds
but
good.
For
Sounds real
God,
good.
God said that he asked us to do two things in this world.
What? Love thy neighbor as thyself and love God. That's what he's going to say. I'm pretty sure. Let's see.
Don't put no one before him because he is a jealous God. And he said, do on the others as you would want done unto you. So that's what I do. That's why I give to St. Jude. And I love doing it. Every time I see the commercial, I say, hey, I'm helping that baby. I'm lucky enough to help.
Good for you. Keep it up. All
But
right.
I didn't want you guys to know that though. I didn't want you guys to know that because I didn't want that to be a part of this. I do that out the kindness of my heart, not for brownie points.
You do it for yourself, and I think that's
Yes.
great. And with that, I would encourage you to take that exact same thing and apply it to other things as well.
Yeah.
I do.
Okay.
I do.
All right. Thank you.
Yep, thank you.
I have just a couple questions, Mr. Whitaker. I heard you say regarding the psych eval that the psychologist said if you were considered for transition to lower custody facility, the current assessment didn't indicate any significant reason why that couldn't happen, mental health factors, etc. Are you aware the psychologist also said you present with a moderate risk of future violence?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And the other thing I just wanted to
Yep,
point out,
that's all it
two
would take is for someone to make
psychologists,
him
this one
angry.
2025 and
That's all it would take. All it would take is for someone to make him angry and he would go off and he would attack and put his hands on them. And that's what I always practice and exercise to refrain from doing is put my hands on someone. Even though it doesn't matter how much they try to get me angry or get under my skin, I always refrain from putting my hands on people.
the other one, 2022, did note that your CD assessment was from 1996.
Yes.
And you may benefit from an updated assessment, which is different than getting into treatment.
Yes. Yeah, like I say, when I did write them, they would tell me I'm on the list. Then my case manager would tell me, well, it'll be a while because you have a life bitch, so you're not really a priority. So after you hear that for so long, I just stopped worrying about it. But I do, don't get me wrong, as you can see, I don't, when I first came down, I was smoking weed all the time. I'm not a drinker. I'm not smoking weed. I'm not doing anything. I don't go to the hole for any kind of drugs or substance abuses or anything like that. I just sit there and I do my own steps and I go to AA. So they might not let me go to treatment, but I do it for myself and I go to AA classes.
Well, I just wanted to bring that up because you do have this directive hanging out there. If you were to ask for another CD assessment, that might change things.
Okay, I'll do that. Thank you. I didn't know that that would change anything because like I say, I'll write them and ask them and they'll just tell me that I got a life bid and I'm not that high on the priority list.
Mr. Whitaker, just one quick question. Have you ever heard of the phrase bet on the come?
Oh, so you shoot dice, huh?
So no, I'm that's not what I'm asking. What I'm asking is because it sounds to me, and I'm just building on a little bit of some of the other questions that Board Member Larson raised, this whole notion of, and I think Member Earhart also kind of referred to it. It's you want the board to bet on the come. In other words, give me the parole now, and then I'll do what I need to do.
Well, I can't say.
But I'm also struck by the fact that, we when you were seen back in January of 23, there was only one thing that was put in into that condition, and that was to remain discipline-free. And I think the hope was just, you know, being the person who was responsible for that decision at that time, you know, I wanted to hope, I guess, and bet on the come that we would not see the disciplinary record. And so this is that whole place where I'm trying to like figure out how to manage this, because on the one hand, we were here 3 years ago. And here we are again. And I hear what you're talking about. Like you have this long bit of time remaining to do. I understand and I get that. At the same time, I'm you know, I would just hate to be making a decision that's on the come. And not being able to see, you know, substantive change. Because as was pointed out, you know, even people who we've seen, many people who have had really rocky starts. The first many years were very, very rocky. But then we also see then people come in and they begin to not just do exactly what you talked about, like where they realize that what they put out in the world, they get back, right? And that becomes how they live, even within the prison environment, which is undoubtedly a challenging one. But I'm struggling to see that. And yet there's a part of me that I want to bet on you, but I'm struggling because I don't know like what whether that's a smart bet or not. And so I just want to say that because I want to point out the struggle that I'm having, and you can certainly respond if you'd like.
This is what I can say to you to that. I have been trying to stay out of my own way. Yes.
One of the things I just as a general. All right. You will get a letter from HRU kind of laying out, and from me laying out the details of this. And I just want to really point out and that you asked for the opportunity to have some hope, and I tried to formulate has been passed around by some of the folks inside where I've been working, like some of the evidence-based practices folks. It really kind of talking more about some of the issues around motivation and some of those sorts of things. And so,
no, I totally agree. I was appreciative of the.
Now, what is this guy alluding to when he said have been passed around in there by some of the guys? Why is he even allowed to talk like that in his job position? Why is he even allowed to speak like that? As if we don't know what he's talking about. We know what he's alluding to. You know, he shouldn't be allowed to do that. We're not stupid.
Just the role that hope does play. Like it's absolutely a thing, and without hope.
There's a great book that we read, just 8 Ways to Hope, that we has been passed around by some of the folks inside where I've been working, like some of the evidence-based practices folks. It really kind of talking more about some of the issues around motivation and some of those sorts of things. And so,
no, I totally agree. I was appreciative of the role that hope does play. Like it's absolutely a thing, and without hope. It's tough. So
it's tough. I get it.
Making that comment as well.
Yeah.
So.
Well, my hope is that within the next 22 years, he will admit his role in the murders. That's my hope.
Yeah, that would be great.
Oh man, that was cold. That was cold. That was cool. I tell you, this lady right here, she is heartless and she is narcissistic. Yeah, I know her personality type, so I'll be watching her in the future to see more of her shenanigans.
And a fitting closeout to that hot mic by Joe. It was almost as if we forgot the fact that a man was sitting in front of us for the brutal and senseless murder and attempted murder and killing of the dog. As a matter of fact, he has like more than 10 counts on him, 2 or 1.5 life sentences. And she brings up the fact that I hope he can at least admit to it. And really, when you watch this parole hearing, it's like, what did I just see? What what did we just experience? I mean, it
No, sir. She had said that she was 18, and I found out her age when we were at a hotel and her mother had seen her. And that's when I found out she was a runaway, and her mother told me her real age because they wanted to press charges. But her mother said if I meet her and talk with her, she would have a conversation. And that's when she told me her age and everything.
If you are familiar with
Yeah,
this
right.
channel, then this wouldn't be entirely shocking to you. We have covered many female parole hearings, those who do the worst to little ones. We have covered hearings where those are the ones that were the handlers, taking them to hotels like clients, just goods for sale to the highest bidder. But this parole hearing, this one plans differently. She is there behind the screen, but I am not sure if there is anyone home, if there are any lights on behind those eyes. We are going to listen to someone that does not understand even how to fake empathy,
because most
that
people
does
are.
not know how to tell the truth, and that is shockingly
Hold on there, buddy.
in ways.
And people can't get this concept that your brain is like a file cabinet. You have to put information in it. Otherwise, it's just what? Empty. Your head is empty. You have an empty head because you have put nothing in it. You don't read.
Seemingly just tied to an obsession with the man who controlled her, who made her do everything. You see, we're about to cover the parole hearing for a woman who took in a runaway. And instead of helping that runaway, what did she do? She preyed on her. Now, the pathetic, weak district attorney and judges gave this second-time offender a 5-year sentence, but all suspended but 2 years and parole eligibility after serving about half of it.
Hell
But that's the
no.
justice
What
system
justice
for
is
you.
that, man?
Now, again,
I
you're
thought
going
you
to
was gonna
see
say at
a
least 10
hearing
years, but
that
hey,
will,
we
I
good on
think,
that, man. Let's
send a
Offense is Livingston Parish 44069, attempted trafficking of children for sexual purposes and promoting prostitution. Your sentencing date was March 11, 2024. Your sentence was 5 years, DOC hard labor, suspended all but 3 years, and then 3 years supervised probation. Your parole date.
And the irony of these people on the parole board, most of them, or should I say, a lot of them are former judges. So you think they're gonna be so quick to go against the decision of a judge, which is their peer? No, they're not. That's a co-worker of theirs.
Is March the 20th, 2026. Your good time date, you're not eligible, and your full-time date is December the 20th, 2026. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. In your own words, will you tell us why you're here today?
To be granted parole.
Okay. All right. In your own words, will you tell us why you're here today?
To be granted parole.
Okay. Want to tell us in your own reason? Well, you said to be granted parole, but why are you incarcerated? What brought you to this point?
I was hanging with the wrong crowd and led me to do wrong things, and I made a mistake.
That's very vague. Anybody could say that. What happened?
They had we had a hotel room, and they had a person prostituting out of it, and the hotel room was in my name.
So you're saying you didn't have anything to do with it?
No, ma'am. I take full accountability for my actions.
For your actions that you rented a hotel room?
Yes, ma'am.
Staff, do you have any comments?
Chantel has been in all kinds of courses, even though she doesn't get good time credit while she's been here. AA, Bible study, living in balance, celebrate recovery, life's healing choices. She's worked in the kitchen for a long time, and then she also works at 911 and cleaning and commissary for us. She has no disciplinary record. As far as she does anything we ask her to do, she's no problem at all.
Well, that's speaks very highly of you that you wanted to be a part of those classes just for your own self-improvement. And I'm glad you let us know about that. Okay, at this point, we're going to listen to supporters for you, which would be Leah Joseph, your sister.
Good morning.
Yes, ma'am. Good morning to you also.
How are you?
I'm fine.
So she's my sister, and she has my full support if she's able to come home. I think she learned from her mistakes. She talks about all the good things she's done while she's there. She has a job lined up for her. She's a very good person, just with under the bed influence of just being around the wrong crowd.
Whole 5 years, which is not
She
enough.
has a job lined up. She would love to be home around her kids. I think she would be going to church, be involved in the community, and she has the support of me of helping her get a job or a quick card to get into a job, help with her children, find her a place to live.
She'll be staying with you?
I
Staying.
don't believe at the moment she had already made arrangements to stay with our mom, but if she was granted to stay with us, if she was allowed to stay with us, absolutely she could stay with us.
Family.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. At this time, we do have opposition, and we're going to start with opposition would be, I'm just going to read the names. Tamika White with the JDC, the DA's office, 21st, and then Michelle Sparks. She is with Tamika, and Kathleen Costa. She is there also with the JDC. And speaking today will be Alexis Taylor. She is the ADA at the 21st JDC. Ms. Taylor.
Good morning.
Morning.
We at the DA's office are opposed to her release. She was responsible for escorting a 15-year-old child to a hotel to perform acts for money. The It is my appreciation that the acts were scheduled through a website by the defendant's boyfriend, and the defendant would escort this victim to the location to perform the acts. And just going through the report, the victim stated that she tried to have the defendant, Chantel, not bring her to any more hotels.
That is just so evil. They were prostituting a teenager. They should be hung for that, in my opinion.
And that she did not want to keep doing this. However, Chantel stated, however, the victim stated that Chantel made her go to the comfort suites and stated to her that she did not.
And what kind of crap is this? This is so insulting for this lady to only get 5 years for this. And it's a prime example of how women get light sentences than men, as opposed to men. 5 years for prostituting a child. So disgusting. It's so horrible, so wrong to do that, a child. You know, I don't care if she was 14, 15, 16, and, you know, she wasn't a virgin. You still shouldn't do her like that. She's not an adult. She's a child.
Have choices anymore, and that she had to make money for her and her boyfriend. The victim stated that once Chantel dropped her off at the hotel, she would leave her there and would not return until after all the clients were seen. So based on that set of facts, the victim's young.
You know something? I'm almost actually angry that this piece of shit right here, this piece of dog shit right here, this bitch only got 5 years for doing that to a child. You know, think about that. Think about that. And you could tell, just look at the eyes. You could tell these slow people in their eyes, rather. You can just tell, look how lowly her eyes are. She's slow. She's slow. She can't learn. She probably was in resource as a child. So I guess she can't help it either. She can't help it either. She doesn't see and understand that it's wrong to sell a teenager.
Age, the state is opposed to the defendant's early release.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much. Chantel, your case has been assigned to me, and I'm going to conduct the interview, and I will later cast the first vote. Well, you heard what the DA just said. What do you have to say about that?
That I'm deeply regret that
I don't give a damn what you say. You're not going to get parole. 5 years is not enough. You should have got more time than that. You should have got at least 15 years. At least 15 years. Anything under 15 years is insulting, in my opinion.
actions I have caused, and apologize for any of my decisions that I had made, and that I'm sorry to the victim and their family, my own family, and even the community.
Well, you know, when I asked you earlier.
And hold on a minute. Look at the DA. This is the DA's office right here. This black lady right here in the top left corner. So she's the one that gave her these 5 years. Keep that in mind. Don't let her off the hook. She's the one that gave her that plea deal. So maybe she's a Democrat liberal and she doesn't give a damn about children, because you know why? She agrees with children chopping off their body parts. I know the way they think. That's why I'm able to see this.
Earlier, to say in your own words what happened, you didn't say any of that. Just that you made a mistake.
I'll bet anything. I will bet anything, because it doesn't matter what level of government or office they work in. It doesn't matter if it's city level, city court level, judicial court level, county court level, you name it, state senator, U.S. representative. They all are Democrat Republicans, from the president all the way to the Supreme Court judges. And this lady here, because she's black, she votes Democrat. So you know she's a liberal, and she agrees with the Democratic Party policies, and she believes in and is okay with chopping off body parts. I will bet $1,000 on it right now. This lady is a Democrat. You probably can look her up and find out she's a public official. She works at the DA's office. I bet she's a Democrat.
You were sorry. Is there a reason why you, right now, the victim said that she asked you not to make her do it any longer. Can you expand on that? What was going on that caused you to make her do it anyway?
And if this lady doesn't take accountability as it pertains to the question that was just asked of her, that's really disgusting. Really disgusting. Wonder what she's gonna say. She didn't say that. She didn't. She's probably gonna deny it with your 5-year sentence.
It was a bad spot, and it was not my boyfriend defended. It was nervous. A man, he basically made me make her do it, and I went along with it, and I know I was wrong for the crime that I have committed. And if I could take it back, I would tell her that I'm very sorry. And I apologize.
See how that works? See how that works, man? These women, they're just gonna blame it all on you because it's so easy to blame the man because he's the man. He's in charge of everything. He's the orchestrator of everything.
Or the gravity of human trafficking is these are all strangers.
Correct. It's a serious crime.
It is a serious crime, and at any time, the child could have been beat up.
Correct.
So, I mean, human trafficking leads to a litany of other things. It's bad enough when, you know, when you have.
The child could have been beat up. The child could have been way worse than that. The child could have been unalived. Let's not forget that. Yeah, it is sex trafficking. I think it's a federal case for sex trafficking. It's called human trafficking. That's what it's called. I think it's a federal case. If you take that person across state lines, yeah, I think it's called human trafficking. Yeah. You know who else were trafficking humans and were getting themselves caught up? The Mormons. They had these little girls in the back of this truck or whatever, a van, whatever, locked up, transporting them across state lines. Oh yeah, that's a federal case. You know, it doesn't matter that your little Mormon town is on the state line of South Utah and northern Arizona. You're going across state lines, trafficking these children, and it's a federal case. Imagine that. But you think just because you're right by the border, that matters. Hell, you go even farther than that. You take these people all across the country, transporting these children, the Mormons.
Of a child, a lot of times it's a family member, somebody they know well, and that's heartbreaking and that's frightening also, but this is terrifying that this child went through. So did the child stay with you, or did she go back home, or how was that?
She was considered a runaway, and her mom had let her stay with me. And she went back home to her parents. I think she went to a juvenile helping center to get help. I'm not really sure. I had a stay away order, so I didn't go in contact with her and hear anything.
Well, how was it found out that y'all were doing this?
They had got caught up in the hotel. I think other people from the other rooms have reported it.
Mm.
And when I had got pulled over, they had let me know that I had a warrant. And I had served 4 months in 2022. And I had got out. They let me out on the OR. And then I just went to court every month, or whenever they had court, I went for like 2 years. And then I had to turn myself in after my plea. And I've been incarcerated since.
The victim feels like your boyfriend played a significant part in this. As far as she feels like that you didn't know how to get out of it. Was that true, how she felt?
Yes, ma'am. I was also pregnant at the time, so
Did see that. It was with his child?
yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. You should know that you had support letters from family, 7 of them. From work, you had 1. So you and then there was another one. So you had a total of 14 support letters. But total opposition from law enforcement. The sentencing judge had no comment to your release. I will turn it over to Ms. Ledoux. Did you have any questions?
No, I just would make note that for release, an inmate has to have pre-release and substance abuse completed.
I like that backdrop. I thought they were really in an office. That's just a backdrop. I guess they call it a background. I don't know, whatever. But it looks good. Maybe they were using a green screen.
And we don't have the substance abuse shown that it's been completed. So that would not, she would not be eligible based on those things, although we could, she has a full term date in December. So I don't have any other questions or comments.
Mr. Prater?
Yes, what's the status of Joshua Johnson's charges? Do you know that?
Are you asking me, sir?
Yeah, what was?
From what I know,
Well, who else is your parole hearing?
he's never went to court for it. I'm not really sure. He's fighting another charge in another parish.
Okay, are you willing to, you gonna testify against him if it comes up, or y'all still have a relationship?
No, sir, I don't have no contact with him. But I
Have
can
you
just,
have you had any contact with him since you've been in jail?
no, sir.
Okay. That's all the questions I have.
Okay, you can close with telling us anything else you would like us to know, consider, Ms. Gambetta.
During my time incarceration, I have made personal, emotional, and spiritual changes in my life. While I can't change the past, I am committed that I can show and prove that I can be someone better. Even though I'm not eligible for classes, I still took them, and completing the programs, it showed me that I'm capable of being a better person.
I do have one question for staff in the room, and Ms. Ledoux brought it up. The eligibility for parole is that we have the pre-release programming and substance abuse treatment. Is that offered to her? Was she just not, I see where she took so many other classes.
No, ma'am, we don't have that here. I know in the past when y'all ran parole that, they were transferred to the women's prison to complete the reentry and the substance abuse over there. I think in St. Gabriel's.
Mm-hmm.
But we had one maybe in December that went for just that.
Okay, and you're going to be getting out in December of this year. So that would, Ms. Ledoux, that would fall in line with the time frame if we had her transferred. It's like 100 hours, right?
Yes, and yeah, I can't really speak to that. I'm sorry.
Okay, I understand. What? Okay. All right. So I'm ready to vote at this time. And
Could I ask?
Yes, please. Yes.
I got just a couple of questions that really, because it's a tough case. Did you know this? Did you know her age? That she was underage?
No, sir. She had said that she was 18, and I found out her age when we were at a hotel and her mother had seen her. And that's when I found out she was a runaway, and her mother told me her real age because they wanted to press charges. But her mother said if I meet her and talk with her, she would have a conversation. And that's when she told me her age and everything.
Did you ever have her used after that?
No, sir.
Okay. How old were you at the time?
I was 29 or 28, or about 28, turning 29.
Okay, so you were
Amazing. 28 years old, so she should have had the maturity level to know right from wrong. But maybe she's just stupid, or maybe she's just immoral.
you were grown and you couldn't tell that she was only 15, or how old was she when she started?
She was 15 and she was going on 16. Her mother told me she was 15.
Okay. Were you doing drugs at the time?
No, sir, I never did drugs.
Were you drinking a lot?
No, sir, I don't drink.
So what excuse do you give for pimping this girl?
More so, it was it was me, but more so of
I just don't understand why she got so small of a sentence. That's the part that just gets me.
the man making me. I was just in a rough situation with my kid's father.
What I have to decide, okay, I had to decide in the parole board, each one of us has to decide different things. I'm trying to decide if you get out and this guy calls you and wants to go out on a date, even though the staff and everybody you work for now thinks you have really, they probably would have said that prior to you. If you weren't doing drugs and weren't doing alcohol and they got to know you, you were probably a nice person back before you met this guy. Is that correct?
Correct. I was different from when I met him, but I have no contact and I'm not planning on having no contact with him.
Of course she was going to say that.
Well, you're not planning on it, but you might. In other words, are you so easily led that if this guy calls you, you'd be willing to
Credulous, easily
do
manipulated.
what needed to be done?
No, sir, I wouldn't.
How much more time you got?
Easily.
To December 20th of 26.
Okay, so you're looking at 11 more months,
Yes, sir.
10 more months, really. Okay, that's all I got.
That's it.
Yeah, and
Really nothing else to
I would
say.
like to expand on
She got
what
5 years
Mr.
of
Prater
constitutional
said.
power.
In our synopsis of the arrest report, it has that that you were responsible for picking up different females, and that was one of the reasons why the phone call was made, because they saw all the trafficking going on in the room. So we've got the one child, but as far as I can tell, you were very involved in picking up different females and causing them to do this. Is that correct? It wasn't just the one child.
No, ma'am. There was another he had a girlfriend that she was 24.
Mhm.
Her and then the 15-year-old. There was no one else.
Who you knew to be a runaway and who we know she asked you not to make her do it anymore. Am I
Correct.
correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. And the reason you say you did it is because you were in a rough spot. Am I correct about that?
Yes, ma'am.
Got 11 months left. Okay,
Let me ask.
yeah, okay,
keep
go ahead.
getting-
Right.
I keep getting these questions that come up. So Joshua had, that's his name, correct? Your
Yes,
fellow you
sir.
were going with. And he had another girlfriend?
Yes, we were in the part of separating. When I had got pregnant, I was 3 months with my little girl, and we were trying to separate. And he didn't want me to leave him. And I found out that he had a girl, which was his girl. Come to find out to be his girlfriend. So I was
You
putting on.
stayed, did you stay with him after that?
No, sir. I had got 2 jobs.
So who is this lady right here? Is this her mother? I don't know. Yeah, real smart people. Real smart people. Good stock. Good stock.
And was going my own way.
But
had got-
you were with him the night you were arrested, correct?
Yes.
But
Yes,
you
sir.
said you had already left him by then.
Yes.
So if
We
you had
had-
left him, if you had left him, what was, or if you had left him mentally, but you were still with him physically, what made you do what he told you to do?
More so nervous, scared.
How much money were you making?
I really wasn't making anything. It all went down.
It all went to him and you
Yes.
kept doing it, even though you decided to break up, even though you knew he had another girlfriend, and you continued to do it free. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes, sir.
That doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, it makes great sense when you are an idiot like this lady right here. This lady has mental issues. Like she's slow learning. You could tell by her eyes.
That he had some kind of magnetic hold on you, and I'm fearful he will still have it. You're that weak. Okay, that's all the questions I got. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Are we ready to vote, panel? Mr.
I'm ready.
Okay, and Ms. Ledoux? Okay,
Ready.
this time, you have followed through with some other classes. And, you know, I'm going to try to see if you can be transferred for your pre-release programming and your substance abuse treatment so you can get that finished before December. But I cannot agree to granting your parole request. The crime was just too serious. It was a runaway. She really didn't have anybody to turn to. And you said terrible choices, but you clearly made them of your own volition. You chose to make those choices. I mean, he didn't hold a gun to your head or anything like that, based upon what you said. And you said that he hadn't even been charged with anything yet that you're aware of anyway. So my vote today is not to grant your parole. I'm going to request that they transfer you to a location where you can get your pre-release programming and your substance abuse treatment. You only got 3 years for a horrific crime. So I guess that was through a plea bargain. Is that correct?
3 years. I
Yes,
thought you got
ma'am.
5.
Yeah. So you plea bargain 3 years. So
3 years. Wow. I thought she got 5 years. She got 3 years for doing that.
I feel like you should serve your full term And then I'm going to request, if at all possible, that you be transferred to a location where you can get your pre-release programming and your substance abuse treatment. Mr. Prater, what is your vote?
Concur, deny, terrible crime. I'm really fearful that she's gonna continue if she doesn't get some real help and some real support. This was a terrible crime of a grown woman allowing a juvenile to go into prostitution regardless of her status. And I appreciate the assistant DA's comments. And for that reason, my vote is to deny.
Okay.
My vote is to my vote is to deny parole. I wish you well.
Thank you.
Hey, ma'am. So today your vote has been denied. I mean, your parole has been denied.
I'm going to unpack this, but stick around until the end or use the timestamps to skip to the next parole hearing, because the next one is, even if you can believe it, creepier, roachier than this one. But first, let me unpack this with the information that I have. First of all, I am happy that the ADA was there. We can't blame her. She's not the one in charge, right? But it is a two-faced, whoever her boss is, that agreed to this type of plea deal anyways. The one that says 5 years, we'll suspend 3. You only have to serve 2, parole eligibility after like half of it. When we don't even this is not her first trip on the rodeo. Let me share with you. Remember how she said she had done prison time before? Well, it was for 2 arrested in connection with a deadly shooting. This was in 2020. And guess who her co-defendant was in this case? Joshua Juwan Johnson, the same man who is her co-defendant, in this case. So she's been riding with this guy for all these years, right? It seems that who knows what happens. There's a deadly shooting. Someone's killed. They're arrested. They're extradited. She does end up doing time, but like 2 months, she said, and then released. And then the same man, right? The same man is involved in this operation, and they don't take this opportunity to throw the book at her. They don't take this opportunity to finally say, you know what, enough is enough. And as you saw throughout this parole hearing, there's nothing there. There's nothing there. It's like she's a robot. And I think the sheriff was onto something, that he was poking around, trying to figure out, really, why were you doing it? Why were you doing it? She's like, you couldn't get the truth out. So you like him? Oh, but he's with someone else. Oh, so you're making money? Oh, but you're in a tough spot. She was caught in lie after lie. Oh, I didn't need him. I got 2 jobs. But if you're not making, you get it, the whole thing. And it's like she's obsessed with him. And say that, okay, she's the victim, right? Men, they get the control. No, she's not the victim. She is, as the Prater said, really elegantly, weak. And it's enough is enough. And something exceedingly creepy. Sir Richard found it in the research. And before I forget, thank you, Nicole, for saying, man, do cover this hearing, putting in the co-defendant's name, and bringing it to my attention. And then, of course, Annan with the very thorough write-up, which helps me digest the information before I even watch it. And her sister posted this and said she'll be getting out of prison soon, looking for a significant other, woman or male. And if you look in the picture, it looks like the room of a 15-year-old. And is it just a coincidence? Or is this part of her grooming behavior? Look, I don't know. Annan had in his notes that she knew her age when she saw her mother at the hotel. So then why is her mother at the hotel? Is her mother in the same line of business? The bottom line is, what the DA pointed out is that this runaway said, I don't want to do this anymore. I'm done. And she said, no, you're doing it. Until all the clients were for a full day, right? And this is the sentence that you give someone like this, a person who has no remorse, a person whose only care in the world is to be with their man, with the love of their life, the person who they've been committing crime with, as far as we know, August 31st, 2020. I believe that she will jump right back to him so quickly. I believe that she's not going to testify against him. I believe all of those things, right? And I don't know what's going on in Louisiana. We couldn't find information. Sir Richard checked. We really did. There's just not information even on this case. There's no news reportings on this actual case. It's just swept under the rug. We couldn't find more information, even though we have this crime, why he wasn't arrested for this, why he wasn't, and my only guess why he wasn't arrested is because she refused to testify. That would be my guess. And I think that's what the sheriff was getting at. And he's caught up in other charges by another parish, but this just goes on, in my opinion, to show, yes, the ADA was there, but if she's refusing to testify, why would they give her a sweetheart deal? It's just bizarre. It really is. I think to Louisiana, they just didn't care about this case much. Like, yeah, just another runaway. But for me, the creepy factor, it really does. It just, there was something extraordinarily creepy. I'm using the word creepy a lot in this hearing, as Dr. Grande says, exceedingly creepy. I don't know how else to describe it. It was just her aura, her blank, nothing there stare and monotone voice, like just rehearsing through the motions. Like
it's like I said, because she's slow.
Like, I believe in her mind, she knows she needs to just get through this. It's like, I'm just going to do what I need to get through this. And there's nothing else matters.
Current to his parole. Your parole date is February 28th, 2019. Your good time date, you are not eligible. Your full-time date is November the 1st, 2029. Is all of that correct, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. We do not have it. If staff comes in, will you please let me know?
I can go grab him if you need him.
No, well, later he might want to make a statement concerning your time there with them. So
yes. While we were waiting, he just said he was going to step outside the door and let him know if we needed him.
Okay, that's fine. All right, you have no supporters present and you have no opposition present. Your case has been assigned to Ms. Jerry Ledoux. She will conduct the interview and she's going to cast the first vote. Ms. Ledoux, would you like to begin?
Yes, Mr. John, did your family know that you were having a hearing today?
Yes, ma'am. I didn't get the paper to be able to tell them in time because they sent it to the wrong facility. I just received it like 4 days ago.
Okay, so do you think that they would be here if they had known?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, this is a rehearing for you. You had a parole hearing in 2018 in which you were denied unanimously and instructed that you needed to take some programming. I know that you did get your GED since that time. And I'm confused. Have you taken phases 1 and 2 of the sex offender treatment or all 4?
I've taken all 4 of them.
Okay, all 4. And I know you've taken anger management.
Yes, ma'am.
You're a trustee?
The jail I'm currently in right now, I am not, because I asked the warden when I was at BDCC, Bayou Dorsey Correctional Center. I asked him to move me closer to home. And I'm currently in DC2, which is the trustee facility. And I'm waiting to be able to be put into a job.
Okay, so let's see, when was that transfer made?
August.
In August, yeah, August, you were transferred. Okay, and what about your conduct? Have you had any write-ups since you've moved over? Or?
I have not had a write-up in 12 years.
Okay. So you've been in 12 years of your 16.
Ma'am.
Okay. I read the file. You fathered a child as a result of this.
Yes, ma'am.
I want to hear from you what you think the impact of this has had on your victim.
I think it's so interesting watching the parole board, how can I say, taunt or mock the inmates like this. I think it's so interesting. Let me go back a little bit so I can replay that and catch that, what she did, Miss Jerry Ladeau.
I read the file. Okay. I read the file.
You heard her? I read the file. So stupid. Oh, you think you're doing something that's so surreptitious. You think people don't see what you're doing, huh, Miss Jerry Ladeau? You don't think I see that you're taunting and mocking this inmate? I read the file. I read the file. So stupid. You know, and this is a new thing, this trend of doing that. And you're an old lady. You're probably like 60 years old. So let me get this straight. You follow what young people do. You follow the trend of young people, these youngsters. That's what you do, because you're an old idiot and you can't think for yourself.
You fathered a child as a result of this.
Yes, ma'am.
I want to hear from you what you think the impact of this has had on your victim.
Other than it changed.
She did it again. Tell me what the impact has had on you, your victim. Whatever she said, let me go back. Stumbling over words to mock the inmate.
I want to hear from you what you think the impact of this has had on your victim.
On you, your victim. So instead of impact on you, your victim. Yeah, that's the substitution of words. Malapropism to mock this guy. So stupid. I think it's so stupid. Why mock somebody and taunt somebody that's already in prison, suffering, serving their time? Because she wants to be cruel, that's why.
Other than it changing her life,
That's what I like about
I can't necessarily say for the better, but I regret my actions. She's had opportunities to express herself to family members that have spoken to me about it. And while she says that she doesn't regret the child, I can't say that I was right. Like, my actions were completely wrong and what I did to her was completely wrong. I understand I had a lapse in judgment and I should have known better. I changed her life in a way that wasn't my place to even be there. I wasn't right for anything that I did to her. And really and truly, I just wish that there was a way that I can make amends with her to be able to help her to get over her past. Because she deserves to be happy. She deserves to be able to enjoy her life.
So have you had any contact? Do you know what's
Ma'am,
with her? Have you had any contact with her?
2020, she reached out to me and spoke to me.
Contact. Have you had it?
Enjoy her life.
So have you had any contact? Do you know what's
Ma'am,
with her? Have you had any contact with her?
Do you know what's Jerry Ladeau, you suck. You suck. You suck. You really suck. You're not good at this.
2020, she reached out to me and spoke to me. That was while I was in Angola whenever I was dealing with COVID.
Okay. I see your residence plan is to go right back to Elton. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know where she lives?
My understanding is she lives in Jennings.
Why does he know this? And why is he telling the parole board that he knows where the victim lives? Because he's not that smart. That's why.
Very close. I don't have any other questions. You know, this is baffling to me why we have to sit here and talk about these things. I mean, you knew her age.
No, ma'am,
You
I
knew
didn't.
you were related.
I wasn't raised with them. I never knew none of them until I was 17.
Oh, you committed this at 19?
Because I was in and out of the picture of my sperm donor. And I never was around them.
I'd offer for my colleagues if
So what is his charge? Con knowledge of a juvenile? What's the charge?
you'd like to take up the questioning.
Mr. Prater?
What? Explain sperm donor to me. What was that comment?
So he's taking a dumb approach. Oh, what's a sperm donor? You know what a sperm donor is. It's a father that's not there for their children.
The sperm donor is the person that fathered me, allegedly, but was never in the picture.
Okay. So that was your absent natural father, I guess would be another way to put it, although you don't refer to him as father, I understand.
Yes, sir.
So condescending, Mr. Steve Prater. He's been condescending to the inmate. For what reason? I don't know. I guess so he could feel good about himself. So I guess he's insecure because he has to bully an inmate. He's bullying the inmate, taunting the guy.
They never done a DNA test to prove whether he was my dad or not.
Okay. But you didn't, at 19, you didn't realize this was a little girl you were messing with at 12?
No, sir. The night that it happened,
Oh shit. I didn't know she was that young, 12 years old. Oh no, that's a no-no. That's a big no-no. I thought maybe she was like 16 or 17 or something because he was only 19. But this guy was putting his hands on a 12-year-old. This is a little baby.
we were drinking. I really didn't know her age until I went to jail and got my discovery.
Does he really believe that? The parole board believes that? It's so unacceptable to even tell someone that.
But it's, according to the statement, it's more than just having sex with an underage 12-year-old. It was forced on her.
I have paperwork that states differently. My intake charge says that it was consensual.
That's not possible with by law. It's not even possible. So don't go there.
Yes, ma'am. I understand what the law states.
Law. That's not possible.
Sir, the night that it happened, we were drinking. I really didn't know her age until I went to jail and got my discovery.
Yeah, but it's, according to the statement, it's more than just having sex with an underage 12-year-old. It was forced on her.
I have paperwork that states differently. My intake charge says that it was consensual.
That's not possible.
First of all, see, this is what lets me know that this is not a smart person, the inmate. How can a 12-year-old give you consent? See how sick in the mind he is? He actually thinks that a 12-year-old can consent to have sex. Why would you even want to have sex with somebody that young anyway? Even you adults, like Donald Trump. I think Donald Trump's wife is like 25 years younger than him. Ugh, gross, gross, creepy.
With what, by law. It's not even possible, so don't go there.
Yes, ma'am, I understand what the law states. Stating for the record what the intake charge by the district.
Yeah, you understand the law. Yeah, you understand what the law says. That's why that lady said, huh? The lady in the top left-hand corner, she said, you understand what the law says. Yeah, sure. Go back.
That's not possible with what, by law. It's not even possible, so don't go there.
Yes, ma'am, I understand what the law states. Stating for the record what the intake charge by the district attorney stated.
Okay. Okay, I don't have any other questions really. I'm perplexed. You seem like a educated person. I don't understand how this could even happen, but anyway, that's all I got.
Yeah, to expand.
Oh man, that was so condescending. He said, you seem like an educated person. Oh, that was so condescending. God, that was so condescending. Amazing. What can you say? What can you really say about that one?
You know, Mr. Prater, the child said that you put your hand over her mouth because she was screaming and asking you to stop. So, you know, really, you can tell when you're with a 12-year-old and she's begging you to stop and she ended up pregnant. And that all happened on Christmas that you did this to this child. So it was a heinous crime against another.
Yeah, he's a violent rapist. A violent rapist. Look at him with the glasses on. He looks like he's ready to rape somebody right now.
Human being. And it was billed as aggravated to grand jury, and that was the charge. So I don't have any further questions. Are we prepared to vote?
Mr. John, would you be considered a sperm donor now?
Really?
Unfortunately, because I have more than just that child. I have a daughter as well. And due to my actions, I'm unable to be in either one of them's lives. So I can't say that I was right. I was wrong all the way around the board, and I understand that. It's taken me 12 years in prison to come to terms with everything I've been through. And I'm just asking for an opportunity to prove that I'm not who everybody said I was.
Can I share, Mr. John, you're doing good things in prison. I don't discount that. But I believe that your answers to some of these questions have illuminated maybe a lack that of true understanding. Have you had victim impact? Do you understand what this does to someone? The impact on the victim is significant. And you want to say something? What do you want to say?
I wish y'all could read all the messages that she has sent me.
You're talking about the 12-year-old, right? 12-year-old? You're talking about the 12-year-old.
That does not give you the right to do that.
I understand my actions. I understand everything that y'all are telling me. But the picture that was painted to the courts and the picture of what she says to me, every facility I have been at since 2020, she has contacted me. The child has contacted me.
Okay. Well, I'm prepared to vote, Mr. John, today. My vote is to deny parole. And I do wish you well. I believe that you're not fully prepared for reentry. And so that's my vote today.
Okay, Mr. Prater.
I concur. I'm troubled by this, by the whole thing, and I appreciate some of the comments, but I'm still troubled by, got a pretty good deal anyway, getting released after that amount of time on impregnating a 12-year-old. Thinking he's going to continue where he is. Didn't I?
Yes. Okay, so my vote today also is to deny. You have law enforcement opposition with the DA, the judge, the sheriff, and the attorney general's office. Some of the explanation, I hope that the child that now is older, that skews a child's view of life, what you did. And she became pregnant at the age of 12. So she quite likely doesn't have a clear understanding in the future of what you did and who you were in this to her. So I hope
no, but it wasn't that. It wasn't that. It's that child. And it could have been creepy if you said my.
Sometimes I just don't understand StreamYard. It just start acting stupid all of a sudden. It just cut out. I probably wasn't heard as I was speaking, making an important point. It just cut out. The video just cut out. I had to re-add myself and the video to the stage. I don't know what's going on here. But anyway.
My daughter and my son, but it could have said it a different way. It could have said it a different way. And I don't know. The whole thing is obviously, and I think they were alluding to, I'm only speculating on a situation like this. There's not going to be research available.
Misdemeanor charges. I'm on a contempt charge to court. That's not no felony. That's not no misdemeanor. That's like a ticket. And y'all hold me up for my kids and my family. You lay in your bed every day.
Damn, hell no. Hell no. This is going to be a good one here. Hell no. Those parole board people was looking like, oh, they was laughing at her actually. Yeah, she used to be laughed at. Look at her head. She has a big receding hairline. She doesn't take care of her hair, nor does she take care of her scalp. That's why her hair is falling out. She sounds stupid. She can't articulate herself. She doesn't know words. She doesn't have a expanded vocabulary. So she's not a smart person. I don't want to say she's ignorant because I would be using that word too loosely, because I believe when you say someone is ignorant, you should say what they are ignorant of, because ignorant just means unlearned. So you should say what that person is unlearned of or ignorant of. But I can tell you she's not I would say she's slow. She probably was in resource and, she's not educated. She doesn't have academics. Yep.
Hey,
Yeah.
Why
you
can't
see,
they-
you have a new misdemeanor conviction. You do for battery of a police officer.
I ain't got no better on the police. It's better on me because the police are me. Jamerson, he me. And when I hit him or whatever I did to him, that's because he hit me. And I have witnesses that seen him me in front of the whole hotel at the cozy.
Okay, everybody, and you know what time it is. It is a Louisiana parole revocation hearing. And who else is having Orange is New Black vibes? She really is.
What the hell? Now, this is kind of racist, to be honest with you. I think this guy is kind of racist, to be honest. I think he is. Probably. Who knows? It's kind of like what Trump just did to, what's that black lady name that I think is kind of cute? What's her name? What's that lady name? It's on the tip of my tongue. I can't. Candace Owens. That's her name. Candace Owens. Yeah. Apparently, Trump photoshopped a picture of Candace Owens, and people thought that that was pretty racist. So I guess what this guy is doing is racist too.
Like I think a sister actress to Crazy Eyes. Anybody here seen that show? It came back to me. I used to watch it with Mama Do back in the day. Anyways, we're about to jump into a crazy hearing. She has an attorney, and anyways, it's just the beginning. We're gonna see a bunch of them. So let's go.
Nikki, hello. Wait, I can't hear you yet. Can you sit up so I can see all of you? There you go. Good morning.
How you doing?
Good. How are you this morning?
I'm okay.
Good. You know, you're here for a revocation proceeding, but you have a lawyer with you this morning. You aware of that? He's on the TV screen. Do you see him?
Who is that?
Would you introduce yourself, sir?
I'm Aaron Brainerd, ma'am.
Okay.
Have you ever met?
Oh man, oh no, even the lawyer is laughing at her. I thought Mr. Aaron Briner, whatever his name is, he just said it. Sorry about that. Anyway, I thought he was on the parole board, but he's her attorney. He was laughing at the lady. I didn't stop the video and highlight that part. I mean, hey, just observe and notice yourself. I mean, so I don't have to stop the video so much. But he was laughing at the little lady.
Miss Arubu, Mr. Brainerd?
I have. It was at the time the guards were unable to get her out of herself in a safe manner.
Fine.
She was not keeping on her attire.
You heard what this guy said? He said they could not get her out of herself. Instead of out of herself. That was funny, I guess, right? Oh, it's so funny. I substituted a word for a similar sounding word.
and was cussing profusely.
So if you have no objection, and Ms. Taniki, that we have a plan for you. It's my understanding you don't believe you have the correct medication. Is that right?
No, I got the correct medication.
But you don't take it properly out.
Yes, I do. Yes, I do. I take Haldol every 2 weeks.
Right. But we have in the record that you don't always take the medication as you're supposed to. We'd like to.
Pseudo stuttering. That's what it's called. Matter of fact, I'm going to pull this up. Why not? That's how the lady right here in the middle in the white, that's what she was doing. And I'll rewind the video to prove it, just so you can see for yourself.
Is that right?
No, I got the correct medication.
But you don't take it properly out.
Yes, I do. Yes, I do. I take Haldol every 2 weeks.
Right. But we have in the record that you're
not stuttering. You're intentionally doing that to mock this lady, which is so cruel. It's called pseudo stutter. And people do this for whatever reason they want to, right? But the reason why people first started doing that is to feel comfortable when speaking in public, like just in case they naturally stutter. They just do it pseudoly just to not feel uncomfortable, I guess. I don't know. I have to read the definition. I'm trying to paraphrase the definition. I'll have to read it.
Always take the medication as you're supposed to. We'd like to
I
get you to
always
a
take
place.
my medicine. I don't never refuse my medicine. When they had me taking, they were trying to give me the pills Depakote. I wouldn't take the Depakote, but I always take the shots, Haldol, with them big old killer needles.
Yeah, they are. And you take Risperdal too?
No, when they were trying to give me the pills for the Risperdal, I wouldn't take the Risperdal either. I wouldn't take nothing but the shot.
I see. So, I think
Here you have it right here. I just pulled it up for you. And don't make me get it out of the Encyclopedia Britannica. Don't make me do that. You're going to say, oh, you Google that. You Google that. It's AI. What's the difference? What difference does it make? Is it true or not? Google is just a file cabinet for information. That's all. It's just a file cabinet for information. Pseudo stuttering or voluntarily stuttering is the deliberate imitation of stuttering behaviors, repetitions, prolongations, or blocks used in speech therapy to reduce fear, anxiety, and negative emotions associated with actual stuttering. Boom! There it is right there. I just read the definition for you. See, I was pseudo stuttering as I was trying to paraphrase the definition, but this is it right here. It serves to desensitize speakers, build empathy, and help clinicians, practice fluency techniques. See that? That's what it is. And most of you idiots out there, and yeah, I'm gonna call you an idiot because you know you're an idiot, right? You do know you're an idiot. I hope you know that. All right. You copy people. You see other people doing this bullshit and you do it, but you don't know what it is. And I'm showing you what it is. I'm actually educating you, little stupid dumbass. Pseudo stuttering. And that's what the parole board is doing in my video. Well, in their video that I am playing on my channel. Key aspects of pseudo stuttering include purpose. It is primarily used to reduce the fear of stuttering and avoidance behaviors that often maintain it. Techniques. It often involves bouncing, easy syllable repetitions, or sliding, prolonging sounds on non-filled words in a relaxed manner. Clinical use. Speech language pathologists use this in therapy to help clients gain control over their speech and to model comfortable open stuttering. Controversy. While historically used as a training tool, it is increasingly debated as a disability simulation that may be considered ableist. I've never seen this word here before. I'm not going to be honest with you. Leading to questioning of its ethical value in academic settings. Yeah, because they're saying that when you do this stuff, it can be looked at as inappropriate because you're mocking someone. That's what that means. See, I just showed it to you, pseudo stuttering. So you just got some information. Bam. Now, what's up with this? Gonna allow me to share it back or what? Let's see. It's always a problem with this thing. Go back here. Oh, I know what I have to do. I have to go back to this, unfortunately. StreamYard. There we go. and notice that you see when you get to reading stuff and educating people like the runaway, like, oh God, just play the video. I don't want to be educated. I don't want you to read terms and definitions. I don't want to learn anything. Oh, well, sorry about that.
You have a new misdemeanor conviction, you do, for battery of a police officer.
I ain't got no better on the police. It's better on me because the police of me, Jamerson, he raped me. And when I hit him or whatever I did to him, that's because he raped me. And I have witnesses that seen him raping me in front of the whole hotel at the Cozy.
A mental health evaluation with the Department
I've been in mental health evaluation. I'm gonna have to.
Yeah, what's going on with this? What's up with StreamYard? Why does it look like that? It looks so gray on this side.
Hell, I've been in jail 5 years off and on at CCC for misdemeanor charges. I'm on a contempt charge to court. That's not no felony. That's not no misdemeanor. That's like a ticket. And y'all hold me up for my kids and my family. You lay in your bed every day.
Yeah.
Why I can't lay in mine?
You have a new misdemeanor conviction, you do, for battery of a police officer.
I ain't got no better on the police. It's better on me because the police of me, Jamerson, he raped me. And when I hit him or whatever I did to him, that's because he raped me. And I have witnesses that seen him raping me in front of the whole hotel at the Cozy.
Oh, all right.
Obviously, this lady has mental issues. That's why she takes medicine. Well, they give her medicine in jail or prison or wherever she is. But who knows? The officer probably provoked this lady. And why would he provoke someone with mental issues? You know she's going to act out and go crazy. It's wrong to provoke someone with mental illness so they can do something stupid and get sent to prison. I would not be surprised if the officer provoked this lady or did anything. He probably put his hands on her to make her hit him in response or anything, man. I don't fucking trust the police.
Now, see? So we'll, Mr. Brainerd, I think that we will continue this proceeding and send her for a further mental evaluation with the Department of Corrections. It's obvious that she's not able to participate today in a constructive manner. And the record does show that she's not been compliant with her medication and that she says they are the wrong medications, not what she prefers. So I think she needs some assistance.
This lady should not be in prison. This lady should not be in prison. There's a place in Louisiana for mental patients, and it's in Jackson, Louisiana. I don't know the specific name of the building. All I know, they just call it Jackson. Oh, you're going to Jackson. They're in Jackson. When you hear that, that means that they're in a crazy house in little Jackson, Louisiana. And there's a prison in Jackson, Louisiana as well. Dixon Correctional Center or whatever it's called. It's called Dixon. But she shouldn't be in prison. She should be in a mental place, a mental institution.
In that regard.
Well, can I ask the board, is she going to be maintained in Caddo or is she going to be sent to another facility that has more more robust mental health.
It is our plan that she be moved to the Louisiana Correctional Institute for Women in St. Gabriel.
Okay. Because
Oh, see, she's heartless. She wants to put the lady in some other prison. Well, she's in the Caddo, so maybe she's in the, I don't know. She might be in the detention center there. I'm not sure. It's weird, the Louisiana jail and prison system. You know, it's a place in Louisiana. It's in Catahoula, Louisiana. They mixed together people that got like 15, 20 years with somebody that might be going to trial. They're still going to trial, but they're all in there together in some private institution that they have in Catahoula, Louisiana. You can look this up if you want. Catahoula, Louisiana. It's a little parish right above Point Capee Parish, and it's on the Mississippi River.
it's my understanding back in June, she was sentenced to hard labor for a year. So I think that must be a felony. I don't know, but that's what.
I'm not saying that Catahoula is on the Mississippi River. I'm saying that Catahoula Parish is on the Mississippi River. That parish borders the Mississippi River because on the other side of the Mississippi River, you have the state of Mississippi. I'm not saying that the institution is right there on the Mississippi River, but I'll tell you what's on the Mississippi River and used to be a slave plantation. Bingo, Angola. If you look up the how can I say a map? Let's just say that. You can look it up on Google Maps. If you look it up on Google Maps and look up LSP, Louisiana State Penitentiary, Angola, which is the house for the state of Louisiana's execution, you'll see that it's on the Mississippi River. It's nowhere for you to go. It's nowhere for you to go. Either you're going to go to the water or either you're going to go to 20 miles of woods. You cannot escape Angola. You cannot escape it. It sits, I'll say it like this. It sits in like a little bowl on the Mississippi River. I'll say it like that. And the other side is just a bunch of woods because you have to go on a road, 20 miles, a 20-mile road just to get to the prison. And that's why they have it like that. It's like a big ass plantation. Nowhere you can go. Nowhere you can go. It's like they have you in the middle of a big slave plantation and it's so many acres. LSP Angola is so many acres. There's so many acres I can't even honestly tell you how many it is because I don't know. I'll probably say something that it's really not. I'll probably say way less acres.
What the minutes read. And you can't do hard labor on a misdemeanor. I don't know if the minutes are in error, but anyhow, will I get on this and the previous one, will I be sent anything with respect to the results of the evaluation?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I'll get her to sign a release and yes, sir, we'll share that with you.
When is the release date on
Sound like
this?
she said, yes, sir. They just go back and forth and have banter subliminally. Nobody catches on. The inmates, they're so dumb, they don't even see what's going on.
The latest.
This lady, I think her date is in sometime in February. And, you know, if, in all candor, given the minutes showing the.
And people that hear me speak a lot or, you know, listen to these streams, you have probably noticed that I say people are dumb and stupid a lot. And I'm not saying that loosely, and I'm not being unfair, and I'm not being mean and cruel. I'm being honest. Most people are stupid, in my opinion. Most people are stupid. Because, like I said, your brain is like a file cabinet. You have to put something in it. If you don't put anything in it, what do you have? You have an empty brain, just like that empty file cabinet, metaphorically speaking.
The guilty plea in June, and I'm amazed that somebody got through a guilty plea on this matter, but that you know, I think any person would have, you know, that was competent in light of that plea would have revoked themselves at the preliminary hearing. So I would hope that she would be released, sometime around that release.
I believe this is a common thing in Louisiana. This is how Louisiana does mental patients. They just throw them in prison. They throw them in jail. They throw them in prison. They don't give a damn. They don't give a damn.
Because if she wasn't suffering from this mental illness, she would have revoked herself, given that plea, if she was competent. Unless, there's something to this defense of being raped.
Yes, sir. So we'll get her transferred to the Louisiana Correctional Institute for women.
Look at that smirk on the lawyer's face. He's in on it. He's in on it. He's a public pretender, not a public defender, but a public pretender. He's in on it. He just wants to get paid because this is a constitutionally process, because everyone has a constitutional right to have a lawyer, even if they can't afford one. You have one appointed to you.
And hopefully get her the help that she needs with a plan for release, because her release date is February 10th.
Okay. All right.
We'll send you the information. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
This area was so funny. Nicole sent it to me, and then Ann and two, and it's like it put it in. I saw the snapshot, and I went straight.
Look at this guy here, Mr. Mandu. Now he's a pseudo stutterer. He pseudo stutters because he follows the trend. He follows what everybody else do, and he stutters. Everybody does it. I don't do it. You know why? Because I am a individual thinker and I can think for myself, and I don't follow the trend. I'm not a follower. That's what disgusts me about most of you people. You just follow people. That's why I look at you as stupid. That's why I know I'm smarter than you, because I know better than to do that. I don't follow the trend. I don't follow the crowd. I don't do what everybody else is doing just for the hell of it, because I've been following this man's channel for a while now, and he wasn't doing this earlier. Well, he wasn't doing this previously. He wasn't doing this in the past, this pseudo stuttering. So what that tells me, and a lot of people that I see on YouTube who channels I watch, they have fallen victim to this trend, the pseudo stuttering and the malapropisms, substituting words for similar sounding words to be funny. You know what you do. You know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about, and you don't like it because I'm exposing your ass. That's why you don't like it. You think you're doing something so surreptitious, but I'm pulling the cover back. I'm exposing you. I'm calling you out. I'm telling you exactly what you're doing. And man, dude, you need to stop this, man. Stop following whatever everyone else is doing. Stop pseudo stuttering. Stop doing malapropism. Just go back to being yourself, because you're not that good at it anyway. A lot of you are not that good at it. You look stupid. You look like you don't look like you're, like bantering or something like that. You look like you really can't talk. When you do it, you look like you really can't talk. It doesn't look like you're doing it like to play.
Straight to that Netflix show. Tell me I'm not the only one that thinks that it's like a similar personality, and the how she moves, the whole thing. Oh my gosh. Did you see Mr. Prater, the faces that he was making, even Ms. Renata? They couldn't hold it in. And his poor attorney, can you imagine the attorney? He goes home to his wife. He says, "You don't know the day I had." How do you even explain it? But now you can see it. He can say, look, here it is. This is what happened. And for those of you saying, man, dude, how can you? She obviously is crazy. Well, look, if she's crazy, I mean, the Louisiana courts didn't deem her so. They sentenced her as a complete.
Yeah, the pseudo stuttering. You need me to pull up the definition again? Pseudo stuttering. That's what he's doing. He's just following what everyone else is doing.
He's saying adult to 1 year at hard labor, and they say, well, man, do they obviously screwed up? And maybe it is. I don't know. I mean, if we can't trust the courts, who can we trust? But we've been saying it all along that everything's messed up. We call out the good, the bad, and the ugly on this channel. And yeah, everyone, what we've seen for sure, if this one thing about it is that the whole thing is a big circus. It's a circus.
You hear him? It's a big pseudo stuttering. Pseudo stuttering. Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah, I'll show you. I'll show you again. Look. Pseudo stuttering or voluntarily stuttering is a deliberate imitation of stuttering behaviors, repetitions, prolongations, or blocks used in speech therapy to reduce fear, anxiety, and negative emotions associated with actual stuttering. It serves to desensitize speakers, build empathy, and help clinicians practice fluency techniques. Excuse me. I just read this. I'm not about to read the whole thing again, but you can look this up at your own time. This is what these idiots are doing. They're following the trend. They're following everyone else. They can't think for themselves. And that's why they're not as smart as me, in my opinion. They're not as wise as me. That's the thing. I'll say wise. I'll say wise. They're not as wise as me. Because there's a difference between wisdom, it's a difference between knowledge, and it's a difference between understanding. And in my opinion, I think I have them all. Now back to the video.
It's not what you think. Oh,
Let's listen to man do pseudo stutter some more. He didn't do this previously. So he's following the trend. I keep saying it, I'm being redundant, but hell, I'm trying to make a point here because I think most people don't know what I'm talking about. They act so stupid. They act so damn dumb. Even when I talk about rhetorical questions and gaslighting, they act like, oh, that wasn't a rhetorical question. And I'll say it again. I know what a rhetorical question is. You don't. When a person asks a question that they already know the answer to, that is a rhetorical question.
They're doing, oh, those put in charge to protect us, those with the PhDs, they got it all figured out. And you realize when you go under the hood, which is the heartbeat of, I say, of every state, which is just looking at the parole boards and how those things are run, it's all messed up. The moral of the story is don't get put into the system. And this is not the last that we'll see of this attorney. I think, if I have to predict, I think that perhaps Louisiana got a shipment of the Connecticut water before today's revocation process, because it's a whole loony show. It is like Connecticut in Louisiana. I mean, the inmates are much more polite. They'll say, yes, sir, yes, ma'am, so to speak. But actually on that one, when she was yelling at Miss Renata, what a mic drop. She's funny. Whether she's lost it or not, I don't know what it is, but she's funny. You're sleeping in your bed. Oh my gosh. Miss Renata's face today. Now, normally, if you're not new to this channel, we'd go into the research. We would do the unpacking. We would tell you her criminal record and what's going on, but there's nothing. Even though her name is so unique, there's no information. Sir Richard has not taken a deep dive into it, so I have emailed Sir Richard. If he gets back to me, which he will, and there's any more information, then you'll see me pop in here from the future and share it with you. And sure enough, Sir Richard did pop in. So this is Mandu from the future. I don't know how he finds this information. I'd give you a try. You try finding it. I don't know how he does it, but he does it. And we'll just go through it. It'll take 1 minute to just show that she has a...
You know, these folks are making a clown of themselves. So let's watch them make a clown of themselves. Let's watch him pseudo stutter over words because he thinks he's cute, I guess. I guess he thinks he's cute. I guess he thinks he's how can I say, cunning or clever or smart just because I could stutter over words, blah 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 blah. Like, you're not smart by doing that. I don't know what's wrong with you people. You think you're smart just because you can stumble over a word and pseudo stutter. No.
He does it, but he does. It's back to me, which he will.
You heard that this guy say, wish he will, instead of which he will. He said, wish he will. So that was a malapropism. He substituted a word for a similar sounding word. So instead of which, he said wish. Hold on, let me give the See, I had to give that laugh because I couldn't laugh because that was so funny that I forgot to laugh. laughing at myself because I'm clowning these fucking idiots.
Information, then you'll see me pop in here from the future and share it with you. And sure enough, Sir Richard did pop in. So this is Mandu from the future. I don't know how he finds this information. I'd give you a try. You try finding it. I don't know how he does it, but he does it. And we'll just go through it. It'll take 1 minute to just show that she has a history of doing this. She's got a long record.
Well, she's a mental patient. So what do you expect? What do you expect? Hold on a minute. Am I that smart? Am I smarter than everyone else? Kind of feel like it. So let me tell you, Mr. Mandu, let me give you what's really going on here. How can you expect a person with mental illness, a mental patient basically, to have rational and logical and reasonable thoughts, sir? Go ahead, tell me. Well, I know you can't tell me, I'm just playing a video, so of course I'm being rhetorical. But how can you expect a person like that to have rational thought? Let's be fair. Let's ourselves be logical. Let's ourselves be rational and reasonable. You see, that's the thing I think most of you don't do, which is why you're so evil and low down. You don't question yourselves. You don't even, you don't look at yourself and say, is this right what I'm doing? Is this wrong what I'm doing? Is this the right way to approach this? Is this the right way to think? Is this the right way to think about this? Or is it the wrong way? Question yourself. Even the scriptures, the Bible tell you that. Now, I'm not saying that the Bible is literal. You can learn a lot of things out of it. I think it's a book of wisdom, but it will teach you that to know yourself. As it says in the KJV, it says, know thyself.
In her first trip to the rodeo. So in 2012, she has theft under $50, but she was booked in 3/6/2024 for battery of a police officer. I wonder if that police officer was SAing her as well. She has.
See, he's focused on one thing, just pointing the finger at the what they call these people, the criminal, the prisoner, the convict. It's another offender. That's what they call them, offender. You just want to point the finger at the offender, but you're not looking at this from the whole perimeter, from all sides of the equation. You got to understand that this is a mental patient. This lady has mental illness. So you can't expect her to think rational like you and I may think, right? So you have to have mercy. You have to have mercy on people like that. And they need to be taught that they can't just do what they want because it's consequences, because especially in Louisiana, it doesn't matter if you are a mental patient. They're going to throw you behind in jail. And trust me, I know. I can tell you.
As you can see, she has May 3rd, 2007. She has Here it is. She's booked on 4/3/2007 and 4/4/2007 for taking contraband to or from a prison. Booked 6/16/2009 for criminal mischief, aggravated second-degree battery. 3/6/2024. She also, this is another battery police officer, resisting by an officer, in-state fugitive. She has I think this is the most recent one, 2/12/2025, battery of the correction.
And I will bet everything I have that these officers are provoking, or should I say antagonizing, or should I say taunting, or should I say mocking, or should I say goading, or should I say scoffing at this lady and making her act out like that. And she's attacking because she's emotional. She doesn't have emotional intelligence. How can you expect her to have emotional intelligence and she's a mental patient? Okay, I'll say it like this. They are eliciting that type of behavior out of that lady. I would say, because she has multiple counts of battery on officers. She have a battery on a correctional officer as well. So they know her record. So they're like, okay, she has a history of assaulting correctional officers. So you know what they're doing? They're provoking this mental patient and making her act out. I will bet $1,000 on it right now. We can't prove it because you know why we can't prove it? Because when people like this do this type of shit, they have what you call plausible deniability. They have plausible deniability. They always have the little room to say, oh, it wasn't me. Oh, I didn't do that, because it's not clear and clarifying proof, which is why they are able to not be held accountable, because what they do is very surreptitious.
Employee and resisting an officer, but she was released 7/3/2025 only to get immediately arrested again on 8/14/2025, which is why she's currently in jail for a parole violation and battery of a police officer and in-state fugitive. So as you can see, they did give her chance after chance after chance. Even this one, mostly recently released 7/3/2025, only to do it again. So she is a violent person. And yeah, I guess she does belong in prison. Let's jump back into the present day hearing. Thank you, Sir Richard. But we're going to jump into the next revocation drama saga. I don't know if it's any better, so let's go.
So we're ready to proceed. We were waiting on Mr. Alden's attorney, but I think, yep, there he is. He's on.
What he said, the what? I hope he didn't just drop the N-bomb. Sound like he slick side said the N-bomb. It's just like when these racist ass white people say, this is what they do. When they want to call a black person the N-word, they just use some N-word. I mean, like they just use another word that has the beginning word of N. Like they'll say ninja or knucklehead or something like that. Like, these fucking knuckleheads. Like, yeah, you really meant these fucking niggers. You get it? You get it? That's a malapropism, substituting a word for a similar sounding word. Yeah. Yeah, you didn't know that, did you?
So, good morning, Mr. Alden.
Good morning.
How are you doing today?
I'm doing
You all right? I needed to.
Yeah, white people be calling, well, see, there I go, B. I know, I'll correct myself. I'll say it like this. White people call black people the N-word to their face all the time and don't even know it. It's just like I was in this building 3 months ago. I have the video. It was something this lady said. It was something this lady said. It was something this lady said, but I know she was slick side saying the N-word. I can't remember exactly what she said, but I know she was slick side saying the N-word, substituting the word. You know, just like I heard one guy, he said, knucklehead, you knuckleheads, all this crazy stuff. You know what these folks do. I think Donald Trump did that one time too.
Yeah, if you could sit up so we could see all of your whole face. Yeah, you were cutting off it. There you go. Oh, he's adjusting the camera. Would you introduce yourself, Mr. Alden? Tell us your name and your DSC number.
Alden Duran Antoine 542268.
All right, yes, sir. And you have a lawyer here today, sir. Would you introduce yourself for the record? Oh, you're on mute, sir. You're still on mute.
Good morning. I'm Aaron Brainerd, 500.
All right, thank you, Mr. Brown. And
And they said, you're mute. They're probably playing him, calling him stupid, because when you go back and you look at the word dumb is associated with mute, meaning a person that can't talk, a person that can't articulate themselves or their self. That's what it's referring to. Dumb, mute, can't talk, can't speak, can't articulate. They're probably throwing that at that this cat right here, this guy right here, they're probably subliminally throwing that at him, and they're just laughing among themselves. Ha 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 ha. He's a mute. And let's go back and play it and just check it out.
for the record.
68.
You're still on mute. Oh, you're on mute, sir. You're still on mute.
Good morning. I'm Aaron Brainerd.
I don't know. It's kind of hard to even trust these people, especially the guy on the bottom. He's constantly smirking, and he has this this look on his face to not be trusted. He has a smirk on his face, so obviously he's not to be trusted. So you don't know what kind of little game they're playing. You don't know what kind of game they're playing amongst themselves. They're all co-workers. They all work for the state of Louisiana. They're just laughing and having fun as they do their job, making fun at this guy right here. That's it. That's all it is. Excuse me. Got to get used to speaking through this microphone. It does make your voice sound different, though. It sounds different. I have to get used to speaking through a microphone like this.
500.
All right, thank you, Mr. Brown. And Mr. Antoine, we are going to You're here, do you understand you're here for a revocation proceeding today?
So from the jump, I don't know what this lady is. I don't know. Excuse me, I said what she is. Sorry about that. Slip of the tongue. I don't know what's her name. It's right here, actually. I can't see. It's so small. I can't see, and I don't want to butcher the lady's name, but she started off being condescending. Do you know what you're here for? That's condescending. So are you alluding and saying that he's so stupid that he doesn't even know why he's there today? Is that what you're saying? Is that what you're saying? Do you know why you're here today? When people ask questions like that, or they may ask, what do you think? What do you think about that? What do you think about that? The parole board does it a lot. Or should I say the parole board do it a lot? They do it a lot. No, it does. Parole board does it a lot. I might have a slip of the tongue sometime and mess up. But I have to know that, oh, that was a mess up. I have to correct myself, of course.
Yes, ma'am.
So I'm gonna, and this is addressed to you and your lawyer. I'm gonna read the
I'm not going to keep stopping this video because they're going to keep doing this bullshit. You just watch and check out. But she's stuttering, pseudo-stuttering, stumbling over her words to mock this guy. But what I don't understand about it, maybe it's just me. Maybe I'm just a righteous person. Maybe I'm just a good person. Maybe I just have a good heart. But I don't see, and this is just my perspective, I don't see the point in being cruel and malicious to a person that's already incarcerated. I don't see what good is it to do this to them. It just shows just how cruel these people are. But you would think that, oh, they're so good. They're on the Louisiana parole board. They're so good. But you see how cruel they are when you really break the psychology down of it. You know, and I know some idiot's gonna say, no, they're not really doing that. You're an idiot. You're an idiot. And just whatever. You know, you don't understand psychology. You don't understand human behavior. So you'll never get it. So whatever. I don't have to explain myself to you.
allegations against you, and then I'll need a plea of guilty or not guilty to each of the allegations.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm gonna read.
I have to stop that again. See, she did it again. She did it again. That was old slip of the tongue. Allegations. Oh, I thought you was gonna say alleged allegations. You just said allegations. Allegations. Did you get it? Did you catch it? Did you catch it? Catch on yet?
Read the first one.
Did you catch on yet?
It's parole condition number 1, and it's alleged that you violated that condition because records reflect that you failed to report to the probation and parole office within 48 hours after your release from jail.
Bam! Sorry to keep stopping the video, but I have to highlight this point. Seeing what this gentleman did should tell you that he's not a smart person, because anybody with sense would know that, hey, I'm getting out of some institution. Obviously, I should not do anything wrong to go back. That's what a rational, logical person would think, right? But no, not this guy. No, he did report in 48 hours and got himself in trouble. Let's listen.
Not guilty.
Ms. Renaza, can I interject?
Yes, sir.
You're aware I filed a motion for a sanity commission? You know,
you can see the mental illness. You can see it. You can see the mental illness, and you can always tell you can always tell by the eyes. The eyes are so low. It's so low, you know, and not to be, I don't want to even say no, I don't want to go there. I don't want to go there because people are going to say I'm being racist, and I don't even want to go there. I'm not going to do it.
With this gentleman twice, and you know, from everything I can discern, he suffers from some acute mental health issues.
Well, duh, obviously, you can look at him and tell. You can tell by the way he speaks. He can't talk. He's mute. I don't want to talk bad about this guy, but yeah, he has mental issues. He can't articulate himself. Look at this guy. Look at the eyes. That's why you have to have mercy on people like this. You have to help them, and you have to realize and understand that they don't have reasonable rational and logical thought, which is why they do the things they do. In Louisiana, apparently, they don't care. They just throw them in jail and prison. Oh yeah, Louisiana, they don't care. If you are a person that has mental illness, they'll throw you right in jail, right with the rest of the criminals. When you should be in a mental institution, they should be in a mental institution.
And I don't know that he understands these proceedings, and he certainly has not been able to assist me in providing any kind of representation to him.
Yo, that's why I love these videos, man, just to break down the psychological games that the parole board play with the inmates.
And so that's why I filed that pleading with your board. You know, I don't.
That's messed up. He said you're bored. He's saying that this guy is bored. So he's calling him, what's that word? Lackluster. Lackluster. He's lackluster. Did you hear that? I got to pluck. Sometimes you got to do that to get that word in your mind. Lackluster. He's calling him lackluster. Boring is associated with lackluster. So he's subliminally, passive aggressively calling this guy lackluster. Hey, is he lying? Really, is he lying? Hey, the guy is a mental patient, so can you not expect him to be lackluster? And that goes into some racism stuff too. I'm not going to go that deep. Do your own research.
Know that the board has the authority to appoint such a commission, but I think you could at least stay the proceedings and order an evaluation of Mr. Alden.
Mr. Brainerd, we do maybe have a plan. We need to get first through these technicalities for each violation, and then we'll get with.
And I'll tell you one thing about me. I value health. I value mental health, and I value physical health. I just lost 12 pounds this month by dieting and exercising. And the hardest thing about dieting is not the exercise. It's not eating the food that you really would want to eat. That's the hardest part, not eating, all the garbage and the junk food and the grease that you like to eat. The hardest part is denying all that stuff. But if you could find some healthy food that you like, you can actually eat healthy, because like I've been eating oatmeal and putting bananas in it and apples, and I've been eating nuts, like pecans and walnuts, and I've been eating carrots. I make a carrot soup or whatever. I make it in chicken broth, some carrots. Man, I've been eating healthy, and I haven't I've been counting my calories. I've been weighing myself every day and everything, and it works.
You about a plan for Mr. Andrew.
Right. And just note a respectful objection to the colloquy with him on his pleas, as again, I don't think he's competent.
Okay, thank you, sir. And that is noted.
So what I can see is the parole board is objective to the fact of the inmates having a mental issue. Their standpoint is, whatever, just throw him in prison, whatever. That's her standpoint. She's not willing to acknowledge that this man has a mental illness. She doesn't care. You can tell by her response. It was so nonchalant. It was so disregarding. It was so dismissive. It was like, oh, whatever, just brush it off. I'll rewind it so you can see. This is why you should study psychology, or just listen at what I'm saying about this stuff and just see for yourself. Check it out. Observe. I'll rewind it.
Objection to the colloquy with him on his pleas, as again, I don't think he's competent.
Okay, thank you, sir. And that is noted.
She said, thank you, sir. That is noted. That's it. That's all she has, because she doesn't give a damn.
But I'm gonna go ahead and proceed with the other two allegations. We won't address the fee issue, but condition number 2 is the same, where he failed to report to the parole officer for the months of January through September of 2025. Mr. Alden, did you report to your parole officer during those months?
I had permission.
You stupid bitch. You just asked that man a rhetorical question. You stupid bitch. You just asked a question that you already knew the answer to. Oh, big deal. Big deal, big deal, big deal, big deal. Oh, you're so slick. Oh, you're so clever. Oh, you're so cunning. Oh, you're just doing something so clandestine. Oh, it's just amazing, isn't it? You know, you just read what the man asked that fucking question like you don't know. Like, this shit always want to tell me, oh, it's not a rhetorical question. It's not a rhetorical question. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You don't know what you're talking about, which is why you need to sit down and read something.
From her talking to my mama that I could be at the mental hospital January 30th to like 3 months after that she wouldn't complain about it. She told me when I come in that I had to report to her. But I was unaware of what I had to do because she had given me permission 3 months to be away from her. I'm
Okay.
not lying.
I'm gonna record that you're saying not guilty on that one.
And yeah, and I am in the right to call this lady a stupid bitch, because in my opinion, she's a stupid bitch. And the word stupid bitch is fitting right now in this situation because, how can I say, yeah, she's following the trend. She's doing what everyone else is doing. She's following the trend of the youngsters, asking stupid, rude, rhetorical questions to a man that's a mental patient that's incarcerated, just being cruel and malicious. Just cold, 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 so cold, ice cold.
Yes, ma'am.
And then last is, you failed to, this condition number 3, you failed to provide a new location of residence. So your supervising officer didn't.
And another reason why I think she's stupid, I don't care what damn education degree she has. That means absolutely nothing. I don't care what job position she has. I don't care what title she has, because she can't manipulate me, for one. But title and job and educational status, your little degree, that doesn't mean anything. It doesn't mean anything to me.
Have the ability to visit you at your residence.
Yeah, but what I wanted to say is, the reason why I said that she's stupid is because she's following everyone else. She's not thinking for herself. She's just doing what everyone else do, or doing what everyone else does, rather. Yeah, that's why I say, yeah, she's stupid. All of you people are stupid that follow everyone else, follow the trend, stuttering and stumbling, blah, 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 stumbling over words, pseudo stuttering. You know, I'm calling you out. I'm exposing your hand. You think you're doing something slick, but you're not. I'm exposing you. And especially you people here on the parole board, I'm exposing just how can I say, secretly, I'll use that word and make it simple, how secretly cruel you are being.
Residence as required.
Not
Did you tell them where you lived?
Not guilty. So
You heard that? Now she just mocked this guy. She said, can you talk where you live? See that? Can you talk where you live? So I guess she meant, rather, can you say where you live or something she said. I had to stop it at that point. I didn't catch everything, but she's mocking this guy, saying that he can't talk. Can you talk? Like stumbling over words. But yeah, she's highlighting the way he talks. I'll rewind it.
33, my mom.
Sir, didn't have the ability to visit you at your residence as required. Did you tell them where you lived?
Can you talk where you live? So what she really meant, she substituted, can you say where you lived? But to mock him, to mock that he can't talk, can you talk where you live? That's what she said. What a cruel, cruel beast, really. What a cruel, cruel person. You know, so cruel.
So 133, my mom address, I never moved.
Okay, so we'll say not guilty, but we're gonna have a conversation with you and your lawyer, Mr. Alden. So, Mr. Brainerd, the record,
So she just mocked the guy again. I mean, God, dog. I mean, it just doesn't stop. She's relentless with the mocking. She called the man Alden, Mr. Alden. Oh man, can't you see what's going on here? Can't you see what's going on? Can't you see it? Can't you see it? And when they call you Mr. whatever your name is, Miss or Mrs. whatever your name is, when you're incarcerated or you are in court and you're in those type of situations, just know that they're mocking you. Just know that. That's Mr. Yeah, Mr. Oh, yeah, Mr. Yeah, Mr. You're being mocked. You're in derision.
Show in the record was that Mr. Alden was in, there were several treatment dates during the months of between February and September where he was in a treatment facility.
It should be from January 30th, the day, until like 4-5 months after that.
Right. I have from February 6th through March 7th. Then again, March 26th through April 23rd. Then May 29th to June 26th. And then August 21st to September 8th.
Look at Mr. Chuck Tillis here. It looks like what his name is. I can't see it that good because it's so small. Mr. Chuck Tillis, the black guy here. Well, I don't want to say black guy. I don't like the way black guy sounds. It just sounds, yeah, that black guy sounds so, it almost sounds racist. It sounds so dismissive. Like, yeah, the black guy. This black man here, this gentleman here. Let me be respectful. Let me see how easy that was. I just checked myself. See that? See how simple that is? Oh, it's so hard for you people that's so arrogant and prideful. Oh, you can't do that, can you? Yeah, you can't do that, can you? But anyway, I'm just being facetious here. I'm being facetious. He's looking like, yeah, not me. Not me. I'm not like him. I'm not like him. No, I'm one of the good ones. I'm not like him. I'm not like that.
But it's I buried medical assured record file from January 30th to.
And then you went to another place, Rayville Recovery.
Yes, ma'am. I went to
December of 25, and they said you didn't follow the rules, so you were returned back to New Iberia.
That wasn't the case that I was told about. That was the last place I was at rehab.
So it's my understanding, Mr. Alden, that at some point, maybe at your preliminary hearing, that you were offered a technical revocation, and you didn't want to do that. You wanted to proceed today for revocation hearing before the board. You remember that?
I don't understand. I didn't understand what was going on. I understand why I was in jail.
Because you didn't report to your parole officer.
I felt I was innocent because she gave me permission.
Okay. Mr. Brainerd, I've reviewed the case, and it seems to Mr. Let's see if I record.
You reviewed, I reviewed. You sound so stupid, to be honest with you. Whatever your name is, in this white jumpsuit here, you sound stupid. You know, some of you people that try to do this stuff, stumbling over words, pseudo stuttering, malapropisms, you're not even that good at it. You're not even that good at it. You look stupid. You look stupid. Where's the tomatoes? Anybody got some tomatoes to throw at this stupid ass lady here? You look stupid. Just following the trend, huh? Just doing what everybody else doing, right? Let's rewind it. Let's rewind it.
I've reviewed.
I reviewed.
Mr. Brainerd, I've reviewed the case.
I reviewed it. Like, please. Oh God, hold on. Let me wait. We gotta give you a little laughter here because it's so fucking funny. Oh God, you're smart too. You're really smart. So smart. Yeah, this is really funny.
And it seems to Mr. Let's see if I recorded it. He has a release date in May. I did hear you. I don't believe, because he was in treatment, the record fully documents that. We also have a record of his mental health diagnosis and some records from the facility there at Caddo. I do believe, as you have suggested.
And I'm going to be honest with you. I always say that I'm going to be honest with you, but I am being honest with you. Is probably why I always say that. I'm being real honest in all honesty. Um, I'll say that some people have learning disabilities. Some people have learning disabilities. They can't learn. They can't process information. They can't. They don't comprehend. So what you're gonna do? You're gonna blame them for that, and that's the way they were born. They can't help it. They can't help it.
That a DOC mental health evaluation is in order. Do you have any input into that at all?
Which is why I don't see what sense does it make to mock and taunt someone like this. Like, oh God, that's so fucked up. Bullying somebody that has mental issues. So sick. You know, to be honest with you, it really would make me want to punch them in their fucking mouth. But since I have emotional intelligence and pause, I wouldn't do it. I probably would think about it, right? Nothing wrong with thinking of it, but I wouldn't do it. But it's so disgusting to see them do that to someone, in my opinion. And judging from the personality I have, it's so disgusting, you know. Oh, it's like, ugh, you're just so cruel and disgusting. You're just evil.
Yeah, I mean, I would just say that we need that. I don't know if you have documentation that already shows, you know, discusses his competence to you know. I mean, from what I
And let me tell you, the way these people are with this personality type, the minute they mess up and does something and they get in trouble, like, you know, when they get busted for domestic violence or DWIs, you know, yeah, because you know you're alcoholics, right? All of you probably. I'm not gonna say all of you. I know. I bet you she drinks. I bet she drinks. You know, she probably goes to the country clubs and have a few drinks. You know, when you get busted with a DWI, you're gonna want somebody to have mercy on you, right? So why don't you have mercy on others? That's how it is. It's just like these people that always love to unalive people. The minute the sword comes to them, oh, have mercy on me. Don't chop my head off. Don't kill me. As soon as the gun comes to them, oh, don't shoot me. But you shot so many people. You killed so many people, but you don't want it to be done to you. That's how they are. That's how they are. It's really hypocritical.
you know of the case law, the due process requires him to understand the proceedings, and if his mental health is such that he can't, then I don't.
They don't care. So basically, what I see is they want him to be competent, even though he's not competent. They want to say, yeah, just have the process, just have it like a competent person, because they don't care. They don't care. Like I said, Louisiana, they'll just throw a mental person, a mental patient, a person with mental illness. They'll just throw them in prison.
Know that, you know, he can participate in the proceedings. It would be a due process violation. So I you know,
And you know what? This public defender is actually helping the parole board because they're not lawyers. Well, let me stop. Let me be responsible and not speak out of turn. Not all of them are lawyers. Not all of them are former judges. It's just like the guy to the left. I believe he was a sheriff, you know, and some of them just, I guess, got a job at the parole board. But like Mr. Marabella, Judge Marabella, which I'm familiar with, he worked at the 19th District Courthouse in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. He works on the parole board now. He's a former judge. So I'm not going to speak out of turn and say, oh, they don't know the law because the judge is a lawyer. But he's actually helping the parole board, and, you know, he's letting them know what they can and cannot do, in a sense. Like, oh, can't do that. Not that option. That would be a violation. You get it?
Now, what I'm going to recommend today, and this will be my vote, is that in lieu of revocation, rather than revoke.
I heard that. She said, and this will be my vote, to emphasize, well, this is my position and this is the authority and power that I have to vote. This would be my vote. See, that's all she's doing. I rewind it. Watch.
Well,
like, this is what I say. I know it says that, but this is what I say. I'm imposing my will. This is my decision.
What I'm gonna recommend today, and this will be my vote, is that in lieu of revocation, rather than revoke, is to order a the DOC mental health evaluation and treatment based on the record that I see. Is there any objection to?
And you see that? She just mocked again and stumbled over words because she made it seem like she was going to say mental institution or whatever, but she said, mental, prison, mental place in a prison or whatever she said. And that's showing that she wants him to go to prison. She wants him to go to prison. And once he gets in prison, whatever mental help you could whatever mental health assistance you can get in there, whatever, so be it. But you need to be in prison, and whatever help they have for you in there, you can get it. But you need to be in prison. That's her standpoint.
Yeah.
Because he's got this deficiency, I don't have any authority to.
And why isn't someone questioning anybody, just anybody? Like, I don't know, but maybe the people that's watching this video, or maybe her bosses, why aren't they looking and analyzing this? Like, why are you being so cruel to a mental patient? Like, why are you being so cruel? What's going on with you? What's going on with you? Maybe you're not fit for this job. Because to be on a parole board, you do have to have some level of mercy, right? Because some people you're going to have to give parole to. You're going to say no parole to everybody? Of course not.
To object or not object on his behalf. I can't effectively communicate with him. So it's, I'm kind of stuck on this thing as well. I don't think his incarceration should last beyond May.
Right.
I think I would have to file a habeas. I would be duty bound.
Yeah, it will.
So he's saying, I don't really want to do it, but I'll have to do it. He doesn't really want to do it, but he has to do it because it's his job. That's why he scratched his head like, I don't know. I got to do it, even though I don't want to do it.
It would not extend beyond that date. And you're looking at his release date, right?
Yes, that's what I was talking about.
That's the
Yeah. Anyway, I had to unmute my microphone. But I want to highlight when people think that government is like something mysterious, like, yeah, government. Do you understand that your government is people that's just in positions, that's just in offices, and they can execute that office however they want? So guess what that means? That means that people have the say so. They can do whatever the fuck they want to do. It's not, oh, my government. No, your government is people that makes whatever decisions they want to make.
date. Yeah, that's the date we have in our record too. And it would not, but it would give the DOC the opportunity to help find him appropriate placement, to give him, the evaluation that he needs, which would involve substance abuse and mental health, and to evaluate whether or not there's a need for medication and help him get compliant with those meds.
So if this lady is allowed to be on the parole board and be this cruel, what does that tell you? That nobody cares. Nobody cares. Yeah. If their superiors will allow them to do whatever the hell they want and just be cruel and just be a monster and just be evil, hey, there you have it. There you have it. Who else is going to stop them? If their superiors can't stop them from doing it, if they are allowing them to do it, hey, I guess they just have free range.
And then, he would have to release on that day. I don't think it might not go that far, but it could not extend beyond that May date.
So what about Homeland Security illegal investigation that's being conducted on them, and they know the truth?
They'll help you through that. They'll help you through that during
They'll help you through that. They'll help you through that. You see how she said that all patronizing, which is a very, very close word to condescending. It's almost like, I'll say it like this. It's almost like you can't be patronizing without being condescending, and you can't be condescending without being patronizing. It's like those two words are just so intertwined. Even though they are two different words, they are synonyms of one another. They have very, very close meanings, but slightly different meanings. They're so closely related. You can't be patronizing without being condescending, and you can't be condescending without being patronizing, if I said that right. I might have had a slip of the tongue. Am I pseudo stuttering? Am I pseudo stuttering? Tell me.
They know I went to the hospital January 30th on my release because I wasn't on my medicine.
Well, that's right, and we want to help you get back on your medicines correctly. So my vote today, Mr. Alden, is to, in lieu of revocation, order a substance abuse and mental health evaluation and treatment with the DOC.
So you saying I gotta do jail time some more? I've been in here since October 16th.
Mr. Alden, we're going to help you through this. Good luck, sir.
So I'm pretty sure he just
My guy said, I got to do jail time some more. No, he said jail time some more. That's crazy. Jail time some more. He should have said, so do I have to do more jail time? That's it. He doesn't have the ability to do that. He's slow learning. He has mental issues. Well, man, why mistreat somebody like this? Doesn't even make logical sense, does it? It's no different than a person abusing a child. To me, it's the same thing. It's abuse. Abuse is abuse. It doesn't matter who you're doing it to. It doesn't matter what level it is. In my opinion, abuse is abuse, and people that abuse people and bully people, I view you as monsters, and I like to expose you. I like to show people what you're really doing, because what you're doing is surreptitious, is very clandestine, and you have your plausible deniability. You always have room to say, hey, it wasn't me. I didn't do that. No, this is what you say. This is what you say. I'll show you.
This wasn't me. I didn't do that. I didn't say that. I didn't do that. No, it wasn't me.
said that the Homeland Security is looking for him. So clearly he's not well. And again, to think about it, it looks like he's been in prison. He was released from prison and did not report to his parole officer within the first 48 hours. So again, I think that what that means is that a prison or jail, it's not clear because they use the word jail even when it comes to prison. And I don't have records on this man either. And if Sir Richard brings everything in, I'll come back in and correct the record. But I don't know how long he was in or what he was doing. But either way, he seems clearly he was released into the streets, not with a mental illness, which again is.
Oh, let me change this. Hold on.
Sorry about that. Anyway, he said he was released into the streets instead of saying he was released into society. I guess they just put him out now. Well, he's in jail, but I guess when he gets out, they're just going to put him out on the streets, and I guess he's going to go be homeless, I guess, because he has nowhere to go. Is that what you're implying? Is that what you're implying? Is that your intentions? Is that what you're trying to tell us? Is that what you are alluding to?
It's a big problem. It's a problem that we are highlighting here in the channel. And I've heard this before. I've seen that it could be the smallest thing. Someone could get locked up with a mental illness, right? And the jail or prison might only release them with 2 weeks of their medication, which is so asinine, right? Because it will take anybody, even so a normal insured, structurally sound person who's organized in America it would take more than 2 weeks to get your medication. That's how crazy the system is. We've all been there. We all know that. But so asinine, right? Because it will take anybody, even so a normal insured, structurally sound person who's organized in America it would take more than 2 weeks to get your medication. That's how crazy the system is. We've all been there. We all know that. But they, meanwhile, will release inmates from prison or jail who need the medication to stay out of prison or jail with just 2 weeks of their medication. And of course, then what happens? They go off the wheels and they end up committing a new crime or whatever. These are major problems that we exist, blah, 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 blah. You get what I'm saying? Now, in this case, he just absconded right away. Now, they didn't send him back to prison. They tried sending him here. They tried sending him there. And then, as you can see, they offered him even a technical violation, which he should have taken, but he's not of sound mind, so he didn't, because a technical violation would have been like, a reprimand. It might have been a 15-day. Want to meet the wink. Now, no, the idea.
Thank you for accommodating us this morning. So, Mr. Doling, what is your DOC number?
Iberia Parish Jail. So I'll tell you where Iberia Parish is. That's south of Lafayette, Louisiana. And Lafayette, Louisiana, Lafayette, however you want to pronounce it, it sits in its own parish. So the parish is named Lafayette and the city is named Lafayette, Louisiana. Oh, and another thing, you have a little town in Iberia Parish called New Iberia, and Iberia Parish, and he is in the Iberia Parish jail. What has he done? Has he touched some children or something? I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe we'll see.
I'm not sure. I don't have it memorized.
Okay, let me ask you, let's see, stand by.
It's never been easier to start a podcast than with Riverside. First, go to riverside.fm and open an account.
What is the last 4 digits of your social?
This lady right here to the left, this black lady here, the way she speaks to the inmates, she speaks to them so condescending, so slow, so slow. It's like, oh God, it's just mentally draining. Why don't you just make your damn point? I gotta sit here and listen to you speak so slow, so slow. You're being so patronizing. I hope that's the word I use, patronizing and not condescending, because I would use the word patronizing for her behavior, even though she's condescending, but the way she speaks so slow to them, I would call that patronizing. That's patronizing. Condescending as well, because you can't be patronizing without being condescending.
Security number. What year were you born? Okay, I have your DOC number as 77486.
And another thing I would like to highlight, these angry ass people online that love to hate me so much for what reason, I don't know. I don't know why you even hate people that you don't know. Kind of mentally sick, in my opinion, that you hate somebody that you don't know. This is really crazy, but it seems like you hate that I'm a educated person, that I love to read books and self-educate myself and whatnot. You just hate it when you hear me speaking words and saying all these words that you probably never heard of, and obviously you can see that I have a expanded vocabulary. Oh, you just hate it. You hate it. You hate it. You just hate it. You can't stand it, because you know why? Because you're probably just racist and you hate to see a black person be educated and have some information in their file cabinet, metaphorically speaking, have knowledge in their brain. You just hate it. Hey man, don't get mad because I like to read books. Don't get mad. Don't get mad because I like to research stuff. Don't get mad. You should be happy for me. You should be happy. I encourage you to do it.
74. Does that sound familiar?
Yeah, that sounds familiar.
Let me ask the deputy could you adjust?
Press the wrong button. But anyway, I just wanted to add, they love to see, black people be stupid. They love it. See, people like the people that's on this video, people like that, these people, well, the ones I have seen, they're not just stupid. They have mental issues. So that's a even different ball game right there. They don't even have the ability to learn and process and comprehend information. They can't even do it, but this is how they like to see you. They like to see you like this. They don't like to see you like, hey, myself, I don't mean to, I'm just saying, I'm being honest. I'm just being modest here. They don't like to see people like me. They would rather see people that I'm playing on the video. And it's really, really sad, right? Pretty sick, right?
The camera a little bit, just the camera a little bit. There, much better. Thank you. Hi, Mrs. Dooley. My name is Cheryl Renatza. This is Mrs. Pearl Wise to my left, Mrs. Bonnie Jackson to my right. We're here for a revocation decision this morning. I'll read the allegations against you, and then go in our plea of guilty or not guilty. Now, as I understand it, you refused to participate in your preliminary hearing. Is that correct?
Not really.
What?
If this dude is from Iberia Parish, he's a Cajun. That's Cajun country. That's the heart of Cajun country. Lafayette and Iberia. Where's the Bro Bridge, which is right by Lafayette. That's where they have the I think it's called the Crawfish Festival. That's what a crawfish festival is. Bro Bridge, Louisiana. Yeah. Let's see. This guy probably have a funny little accent, probably.
I didn't have a way to get to the probation office, and by the time I did, the officers.
No, I'm talking about your preliminary hearing. So it appears that on April 19th, there was a parole officer who visited with you at the jail to have a preliminary hearing. And the note says that you refused to participate in the hearing. So let me ask you some questions that would have been asked to you at that time. Have you ever been treated for mental illness in the past 5 years, or are you currently taking medication for a mental disorder?
Yes, I am.
So yes, you're being treated.
I take medication for bipolar disorder.
Okay, all right. Can you read and write?
Yes, I can, yeah.
Okay. Do you understand the parole violation charges against you?
Not really.
Well, we'll talk about that in a second. Do you want to speak on your behalf?
Yes, I do.
Before you were incarcerated, what was your average monthly income?
Like about 2,500 a month, something like that.
Okay. All right. Do you own any property?
Do I have property?
Own any
No.
property? Okay.
No, I don't.
All right, so we'll go ahead and proceed. You want to proceed? You're not eligible for appointed counsel this morning. You want to go ahead and proceed with this revocation here?
Yeah, I want to see what happened.
Want to proceed?
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Let me get there. Okay, so let me read the allegations against you. You're going to plead guilty or not guilty, and then we'll talk about it. Okay. So you're accused of violating the conditions of your parole. Condition number 1, you failed to report to the probation and parole office within 48 hours of your release from jail. You also failed to contact anyone with probation and parole within 48 hours of your release. How do you plead to violate condition number 1?
Not guilty.
That's called absconding. Absconding. Absconding is when someone runs from their probation or parole officer.
Then condition number 3.
Or should I say it like some of these other people said? Absconding. Absconding. I'm just kidding. I'm not being petty. I don't give a damn if they do say absconding. I know what they're talking about. So I'd be petty and say, it's absconding. See, I'm going to be condescending. Let me be condescending with it. No, sir. It's not absconding. It's absconding. Absconding. See that? Now, what good does that do? Oh, I feel good about myself because I just put somebody else down to build myself up. Oh, feels good, doesn't it? It feels so great.
You failed to provide your officer with a valid address upon your release from jail. You were also arrested on March 29, 2023 by Kansas City PD, Missouri. You did not have permission to be out of state and failed to notify your officer that you were out of state. How do you plead to violation of condition number 3?
I'm having a hard time hearing over this computer.
You want me to read it again?
Yeah, can you read it one more time? I'm gonna try to listen a little bit.
This is condition number 3, and it reads, you failed to provide your officer with a valid address upon your release from jail. You also were arrested on March 29th, 2023 by Kansas City, Missouri Police Department. You did not have permission to be out of state and failed to notify your officer that you were out of state. How do you plead? Guilty, not guilty?
Not guilty.
Okay. And this is the last one. It's condition number 9. You failed to provide your residence to your officer so that you could be visited there. So how do you plead to condition, violating condition number 9?
What was the question again?
You failed to provide your residence to your officer so you could be visited there.
Oh, okay. I don't remember, so I don't know. I guess not guilty for that too.
Okay, so let's talk about it. So you were released to Johnson County, Kansas, to a detainer. Your good time down in January to that detainer. Is that right?
I'm sorry. What was the question again?
You released on good time in January to a detainer in Johnson County, Kansas. Is that right?
Yeah, that's correct.
Then you were released from Johnson County on February 21st, 2023. Right?
Okay. Yeah.
Is that correct?
Yes. Yes, correct.
Okay, so after that, never reported back to your Louisiana parole officer. Is that correct?
I never reported back. That's what you said?
I'm asking you, did you?
No, I never did. No.
Why?
I had no way. I had no ride. No way to get there.
You have access to a phone?
Yeah, I could have used the phone, but I mean, I had nobody to help me get there, so I had no way to get there. I had no way. I had no ride. No way to get there.
He said, I had no ride. I couldn't get there. This is what y'all do intentionally, though. This is what y'all do intentionally. This guy here, he's really struggling. Oh God, this is so hilarious.
Correct.
I never reported back. That's what you said?
I'm asking you, did you?
No, I never did. No.
Why?
I had no way. I had no ride. No way to get there.
You have access to a phone?
Yeah, I
They're gonna get jealous. They're gonna get jealous. They're gonna say he's pseudo stuttering better than I can. They're gonna get jealous. They're gonna throw the hammer down. Like, oh, how dare you pseudo stutter better than us? He's really struggling. They pretend.
But I mean, I had nobody to help me get there, so I had no way to get there. You know.
Well, I don't really have any other questions of you, Mr. Doing. You violated the conditions of your release. We have transported you back to Louisiana at a substantial cost. I had
no way to get to the office.
I think it's so interesting in people. I think it's so interesting of people that, has to put other people down to build themselves up. It's so interesting. It makes me think. I ask myself if they were not able to put people down to build themselves up, what would they do? They probably would jump off of a bridge. Putting people down, that's their source of supply. They need that source of supply. They need it.
The office was I had no way to get to the.
I
probation
know,
office.
you should have made contact by phone. It's
Yeah,
your
okay.
responsibility to do so, to keep in touch with your officer.
All right.
Mrs. Jackson has some questions. Are you homeless?
Yeah, yes, ma'am.
Where's your family?
They're up in,
You've just told me you're not eligible for us to appoint you a lawyer, but you can hire a lawyer.
Okay, that's what I want to do. I want to hire a lawyer. I want to continue this cause I've been here 4 years, 1 month, and 12 days. You know what I mean? And what I'm saying is all my charges been to get dismissed. So I'm understanding why am I here with this? I'm not violating myself.
Okay. Did you go to court January 29th?
No, the ice storm.
Oh, right. Okay. Did they set a new date?
Yeah, February the 19th.
Okay, so you want to continue because you have a new court date, February 19th.
Yes, ma'am, please.
Okay, well, so Mr. Tillis, would you like to vote?
I concur.
Mr. Prater?
I concur.
And I vote the same. We're going to continue this proceeding until after your February 19th date.
Okay, thanks.
Like to-
Ms. Renata, can you understand? Well, I'm trying to understand the procedures. What is this new? This new with the parolees and everything, you know what I mean? Because when I first came, they asked me, did I want to, what this hearing is really about, with revocation hearing.
It's whether or not you violated the conditions of your parole. You're out on good time supervision, aren't you?
Okay, yeah, but I haven't been found guilty or nothing. I've been here 4 years and
I
6 and
understand.
1 month.
Saying, but it's alleged that you were involved in.
Oh, alleged. I thought you had to have facts. It had to be facts that I violated, right?
If you were engaged in criminal activity, but you've already elected to continue, so we're going to see you after.
It's always alleged. It's always alleged because you are innocent until proven guilty, so they say. That's why it's worded like that, alleged. They have to say alleged, but he doesn't get it. He has to say alleged, oh, like that means anything. Everyone's alleged. Everyone's alleged. Everybody gets arrested is alleged. An alleged criminal, an alleged thief, an alleged this. You know why they say that? Because they have not been convicted yet, I guess. I don't know. Let's rewind that part. I just wanted to highlight that. He really thought that meant something because she said alleged. You're not the only one alleged, sir. You're not the only one alleged, sir. You're not the only one alleged, sir. Sir.
Criminal activity, but you.
Oh, alleged.
Oh, alleged. He said, oh, alleged. And she just gave him some dumb response that had nothing related to what he was even saying. Played him for a fool.
1 month.
Saying, but it's alleged that you were involved in.
Oh, alleged. I thought you had to have facts. It had to be facts that I violated, right?
If you were engaged in criminal activity, but you've already elected to continue, so we're going to see you after your court date of February 19th.
Yes, ma'am. Ms. Renata, I'm just trying to understand this, you know what I mean? I'm just trying to understand the procedures that we going through that, you know what I mean? That when I go to court and they dismiss my charges, what happened then?
Well, then they'll let us know that that's what happened.
Okay, so right now I'm still guilty, right?
You're still on hold pending that decision.
Oh, okay. Thank
We
you.
have that decision, so we'll see you after February 19th.
Yeah, appreciate it.
All right, we're going to sign off from Caddo. It's 10:42.
Like I said, I'm convinced this is what happened. Okay, Connecticut, they had a shipment of water that was coming in or something, and then by mistake it got routed to Louisiana. The whole jail this specific jail got it, and we're seeing the results. And that's why I always say, ladies and gentlemen, do not drink the water in Connecticut, because we could see like 100 revocation hearings before we see one today. I mean, it's all happened today except for the blast of the past. And that guy obviously had traveled to Connecticut in one of his, rendezvous and drank enough water there, probably back in the 80s or something. Anyways, so Yeah, what did he say? 4 years, 1 month, and 14 days, something like that. I might be off a little bit, but he's counting. We don't often hear that. I thought we would hear that much more often, but of the thousands of hearings that we've seen, we have seen just a few where they actually count it down to the day. Now his name is very popular, so it's probably not going to exactly find anything. Sir Richard could, but like I said again, I jumped into these before Sir Richard did the research because it was just like I just wanted to cover it and it was part of my day and blah blah blah. But we'll have the research for when he comes back. He's going to come back after the court case, and then they'll have it. And you might be asking the question, well, why did he wait 4 years, blah blah blah, for a revocation hearing? And the only thing which is way that I can is the schedule for a roach. And this roach is evil, but probably the one who is even more evil than him, if that's possible, is the girlfriend sitting in support. It's disgusting. Anyways, let's jump in.
You are classified as a first felony offender. You were sentenced in Calcasieu Parish.
Is that his girlfriend? She looks pretty young. I guess she likes older men. I could be wrong. Maybe she's older, but just looks young.
July 2010 for forcible, and you're serving 20 years for that conviction. Your, let's see, parole eligibility date was January 9th of this year. You don't earn good time, so your full-term release date is January 10th, 2029. Does all that sound correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Your case has been assigned to Mr. Tillis, so I'm going to turn it over to him.
Good morning. Yeah, I'm good. Good morning. How are you?
I'm doing fine, sir. How are you doing?
Good. Tell us why you're incarcerated and what did you do to get there? And why do you feel that maybe we should vote in your favor?
Yes, sir. It happened about 17 years ago. But I got a call from Protective Service in Texas. They notified that found that I was the father of that the mom was abusing her and neglecting her. So I went up there, me and the grandma, and we got temporary custody. One weekend she's at my house. I was watching TV at 6 o'clock at night. And she came in the room, got on my back. We was watching TV. Then she started rubbing herself on my back. And then I turned over. She fell on the bed. And that's when I touched her. Started fooling with her.
Okay. Okay. Is that it?
No, sir. And since I've been in, well, the sheriff office called me for me to come over, and they want to talk to me. So I went in, they brought me in the room, they asked me questions. First, I denied it because basically I was disgusted with myself for doing that to her. And then I admitted it. And since I first went to prison at Phelps, first thing I did was I went to the classification, the mental health office, to get into sex offender classes. I know what I did was wrong. So I started going to classes, learning to help myself be a better person, not the person I was then.
Could you tell me some of the classes you took, please?
Yes, sir. I took a sex offender class. I took victim impact, inside out dad, anger management, pre-release. And
could you tell me some of the classes you took, please?
Yes, sir.
God damn, man. Damn, man. God, dog. You heard that slip of the tongue. He said, how many classes have you touched? God damn. Oh, that was brutal. I'm sorry, I gotta laugh at it. That was a good one now. How many classes have you touched? Let me rewind that.
A better person, not the person I was then.
Could you tell me some of the classes you took, please?
Yes, sir. I took a sex offender class. I took
Oh, the black man did a good malapropism. Oh, Lord, that was a good slip of the tongue. Of course, he did it intentionally. How many classes have you chosen?
victim impact, learning to help myself be a better person, not the person I was then. To help myself be a better person, not the person I was then.
Could you tell me some of the classes you took, please?
Yes, sir. I took a sex offender class. I took victim impact, inside out dad, anger management, pre-release, and job life skills.
I'm not even gonna joke. He deserves that. I'm not gonna have too much sympathy for this guy. He's touching children. I didn't hear everything because I was doing something with my equipment, but oh man, that was brutal. That was brutal. That was brutal. That was clever. That was witty. That was a good malapropism there. Good for you, Chuck Tillis. That was a good one. Can you tell me how many classes you took? God damn, boy, that was brutal.
Separate recovery.
Oh, for the slow people, for the slow learning people. And the slip of the tongue, the substitution of words. Instead of how many classes you took, how many classes you touched, like touch, because he's touching children. You get it? You get it?
Okay, I'll get back with you on some other questions I want to ask. Warden, what can you tell us about him?
Good morning, board. Christopher, he's a hard worker around here. He works inside maintenance. So he's not allowed, doesn't go outside the razor wire, but within the fences. He helps us with all kind of little plumbing issues and any type of little construction issues and things like that inside the gates. And he's a hard worker. He had her last right up, I think, in 2023. So,
And Sophie Reese, whatever your name is, I don't know. I don't want to prejudge you. So I'm going to listen in to study and see what you're going to say. But if you're condoning this guy's behavior, you're the girlfriend, right? You look young. You look way younger than this guy. You look young. Maybe you're just old and you look young. I don't know. But if you are condoning this guy's behavior, I wouldn't say you are trusted to be around children neither.
he doesn't give us any trouble.
Thank you so much, Warden. We have someone to speak on your behalf.
Hold on. Gotta cut my mic up. I meant to say either. You're not trusted to be around children either. See that? Correct myself.
First 72.
Yes, sir.
Hi, good morning. My name is Sophie. I work at the First 72 Plus, and I'm here to speak on behalf of Mr. Christopher Nugent. The mission of the First 72 Plus is to stop the cycle of incarceration by fostering independence and self-sustaining.
She sounds like a liberal. Not that I give a damn. I'm not a Democrat or Republican, but I don't know. It just sounds like a liberal. This is how they are. They always so forgiving and accepting of people that molest children. Oh, hold on. I have my headset too loud. I'm probably distorting. Probably. Hold on. Let me turn this down a little bit. Let me see. I don't know.
Sustainability through education, stable and secure housing and employment, healthcare, and community engagement. And we are eager to work with Mr. Nugent upon his release. He would be assigned a reentry coach, which is a formerly incarcerated case manager that would guide him through our case management plan by assessing and responding to his needs. We would also set him up with an appointment with the FIT clinic to be appointed a primary care physician and complete a behavioral health referral if needed. We would also provide Mr. Nugent with employment support and help him search for supportive housing if needed. And he would also benefit from our weekly reentry 9 Steps to Staying Free class, which invites clients to participate in an open discussion surrounding sticking to their goals, mental health support, managing their sobriety, handling emotions, and much more.
Blah, 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 blah.
We would also be able to provide him with our wraparound services. So this includes clothing, proper identification, social security registration, SNAP benefits, medical assistance.
But is that gonna stop him from touching children? Hopefully. Hopefully so. That's the main thing we need to know. Is he going to reoffend?
Employment assistance and helping him looking for housing. Mr. Nugent has secured stable housing upon his release with his father and
Now, I know she's not stupid enough to get cute with the parole board and say, look, what I can't remember everything she said. I'll rewind it and look for him housing and look for him a housing. Look for him a housing instead of look for him a house. Don't get cute with the parole board, okay? Don't get cute because you will make this guy not get parole. That's what you will make happen. Don't get cute. Don't get cute, little liberal.
Highway, Louisiana. Medical assistance, employment assistance, and helping him looking for housing. Mr. Nugent has secured stable housing upon his release with his father in Highway, Louisiana. And so in addition to his father's support, Mr. Nugent would be surrounded by his brothers and aunts and uncles who also live in Highway, and they would constitute his support system. His employment plan upon his release is to work at his brother's business, also in Highway, where he would put his HVAC and construction skills to good use. And so with housing and employment plans and with our support at the First 72 Plus, we believe that Mr. Nugent would be able to live as an independent society upon his release. Not only are we committed to assisting in a smooth transition with a support base designed to ensure services suitable for his needs, but we would also continue guiding Mr. Nugent until he is a stable and settled citizen in society. Should you determine that he needs any additional support services, we would gladly work with him to provide those services as well. And we're happy to answer any further questions.
Thank you so much. Also, we have Chastity Miller, a friend.
Yes, sir.
Morning.
What would you like to tell us about?
I've been on Christopher Nugent for 40 plus years. We grew up together. We played, kids, and then we lost contact, and then we regained contact. And knowing with what he was charged with and whatnot, and over the last 3 years, I have watched him become a new person, not the person that he once was. And
Okay, so apparently she's the girlfriend, not her. Okay, she's the girlfriend. Okay, all right.
we're in a relationship.
And the way these people say this about these sex offenders, like, speaking up for them, he deserves another chance. They just say it so nonchalant. They're as if they didn't commit a big, serious crime. Yeah, they should have another chance. Yeah. It just sounds so nonchalant.
And we're trying to come to the point to where whenever he gets out, I will assist him with his counseling, sexual offender classes, and helping him find a job and being a big part of his support system.
You are trash, Lindsay. You are trash.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Nugent, if released, what would you tell me? She had said something about you getting a job.
In all honesty, it's kind of like the parole board hands are tied when they have these type of people in front of them. It's like, what can you do? How can I let you out and you hurt children this way? You're not to be trusted. Like, man, like I say, letting those people out of jail could be worse than letting out a murderer. Because I believe like a person that committed robbery, even armed robbery, robbery, excuse me, or thief, I think they can be rehabilitated. But these pedophiles that like to hurt women and hurt children, uh, that's like a mental sickness. It's like, how can you rehabilitate somebody like that?
And all of that, what are your plans and what would you like to do?
Furthermore, get out, get a job, and then go to the first sex offender class, because I am a sex offender, and continue to get help and grow, be a better person, and not put myself in that position to ever do that again.
And I'll say it again, to be honest with you, because I am being honest with you, right? To tell you, how about that? You like that slip of the tongue? You like that? You like that? That's the kind of talk you like. But anyway, what was I about to say here? Hold on, let me rewind it.
Get out, get a job, and then go to the first sex offender class, because I am a sex offender, and continue to get help and grow, be a better person, and not put myself.
Yeah, I was gonna say I like to highlight these type of people, these sex offenders. I like to highlight them, and just show people how sick they are, and just analyze them and check them out, and they're just sick people. They're just real sick people. Interesting, I guess.
In that position to ever do that again.
Do you ever see?
And I wanted to say that when they do that, when they commit that crime, that horrible crime that they never can take back, it's like they just, how can I say, they just lost their trust. Like nobody can trust them. It's like society can't trust them. They can't be trusted by society. It's like you just, it's like you just forfeit your life almost. It's like you just forfeit your life. You got to be a sex offender the rest of your life. It's like horrible, so horrible. I don't understand why these people do it. I don't understand. I guess it's just a mental sickness. It's so horrible. They get treated worse than murderers to me, as they should. As they should.
Your daughter or spend time with her?
No, sir. I ain't seen her in the past 17 years.
I see. She still live with her grandmother?
As far as I know. Yes, sir.
Okay. I have no more questions.
Mr. Craig?
Yes, sir, Mr. Nugent, there was, and I don't care about going into a lot of detail, but how old was your daughter when you did this?
When she was 10 years old, sir.
She wasn't quite 10 when it started, was she?
No, sir.
Okay, so she was 9 years old when it started.
Yes, sir.
And there was more to it than she rubbed your back and then you touched her.
Yes, sir.
Okay, there was a whole lot more to it.
From what the letter said, yes, sir.
Okay, cause I mean, sounded almost like you touched her and then you got a big long sentence.
So, okay, now we know more. So now it was a 9-year-old child. Man, that's horrible. So horrible.
It's behind just touching her, but there was oral sex involved in it and there was other things, correct?
So he's doing all this to a child. He's not going to get parole. No. Nor does he deserve it. He doesn't deserve parole. He doesn't deserve parole. You don't know if this guy's going to do this again when he gets out.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I just wanted to see if people were going to admit that. Do you know what impact it had on her life?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay. I don't have it.
All right, I don't see any other questions. I don't have any questions. I think we're prepared to vote, Mr. Nugent.
My vote today is going to be to deny because of law enforcement opposition. And one of the things
I love how they use the opposition as a scapegoat, as if even if they didn't have opposition, like they were going to vote to give him parole. I love how they use that as a scapegoat to mock, I guess, I mean, to this guy, because what he did is so horrible. So I don't care about him getting mocked. But, they use that as a scapegoat.
I noticed, it's just my belief, you didn't show any remorse toward your daughter. So my vote today is to vote deny.
Mr. Prater.
Mine is the same, deny. I think there was a lack of remorse and a lack of being upfront with the board and admitting exactly what you did wrong. This was a horrible crime. You might as well go ahead and admit it. Everybody else knows about it.
Yeah, my vote today also is to deny your parole, Mr. Nugent, for the same reasons. I also took note that this was not a one-off situation, and you were. Anyway, I won't go into it, but my vote today is to deny. So good luck to you, sir. Today your parole's been denied. Warden, we're going to sign off at 11:58.
Thank you. Have a blessed.
Yeah, you're going to have to do a lot of years, buddy. A lot of years, a lot of parole hearings. And you're going to constantly get denied and denied and denied. Every time you come for parole and you have that hope, it's going to be crushed because you're going to get denied. It's going to be a cycle. It's going to be a cycle. As you deserve.
A swift denial, a wonderful thing. In the state of Connecticut, they would have made excuses why he needed to be under supervision. Getting caught, the idea that he's going back to live with, that he will have this bloody girl, this woman, this nut job, this Lindsay, they're all like that. They're all the same. For some insane reason, you are going to sit there in support of a monster, of a chomo, of someone who does this to their own daughter. You sick mother. You need to go to prison, young lady. What possesses you to do that? Unless the only
Mr. Roche, Chairman Renatza, and I are the ones that are going to make the decision. You fought with all three of us. You've got a lawyer. You need to talk about what you have done and what you could be. You don't need to argue your case to us. And that's what you did. Your attitude, as your mother described, as you've described, came crystal clear to me. I was looking at a man who was angry. I'm glad I wasn't in the room with you because I think I would have been able to see that anger. You've got a little more way to go. You're teaching people, but you need to also accept and understand the things that you are teaching them. You're learning them in your head, but you're not putting them in application. I read those reports, some of the things.
Bingo. And did I not say that in my excuse me? Did I not say that earlier about reading? When you read, you can't just read it and say, oh, okay, that's it. You have to actually practice it and apply it. I said that. Even Judge Marabella agrees with me. Even he sees it.
But you said to those female officers just a year or two ago, you've talked about 2015, here you go again. 2020, when you got the write-up for, and you said to the female officer, or maybe it was a male officer, bitch, I'm gonna get you. You remember that? Your lawyer put it in the report. I saw it. Right? Or am I wrong? It didn't happen?
Mr. Marabella, let me explain something, sir.
No, sir. You're done. I appreciate your comments. I'm voting right now, and my vote, because of all of the things that I suggested earlier.
I'm not arguing, sir. I'm not arguing.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, and I do not envy this man's position. No one wants to be on the receiving end of a judge Marabella smackdown. Now, this man was sentenced to 74 years in prison, really like as an habitual offender. His good time date is 2064. So in short, he has a lot riding on this hearing. And you might be asking me, Mandu, how come you're showing the end? How come you're showing where Mr. Marabella is already ripping him apart? You're kind of giving everything away. And to that, I shall tell you that there is a surprise twist at the end of the hearing that might catch you a bit off guard. Anyways, let's jump in and find out what that is.
All right, so for DOC purposes, you are Mike Silvo. Your DOC number is 310901. You're classified as a third felony offender. You currently serve a 74-year, 5-month, 29-day sentence for these convictions. Simple escape type 1, public intimidation, armed robbery, illegal possession of stolen things. You had your parole eligibility date was determined to be August 1st, 2021. Your good time date is September 12th, 2064. And you have a full term date, January 19th, 2069. Is that information correct?
Yes, ma'am. Other than the fact that I have been resentenced, and they were supposed to like give me credit for like the
Yeah, we'll go into that. Mr. Roche is going to go over a little bit about your sentencing. I do know that you applied for the risk review immediately to penalty consideration in 2015. You were later deemed, I believe, at 469 to be parole eligible, and then you have a more recent sentencing date. So, Mr. Roche, I'll go over some of that. Mr. Roche.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Good morning, Mr. Salvo.
Good morning.
Silva.
Yeah.
Mr. Silva.
Yes,
You're
sir.
currently 48 years old, am I correct?
Yes, sir.
You had a birthday last month.
Let me see.
You had a birthday last month.
Oh, yes, sir. In February. Yes, sir.
Okay. And your client is a third felony offender.
Yes, sir.
You're now sentenced to 74 years, 5 months, 9 days. Tell us what happened on August 13th, 2018, when you were resentenced.
I was resentenced to 66 years for the armed robbery that I committed from 1997. I went under the Epstein issue and was resentenced to 66 years.
All of the other consecutive sentence for the other offenses brought it to 74 years, 5 months, and 29.
Excuse me. I see here it says Louisiana Board of Pardon and Parole. So is that a change? Did it used to be Louisiana Board of Pardon, Probation, and Parole? Did it used to be that? They had to change it like this, Louisiana Board of Pardon and Parole, because probation is not in the question anymore in Louisiana. That governor in Louisiana, he made a law. He got a law passed because they do have to do legislation, right? No probation. You don't get probation anymore in Louisiana. No probation.
Is that correct?
Yes, sir. He was the sentencing judge at that particular time of me getting resentenced. He didn't address the situation of me getting credit for time served for those charges. But it was understood that I was supposed to get credit for time served upon the vacation of the sentence.
Okay, so basically, as far as DOC is concerned, you have a 74-year sentence.
Yes. Yes, sir.
Are you trying to address the time served?
I was under the impression that they was giving me time served, credit for time served.
But evidently, the judge did not. Am I correct?
No, he didn't have at that particular time stated that. he didn't at that particular time state it. But I was under the impression that it was given to me.
He's in the big house, the big house. He's in LSP, which is an acronym for Louisiana State Penitentiary. He's in Angola, the big house.
Okay, let's move on.
Okay.
Let's talk about your programs. I've seen where you completed 100 hours pre-release, anger management, and thinking for a change.
Yes, sir. Also the behavior management program. Actually we call it the BMP, the behavior management program, in which we teach the curriculum or RDAP, which is the residential drug abuse program.
So you're teaching the residential drug program. Have you completed that program? What training do you have to be a facilitator?
Yes, sir. Actually, I actually went through the program as a participant in the program. And upon graduating at the top of my class in that particular program, Miss Butler, which is my supervisor, she's here today. They decided to keep me as a mentor in that program.
Okay. So basically, was this before you had a chance to earn good time?
Before I had a chance to earn good time?
Yeah. I don't see why you got any good time for that program.
No, sir. I didn't receive good time for that particular program itself. I didn't know I was eligible for good time.
According to my record, you have 75 days earned good time.
I think that's from the Thanking for a Change program.
Okay. So basically, you are now eligible for good time.
Yes, sir. If that is the case, yes, sir.
Now, tell me what your job is at the facility now.
Okay, my job is a mentor in the behavior management program. First, I came through as a mentee, as a participant in the program. Upon completion of the program, my supervisor, Ms. Butler, decided to keep me as a mentor in the program. The program itself, it addressed criminal behavior and common thinking errors, things to that magnitude. It addresses behavior, and it's like a behavior therapy program.
So your facilitator job is your full-time job at the facility?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, as a mentor. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir, as a mentor. Yes, sir.
Do you have a GED?
Yes, sir, I do.
When did you earn your GED?
Sir, I do.
When did you earn your GED?
Excuse me, what did you say?
When did you earn your GED?
In 2015, sir.
Have you had a chance to take any vocational skills program since you earned your GED?
Yes, sir. I took up the electric trade in the program. Upon completion of the program, my supervisor, Ms. Butler, decided to keep me as a mentor in the program. The program itself, it addressed criminal behavior and common thinking errors, things to that magnitude. It addresses behavior, and it's like a behavior therapy program.
So
Look at, sorry about that. Bring the microphone back right here. Now look at the smirk on this lady's face. And she's his lawyer. I don't know if she's a paid lawyer or not, but she is representing him. She's his representation. And she, slick side, has a smirk on her face. No telling what she has in her mind. They're all in on it. They're all in on it.
your facilitator job is your full-time job at the facility?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, as a mentor. Yes, sir.
Do you have a GED?
Yes, sir, I do.
When did you earn your GED?
Excuse me, what did you say?
When did you earn your GED?
In 2015, sir.
Have you had any chance to take any vocational skills program since you earned your GED?
Yes, sir. I took up the electric trade and graduated in 2017.
So let's talk about your NETA certificates and your NETA training.
Okay. You say about my needed? Oh, which is the 100 hours?
No, sir. The National Construction and
NCCER? Okay. What would you like to know, sir?
Tell me about your training.
Oh, my training was excellent. Learn about residential.
Oh, NCCER. I know about that. I know about that a long time ago when I was in college for welding. I got my certification for NCCER. I know exactly what he's talking about. It's a certification. Yep.
Electric.
Now, let me add that I never was a welder as a trade or a career or anything like that. I just went to school for that for a semester, realized I didn't like it, and I quit. But I did complete the semester, and I got paid for it too. I got money back. I got like $2,100 for going to college on a Pell Grant, and I completed the semester. But I didn't like it. Welding, not for me. It's too bad on your eyes. It's dangerous.
Good word. It deals with things like being able to wire 240, being able to break 240 down, residential housing, things to that magnitude, and also commercial.
Are you involved in any other community service at the facility?
What, at this present moment?
Yes.
Am I currently involved? No, sir. No, I'm not currently involved in any electrical work because I've been full-time mentoring.
Sir, evidently, I'm not talking plainly. Are you not hearing? Are you involved in any community service activities at the?
Well, stop trying to pretend like you don't have a speech impediment. What's this guy name here? I can't remember his name, but I mean, damn, it's kind of hard to understand you. Look at your voice. You have a distinct voice. All of that. He probably don't understand you. Can you blame him? It's not his fault that he can't understand your stupid behind.
So the other, plainly, are you not hearing?
Are you not hearing? Not hearing, man.
I'm mentoring.
You got a distinct voice.
Sir, evidently, I'm not talking plainly. Are you not hearing?
Oh, so he said I'm not talking plainly. So he's trying to present it like I'm not simplifying my words enough. I'm not conveying this to you in a simplified way. He's not acknowledging or even saying that, oh, it's my speech, is the way I talk, is the reason you can't understand me. Yeah, you got a distinct voice. He doesn't understand you.
Are you involved in any community service activities at the facility other than being facilitator of the behavioral program?
No, sir. This is a full-time program. The behavior management program is a full-time program. I'm not currently involved in any other things that the prison has to offer at this present time.
Okay, let's talk about your transition plan. What do you plan to live? What do you plan to work?
Well, Wing 7 Trucking, they have a job set up for me as a fleet manager over there, which will consist of me checking the trucks, make sure they're fueled, make sure they're insured, to make sure the fuel cards are intact, to make sure that they're sanitized, to make sure that the tires are, they're road ready, things to that magnitude.
Okay. And I see you're going to be living with your wife, Miss Tina Furlow?
Yes, sir. In Baton Rouge.
In Baton Rouge?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm going to agree with your attorney.
Baton Rouge is the state capital of the. It's the state capital for Louisiana. And that's where this office is, the parole board. They're in Baton Rouge on, I think, St. Ferdinand Street. St. Ferdinand. It's a French name. So he's going right where the parole board is located.
And,
If he gets parole.
presentation, and he said, your incarceration is mixed with highs and lows. You've done very well, with your vocational training. You've done very well with the other programs. You're a facilitator. And I'd like to talk about the offense that you committed back in 1998.
Okay,
You were charged with armed robbery, 2 counts, am I correct?
yes, sir.
Out of St. Tammany Parish, am I correct?
Yes, sir.
And
St. Tammany Parish. St. Tammany Parish. That's like right on the other side of Orleans Parish, going towards. I think it's off. Yeah, it's up and out. It's off of I-10. A lot of people get caught up in St. Tammany Parish. If I'm not mistaken, that's where the rapper BG was busted with all of those guns and had to do 10 years. I believe that's where he was busted, in St. Tammany Parish.
you had 2 felony convictions before this, am I correct?
Yes, sir.
So, and you were released on the first one back in 1996, am I correct?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
Once you got on supervision, you absconded and you were MIA for at least 4 or 5 months. Am I correct?
Yes, sir.
So tell me what happened.
At that particular time, sir, I was struggling. I was struggling from things like, as far as my thinking ability, I try to use manipulation with the system itself, which I apologize. At that particular time, I was like 17 years old. I wasn't fully developed. Mentally, I wasn't fully developed. I didn't take responsibility for my actions. So I stumbled a little bit.
You was 17 years old in 1996?
You were 96? No,
No.
The reason I was on probation was for a charge that I received that I caught when I was 17 years old. And in 96, I was released on parole in 96. So by me being released on parole at that particular time, I was in discipline, I was in structure, so I didn't have, I lacked education. I lacked education and problem solving and decision making. So, I wasn't able to fully, complete my parole due to those facts. Now I understand where I went wrong at.
And once you brought back incarcerated in January of 1998, we had a couple of arrests in March of 1998 for 2 counts of aggravated battery. Was this why?
Maybe that's my new stick. Maybe I'll just go around pseudo stuttering. How about that? Maybe make a video and pseudo stutter, go in a public office and go, what, like, 2, 5, for you. Go in there and just pseudo stutter. Like, yeah, this is what y'all like to do, right? I'm gonna take it to the extreme, take it to the max, take it to the max.
You were incarcerated?
For aggravated battery? No, sir. I was incarcerated for the armed robbery, but at that particular time, the aggravated battery happened in the parish. It was a jailhouse charge that actually happened in the parish.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting.
Yes, sir. Sir, I was struggling in my attitude.
1998, you were incarcerated and you were arrested for 2 counts of aggravated battery, and you pled to battery on a police officer. Am I correct?
Yeah, it was a deputy I had at that particular time. I threw a sour milk on him. Sure, I was really struggling with my attitude then, you know. A lot of things I didn't recognize about myself that I didn't have education on. Now that I do, I understand where I went wrong at those particular times in my way of thinking.
Okay, now. De Silva, again in April of 1998, you were arrested for simple escape and public intimidation while incarcerated. Tell me about that.
Yes, attempt to skip simple escape. At that particular time, I was going through some medical problems, and at the time the deputies came on until I basically just tried to run out. There was nowhere I could go other than because everything was really locked down. So I was just trying to acting out, seeking for medical attention. That's it. Dealing with that. That's the truth of that situation.
Okay, public intimidation.
I was actually, mad at the guard because he was actually when he addressed the situation, he told me that he was going to charge me, and I got mad, and I actually, threatened him to have him beat up and stuff to that magnitude, and I apologized to that. I apologized to him for that.
He's got to stop saying to this magnitude. Stop saying that shit over and over and over and over and over.
At that particular time, so I was acting out.
Mr. Silva, would you say, or would you agree with me that you have a history of violence?
Yes, sir. No doubt. I agree with that. And sure, let me explain this to you. Since I've been in this behavior management program, well, I'm gonna say since I've come to Angola, I was put straight in the cell. I wasn't afforded the opportunity to get off in the program and right away when I came to Angola. And throughout the years, I had been trying to progress my behavior, and I stumbled a lot of times. There was some rocks and some big rocks and some small rocks that I actually encountered along the path of trying to change. It took me a minute to get it, but now I got it, sir. I have entered the behavior management program, in which I think personally put the finishing touches on my transformation. So I was struggling in my behavior.
So how long have you been facilitating this program?
Since September of 2021, sir.
Since September of 2021. When did you participate in the program?
It was like early June, let me see, May? April or May sometime.
Now, you said you used to stumble. I think you still are.
No, sir, I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna show you I'm not, sir.
So let me finish.
Okay.
Okay. Mr. Salvo, you have over 50 disciplinary write-ups.
Well, sir, there's no justification.
Sir, I'm talking. I did not ask you a question.
Oh, I'm sorry.
When I ask you a question, please answer.
Okay.
I have over 50 disciplinary write-ups. Your last write-up was a contraband write-up only 13 months ago. What was the contraband?
The contraband was a handmade handcuff key.
Okay. So what did you plan to do with your handmade handcuff key?
Well, sir, at this particular time, I was experiencing some intense emotions. I had witnessed a couple of incidents where a couple of guys actually came out their handcuffs and attacked a couple of people. So I got scared, sir, and that's the reason for me having a handcuff key. There's no justification for it.
You are teaching behavioral
that came after the fact, sir. The behavior management program, it was some things that I learned dealing with some internal obstacles that I've experienced, that I've learned through the behavior management program.
but can you see what Amber would see or I would see when you're trying to manufacture a handmade or future set of handcuffs?
Yes, sir. I understand, there's no justification for Mr. Shaw. I own up to that responsibility and I knew better at that particular time. But like I said, I had panicked for a little second and got scared dealing with the situation of me witnessing guys being attacked in handcuffs. That's my reason for actually having to keep. And there's no, at the end of the day, sir, there's no justification for it. I wasn't supposed to have it.
Okay, so give me justification why you had a write-up for fighting in 2020.
I was struggling, sir. I was struggling with my attitude still. There was some internal obstacles, like I said, that I actually went through and was struggling with that I didn't recognize. But upon entering this behavior management program, it taught me some things about my behavior because there isn't enough behavior therapy programs that are set up in Angola. And this particular program itself helped me identify some things with myself that helped put the finishing touches on my transformation. I didn't have that information available to me at that time to help me see some things about myself.
Besides that, in 2020, you had a defiance write-up and you had an aggravated disobedience write-up, all within the last 2 years.
Yes, sir.
By my count, you've had four class write-ups. You also had a fighting write-up in 2017. Georgia incarceration, you've shown a history of violence. You've had 15 defiance. You've had 10 aggravated disobedience. You've had 10 aggravated work offenses and 6 or 7 fights. That shows me that you have a propensity to violence. I'm glad you're teaching the behavioral class. I think it's a chance to repeat the training that you receive at your own training. And when you teach a class, it reinforces that information for you. But Mr. Salvo, Silvo, I don't see a long enough period that you have stayed away from violent offenses like defiance, aggravated work offenses, fighting, aggravated disobedience, and then you had a contraband write-up only 13 months ago.
Yes, sir.
And I'd like to see a period of 2 or 3 years where you've had no write-ups, with over 50 disciplinary write-ups in 20 plus years. And most of those are aggravated offenses. You don't have a long enough history of being write-up free. And I appreciate and I acknowledge the work that you're doing with your offenders, facilitating behavioral programs. If you can understand my concern, especially with the contraband write-up only 13 months ago.
Yes, sir. Can I explain something for a second? Okay.
I'll give you a brief second, Mr. Salvo, because you're long-winded.
I won't be long.
You tend to repeat the same explanation and reasons why you have a bad disciplinary write-up record.
Yes, sir. Since the particular time of me catching a write-up, I have been actively engaged in programming and bettering my situation. In order for me to teach what I'm teaching now, there were some things that I was able to catch about my particular behavior that I'm able to teach other individual brothers who are incarcerated also, to teach them not to do some of the same things that I've done since I've been here. This is why I'm able to facilitate it so good, because I recognize what my problem was at. And at the particular time, I didn't have actual behavior.
Be ready to take him into our residential reentry program, provide him with peer mentorship, support, life skills training, wraparound services from our social work team.
As a positive influence in society. He has many goals and aspirations that will make him a valuable part of the community.
He's steady getting rolled up for dumb stuff every time you look. He's getting rolled up for stupid stuff. And the woman that they say he was supposed to pleasure himself with is a 70-year-old woman. She's an old lady. So I'm pretty sure he ain't getting no pleasure out of that.
The police report indicated that the shift sergeant reviewed the closed circuit TV and was able to observe the subject standing in the bathroom, stroking his exposed.
God damn. What's that called? A Schedule 21? I think that's what that's called in prison. A Schedule 21. He's masturbating. Gross.
It doesn't say they cleared you. That says they busted you.
Oh no, Mr. Barras. Pun intended? Or do you think that went right over his head? And look, this is an embarrassing way to get busted, because you see, his wife.
Oh yeah, that was a good one. Busted. Oh yeah. See, I didn't even catch that one. Probably because I wasn't really paying attention. Got a lot going on here. I'm cooking food and everything, and but that was funny. He busted.
Is here watching this parole revocation hearing, and I can't imagine a more awkward situation. You're in jail for a supposed DV. She's going to come here and say, no, it never happened. And then to bring up the fact that your boo is caught on camera trying to yank the old chicken to a 70-year-old CO. This Louisiana parole revocation hearing out of the state of Louisiana, and this man is trying to stay out of prison. Will the parole board believe him? We're about to find out. So with that, let's jump in.
I will not engage in criminal activity, nor will I associate with people who are known to be involved in criminal activity. I will avoid bars and casinos. I will refrain from the illegal use of drugs or alcohol. On 10/31/25, you were arrested by PNP on an outstanding warrant out of Jefferson Parish for domestic abuse, battery, bodily injury. The victim is your wife. These charges were refused by the district attorney's office. On 12/3/25, you were booked on new obscenity and simple criminal damage charges while in the custody at the Jefferson Parish Correctional Center. These charges were also refused. Okay, first off, how do you plead to the domestic abuse battery with your wife?
Not guilty.
Okay, tell me what happened.
I was at my mom, my pop's house. We were watching a movie. My wife showed up at my parents' house accusing me of cheating. And then she tried to grab my phone. I tried to get up, get arrested over the phone. And my mom, my pops ended up breaking us up. And I ended up going outside, and we had argued outside until the police showed up.
And how did she get the bite mark on her arm? Tell me about that.
I had bit her because when we was wrestling, she had put me in the chokehold. So I ended up biting her arm, make her let me